Year 5 of the apocalypse. Under the extreme bone-piercing cold snowflakes drift down one after another in slow silence. Everywhere the eye can see is a vast sheet of blinding white with not a single patch of green in sight. Luan's entire body had gone rigid from the cold, wrapped in a tattered cotton jacket barely holding together. Her body was covered in wounds, the blood long since congealed, and in her right hand she gripped a tangdao whose blade was chipped and notched all over. She planted the tangdao into the ice for support, her body half kneeling on the frozen ground. Her emaciated figure looked as though the next gust of wind might carry her away, the next fall of snow bury her completely. She lifted her head, numb and desolate eyes taking in this world ravaged beyond recognition. 5 years. In the end I still couldn't endure it. Her hoarse voice was swallowed by the wind. Her frostbitten hands slowly loosened their grip on the tangdao, and Luan could no longer hold herself up as she collapsed backward. Beneath her was a frozen lake, the glassy surface of the ice slowly spread with a stain of scarlet blood. Luan cast one last look at this apocalyptic world as snowflakes fell onto her face. A bitter, desolate smile touched her lips, and with unwilling resignation, she slowly closed her eyes. The shrill ring of an alarm suddenly sounded, jolting the person in bed awake. A pair of clear, crystalline eyes snapped open. Luan sat up quickly from the bed, her previously numb hollow gaze now filled with wary vigilance. The alertness ebbed away quickly and Luan's pupils contracted slightly. This is my room. A clean, tidy bedroom, fresh patterned wallpaper, and an off-white bed came into view. A dressing table was crowded with cosmetics, and pale green curtains fluttered lightly in the breeze. It had been so long since she had seen a place this clean. There was no smoke of the apocalypse here. It was as if she had merely had a nightmare. Yet only she knew it had not been a dream, but a merciless cleansing that drove all hope into despair. There had been man-eating demons and humans struggling with all their might just to survive. There had been plants that seemed ordinary yet could easily claim a life, and disasters beyond counting that pushed people to despair. Not daring to dwell on it further, Luan glanced around once more, still unable to fully believe what she was seeing. Her gaze finally settled on the full-length mirror in the room. In the mirror she wore clean pajamas, her entire appearance youthful and radiant, especially those lustrous watery eyes. I came back to life. Luan stumbled to the bed in a rush and hunted for her phone, and having forgotten the password, she could only unlock it using facial recognition. March 28, 2025. She had truly returned to the past, returned to 2 months before the apocalypse. Why? Why must I come back to life again? Luan sank weakly onto the edge of the bed. A throbbing pain began to pound in her head, and she clutched her hair with both hands in distress. There was no joy in this rebirth, only pain and despair. She did not want to live through the apocalypse again, did not want to, desperately did not want to. The pain in her head intensified until tears spilled from her eyes unbidden. As if being reborn were not enough, even the headaches had returned with her. In her previous life, she had never suffered from headaches. Not until the heavenly fire descended in the 4th year of the apocalypse. While fleeing the flames, she had accidentally struck her head against a small meteorite and lost consciousness. When she woke again, she found her forehead split open, a great deal of blood having flowed. She had even felt lucky then to still be alive, but from the heavenly fire onward, she had been plagued by persistent headaches. Her head would throb from time to time, as if something within were swelling outward each episode, leaving her in agony. In the apocalypse, with medicine scarce, Luan could only lightly pound her head with her fist to lessen the pain. In a daze, she seemed to glimpse a mist-shrouded expanse of space, vague and boundless. It was vast, so vast it stretched beyond the horizon, and utterly empty save for a single water well. The well was filled to the brim with water, clear and luminous, and she could faintly sense a delicate fragrance wafting from its depths. Her hand stopped mid-motion, and Luan opened her eyes, shock flooding her gaze. What is this? She carefully focused her senses, and once more saw that strange space. It's inside my head, Luan exclaimed in disbelief, reaching up to touch her forehead. She was certain the space resided within her mind, hidden so deep that only she could perceive it. Ha ha. Luan let out a hollow, bitter laugh, and in the next instant her eyes sharpened as she stared out at the azure sky beyond the window. Since I've been brought back, then I'll live well and let you watch. Let's see if you can still take my life. Having had no will to live, Luan now felt a fierce unwillingness to yield after discovering the space within her. She refused to accept that she could not fight heaven itself, refused to be toyed with by the apocalypse. She would survive and live better than anyone else. Reborn with 2 months left before the world's end, she still had time to prepare. How should I use this space? Luan carefully probed the space in her mind, then glanced at the phone in her hand and imagined placing it inside. The phone vanished into thin air and in the next instant appeared on a patch of ground within the space. Delight flickered in Luan's heart, silently willing it back. She watched as the phone reappeared in her palm. Excellent. Her gaze fell on the alarm clock a meter away, and Luan wanted to see if she could move objects at a distance. Just as she hoped, the alarm clock appeared inside the space. It was wonderful, it truly worked. Luan began trying objects 2 meters away and found she could move those as well. Only when she reached 5 meters did the pain in her head flare up again. So I can only move things within 5 meters, but that's enough. I wonder if it will expand in the future. She murmured under her breath, a smile of genuine happiness finally rising to her lips. During her experiments, she also discovered that the space could preserve things indefinitely. Whatever she stored inside would never spoil, it would be taken out exactly as it had been put in. Heaven, you've finally done something half-decent. As she grumbled inwardly, Luan's stomach gave a loud protest, and only then did she realize how hungry she was. A glance at the time showed it was already 11 in the morning, as she had spent over 4 hours studying the space alone. She rose and walked toward the kitchen. The double-door refrigerator was packed with food and drinks. In her previous life, both her parents had passed away, and her temperament had grown withdrawn. She had never dated, had no close friends, and worked by writing novels online. Precisely because of that, rebirth and a personal space did not strike her as entirely incomprehensible or unbelievable. She also took on translation jobs from time to time, so her income had been decent. It had been enough to support herself, save some money, and even travel abroad twice a year on her own. Now ravenous, Luan simply cooked 2 packets of instant noodles and added 2 eggs. The air filled with the rich aroma of instant noodles, and Luan couldn't help but take a deep breath. In the 5 years of the apocalypse, only in the first year had she still been able to find food. From the 2nd year to the 5th, she had eaten moldy rice, gnawed on tree roots, drunk filthy water, and fought others over rat meat, leaving her bleeding and battered from the struggle. To stay alive, she had killed many people. Her father had run a martial arts school while he lived, and under his strict training, she had grown quite skilled in combat from a young age. It was because of that she had managed to survive 5 years in that man-eating apocalypse. Unfortunately, in the 4th year, mutated animals and plants appeared. The mutations in animals and plants had not, however, granted humanity any such change. Survival, already difficult, became even more precarious, and within a single year, everyone was plunged into deeper peril. She herself had once escaped a siege of mutated animals, but though she ultimately broke free, her injuries were too severe, and in the end, she could no longer hold on and collapsed. The bubbling in the pot brought Luan back to the present, and she hurried to turn off the stove. Carrying the bowl to the dining table, Luan inhaled the scent of the noodles and, forgetting everything else, began to eat in great mouthfuls. Though it was only 2 packets of instant noodles, she savored them as if they were rare delicacies, not even willing to waste a single sip of broth. Only those who have endured the apocalypse truly learn what it means to cherish. After finishing her instant noodles, Luan began to calculate her savings. These figures determined whether she could survive in the coming apocalypse, so she could not afford a single mistake. There was roughly 58,000 yuan in her mobile banking account. She owned 2 bank cards, one left to her by her father held a little over 8 million, the other was her salary card with about 900,000 saved. Altogether it amounted to 9 million. Holding the bank card her father had left her, Luan felt a dull ache in her chest. Her mother had died in a robbery accident when she was 5, and in his overwhelming grief her father had raised her alone. Because of that tragedy, her father had insisted she learn martial arts, afraid she would, like her mother, lack the ability to protect herself. Her childhood could hardly be called happy. It shaped her into a withdrawn girl who disliked socializing. At 21, her father died while saving someone else. That year, she had just graduated from university, and with no other relatives to turn to, she became an orphan. For half a year, she drifted through life in a daze before finally selling the martial arts school. She moved away from the bustling metropolis and settled in a small county town with clear mountains and clean waters where the population was sparse. Suddenly her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, Luan saw the caller ID Guo. Thinking carefully, she remembered that this man was her suitor, or more precisely, a persistent, annoying pest. She was 23 years old, about 1.68 meters tall. Her figure was graceful, her face an oval like a goose egg, with clear, luminous almond-shaped eyes and a small, adorably delicate nose. Such looks made people see her as innocent and pure, and during her school years, suitors had never been in short supply. Yet, because of that same appearance, she had also endured frequent harassment. If not for her formidable combat skills, she would never know how many times she might have been bullied. Without hesitation, she hung up, then immediately added his number to her blacklist. Her most urgent task now was stockpiling supplies, as she could not waste a single moment on anything useless. Even the 9 million in her hands felt somewhat insufficient. She had to find a way to solve that problem. To live well in the apocalypse, she would never consider any amount of hoarded goods as excessive. Call her selfish if they wished. As long as she could stay alive, her own survival would always come first. Only when she had the ability and helping others posed no threat to herself would she think of anyone else. The small county's resources were limited, so Luan had no intention of stockpiling there. She planned to drive more than 200 kilometers to the big city where she had once lived by city. Knowing she would be gone for quite some time, Luan simply put all the food from her refrigerator into her spatial storage. She then stored most of her clothes and other household belongings into that space as well before finally taking her car keys and leaving her little home. The residential complex where she lived had only recently opened, so the occupancy rate was still low. In her 16-story building, for instance, neither of her neighbors on either side had moved in yet. Taking the elevator, Luan went straight down to the basement level and, relying on memory, walked to her parking spot. Parked there was a slightly worn but solid off-road vehicle, the one her father had bought while he was still alive. She opened the door, settled into the driver's seat, and drove out of the complex. She had not driven for years and her skills were a little rusty. Fortunately, she was not in a rush. She guided the car slowly along, her gaze complicated as she took in the scenery of the world before the apocalypse. On the bustling streets, people came and went. There was no slaughter, no death. Everything appeared so peaceful and harmonious. Sadly, such scenes would soon vanish forever. She pushed aside the complexity and her eyes pressed down on the accelerator and sped toward the highway. Trees on both sides of the road blurred past, and Luan turned her head slightly to look. Beyond the highway, in the distance below, factory buildings loomed faintly, one after another. Thanks to its environment and transportation by city, had won the favor of many large factories. On the very route from her small county to by city that she knew, there were already several factories: an ice cream plant, a coal plant, a cannery, an oil pressing factory. Luan withdrew her gaze, her mind turning, and in the end the corners of her lips curved faintly. In 2 months all of that would be hers. By the time she reached by city, it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. After driving for several hours, she lacked the strength to start stockpiling immediately, so she chose to find a hotel and check in first. After resting for 2 hours, she finally felt recovered. Leaving the hotel, Luan drove out to find dinner. She chose a familiar little restaurant and sat down. On the way, she had passed by her former home and lingered there for quite a while before moving on. "How many in your party?" "Oh, it's you, girl. Been a long time since I've seen you." The enthusiastic proprietress immediately recognized Luan pouring her tea as she spoke. Luan smiled. Yes, it has been a long time. It truly had. Counting the years of the apocalypse, she had not seen this place in 6 or 7 years. "What would you like to eat today?" "Please bring me chopped chili fish head, spicy blood stew, sweet and sour pork strips, dry pot chicken, hotanser, shredded potatoes, cabbage, and tofu soup, and finally a serving of rice." Perhaps because in the apocalypse she had imagined these dishes countless times, even after years away she could still effortlessly list the foods she used to love. "Can you really finish all that by yourself?" "People are all about the clean plate campaign these days," the proprietress asked kindly. She did want to earn money, but would never encourage customers to waste food. Besides, her restaurant portions were generous and affordable, and this young woman knew that well, so why was she ordering so much alone? "It's fine. Anything I can't finish, I'll have packed to go," Luan replied softly. Seeing that there were hardly any other customers around, she stopped the proprietress just as the woman turned to leave. "Boss, I'd also like to order box meals from you." "What would the price be?" "Box meals. How many? Do you want 1 meat and 1 vegetable, or 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable?" The proprietress' eyes lit up as she hurriedly questioned her. After a moment's thought, Luan answered directly, 300 portions a day. Let's do 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. "Oh, and please pack 30 servings of every dish on your menu for me as well." 30 servings of each dish, the proprietress stammered, almost thinking she had misheard. A truly grand customer, she absolutely could not let this chance slip by. Luan nodded to confirm. 30 portions of every dish. "If you do a good job, I'll continue to give you business." "We'll definitely do it well, don't worry. Our little restaurant is famous for its flavor. I guarantee the food will be delicious and the portions ample," the proprietress promised, beaming. Laughing until her face nearly blossomed, she added, "Since you're a regular of ours, the boxed meals with 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable are normally 18 yuan, but I'll only charge you 15. Luan was very satisfied and straightforwardly paid the deposit for the initial order. They agreed she would pick up the meals tomorrow at 11 o'clock in the morning, and she also asked the proprietress to purchase 20,000 disposable meal boxes for her. The proprietress agreed with delight, her voice booming as she called into the kitchen for the cooks to prepare Luan's dishes with extra care. After finishing the meal and packing up, Luan simply packed a few more dishes and rice, just in case she got hungry later. Leaving the small restaurant, she discreetly stored the lunchboxes in her space, while no one was watching, and walked along the road towards the nearby food street. Since this street is not far from Baishar University, there are a variety of shops offering food, drinks, and entertainment along the way. As she walked, Luan kept packing. She bought 30 cups of milk tea, 20 jin of marinated duck necks and wings. From the barbecue stall, she ordered hundreds of skewers and 100 grilled oysters, 100 fried skewers, and 20 jin of spicy garlic-flavored crayfish. By the time she reached her next destination, her hands were still empty, but a corner of her space was piled high with snacks. After letting out a satisfying burp, Luan checked the time. It was already 11 at night, and she needed to stock up heavily tomorrow, so it was time to head back to the hotel. After washing up and lying on the hotel bed, Luan, who was not very sleepy, took out her phone and added the items she needed to her shopping cart. She planned to buy them all together once she rented a warehouse tomorrow. Essential items like sanitary napkins, toilet paper, towels, disposable face towels, and wet wipes, 500 boxes of each. Toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, shower gel, and conditioner, 300 boxes of each. 500 boxes of laundry powder, laundry liquid, and dishwashing liquid. For clothing, shoes, and boots suitable for extremely hot weather, 1,000 sets, pairs of each according to her size. For extremely cold weather, she would still need 1,000 sets, pairs of down jackets, cotton jackets, down pajamas, and snow boots each. 100 of each item like cotton blankets, air conditioning blankets, bedding sets, cooling mats, thickened blankets, and electric blankets. She also needed to buy more underwear, 2,000 of each kind, and 10,000 pairs of disposable underwear. 500 boxes of instant noodles of various flavors, 500 boxes of snail noodles, and 500 boxes of hot and sour noodles. 500 boxes of compressed biscuits, 500 boxes of self-heating hot pot, and 500 boxes of ham sausages. She almost forgot one very important item, 100 warm water bags and 30,000 heat packs. Due to insufficient funds, she could only buy this much for now and planned to buy more once she got more money. She added all sorts of items to her shopping cart, roughly estimating that it would cost $1 million. Luan couldn't help but sigh. Earning money is hard, but spending it feels like water flowing away. She didn't know when she fell asleep, but her dreams were filled with disasters, waking up early the next morning. Habitually, Luan lightly tapped her head, and only after fully waking up did she get up to wash up. After having breakfast at the hotel, she drove to carry out her stockpiling plan for the day. There were many breakfast shops along the way, so Luan decided to stop and buy some from each. In a post-apocalyptic scenario, having some cooked food stored in her space would be best. 1,000 steamed buns and mantou, 50 bowls each of wontons and noodles, and 200 each of rolled pancakes and beef pancakes. Finally, she specifically went to a porridge shop and bought several types of porridge, totaling 100 bowls. After finishing her breakfast shopping, Luan drove towards the nearest wholesale market. After parking, she first rented a warehouse nearby for a month. The warehouse was over 300 square meters, neither too big nor too small, with a monthly rent of 3,000. After renting the warehouse, she officially began her big operation for the day. As soon as she entered the wholesale market, it was bustling with people and shops surrounded her. A dazzling array of goods made Luan wish she could take everything back to her space. Having experienced the apocalypse, Luan felt an obsession with acquiring things. She wanted to store everything in her space, thinking that only then would she feel secure. She didn't want to be hungry or cold anymore. She wanted to live better than anyone else. She nearly explored the entire wholesale market. After comparing prices at several shops, Luan rolled up her sleeves and started buying in bulk. Boss, please pack 500 bags of ordinary rice, wuchang rice, and panjin rice, each 50 g. For high gluten, medium gluten, and low gluten flour, please get me 500 bags of each 20 g per bag. And 1,000 g each of corn starch, potato starch, sweet potato starch, and glutinous rice flour. For glutinous rice, black rice, purple rice, oats, black beans, green beans, red beans, and peanuts, please get me 2,000 g of each. 2,000 bags of edible salt at 500 grams per bag, and 3,000 g each of white sugar, rock sugar, and brown sugar. Luan frowned slightly, feeling that she wasn't being thorough enough in her purchases. It was still because of the lack of money. Gritting her teeth, she switched to another shop, completely ignoring the chaos caused by the wholesale market bosses as they scrambled to assist her. Boss, I need 200 barrels each of peanut oil, rapeseed oil, olive oil, corn oil, and sesame oil, all 5 liters. Soy sauce, dark soy sauce, sesame oil, aged vinegar, white vinegar, cooking wine, oyster sauce, chili sauce, yellow bean sauce, beef chili sauce, Laogan tomato sauce. All 200 boxes. Sichuan pepper, dried chili, 13 spices, chicken essence, pepper powder, chili powder, cumin powder. All 200 Jean. After buying these, Luan went back to the small restaurant to pick up the ordered lunch boxes. After several trips, she finally collected everything. Once she reached a deserted area, she stored everything in her space to ensure the food stayed fresh and warm. It was careless of her to forget to rent a delivery truck. She had to do that tomorrow. After a busy morning, Luan was exhausted, panting heavily, and this was under the condition that her physical constitution was much better than average. She glanced at the printed list in her hand, realizing there were still many items left to buy. Back in the car, Luan took out the packed lunchboxes and began to wolf down her food. After finishing her meal, she finally remembered the items she had ordered online the day before. She quickly took out her phone to place all the orders, confirming with each customer service representative and urging them to expedite the shipping. Feeling a bit thirsty, Luan prepared to get out of the car to buy some water, but suddenly remembered she had a well in her space. She had been too shocked by the issues related to her space, and for the past 2 days, she had only been thinking about stockpiling, almost forgetting she had a well. It was just in time for her thirst. The water in the well looked so clear that it should be drinkable. Consciously, she used her old cup to scoop some water from the well in her space. Holding the cup, Luan's gaze fell on the crystal clear water inside, and she could faintly smell a subtle fragrance. This well water from her space actually has a fragrance. Woof woof woof. Just as Luan was about to drink the water, a sudden excited barking sounded from outside the car. Luan turned her head to look, and a golden retriever was peering through the half-open car window. The dog was panting with its tongue out, its tail wagging vigorously as if it wanted to jump into the car. Lai Fu, come down. The dog's owner was a young girl who hugged her dog and awkwardly apologized to Luan. Miss him, really sorry, my Lai Fu is usually very well behaved. I don't know what's gotten into him today. The young girl kept apologizing while struggling to hold on to her golden retriever. Luan smiled and shook her head, watching the dog that was trying to run over as it slowly walked away. Something flashed in Luan's eyes as she looked down at the cup in her hand. She wasn't the type to attract dogs, especially not to make them so wild. The only possibility was the well water in the cup. Tilting her head back, Luan drank the well water in the cup sip by sip. The expected sweetness made her squint her eyes. The well water was not only sweet, but also had a hint of coolness. The slightly cool well water went down smoothly, yet it felt like a warm current flowed through her entire body. In just a moment, Luan felt completely relaxed, as if she had boundless energy. This well water. Luan couldn't hide her astonishment. Without needing proof, she could feel the miraculousness of the well water. Her gaze fell on a seemingly inconspicuous stone on the ground outside the car, and in an instant the stone disappeared without drawing anyone's attention. At least 8 meters, it's at least 8 meters deep. Taking out that stone, Luan squeezed it slightly with her hand. The quail egg-sized stone was easily crushed by her. My strength has also increased. Luan had more strength than many men due to her martial arts training, but she definitely couldn't crush a stone so easily, even if this stone was only the size of a quail egg. One should know how hard a stone is. How could an ordinary person crush it? Surprise filled Luan's heart, and the initial fear of the future seemed to fade away at this moment. Only by becoming stronger could she survive well in the apocalypse. Though she knew she had to fight against the heavens, only Luan understood how difficult it was to survive in the apocalypse. With the space, the well water, along with her own experience and strength, she believed she would live well in this life. Unable to hold back, she broke into a smile, a heartfelt grin that was the most joyful and genuine since Luan's rebirth. After resting in the car for an hour, Luan continued her struggle in the wholesale market. Red dates, goji berries, silver fungus, dried longan. 200 pounds of each. Dried bamboo shoots, dried mushrooms, dried kelp, dried tea tree mushrooms, dried mustard greens. Forget it, just give me 300 pounds of all the dried goods in your store. Luan stood in the shop looking at the items displayed in the dried goods store. Too lazy to mention each one, she wanted them all, leaving nothing behind. Do you want them all? The boss, who was busy calculating the accounts, looked up in surprise. Yes, please send them to warehouse no. 5 outside the market as soon as possible. I'll give you a deposit of 10,000 yuan. Luan scanned 10,000 yuan to the boss payment code with her phone, not wasting any words. Confirming that Luan was not there to cause trouble, the boss became even more enthusiastic and said he would give her plenty of dried goods as gifts. With gifts on the way, Luan naturally wouldn't refuse, leaving the dried goods store and heading straight to the next She also needed to buy some snacks, 500 pounds each of pistachios, hazelnuts, macadamia nuts, walnuts, sunflower seeds, and also 500 pounds of milk candy, fruit candy, and chocolate. Milk, yogurt, lactic acid, bacteria. 1,000 boxes of each. After buying these, Luan entered the next store. Boss hot pot base, water boiled fish seasoning, old duck soup seasoning, and these, and those give me 500 packs of each. After leaving the store, Luan hurriedly made her way to the fruit wholesale market. Apples, strawberries, pears, mangoes, bananas, cherries, lychees, sugar cane, longan, durian, grapes, watermelons. 5,000 pounds of each. After finishing at the fruit market, Luan was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat. If it weren't for the support of the well water, she doubted she could have the energy to buy so many things in just one day. In fact, there was still plenty of time, but Luan felt a sense of urgency in her heart, fearing that if she didn't stock up in time, the apocalypse would come. She dared not gamble with time, and could only force herself not to waste a single second. The next day, Luan got up early and first rented a small truck, then drove to the vegetable market. The bustling vegetable market was filled mostly with aunties and uncles working hard. Luan squeezed in among them, following a few aunties, and found a vegetable stall that was both cheap and fresh. Chili peppers, tomatoes, green beans, cabbage, radishes, cucumbers, celery, pumpkins, winter melons, ginger, garlic, green onions. 3,000 pounds of each. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, 5,000 pounds of each. Having bought so much, Luan requested delivery. 10,000 eggs, 10,000 duck eggs, 10,000 quail eggs, and 10,000 goose eggs, with 2,000 fertilized chicken and duck eggs each. After buying fertilized eggs, she also needed to order incubators online. Once these were purchased, Luan went to the meat stall. After comparing several shops, Luan directly bought all the pork, beef, lamb, chicken, duck, goose, and rabbit meat from a few of them, each about 1,000 pounds. This meat wouldn't be enough for her to eat for years in the apocalypse. Uncertain whether this mysterious space could upgrade, Luan hoped for as much of these supplies as possible. To buy more, she needed to head to the slaughterhouse. At the fish stall, Luan bought 1,000 pounds each of crucian carp, grass carp, white catfish, carp, loach, and yellow eel. After buying fish, Luan noticed the seed store. Regardless of whether her space could cultivate them, she had to buy seeds even if they might not be needed. What if one day the apocalypse ended and the seeds in her space had a place to go? She cleared out 3 seed stores, not letting any online seed sellers slip by as they were cheap and saved money. After purchasing seeds, Luan went to the fruit and timber market, getting 10 seedlings of each type of fruit tree with 3-year growth. In the afternoon, Luan didn't buy anything else, but stayed obediently in front of the warehouse waiting for the delivery. One truck after another arrived at the warehouse at Luan's request, staggered in timing. After settling the payment for one batch, Luan stored the items into her space and continued to wait for the next one. This area was all warehouses with countless trucks coming and going every day, so Luan didn't have to worry about anyone noticing her only going in without coming out. After finishing with the last batch, Luan's consciousness fell into the space. Rice, flour, oil, various seasonings, snacks, milk, beef, lamb, pork, packaged prepared foods. Everything was neatly piled up in the space. The items were somewhat disordered, so Luan planned to order some shelves tomorrow for easier access in the future. She crossed off some items from the shopping list, calculated the expenses from the past 2 days, and realized she had spent over $6 million without even noticing. With just under $3 million left, the money seemed insufficient when needed. There were still a lot of things to buy, and Luan felt a headache coming on again. Sitting in the car, Luan stared blankly, pondering how to quickly acquire more money. Online loans were feasible, but the money was limited at most a few $100,000. She could sell her house in the small county town for about $1 million, but it seemed faster to get money through a mortgage. Calculating this way, it barely added up to less than $2 million, which was still not enough. Something flashed through her mind, which Luan quickly grasped, causing her lips to involuntarily curl up. "I'll come find you after I spend the money." Back at the hotel that night, Luan downloaded a bunch of online loan apps, ultimately managing to secure over $700,000. On the 3rd day, Luan went to a mortgage company to mortgage her house in the county town. The house, originally worth about $1 million, was only appraised at $800,000 by the unscrupulous mortgage company, with terrifyingly high interest. Fortunately, Luan didn't care at all and turned away with ease. The mortgage loan arrived quickly, giving her over $4 million to use. First, she ordered shelves, planning to buy 500. With good luck, the boss had 500 second-hand shelves in stock, half off the price, so she bought them. After ordering shelves, Luan went to order water tanks, requesting 500 tanks capable of holding 5 tons of water. Although her space had a well, who would complain about having too much water in the apocalypse? Water was necessary for both bathing and washing clothes. In the apocalypse, 1 liter of water could cost a life, both water and salt, were incredibly important. After buying water tanks, Luan also purchased 5,000 boxes of the cheapest purified water, with each box costing only 15 yuan, making each bottle less than a yuan. Who would have thought that the purified water once worthless before the apocalypse could cost a life afterward? With a bitter smile, Luan calmed down and purchased 5,000 bottles of 2-liter mineral water. After all was said and done, another 2 million had been spent, leaving over 2 million. Next is the seafood market, which Luan loves the most. She has dreamed of it more than once during the apocalypse. Upon entering the market, a strong fishy smell rushed towards her. Luan put on a mask and began to choose carefully. Soft-shelled turtle, mantis, shrimp, river shrimp, crab, clam, lobster, snail, oyster, all 3,000 genes. Bullfrog, prawn, crayfish, razor, clam, abalone, etc. Also 3,000 genes. The money was not enough, so she decided to come again next time. This time she only bought inexpensive items, not a single expensive one. Luan was unwilling, but her wallet did not allow it. This round spent over 1 million, leaving her with just over 1 million left. Driving past a liquefied gas store, Luan got out of the car and bought 1,015 kilograms gas tanks and 20 gas stoves. Adding the 2,000 yuan deposit for the gas tanks, she spent 18,000. She still had exactly 100,000 left, and she felt uncomfortable not spending it all. So she took this money and went to several pharmacies. Cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, cough medicine, allergy medicine, wound medicine, anti-diarrheal medicine, vitamins, iodine, gauze, alcohol, masks, thermometers. Luan bought everything she could at the pharmacy until she spent down to 50,000. Still not enough. Luan stored all the medicine in her space, leaning wearily against the seat, almost falling asleep. Her mind quickly went over the things she still needed to buy. She hadn't bought any outdoor supplies, transportation tools, weapons, electrical appliances, gasoline, diesel, and items she had bought before but still needed. With 11 million, she had no idea how to spend it all. Fortunately, the things she had stockpiled were enough for her to live without worry for a lifetime, but to live well she was still lacking. Speaking of weapons, Luan's consciousness entered her space to find a large box. The box was something she had collected from under her bed when she left home, containing some of her father's cold weapons from his lifetime. A tang knife and a meow knife. A crossbow with 50 matching arrows. Also a recurve bow with 100 matching arrows. Her father loved martial arts and was a weapon enthusiast. These items were well preserved. Tears glistened in her eyes as Luan closed them, not allowing her weakness to surface. After resting, she continued to store all the items she had ordered in her space. She ordered 5 days' worth of takeout from a small restaurant with 1,500 boxed meals and 4,000 to 5,000 separate dishes. Whenever she had nothing to do, she would also buy some snacks to store in her space. A few days later, the online deliveries arrived one after another, and Luan stored all of them in her space. Now that her money was spent, she had to start making money, and she needed to make big money. Opening her eyes, Luan's gaze held a chill. Yesterday, she had already chosen her target, a person named Lin Huai, a rich second generation and a thorough doomsday enthusiast. Lin Huai, 30 years old, was the young master of the Lin Group in the Revival City. He was completely unproductive, firmly believing that the apocalypse would come, making him an extreme doomsday fanatic. Wealthy doomsday enthusiasts always have strange ideas and actions, such as stockpiling a bunch of good things. Because of this, Lin Huai's stockpiled goods attracted a large number of people, committing numerous evils and harming countless lives. In the second year of the apocalypse, Luan came to the Revival City, where she was caught by Lin Huai's people and imprisoned with a large group. She spent 3 months on Lin Huai's territory, enduring considerable torment. Unfortunately, with her capabilities at that time, confronting Lin Huai was like hitting a stone with an egg. She thought she would die on Lin Huai's territory, but fate intervened. A team of soldiers stealthily entered Lin Huai's domain and eliminated him with overwhelming force during a rainy night. At that time, she was so malnourished from the torment that she was nothing but skin and bones. Standing among the victims, braving the downpour, her gaze fell on the soldiers, filled with admiration for their righteousness. When Lin Huai died, she saw warehouse after warehouse of goods being transported away by large trucks. In that moment, she was in a pathetic state, curled up under a roof, watching the goods with longing, but too afraid to make any move. She remembered that night the rain poured heavily, and she was hungry and thirsty, her filthy hands cupped together to catch rainwater from the roof. Later, a tall and upright figure stood in front of her, offering her bread and bottled water. She couldn't see his face clearly, she only heard his deep voice say, "Eat, if it's not enough, there's more." When she took the bread and water, she didn't even have time to say thank you before he turned and left. In the darkness, she looked at his back through the faint light, feeling unworthy of repayment. After that day, Luan entered the base and lived there for half a year. Later, she encountered a riot at the base and escaped, wandering alone, fighting with others just to survive. Shaking her head vigorously, Luan rubbed her forehead and scoffed, "What am I still thinking about at this time?" She was very familiar with Lin Huai's territory, and since he was a great villain, she didn't feel guilty for taking those things. Having made up her mind, Luan stayed in the White City for another 3 days. After storing large items like the water storage tank in her space, she finally bought a train ticket back to the Revival City. She canceled her accommodation and stored her off-road vehicle in her space, taking the train to the Revival City. The Revival City is adjacent to the White City, but it is much more prosperous and is a first-tier city in Hua country. The Lin group holds absolute power in the Revival City. Although she was familiar with Lin Huai's territory, Luan still needed to be careful and must not let anything go wrong. Lin Huai lives alone on the famous Jingyang Mountain in the Revival City, occupying a vast area of forest. Luan found a hotel not far from the foot of Jingyang Mountain to rest, knowing that she needed to be well rested to deal with Lin Huai. The next day, Luan began to quietly inquire about Lin Huai's recent movements and spent 5,000 yuan to buy 2 pieces of information about him. One piece of information was that Lin Huai would hold a banquet tomorrow, but that was not the most important news. The most important piece of news was the second one, which stated that Lin Huai had recently sent many of his people out, but nobody knew what for. An unexpected surprise filled her heart. Having been reborn, Luan felt her luck had improved significantly. On the afternoon of the second day, Luan quietly arrived at Jingyang Mountain. She did not go to Lin Huai's big villa, but took a detour to the back mountain of Lin Huai's villa. Avoiding countless surveillance cameras along the way, Luan occasionally stopped to observe her surroundings. During this time, drinking well water daily not only increased her ability to retrieve items remotely to 15 meters, but her hearing and vision had also improved significantly. For example, now she was hiding in a tree, and she could hear a rabbit digging a hole 10 meters away very clearly. Incredible. This well water is simply amazing. To call it divine water would not be an exaggeration. Taking out the telescope she had just bought, Luan looked towards a building 500 meters away. Who would have thought that the young master of the Lin family not only had a large villa halfway up the mountain, but also a nearly 10,000 square meter warehouse in the back mountain. Tisk, the vile capitalist, must be sanctioned. Perhaps all of Lin Huai's people have been dispatched, as there were not many individuals in the large warehouse. 2 guards were patrolling back and forth at the entrance, while a few others were busy moving items in the yard. Luan sat atop a large tree contemplating how to enter the warehouse without being noticed. At that moment, 3 large trucks were slowly making their way along the mountain road about 10 meters away from her. Suddenly, the last truck came to a halt, and a sturdy man jumped out, rushing towards the woods. Witnessing the scene, Luan silently leaped down from the tree, stealthily making her way toward the truck. She moved swiftly, avoiding detection, as she hid beneath the truck, preparing to infiltrate the warehouse. The sturdy man soon returned, driving the large truck into the warehouse. As the truck came to a stop, the sturdy man got out to greet the people in the yard. Luan held her breath, pressing herself against the bottom of the truck, and, when no one was watching, she slipped away. Avoiding surveillance, Luan found a corner piled high with items to strategize her next move. She was in the heart of the enemy's territory, and every step had to be calculated precisely to avoid mistakes. "Old Gao is that woman we played with last time still alive?" A lewd man approached, smoking a cigarette as he conversed with the sturdy man. "She still has a breath left. Do you want to play? It's all yours." The sturdy man chuckled, as if discussing something trivial. Luan, hidden in the shadows, felt a surge of murderous intent. Damn the beasts, she shouldn't have only thought about taking the items from the warehouse and leaving. They all deserve to die. In a law-abiding society, they dared to act this way, and after the apocalypse, she couldn't imagine how insane these people would be. Instantly changing her plan, Luan cast a cold glance at the 2 men before vanishing from her spot. In the surveillance room, a man sat slumped in his chair, drowsy. Luan quietly approached the man from behind and forcefully twisted his head. With a crack, the man's neck snapped. Luan donned the man's coat and cap, turned off the surveillance, and exited the monitoring room. She stealthily approached one of the men in the yard and effortlessly killed him with her tang knife, not giving him a chance to raise the alarm. After eliminating one man, Luan circled around to the second person, covering his mouth and stabbing through his chest. After dealing with 2 men, Luan approached another, and one by one Lin Huai's subordinates fell under her unsuspecting assault. 1, 2, 3. In total, 8 men perished at Luan's hands. Compared to Luan, who had returned from the apocalypse, these men were like ants. Not to mention her combat prowess had significantly increased due to the spring water. After finishing off everyone, Luan searched the bodies for the keys to the warehouse and then stored the 3 large trucks in her space. With no time to check the contents of the trucks, Luan quickly made her way to the warehouse. The warehouse had 3 floors occupying an area of several thousand square meters, with the first floor alone covering 20,000 square feet. The first floor contained only one large warehouse, which Luan unlocked with the key. Inside the warehouse, more than 20 vehicles were neatly parked, including 5 Jeeps, 8 SUVs, 4 large RVs, 5 Hummers, and 3 supercars. These vehicles were clearly modified and exceedingly robust, a testament to the ingenious minds of the apocalypse enthusiasts. In addition to these, the floor was littered with car parts, lubricants, antifreeze, and snow chains. In the corner, there were also over 1,000 barrels of gasoline and diesel, each holding 200 liters, alongside dozens of 30-liter oil drums. Aside from these, there were over 20 mountain bicycles and more than 50 motorcycles on one side. At the back, there were dozens of shelves stocked with outdoor supplies. Speedboats, inflatable boats, skiing equipment, earthquake kits, diving gear, oxygen tanks, tents, backpacks, flashlights, sleeping bags, moisture-proof mats, windproof lamps, fire axes, entrenching tools, outdoor cooking equipment, and pots. Each item was exceptionally well prepared, especially the oxygen tanks, of which there were thousands. Cold weather gear, thermal suits, sun protection, clothing, military shoes, hiking boots. Although the clothes and shoes were all men's sizes, it didn't stop her from taking them all. "These are all mine, all mine." Luan began to store the items in her space, her face beaming with joy. She was immensely grateful to the wealthy second generation for this windfall and wondered if there would be another chance to reap benefits in the future. These were precisely the items she lacked, and the wealthy second generation delivered them at just the right time. In just 2 minutes, the entire warehouse was emptied at an astonishing speed. Having cleared out the first floor warehouse, Luan headed to the second floor. The second floor housed 4 storerooms. Upon opening the first, it was filled with rice flour and cooking oil. The rice and flour alone amounted to several hundred tons, while coarse grains totaled over 100 tons, with thousands of barrels of cooking oil. The dates on the supplies were all recent, indicating that these items were likely replaced regularly. Rich people were indeed unconcerned about waste. The second storeroom was packed with dried goods and seasonings: salt, white sugar, brown sugar, soy sauce, vinegar. Various seasonings, with each type having at least several hundred boxes. Thousands of pounds of vacuum-packed cured meats and sausages, over 1,000 dried chickens and ducks, hundreds of large hams, and thousands of pounds of beef jerky. Self-heating rice, instant noodles, chocolate milk, energy bars, and hot dogs. Canned peaches, strawberries, beef, and braised pork. Roughly, there were over 3,000 boxes. Counting was impossible, as this wasn't the place to tally items, so she quickly stored everything. The third storeroom was a storeroom for alcohol, cigarettes, and tea. Similarly piled high, there were thousands of boxes of various liquors and beers, hundreds of boxes of high and low-end cigarettes, and over 1,000 pounds of fine tea leaves. The fourth storeroom was a cold storage where a chill enveloped her upon entry. There were tens of thousands of pounds of pre-cut pork, tens of thousands of pounds of beef and mutton, and many frozen chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits. There were also plenty of seafood, including several bluefin tuna. Thanks to the generous donation from the wealthy second generation, her collection of items in the space had instantly expanded significantly. She had also accumulated a large quantity of meat that she had almost forgotten to stock up on. Upon entering the third floor, Luan opened the warehouse door and was overwhelmed with unexpected joy. 3 helicopters were parked inside the warehouse alongside 5 escape pods and 2 submarines. In addition to these, there were solar panels, small wind turbines, large-capacity batteries, solar chargers, and mobile power banks. Lastly, there were 4 low-noise diesel generators and over 300 barrels of diesel. Though the second generation is a scoundrel, it doesn't stop him from always wanting to give me gifts. Luan couldn't suppress the smile on her face, and for the first time, she touched the helicopter in front of her with excitement. Look, the wealthy second generation even thoughtfully placed the keys beside it. With only about 10 million to her name, she couldn't even dream of such things again, and she expressed her gratitude for the generous gifts from the wealthy second generation. Not knowing how to fly was no obstacle. It didn't stop her from storing it in her space. After securing the helicopters, Luan's eyes gleamed as she gazed at the escape pods and submarines. "With these, I have a much better chance of preserving my life." Luan revealed a joyful smile as she stored everything into her space. After collecting this warehouse, there is only one last warehouse left. Upon entering, it is filled with medicines. Everything she cannot gather is here, such as vaccines for smallpox, rabies, and tetanus. These precious vaccines are all frozen in several large refrigerators. With a slight raise of her brow, Luan truly didn't know how to evaluate Lin Wai. Although the hobby of a rich second generation in the apocalypse is a bit crazy, she loves it too much. The entire 1,000 square meters is filled with medicines, not a single one can be missed, all must be collected. It took just over 10 minutes to collect everything from the 3 floors, and Luan dared not stay longer, preparing to leave. Wait a minute. Suddenly she thought of something incredibly important. Luan clearly remembers that after Lin Huai was killed, many firearms were taken out. During the 3 months she was captured, she also saw people transporting weapon crates. Even if it is not the apocalypse now, with Lin Huai's character coupled with the fact that the Lin group is involved in the dark, hiding these things would be easy. So there must be some place she overlooked. Luan thought, carefully recalling any details from the time back then she was like the lowest level laborer, not allowed to enter the warehouse at all. Besides knowing that this place was filled with supplies, she had no clues about any hidden areas. The firearms must be obtained. Luan, unwilling to give up, began searching again, occasionally paying attention to the outside situation. If there was danger, she must leave immediately. Finally, after Luan checked 3 times, she discovered a clue in the first-level warehouse. An inconspicuous tile was pried open by Luan, revealing a white button inside. Thinking for a moment, Luan took out her tang knife for self-defense and pressed the button. A faint cracking sound echoed from the ground not far away. The ground where the off-road vehicle was originally placed slowly opened, revealing a basement. Good Lin Huai, truly worthy of being the esteemed young Master Lin. Luan chuckled coldly. If she hadn't emptied the entire warehouse, she would never have discovered such a hidden place. Fortunately, she possesses space abilities. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to clear out an entire warehouse so easily. Moreover, who would have the capability to steal these cars unless they were looking for death? Lin Huai is indeed not simple. Taking advantage of the madness of the apocalypse, he managed to hide so many illegal items here without anyone noticing. Indeed, one should never underestimate anyone, even if they appear inconspicuous. Luan, holding her tang knife, cautiously walked towards the basement. After confirming there was no danger for the 3rd time, she breathed a sigh of relief. The basement is quite large, with walls built of steel plates. It is a living room of about 100 square meters, lavishly decorated, clearly arranged by Lin Huai for himself. Sofas, collected televisions, collected coffee tables, collected wine cabinets, along with the expensive red and white wines collected. After finishing here, Luan casually opened a room, and a strong sense of wealth hit her. Looking at the scene before her, Luan couldn't help but twitch her lips. Directly opposite was a wall piled with gold bars, while both sides were walls of cash. Dozens of large safes were neatly arranged, and there were also some antique porcelain nearby. Goodness. Thanks to the boss. Thanks to Lin Air Dye for the sponsorship. Luan was overjoyed, directly storing all the income in her space, leaving a little behind as her loss. Next was the kitchen, with several double-door refrigerators filled to the brim. Besides fruits and vegetables, there was also a lot of caviar, foie gras, black truffles, and steaks. Without time to examine carefully, she hurriedly stored everything in her space. After clearing out the kitchen, Luan also emptied Lin Huai's wine cellar. Thousands of bottles of high-end red wine, including 1982 Lafite and Domaine de la Romanée-Conti. In any case, whether red or white, various fine wines were available here. There was also Lin Huai's room, which had an obviously high-end large bed and a cabinet filled with luxury watches. She collected everything except for the clothes and pants that had been worn in the wardrobe. Unexpectedly, she found a pistol in the bedside table. Luan picked it up for a look. It was a Desert Eagle with 7 bullets in the chamber. Speaking of which, how did she come to know about these things? This was thanks to her running into a group of armed individuals in the 3rd year of the apocalypse, during which her arm was shot. Holding the pistol, Luan couldn't care to play around, as she was still on someone else's territory. The last room should be the firearms she needed the most. She didn't know if it was Lin Huai's overconfidence or arrogance, but the door to the room containing the firearms was surprisingly easy to open. However, Luan knew that the place where Lin Huai lived was truly a fortress, and trying to get in there was nothing but a pipe dream. Regardless, she still had to thank this rich second generation a lot. Thank him for not turning this place into a fortress. As for why he didn't turn it into an apocalyptic stronghold, she didn't know the reason. Boldly guessing it might be to mislead others, making them think this place is not important. Of course, whether her guess is correct remains unknown. The room of over 1,000 square meters is filled with weapons, with many firearms hanging on 3 walls. Stab-resistant vests, bulletproof vests, Swiss Army knives, Nepalese knives, gas masks, handgun, shotgun, sniper rifles, assault rifles, tear gas grenades. Each type has more than a dozen crates, and there are hundreds of crates of various ammunition. Hundreds of crates of grenades, hundreds of crates of explosives, and there are even powerful rocket launchers. Besides firearms, there are surprisingly various crossbows with over 100 crates of crossbow bolts. Lin Huai, what a rich second generation. So many weapons, who knows how much time and effort it took to transport them here. Looking at so many weapons, Luan always felt that Lin Huai was hiding something behind the facade of the so-called apocalypse madness, having done who knows how many bad things in secret. Of course, she had no interest in knowing what he did behind the scenes. She just wanted to store everything here in her. She wondered if this person would spit blood upon seeing everything in the warehouse stolen. After collecting everything except for those clothes and pants worn by Lin Huai, Luan did not leave even a piece of wood behind. A useless firewood would at least be used for warmth during the extreme cold of the apocalypse. Speaking of firewood, Luan remembered that she hadn't stockpiled charcoal and coal yet. Lin Air Dai didn't have any here either. She would buy some when she returned, planning to $0 purchase the coal factory just before the apocalypse. Leaving the basement after confirming there was no one, Luan left Lin Huai's territory at the fastest speed. She didn't drive her own car, fearing that any clues could be tracked down by Lin Huai. Instead, she drove the off-road vehicle that Lin Huai had left in the warehouse, speeding away. Arriving in a sparsely populated area, Luan quickly changed cars and clothes when no one was paying attention to her. Once she completely relaxed, she realized her head was a bit painful. She didn't know if it was a post-apocalyptic after effect or due to excessive use of space. While resting her eyes, Luan entered the space and began to check the items she had collected. The items collected today exceeded several times what she had painstakingly bought over the past few days. What delighted her the most was that in addition to replenishing the things she lacked, she gained a large pile of firearms. These items increased her chances of survival. She died in the 5th year of the apocalypse. Although she didn't know what disasters lay ahead, one thing was certain: the apocalypse was definitely not over. No longer overthinking anything else, Luan meticulously counted the items she had obtained from Lin Huai. The rice flour and various coarse grains added up to over 1,300 tons. Over 1,000 boxes of 5-liter edible oil totaling around 5,000 barrels. There was also a large pile of dried spices and sun-dried chicken, duck, and beef. A plethora of outdoor supplies. Just the inflatable boats and rubber dinghies alone numbered 50 each, not to mention other items. There was simply too much, far too much. Counting and counting, Luan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Indeed, zero-cost shopping was the greatest joy. There was a whole warehouse full of pharmaceuticals, with a complete variety, at least 10 boxes of each kind totaling over 100 boxes. The vaccines were also quite complete. At the time, she hadn't dared to think of stockpiling these, as they were notoriously difficult to procure. There were 400 million in cash across 2 walls. Wow, that was a fortune. One wall was filled with gold, with 500 grams each totaling 1,000 pieces, equating to 1,000 pounds. At the current market price of 500 yuan per gram, 1,000 pounds of gold was worth 250 million. Besides these, there were several safes filled with expensive jade, which must be worth over 100 million. Dammy. Unable to contain her frustration at that moment, Luan wished she could return and rob Lin Huai once more. If Lin Huai alone had so much wealth, how rich must the entire Lin family be? It was infuriating, truly jealousy-inducing. She wanted to loot everything. Taking a deep breath, Luan hurriedly calmed herself down. After finally managing to do so, she began to check the most important items, which were also one of her greatest sources of confidence. Not to mention various firearms. There were over 300,000 rounds of ammunition and hundreds of rocket launchers. Additionally, there were several crossbows with 160 boxes of bolts, each containing 5,000 bolts, totaling 800,000 bolts. 3,000 grenades and 3,000 explosives. The Lin family, what a powerful family, what a formidable young master Lin Huai. Luan gazed in the direction of Lin Huai's villa. She remembered that after the apocalypse, Lin Huai was the only one who had brazenly dominated the market. With such a powerful force as the Lin family, it shouldn't have been just Lin Huai alone. Something must have happened that she was unaware of, leading the other members of the Lin family to nearly vanish from sight. She patted her head, stopping herself from overthinking. To put it bluntly, she was just a small fry. Without her space, she was nothing. She could barely manage herself, let alone think about others. As surviving after the apocalypse was the only skill that mattered. Sigh. With a sigh, Luan indeed had a moment where she wanted to explore Lin Huai's villa. With all those items in the warehouse, the villa must have plenty as well. However, Luan wouldn't act so impulsively. Just because she succeeded once didn't mean she would succeed a second time. Moreover, Lin Huai's villa was as fortified as a copper wall and iron bastion, making it no easy task to steal from. Forget it, don't be too greedy. One careless mistake could cost her life. No matter how capable she was, she could still die. Now that she had 650 million along with over 100 million in jade jewelry, she needed to set her sights further. Gold was hard to deal with domestically along with those jade antiques. To avoid leaving any traces for Lin Huai to find, Luan originally planned to stockpile goods domestically, but with these she would have to go cause some chaos abroad. Starting the car and pressing the accelerator, Luan drove away. While driving, she mentally calculated what else she needed to supplement. Lighters and candles were essential. Adult milk powder and baby formula should also be bought, and she needed to prepare some clothes for little kids. Although she hadn't planned to marry and have children in the apocalypse, not having children didn't mean she couldn't prepare, after all she was wealthy now. As for meat, seafood, and any vegetables and fruits, she hadn't bought enough if she needed to stock up on those as well. Currently her space could only serve as a storage area. Though she had a hunch it could upgrade, she didn't know what to use for that upgrade. Gold and jade didn't seem to work. In a non-upgraded space, these items would diminish with each use, necessitating large quantities. Up ahead, a crowd had gathered, blocking the road. Luan had no choice but to park her car by the roadside and get out to see what was happening ahead. Upon learning it was an accident, she didn't intend to get involved. Just as she was about to get back in the car to leave, the ground suddenly started shaking violently. Unprepared, Luan swayed from side to side due to the earthquake, nearly losing her balance. "Be careful." A large hand reached out to steady her, a deep voice resounding from behind her. "Thank you." Luan turned to look, meeting a pair of deep, attractive eyes. He was tall, about 185 centimeters or more, and she barely reached his shoulder. His brows resembled distant mountains, his eyes like twinkling stars. He was a remarkably handsome and strong man. Especially his aura, which carried both righteousness and composure. Luan didn't lose herself in the man's looks, but did appreciate them. After all, who didn't like looking at handsome men? Of course, what attracted Luan even more was the man's voice, which was very pleasant and gave her a sense of familiarity. Even though he was a stranger, she felt as though she had heard his voice somewhere before. Unable to recall, Luan decided to stop overthinking. Jiang Xian withdrew his hand only after ensuring Luan was steady. His gaze fell upon her delicate face as he quietly said, "No need to thank me." Retracting his gaze, Jiang Xian looked ahead. Due to the earthquake, many people were awkwardly crouched on the ground, all appearing flustered. Luan followed his gaze, slightly furrowing her brows. It seemed there had been an earthquake during the market's reopening in her previous life. At the time she hadn't paid attention and had forgotten the date. She had never expected it to be today. "What's happening? Why did it suddenly shake?" "That scared me to death." Next to her, a young couple scrambled up from the ground. "Have you noticed how there have been quite a few disasters lately? Could it be that the apocalypse is approaching?" The girl joked, playfully wrapping her arms around the boy. Luan glanced at the girl, speaking, a slight smile tugging at her lips. "You actually hit the nail on the head. The apocalypse is indeed coming." Jiang Xian's gaze unintentionally fell on Luan, wondering what she found amusing. When the earthquake struck, he happened to be standing behind Luan and instinctively reached out to support her. In fact, he had spotted her the moment she got out of the car amidst the crowd. Part of it was her exceptionally beautiful appearance, but more so it was her unique aura. Although she stood there, she gave off a sense of detachment. It was as if she had endured countless hardships, gazing down upon the world with insight, yet feeling powerless, hence her gaze held a compassion that seemed numb. She was a contradictory girl, yet one who was impossible to ignore. Jiang Xian knew he was somewhat losing composure, but still couldn't help but glance at Luan again. Luan, however, was oblivious to Jiang Xian's gaze. Her attention was entirely on the two young people. "Are you crazy, spouting nonsense?" The boy, still shaken from the recent earthquake, shouted fiercely at the "Why are you yelling?" "I was just joking. There have indeed been many disasters lately. Just a while ago, Ming City experienced floods and Lu City is facing drought. How can it be dry already in just a few months? Isn't it abnormal?" "Nonsense. All this apocalyptic talk is just the ramblings of lunatics. I saw a post online about it last time and was so furious I scolded the author." The boy, filled with anger, shot a glance at his girlfriend. Luan chuckled and turned to get into the car. Just as the boy said this was also why she didn't post anything online to warn people after her rebirth. Online discussions about the apocalypse have been rampant, with one post being shut down only for another to emerge, always accompanied by alarmist rhetoric. Initially, it was lighthearted banter, but it gradually turned into a battle of insults. She was certain that if she posted, 98% of people wouldn't believe her. The remaining 2% would just be onlookers, and of that, perhaps 1% would be apocalypse enthusiasts like Lin Huai. Everyone is like this. Even if the apocalypse truly arrives, countless people will still escape reality. She has long been aware of this, so she wouldn't post anything online to inform others. As for whether to inform the government, she was still contemplating. The likelihood is that the government wouldn't believe it at first. This matter requires careful consideration, and she absolutely cannot expose herself. While the young man and woman continued their argument, Luan's SUV came to a halt in front of them, her hand resting on the car window. The young pair looked at Luan with confusion. Perhaps the apocalypse is truly upon us. Luan's eyes sparkled with laughter, yet her tone was incredibly serious. Had they not mentioned it, she wouldn't have thought so much. It turns out there were so many signs before the apocalypse arrived, but no one thought much of it, believing it to be just ordinary natural disasters. How is that possible? The boy was rendered speechless in front of Luan's pure and beautiful face, stuttering. What nonsense are you talking about? Seeing her boyfriend's reaction, the girl, feeling jealous, stepped in front of him. Luan didn't say anything more, rolling up the window and driving away. Jiang Xian sat in his car, his deep gaze revealing an enigmatic expression. The apocalypse. Is it really going to happen? Luan booked a flight to the Kingdom of Buddha for the next day. The fragrant rice from that country was renowned, and there were many inexpensive fruits available. With time still on her side, Luan returned to the hotel for a shower and changed into clean clothes, donning a mask as she headed to the famous food street. 100 roasted ducks, 100 roasted chickens, 200 pounds of crayfish. She cleared out several cake shops of various flavored cakes and ordered a total of 2,000 cups of milk tea. If it weren't for the time constraint, she would have ordered even more. While the food was being prepared, she went to a hardware store and bought a lot of items. Door locks, wrenches, electric drills, screwdrivers, gloves, water pipes, pneumatic nail guns. She nearly cleared out the entire hardware store, paying in cash under the astonished gaze of the owner. In one night, she spent 850,000. The next day, Luan flew directly to the Kingdom of Buddha. After resting well, she immediately booked a large warehouse and then hired several purchasing agents. 5,000 tons of rice, 3,000 tons of flour, and 2,000 tons of other coarse grains. The fruits from the Kingdom of Buddha were excellent durians, mangosteens, mangoes, cherries, coconuts, longans, rambutan. Now that she had money, she ordered 500 tons of everything. There were also the seafood from the Kingdom of Buddha, the king crabs, lobsters, and geoducks she didn't purchase last time. She was ready to spend 50 million. Food is essential: coconut chicken soup, stir-fried rice noodles, mango sticky rice, tom yum soup, and raw seafood. 2,000 portions of each. After 5 days in the Kingdom of Buddha, Luan immediately flew to the cherry blossom country. The cherry blossom country had experienced frequent earthquakes recently. In her previous life, the country was nearly destroyed half a month before the apocalypse, which shocked the entire nation. Luan didn't want to stay long either. She similarly found a purchasing agent buying some rice flour and oil along with plenty of food like sushi from the cherry blossom country. She also bought 10 heads of the renowned Wagyu beef from the cherry blossom country. As for seafood, she decided against it, fearing it would shorten her lifespan. One important item nearly slipped her mind: the spiritual sustenance for the apocalypse. Game consoles, anime, comics, movies. After spending 10 days in the cherry blossom country, Luan did not leave, but went to a certain port. With a month remaining until the apocalypse, but only half a month left for the cherry blossom country, under the cover of night a figure moved like a specter through the port, making all the containers vanish into thin air. More than 200,000 containers disappeared within 2 hours. After clearing the containers, Luan was drenched in sweat, her head aching fiercely. If it weren't for the fact that she had been drinking well water every day for the past 10 days, collecting these would be nothing short of a dream. After drinking a large cup of well water, Luan felt slightly better. With no time to rest, Luan prepared to leave, but her gaze was drawn to a cargo ship not far away. Should she collect it or not? Or rather, can she even collect it? Taking another big sip of well water, Luan decided to go for it. It wasn't the cargo ship she was after. Her eyes were on the massive oil tanker nearby. If she successfully collects this, she would never have to worry about gasoline or diesel for this lifetime, or even several lifetimes. Even if she used a barrel, it wouldn't matter. Uncertain if she could manage it, Luan gritted her teeth and attempted to collect the oil tanker. The tanker vanished in place and entered her space. Luan's head throbbed painfully and her vision darkened, nearly causing her to faint. Struggling to maintain her balance, she pressed her right hand against her forehead and swayed as she quickly left. As for the remaining cargo ship, she decided to forget about it. The only reason she didn't faint immediately was her willpower, which exceeded that of others. Soon after leaving the port, Luan fainted in the car. Luan was awakened by the noisy chatter from outside. When she looked up, she saw several police officers from the cherry blossom country standing outside her vehicle. One of them asked her in cherry blossom language why she was there. I was just driving through and I had a headache, so I rested here all night. Did something happen? Luan blinked innocently. Upon seeing Luan's pale complexion and her frail appearance, the officers were quite accommodating, asking a few simple questions before leaving. How could it possibly be the work of human hands to empty our empire's port? I say it must be the work of aliens. People passing by spoke as they walked. Luan rubbed her still throbbing head and smiled slightly. It seemed that the disappearance of the containers and the oil tanker had caused quite a stir in the cherry blossom country. Although she wasn't afraid of being tracked down, Luan still booked the earliest flight out, preparing to head to the bear country. It was only after boarding the plane that she relaxed and began to check her gains. More than 200,000 containers cannot be cleared out in a short time. The main concern is that 40,000-ton oil tanker. 40,000 tons, all of it refined oil. The quantities of gasoline, diesel, and kerosene are overwhelming. Originally, Luan was still considering whether she needed to run to a certain oil-rich country to buy in bulk. Now she didn't have to, and moreover her time was tight, so skipping a country was better. A total of 200 million was spent in the Buddhist kingdom and the Sakura country. There is still 200 million in cash, and as for gold and antique jade, Luan converted them into money in the bear country, totaling 450 million. She now has 650 million left. After renting a warehouse, Luan immediately contacted the purchasing agent. Although she had already accumulated too much rice and flour having come to the bear country, she decided to buy some local rice and flour, ordering a total of 10,000 tons. Meat is cheap in the bear country, so she ordered 5,000 tons each of beef, lamb, and pork, and 3,000 tons each of chicken, duck, goose, and rabbit. She also stocked up on frozen goods, such as beef rolls, lamb rolls, chicken feet, and wings. Additionally, she decided to hoard some seafood. Luan's supply of freshwater fish was low, so she took the opportunity to stock up on a large quantity in the bear country, ordering 100,000 of each type of freshwater fish. The bear country has an abundance of coal and timber, which are extremely needed in extreme cold, so she ordered 5,000 tons each of charcoal coal, timber, and honeycomb coal. She also bought 100,000 gas tanks, which can be used for cooking or as weapons. Caviar, cheese, bread, candy, vodka, chocolate, beverages, various instant products, and other specialty snacks. There were also some overlooked items that she procured in the bear country, including a substantial amount of construction materials. After spending over 200 million, Luan finally stopped. With 10,000 water tanks ordered in the bear country, Luan went to the shores of Lake Baikal. Looking at the picturesque scenery where the water meets the sky, she couldn't help but take out her camera to capture the moment, knowing that it would soon be destroyed. During this time, she took photos wherever she went, which she could look back on later when she had time. After taking pictures, Luan took out a sushi platter and a cup of milk tea, enjoying her meal immensely. After finishing her food, Luan plunged both hands into the lake water. The water formed a large whirlpool as she hummed a tune while enjoying her candy. After more than half an hour, she had filled 10,500 water tanks, totaling over 100,000 tons of water. Sitting happily on a rock, Luan closed her eyes to rest. Her next destination is the beautiful country, which is also the last country before the apocalypse. With over 400 million left, she had basically stocked up on everything she needed. Even if she hadn't acquired everything, she believed that the more than 200,000 containers would still bring her plenty of surprises. By the way, she hadn't stocked up on yachts yet. She ordered 10 small yachts, 5 medium yachts, and 1 luxury yacht. For outdoor supplies, aside from what she got for free from Lin Hui, she cleared out 2 large outdoor supply stores. As for electrical appliances, it's best to buy those made in China when she returns home. The beautiful country has an abundance of fresh milk, which must be bought, 100,000 barrels. Adult milk powder, infant milk powder, American ginseng, cranberries, ice cream, chocolate, KFC meals, pizza, milkshakes, cheesecake, cocktails, fruits. Solar panels, batteries, solar power banks, mobile phones, computers. Not to mention medicines. Now she could go on a shopping spree. Agricultural tools, seeders, deep loosening machines, threshers, water pumps, and weeding machines. She bought 10 of each and made sure not to forget any accompanying parts. There was one more thing that she almost forgot: cosmetics. She ordered 20,000 each of sunscreen and sun spray, 20,000 body lotions, 20,000 skincare sets, and 50,000 boxes of face masks. She couldn't forget about makeup either, even though it would be rarely used in the apocalypse. The desire to be beautiful resides in everyone, so she ordered 1,000 sets. With only 130 million left, Luan finally stopped. After booking a flight for the next afternoon, she didn't waste any time and headed to the port of the beautiful country. The Sakura country and the beautiful country were Luan's most disliked nations. Since she had already visited the port in the Sakura country, she naturally wouldn't miss the port in the beautiful country. This time Luan directly took away 400,000 containers. It was another intense wave of pain, but this time she did not faint as she had in the Japan. Her ability to collect items from a distance had extended to 30 meters, but the only drawback was that she couldn't collect items through obstacles. To illustrate with a safe, she could draw a safe into her space, but she couldn't clear out the contents inside without directly accessing it. While driving towards the hotel, Luan suddenly slammed on the brakes. Her ears twitched as she turned her head to the right. On the right side was a dense forest, and she needed to pass through it to enter the city. The sound of bullets echoed in the night, still quite far from her. Had it not been for the well water, she wouldn't have heard it at all. Luan thought for a moment and drove towards the sound of the gunfire. After storing the car in her space, Luan walked lightly through the woods. Over 30 meters away, more than 20 military vehicles were concealed with 5 or 6 men in camouflage uniforms patrolling with weapons. Luan observed carefully, initially thinking they were soldiers from the beautiful country, but upon closer inspection, she could discern the difference between them and actual soldiers. Gunshots rang out not far away, and the patrolling soldiers seemed unconcerned, occasionally engaging in conversation and laughter. Drawing her sniper rifle, Luan aimed at one of them and fired. One fell to the ground and the others reacted, cursing as they began to shoot wildly. Luan remained calm as water, not disturbed by their chaotic response. After taking down 2 more with another shot, Luan threw a grenade, quickly leaving her original position while the remaining men were in a state of panic. She stealthily approached the 3 remaining men from behind, having switched her sniper rifle for a handgun, and took the lives of all 3 with 3 shots. The 6 men, even in death, believed they were ambushed by enemies and had no idea it was Luan passing by. After storing more than 20 military vehicles in her space, Luan ran towards the direction of the gunfire. Upon arriving at the destination, the gunfire had significantly decreased and a massive building stood in the center of the woods. The ground was littered with corpses and the walls of the building were splattered with blood. Taking out her night vision goggles to examine the scene, Luan concluded that this was likely a secret base of an arms dealer. It seemed that they were attacked by enemies, which led to the battle. The casualties on both sides were severe. Judging by the corpses on the ground, the arms dealer suffered significant losses. Should she go any? Luan stroked her chin, feeling conflicted. This base was exponentially harder to infiltrate than Lin Huai's warehouse, and she could easily be discovered. However, having come this far with over half a month left before the apocalypse, should she take the risk? Perhaps she had some sort of rebellious gene in her blood. Luan peeled off a man's clothes and put them on carefully, and she didn't know if it was her luck, but she found no one along the way, only a multitude of corpses. Until she turned a corner and encountered a man in camouflage. The man saw her attire and raised his gun viciously. Luan was quicker than him, raising her gun and shooting accurately. The man fell to the ground and Luan picked up his handgun and stored it. Passing by the base's warehouse, to her surprise, there were only 2 or 3 people guarding outside. The sound of gunfire could be heard from a distance, suggesting that the battle was still ongoing. The surprise came too suddenly and Luan swiftly dealt with the few guards. There were 6 or 7 large warehouses, each several thousand square meters. Hiss! Luan gasped in excitement. Collect, hurry, and collect. After finishing gathering all the items, Luan left with the utmost speed. Just as she departed, a group of people arrived at the warehouse. Damn it, where's the stuff? The leading figure cursed furiously. He had painstakingly planned and sacrificed numerous subordinates to seize this base. Where were the goods? Everyone was dumbfounded, wondering what had happened. Who could tell them? Search, find out for me. The roar echoed through the base, while Luan was already over 1,000 meters away. In one corner of her space, countless firearms were neatly arranged alongside tanks, military helicopters, and armored vehicles. The quantity here was more than 10 times that which she had collected from Lin Huai's warehouse. The variety was also greater than what was in Lin Huai's warehouse, and the bullets were simply countless. Tsk tisk, if she were to die in the apocalypse now, it would be due to her own incompetence. She would deserve it. Returning to Huagua, there are 25 days left until the apocalypse. After resting for half a day, Luan began to travel across the country. Almost everything has been purchased, and now only Huagua delicacies and electrical appliances remain to be stocked. Cooking will be inconvenient during the apocalypse, and many of the foods one desires will be inaccessible after the end times, so these must be stored. Going to Ming City to buy 1,000 sheep, 1,000 cows, and over 10,000 pounds of beef jerky, wool blankets, and Mara's milk. After purchasing the wool blankets from the last store, Luan discovered a brown foal that was barely alive. Luan stopped in her tracks as if she saw the desire for survival in the foal's eyes, and her heart was stirred. It seemed like through the foal she saw her past self struggling to survive in the apocalypse. At that time she was also lying on the ground wanting to stay alive, hoping someone would save her. What happened to this horse? Luan turned to talk to Juma. It won't survive. Juma, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, was very grateful for Luan purchasing many items from her family. Won't survive. Luan murmured, glancing again at the foal lying on the ground, but took a step away. She who had to struggle to survive in the apocalypse did not believe she had the ability to save a horse. Moreover, it was a dying foal. 10 minutes later, Luan returned, walking up to Juma. Can you sell me this? Unable to overcome her internal struggle, Luan wanted to buy the foal. Perhaps saving the foal was like saving her former self. Boss Gu, do you really want a sick horse? Juma was puzzled, but seeing Luan nod affirmatively, she quickly said, I'll give you the foal as long as you don't mind. Luan was not one to take advantage of others, and she still had plenty of money left. She left 5,000 yuan cradling the newborn foal and climbed onto the truck parked outside. Parked by the roadside on the grassland, Luan looked at the frail foal with a headache. The foal weakly called out, I don't even know why I brought you back. Sighing, Luan was unsure of what to do. Suddenly remembering something, she took out a disposable lunchbox from her spatial storage and poured some well water into a bowl. The originally weak foal struggled to lift its head, trying to get up, but it couldn't manage to do so. Drink this, Luan gently said, bringing the lunchbox closer to the foal. In the end, she softened her heart. The foal obediently licked the well water from the lunchbox, and soon it visibly began to recover. Once again, she was captivated by the miraculous nature of the well water. Not only could it enhance strength, but it also possessed healing properties. It truly seemed like a spiritual spring. If you can survive, how will I take care of you? The apocalypse is so terrifying, I can't just keep you tethered to me all the time. Luan sighed deeply. She had to escape for her life during the apocalypse. How could she ensure the well-being of a horse? Should I just let you go? Quietly negotiating with the foal, though it felt a bit cruel, Luan had no other choice. Nay. The foal seemed to understand her words. Struggling to get closer to Luan, it stretched out its tongue and licked the back of her hand as if pleading with her. If only my spatial storage could sustain living beings, then I could keep you there. Just as she finished speaking, the foal in front of her suddenly vanished, startling Luan. Where did it go? No, wait. Luan hurriedly checked her spatial storage and saw the foal still lying inside. The entire horse was secured in the space, still showing signs of life. Can it hold living beings? Luan was astonished, smacking her forehead. How foolish of me. Having read too many novels, she mistakenly thought her spatial storage could only hold inanimate objects, never considering if it could contain living beings. Amused and exasperated, Luan scolded herself in her heart and then broke into a joyful laugh. Come out. The foal appeared in the passenger seat, looking confusedly at Luan and letting out a few neighs. Seeing that the foal showed no unusual behavior, Luan let out a sigh of relief. It seems the heavens are allowing me to care for you. Luan reached out to stroke the foal's head, thinking positively that having a horse was not a bad thing. Calamities of the apocalypse came one after another, with extreme heat drying up floods. The ground was littered with chaotic debris, and during that time it would be more convenient to ride a horse than to drive. After comforting herself, Luan smiled, looking gently at the foal. Do you want to follow me? The foal neighed, its voice filled with joy, as if eagerly agreeing. All right, from now on we will depend on each other. I should give you a name. How about calling you Hui? Initially planning to be alone, as in her past life, she now unexpectedly had to raise a horse. Knowing her spatial storage could hold living beings, Luan decided to buy 100 horses in Ming City. She also bought live cattle and sheep, dairy cows, mules, donkeys, pigs, chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, pigeons, and quails. After living through 5 years of the apocalypse, Luan had seen the aftermath. Thus, she was very clear that these animals would either mutate or become extinct in the apocalypse. Deep inside, Luan still held on to hope. Hoping that the apocalypse would end, as these might be the only normal animals left after it is over. They also represented humanity's hope. If her spatial storage could upgrade to sustain animals, if she didn't stock up now, finding a place to store them later would be impossible. Leaving Ming City, Luan rushed to Tsing City to buy 100 Tibetan fragrant pigs and countless jerky. She couldn't miss the special products from Song City, such as cordyceps mushrooms, saffron, Tibetan carpets, and barley. After finishing in Tsing City, she went to coastal cities to stock up on live seafood and freshwater fish. Next, Luan hurriedly bought delicacies from across the country. The 8 major cuisines: sweet and sour fish, spicy hot pot, gua bao, raw fish, flavored shredded pork, mouth-watering chicken, longjing, shrimp, crispy, roast goose, roasted, suckling pig, white-cut chicken. A total of 200,000 servings. Jianbing guozi ro jia, amon womi tuan tofu, nao mala tang, beijing roast duck. 10,000 servings of each. Various flavors of milk tea and coffee, 10,000 cups. 10,000 combo meals from KFC and McDonald's. Caramel pudding, egg tarts, cream puffs, and various desserts totaling 100,000. 1,000 pounds of meat and vegetable dishes from marinated duck necks. After purchasing these, Luan bought 1,000,000 pounds of vegetables, especially potatoes and sweet potatoes, which can be eaten and used as seeds, 1,000,000 pounds of each. She had been waiting to buy electrical appliances until she returned to the country. Air conditioners, washing machines, ovens, rice cookers, refrigerators, heaters, ice makers, robotic vacuums, air conditioning fans. 50 of each. Plus some pots, bowls, cutting knives, butchering knives, kitchen knives, frying pans, and steamers. Then she bought 10 million worth of clothing and shoes needed for extreme cold and extreme heat online. With heating items for extreme cold, ice blocks for extreme heat should also be prepared, so she ordered 10,000 tons of ice blocks. Additionally, she stocked up on hot pot base ingredients, ordering 10,000 packs. For the ingredients to be cooked, such as tripe, yellow throat, and duck intestines, she bought 20,000 pounds. She had already stored enough fatty beef and lamb rolls abroad, so there was no need to stock more. She also bought cat litter. After the apocalypse, there would be a water shortage, and using water would not be convenient, so cat litter was a good choice, decisively purchasing 3,000 tons. Lastly, the spiritual food for the apocalypse. Luan hired about 10 part-time college students to download various TV shows, movies, variety shows, and documentaries for her. After completing these tasks, Luan was utterly exhausted, having rushed through both abroad and domestically without proper rest. At this time, there were still half a month left until the apocalypse. Jingshi is a first-tier city in Huaghua, and during the apocalypse it housed an official base. The base was led by Wang Yuan, who was once the administrator of Jingshi, known for his integrity and fairness, tirelessly working for humanity's survival even in the dire times. In the third year of the apocalypse, Luan arrived in Jingshi and lived in the base for a while. She was fortunate enough to have seen Wang Yuan once, witnessing his dedication to the people. Unfortunately, a person like him fell victim to political strife, and his death nearly led to the dissolution of the base. Luan did not trust others, but she trusted Wang Yuan. Her visit to Jingshi was specifically to see him. To avoid exposing herself, she came only after stockpiling everything. Perhaps she was selfish, but for her own sake, she could not risk informing anyone about the apocalypse before completing her preparations. She was certain that if she spoke out first, she would be discovered during her stockpiling process. After all, the government's capabilities were vast, any hint of her actions would inevitably lead to her exposure. As night fell, Luan's slender figure walked along the street. Under the lights, vehicles passed by. Pedestrians strolled in groups, and the tranquil scene made Luan pause momentarily. If only it could stay this way forever. She sighed, catching the attention of someone nearby who found her words rather peculiar. Luan strode away until she reached a family courtyard. Eating a skewer of candied hawthorn, she waited for an opportunity. Once she finished, she quietly entered the courtyard. Inside the Wang family villa, Wang Yuan had just fallen asleep, and in a daze he thought he saw someone standing at the foot of his bed. He woke up startled, asking, "Who are you?" "Secretary Wang, don't be afraid. I mean you no harm, I have important matters to discuss with you." Luan, dressed in black and wearing a mask and hat, revealed only her bright, clear eyes. Wang Yuan frowned, his alarm subsiding. He initially thought someone meant to harm him. After all, his position was under constant scrutiny and many had plotted against him. The sudden appearance of someone in his bedroom caused concern and fear. "What do you want to tell me?" Even though he sensed no malicious intent from Luan, Wang Yuan remained cautious. "The apocalypse is coming, Secretary Wang. You must be prepared." Luan looked at Wang Yuan in the dark with utmost seriousness. "The apocalypse? Young lady, are you joking with me?" Wang Yuan's tone turned cold. "Tomorrow at 3 p.m., a magnitude 10 earthquake will strike Sakura Nation, volcanoes will erupt, and islands will sink." Luan coldly recited these events. The signs of the apocalypse were so apparent, yet no one would believe them. After all, who would accept the notion of the end times while living in comfort? Wang Yuan opened his eyes wide in disbelief. How is that possible? He did not believe her, but when he looked into Luan's eyes, he found himself speechless. "Secretary Wang, you are a good official, which is why I came to tell you this." Luan's eyes sparkled as she handed him an envelope, saying, "Open it tomorrow." Wang Yuan instinctively accepted it. Luan turned, stopping briefly as she closed the door, glancing back at Wang Yuan. "Secretary Wang, live well. If anyone means to harm you, leave quickly." Her tone was complex as the door was gently shut. Wang Yuan remained seated at the edge of his bed, holding the envelope. He was unsure why he did not call for help, allowing the mysterious girl to speak her nonsensical words. What was this about a magnitude 10 earthquake in Sakura Nation tomorrow? What apocalypse? It was utterly absurd. Yet her serious tone and the sorrow in her eyes stirred something within Wang Yuan. Especially the words she left behind. It seemed she truly knew something. After dazing for nearly half an hour, Wang Yuan took out his phone and dialed a number. When the person on the other end answered, Wang Yuan immediately asked, "Lao Lu, do you think an earthquake will occur in Sakura Nation tomorrow? Will our country be affected?" For some reason, ever since Gu Wan left, Wang Yuan felt inexplicably restless. It was as if some unforeseen event was about to take place. "Lao Wang, why are you suddenly asking this?" The person on the other end was taken aback. He was a seismologist and a friend of Wang Yuan. "Just tell me if there will be an earthquake or not." "Impossible. If there were to be an earthquake, the seismologists in Sakura Nation would have informed us long ago. They wouldn't keep quiet about it." "A magnitude 10 earthquake. Can that be casually mentioned? It's a catastrophic disaster that could destroy a nation." "Is that so?" Wang Yuan hung up the phone, unable to feel any sleepiness, pacing around his room in anxiety. Even the next day at work, he still felt an inexplicable restlessness, which did not go unnoticed by his secretary. As soon as 3 p.m. struck, a call came in. Wang Yuan's expression changed drastically as he answered, pulling open a drawer to take out the envelope from last night, quickly tearing it open. Skimming through the contents, by the time Wang Yuan finished reading, his face had lost all color. He stood up, put on his coat, and hurriedly walked out, saying to Jingshi. His secretary immediately complied, but found that the usually composed Wang Yuan was in a disarray of footsteps. What was happening? Just after 3 p.m., everyone in Huagua received a message. A magnitude 10 earthquake struck Sakura Nation with volcanic eruptions across the land and countless casualties. 80% of the islands submerged, nearly leading to the nation's extinction. In a conference hall, a high-ranking official sat at the head of the table, surrounded by military leaders of Huagua. So this girl predicted that something would happen in Sakura Nation. The high-ranking official held the envelope, his expression serious. "Yes, she suddenly appeared in my room last night, not only predicting but also informing me that the apocalypse is imminent." Wang Yuan's expression was equally grave, his hand resting on the table, tightening slightly. He could not imagine this being true, but if it was, then a major crisis was looming. "What apocalypse? Nonsense." Someone voiced disbelief, reprimanding. "Regardless of its truth, shouldn't we prepare ourselves?" Indeed. Recently, natural disasters have been frequent. If what she said is true, we must prepare, otherwise we risk facing extinction." The voices of discussion echoed throughout the conference hall. The high-ranking official remained silent in deep thought until no one was speaking, and then he finally spoke up. "First, transfer essential items and secretly build bases. Whether it's true or not, we should at least make all necessary preparations." The high-ranking official would take seriously the matters stated in the letter, given that the girl had foreseen the events in Sakura Nation. If the apocalypse truly comes, they would be utterly unprepared. He could not gamble with the fate of all citizens of Huagua. In a Western restaurant on the 88th floor of Baishur, Gu Wan sat by the window, gazing at the scenery under the night sky. Just after 3 p.m., the news of Sakura Nation's demise reached Huagua, causing a stir throughout the nation. Did Sakura Nation really perish? It's good that it perished. I think the entire island should sink. Why do I feel something is amiss? Could the apocalypse be approaching? Everywhere, people in Huagua discussed the situation in Sakura Nation, even in the Western restaurant. Gu Wan took a sip of red wine and stood up to leave. "I hope the country is prepared. I've done my best." Returning to her small home in the county town, Gu Wan spent an entire day cleaning it up. She contacted a store specializing in doors and windows to replace her home's door and windows with the anti-theft door and bulletproof glass she had brought back from the beautiful country. Besides the doors and windows, Gu Wan also installed a household boiler for burning charcoal and firewood. This would be very useful during the extreme cold. The renovation worker had a strange expression and asked, "Miss, are you really that afraid of the cold?" Having prepared everything, Gu Wan lazed around at home for several days. With a few million remaining, she simply drove off to wander around the county town. The small county town she was in was called Peng County. Although not large, it was renowned as the hometown. It was known for its crisp and sweet plums, tangy and delicious grapes, refreshing watermelons, and crunchy and tasty peaches. With only 5 days left until the apocalypse, Gu Wan decided to buy all the nearby fruits, fearing they would go to waste when the end times arrived. Buying 5,000 gene of plums at a wholesale price of 2.5 yuan each. 5,000 gene of giant peak grapes at 4 yuan each. 1,000 gene of grape varieties at 6 yuan and 8 yuan respectively. Buying 1,000 gene of rock candy melons at 0. 8 yuan each, and 100,000 gene of Kirin melons at 2 yuan each. Purchasing 500,000 gene of peaches and 300,000 gene of dragon fruits. With 100,000 left, Gu Wan used this money to buy seeds for grains and vegetables, as well as some seeds for traditional Chinese medicine. With 3 days remaining until the apocalypse at 5 o'clock in the evening, Gu Wan took out the trash downstairs. She had not gone out much these days and was busy organizing her purchases, having not yet found the time to open the container. After throwing away the trash, Gu Wan drove to the countryside. She found a lush green spot and released her pet Hui Hui from her space. As soon as it emerged, Hui Hui happily circled around Gu Wan, occasionally making sounds. Gu Wan almost got knocked over by it and stretched out her hand to push it away. Sorry for the trouble, drink up. She took out some well water and placed it in front of Hui Hui, who eagerly bent down to drink. After Hui Hui finished drinking, Gu Wan let it graze and especially reminded it not to wander too far. Leaning against a large tree, Gu Wan took out an ice cream and enjoyed it bite by bite. Even though it was only late May, the temperature had already soared above 40 degrees. During the day, Gu Wan stayed indoors with the air conditioning on, only bringing Hui Hui out in the cooler evenings. Such scenes will soon be gone. Looking up at the azure sky and picturesque scenery, Gu Wan couldn't help but sigh, feeling a bit oppressed. After glancing once more at Hui Hui, who was diligently grazing, Gu Wan sighed again. To care for it, she had even bought 10 tons of fodder. Having never raised a dog, Gu Wan truly wasn't sure if she could raise a horse. Not wanting to think too much, she closed her eyes to rest and used her consciousness to organize her space. Suddenly she opened her eyes and stood up, walking down a small path. In front of a bungalow, several children were squatting on the ground, gathered together playing games. Gu Wan approached and focused her gaze on one of the boys. More specifically, she was staring at a pitch-black stone in the boy's hand. Sister, who are you? The children were a bit scared at the sight of a stranger approaching, but they came closer upon seeing Gu Wan. Such a beautiful sister surely wasn't a bad person, and mothers always said that bad people looked fierce. Little friend, where did you find that stone? I found it by the lake, said the shy boy, about 10 years old. Can you sell the stone to me? Gu Wan bent down and took out 500 yuan from her pocket. The boy seemed a bit stunned, as if he had never encountered such a situation. Sell, sell, sell. A woman rushed out, snatched the stone from the boy's hand, and handed it to Gu Wan. Gu Wan gave the money to the woman, took the stone, and placed it in her pocket. The space kept vibrating, and she knew it was related to the stone, but the location was off, so she could only wait until she got back to examine it further. Can I ask where the lake where you found the stone is? Gu Wan looked at the boy. He pointed in a direction. It's just over there. Thank you. Gu Wan thanked him and prepared to leave, but the woman called out to her, Miss, is this stone a treasure? I have more stones my child found. Do you want to take a look? Gu Wan pretended not to hear what the woman said and walked briskly toward the lakeshore. After walking a long circle around the lakeshore with no movement in her space, Gu Wan gave up. After retrieving Hui Hui, she drove back to her apartment. Back home, Gu Wan took out the stone and held it above her head to examine it. Through the sunlight, she seemed to see something flowing within the stone, but upon closer inspection there was nothing. The space kept vibrating as if it wouldn't stop until she gave it attention. Gu Wan took several photos before tossing the stone into the space, and the next moment her head began to ache again. Clenching her teeth, Gu Wan sat on the sofa, enduring the pain. She didn't know how long it had been, but when the pain subsided, she began to check the space. It seemed as if there were no changes. No, the mist had become much lighter than before, and through the thin mist, she seemed to see a landscape. It was a field of villa, lakes, oceans, and mountains. These sights were very faint, almost like a mirage. Thinking of stepping in to touch it, the next moment Gu Wan actually entered the space. This time it wasn't her consciousness that entered, but her entire self. Gu Wan was overjoyed. It can indeed be upgraded. Turning to look at her vast supplies, Gu Wan walked forward again. She wanted to see if she could touch something, but it was evident that she couldn't. It must be a lack of energy. Just as she finished speaking, Gu Wan was kicked out of the space. Checking the time, she realized she had only spent 10 minutes in the space. She had to find more of the stone, or the more the better. Perhaps one day she could live in the space for a lifetime. She had only spent 5 years in the apocalypse, and she had no idea what terrifying natural disasters awaited. But she had a strong intuition that the natural disasters would become increasingly frightening. Thus, having another means of survival, she would spare no expense, no matter the cost. Taking out her phone, Gu Wan posted a message uploading the photos she had taken. She was willing to buy this type of stone at a high price and promised to fulfill one condition for those who didn't want money. She didn't know if it would be effective, but this was currently the only method. With the apocalypse approaching, hope seemed so distant. Could she only wait until the heavens ignited? Just as Luan was about to exit the forum, she came across a post. It was about the country discussing the recent actions taken by the state. The poster claimed that a relative of theirs had been secretly summoned somewhere, mentioning that their relative was a construction worker. By the way, there have indeed been many large vehicles running on the roads lately. I saw that too. Last time I even saw hundreds of trucks carrying grain. Why does it keep getting more exaggerated? Is it going to lead to war? War is nonsense. I suspect it's the end of the world coming. The Sakura country has been destroyed. Could something really happen? Seeing this comment, Luan smiled. There are always people who dare to speculate wildly, but this time it was indeed true. If they knew the end of the world was coming, this group wouldn't have the mood to boast online. Hui nudged Luan with its head, signaling that it was hungry. Luan smiled and pushed it away, getting up to add more hay for it. The last day before the apocalypse. In the gym, Luan stepped off the treadmill drenched in sweat, picked up a cup nearby, and gulped down the well water inside. The sweet well water flowed into her body, instantly transforming into a warm current. Feeling the strength within her, Luan smiled in satisfaction. After drinking well water for 2 months, she could clearly see anything within 100 meters and hear any sound within that range. Most importantly, she could easily lift weights of 400 to 500 pounds, and with all her might, her speed could almost turn into a flash of lightning. Satisfied with her condition, Luan felt she had some survival means for the apocalypse. Entering the bathroom, Luan took a quick shower and changed into a set of dark clothes. Hui obediently approached her, nudging her, indicating that it was full. After putting Hui into her storage space, Luan left the community. By the time she arrived in Bai City, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Luan first found a hotel to rest, preparing for her last zero-cost shopping before the apocalypse. A knock sounded on the door. Just as Luan was about to rest, she walked to the door in confusion and asked, "Who?" "Luan, it's really you. I am Hui." An excited voice came from outside the door. Hearing that somewhat familiar voice, Luan frowned and opened the door. A young man outside the door flashed a self-proclaimed charming smile. "Luan, I called you. Why did you block?" If it weren't for a friend seeing Luan come to this hotel, he wouldn't have been able to find her. Hui and Luan were students at the same university. He had been pursuing her since she enrolled, pestering her for several years. Luan didn't know how many times she had rejected him, yet he still thought she was playing hard to get. It was because of people like him that Luan moved away from Bai City after graduating from university. "Hui, I don't want to see you." Luan didn't want to waste time on someone like him. To her, Hui was just a stranger, and once the apocalypse descended, they might never meet again. "Luan, what do you mean? I've pursued you for so many years, why can't you just give me some response?" Hui was a bit displeased, blocking Luan from closing the door, insisting that she give him an explanation. "You don't want to leave, do you? If you don't give me an explanation today, I swear I won't leave." Hui began to act unreasonable, thinking that being interested in Luan was a blessing for her, not realizing she was showing her stubbornness. "Alright, you don't want to leave, huh? Don't come begging me later." Luan scoffed coldly, suddenly grabbing Hui's clothes, pulling him in and kicking him down to the ground. Hui lay on the ground, dazed, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. "I was already feeling unwell, and you had to come to provoke me." Controlling her strength, Luan gave Hui a beating, placing her foot on his chest, looking down at him. "What just happened?" Hui kept repeating this question in his mind. The Luan in his eyes was a woman who could be easily bullied. How could she so easily knock him down? There must be something wrong. Could it be that he wasn't fully awake? Was he dreaming? Hui, feeling pain all over, looked at Luan and met her cold eyes, unable to stop himself from trembling. "No, this isn't a dream, this is real." Luan hit him and even kicked him to the ground. "Let me go, I'll leave right away." No, this isn't the Luan he knew. Where's his little white rabbit? Luan quickly returned the Luan he knew to him. "Get lost." With one kick, Luan sent the tearful Hui away, disdainfully tossing him out of the room. Not taking this incident to heart, Luan laid down and fell asleep. With one kick, Luan sent the tearful Hui away, disdainfully tossing him out of the room. Not taking this incident to heart, Luan laid down and fell asleep. She had to eat well to have the strength to work. By 6 o'clock, Luan packed up and left the hotel. She drove to the cemetery in the suburbs to dig up her parents' and grandparents' graves. She excavated the ashes of the 4 of them and packed them one by one into wooden boxes. Wherever she went, they would go with her. At 7 o'clock, Luan stopped at the entrance of a seed company. She casually found a barbecue place to sit down, ordering skewers and sipping on iced cola. She was waiting for 8 o'clock to arrive. In her previous life, at exactly 8 o'clock, a brilliant aurora appeared in the night sky, so beautiful that it made one forget everything. No one knew that the aurora was the beginning of the apocalypse. After the aurora, no one noticed anything unusual until the next day, when someone discovered that the sky, which should have brightened, remained dark. Then came a nationwide earthquake. Though they were minor tremors, they still caused panic. Half an hour after the earthquake, a heavy rainstorm arrived. The storm lasted for a full 10 days, and only then did people start to realize something was wrong. The clever ones began to prepare, while some stubborn individuals thought it was just a minor disaster. No one knew that the storm was merely nature's gentlest disaster. Following it came extreme cold, with temperatures plummeting to 50 degrees, reaching a chilling 70 degrees. Countless humans perished in the extreme cold, especially the elderly and children. After the extreme cold ended, temperatures warmed up and everyone thought the disaster was over, but they were unaware that another extreme heat disaster was about to strike. Then one after another disasters caused chaos among humanity. In that moment, order collapsed, and for a bite to eat, people could become demons. Thinking of the scenes of the apocalypse, Luan shook her head. At 8 o'clock the streets were still bustling, pedestrians bustling about and vehicles flowing endlessly. How beautiful everything was! How could nature bear to take it away? Luan looked up at the night sky, her expression calm, yet there was a subtle sadness in her eyes. Many had already noticed the beautiful Luan. Seeing her gazing at the night sky, they were puzzled. Suddenly a bright light painted the entire night sky like a landscape painting, so beautiful that people dared not blink. Someone quickly took out their phone to capture the moment. What is this? So beautiful. It's the aurora. How could we see the aurora here? Quick, take a picture and post it online. Luan calmly settled the bill and left wearing a black hat. The apocalypse had officially arrived. Everyone was admiring the picturesque aurora. No matter where one went, gasps of astonishment could be heard until the aurora faded away. At this moment, Luan had already slipped into a home goods store, collecting all the household items into her space. Next, she visited a hardware store, a bedding store, a paint shop. Passing by a wholesale market, she collected a small portion of items, leaving the rest for those who stockpiled goods. She also cleared out the seed company and the pharmaceutical company. Additionally, she visited the university library and a few bookstores. In the urban area of Bai City, Luan did not touch the supplies, only collecting items that were less likely to be noticed and were mostly not food. These items would not be a priority for people at the onset of the apocalypse. After all, even if notified by the government, they would only stockpile food at most. Books and seeds collected by Luan were of little concern to others. Better to store them than to let them go to waste. After finishing her collection, by the time Luan left Bai City, it was already 11 at night. Following the map, Luan began to collect from factories along the road from Bai City to the county town. This road was mostly lined with factories. Since they were far from residential areas, even if she gathered food, Luan felt no guilt. The first factory was a canned meat factory with tens of thousands of boxes of various canned meats filling the warehouse. The second was a coal factory, which she completely emptied of thousands of tons of coal, along with a large pile of briquettes in the warehouse, and she did not overlook the briquette stove. The third was an ice cream factory with countless boxes of ice cream jam-packed in the cold storage. The fourth was a mixed brand A treasure porridge factory, which Luan did not despise. The fifth was an oil factory where security was still on duty. Like a gust of wind, Luan swiftly gathered over 10,000 boxes of cooking oil from the warehouse, not even sparing the machinery. Aside from the factory cafeteria, which she skipped, she had almost cleared everything else. She needed to leave some items for the on-duty security. She couldn't be too ruthless, or she might face divine retribution. The sixth was a feed factory. The seventh was a cement factory. After finishing these, Luan did not get home until 5 in the morning, collapsing straight onto her bed. Despite being exhausted, she could not fall asleep, feeling discomfort everywhere. Lying in bed, she turned her head to look out the window at the pitch-black sky, which seemed to be brewing something. Releasing Hui Hui from her space, Hui Hui obediently lay on the ground, its big watery eyes gazing at Luan. Hui Hui, we will survive well in the apocalypse, Luan whispered as she embraced Hui Hui's neck. In this life, she had made all the preparations and was determined to safely endure the impending apocalypse. Drifting into a hazy sleep, she seemed to still hear the astonished voices from above and below. In Jing City, the high-level conference room was silent. Issue a black warning urging citizens to stockpile goods quickly, and those living on lower floors must move to higher ground. After the appearance of the aurora, the authenticity of that letter had been verified and the dissenting voices had ceased. The officials who once held on to hope now felt nothing but anxiety and fear. Was the apocalypse truly coming? Would it really be as stated in that letter, with countless lives lost, endless natural disasters, and mutated plants and animals appearing? Wang Yuan sat in his seat, his mind filled with the image of those compassionate eyes and that solemn phrase. Should we find that girl? Yes, we must find her and clarify the situation. Someone suggested, but the leader shook his head. Right now the most important thing is to make all preparations. Comrades, we have no time to waste. Yes. 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 Voices echoed in the conference room. 2 hours after the aurora, all citizens of Huagua received the black warning with several text messages arriving in quick succession. Black warning. Heavy rain. Earthquake. Stockpiling. Are they joking? What goods should we stockpile? Has the government gone mad? I'm not stockpiling anything. How long could it last? Japan just had an incident. Could it be our turn? Honey, let's hurry out to stock up on supplies. Across the country, people were discussing these strange messages. Some thought it was a prank by scammers while others ignored it entirely, and of course some went to supermarkets to stock up. When the news was released, Luan happened to be out of the city, so she was unaware that many people in Bai City were stockpiling goods under the cover of night. After sleeping for 3 hours, she was awakened by Hui Hui's nudging. Hui Hui was anxiously calling out and Luan opened her eyes to check the time. It was 8:20 in the morning. Luan got up to get dressed as her alarm clock went off, which she had set before sleeping. In her past life, the earthquake struck at 8:40. Luan didn't need to pack anything as most of her belongings were already in her space. There was only a bed, a sofa, and a few items left at home. After putting Hui Hui back into her space, Luan stepped out of her home. The elevator reached the 16th floor where several others were present. A young couple with their child, 2 elderly people, and a man in his 30s. As soon as Luan entered the elevator, the others glanced at her, but no one spoke. When the elevator reached the first floor, Luan was the first to step out looking for a place to sit. The others headed towards the supermarket and the vegetable market. Luan found a flower bed to sit on, casually eating a steamed bun. Why hasn't it gotten light yet? It's almost 9 o'clock. Could it really rain heavily? Didn't the text mention an earthquake? I'm so anxious. The sounds of men and women filled her ears, but Luan quietly ate her bun as if she were an outsider. Her phone vibrated with a new message reminding everyone to evacuate to open areas. Luan glanced at it casually, then looked at the time. There were still 10 minutes until the earthquake. Several WeChat groups were fervently discussing this matter. Especially in Luan's university group, someone was her. Sun Xiaoxiao. Luan, I heard you were entangled with Shi Huai last time. Are you out of money? If you are short, I can lend you some. Sun Xiaoxiao, you didn't come to the last class reunion, or were you too embarrassed to show up? Sun Xiaoxiao. Luan, why aren't you speaking? Are you too embarrassed to face people? The group fell silent as no one else responded thanks to Sun Xiaoxiao. Luan furrowed her brow, taking a while to remember who Sun Xiaoxiao was. She seemed to be a girl who liked Shi Huai. They had once been in the same major, but since Luan preferred solitude, she wasn't familiar with Sun Xiaoxiao. She was entangled with Shi Huai. Where did that rumor come from? It seemed she had been too lenient when dealing with Shi Huai. Luan, if you're sick, go get treated. Don't shout nonsense in the group. Already troubled by the impending apocalypse, Luan decided to reply to Sun Xiaoxiao in the group. Her response caused surprise among the people in the group, as they never imagined Luan would be the type to curse. Ignoring the university group, Luan checked the time. 8:39. It was coming. The earthquake was in. The sky pressed low suffocatingly, and everyone sensed that something was amiss. A small square 100 meters away from Luan's residential area was already packed with people. The crowd consisted of residents from the vicinity, each one anxiously standing or sitting. To Luan's left sat a man in his 30s, while to her right was a family of 5, including both elderly and children. A gust of wind swept through, and just as the crowd grew restless, the ground began to shake violently as if the earth were being torn apart. Through the light of the street lamps, tall buildings could be seen swaying, and some people even fell to the ground. Someone screamed in fear, prompting the others to join in, and the timid had already huddled. An earthquake is happening, Mom. I'm so scared. Wife, hold my hand tight. Is it really an earthquake? Will there be a torrential downpour? Luan skillfully crouched down, striving to stabilize her body, her expression calm throughout. The man to her left was somewhat surprised at Luan's demeanor. She seemed to be his downstairs neighbor. They had just taken the elevator down together. Generally, wouldn't girls panic in such situations? Why was she so different? Luan was unaware of others' thoughts. She quietly awaited the earthquake to pass. A tremor of over 5 magnitude was merely an appetizer for the impending disasters of the apocalypse, and having experienced it before, Luan was able to face it with a calm heart. Mom, I'm scared. The child to her right curled up in her mother's arms, crying loudly. Don't be afraid, it will be over soon. Despite her own fear, the young mother comforted her child. The young father held both mother and child tightly, with one hand grasping his parents, their family huddled closely together. "It's over, the earthquake has passed, everything is fine." Ha ha ha, that wasn't a major earthquake. Everyone stood up, excitedly cheering in celebration that the quake was over. Luan stood up and without a word strode towards her residential area. The man felt a bit puzzled, sensing that Luan was walking briskly, and instinctively followed her. Luan entered the elevator and the man followed her in. After a brief secret glance, the man cheerfully greeted, "Hello, I'm your upstairs neighbor, my name is Zhang Yan." Luan nodded in response, standing silently in a corner of the elevator. Zhang Yan wanted to say something more, but upon seeing Luan's indifferent demeanor, he wisely kept quiet. Luan opened her door, let out her gray cat, and began to find something to do, otherwise her heart would never calm down. She took out a water storage bucket she had just bought for $0 and placed it in the bathroom, turning on the hot water to fill it. This water could be used for future baths, saving her the trouble of boiling it again. While the water filled, Luan entered the kitchen to prepare some brown sugar ginger tea, as both heavy rain and cold weather required it. She first added water to a pot and placed it on the gas stove to boil, then took out red dates, goji berries, dried longan, brown sugar, and old ginger from her storage. She sliced the old ginger and red dates into the pot, added the goji berries, dried longan, and brown sugar together, and simmered for 10 minutes before turning off the heat. Next, Luan took out a dozen thermos cups to wash. Once the brown sugar ginger tea cooled to 70 degrees, she poured it into the thermos cups and finally stored them all away. After completing all this, she heard the sound of rain pattering outside. Large drops of rain pounded against the glass window, the glass ringing with a crisp sound as it was struck. Soon the rain intensified, transforming into a torrential downpour in an instant. The sky remained pitch black, with mist enveloping the night, as if everything were brewing a larger catastrophe. Luan looked up, her expression blank for a long while before she returned her gaze. After the bathroom bucket was filled with water, Luan took out another large bucket to start filling it. She then began to prepare something. This time she planned to steam rice. Several large rice cookers were brought out, each capable of steaming 30 pounds of rice. While the rice was steaming, Luan also needed dough to make buns and steamed bread. In any case, she did not want to calm down. 3 hours later, Luan had steamed rice in 10 large rice cookers and over 100 buns and steamed bread in total. The rain outside kept pouring heavily, and the community chat group was in an uproar. 3 15-story buildings sent out a message and posted a few pictures of their stockpiled goods. A large shelf was piled high with rice flour and instant noodles. Luan slumped on the sofa, her phone just brushing against this message as she glanced at the pictures, shaking her head in silence. It was fine for now, but she feared that the 15th floor might attract the attention of the ill-intentioned, and she guessed the likelihood of that was quite high. Speaking of which, the community where she lived was called Jiayuan Community. There were only 3 buildings in total, and Luan had bought here because the floors were few and the environment was good. She happened to live in the 3 buildings, and the 2 people from earlier were just above and below her. Luan supported her forehead with her hand. She sincerely hoped that this floor wouldn't be too noisy. She just wanted to live a Loki life. The reason she went through great lengths to return from Baishur to the county town was that she knew Baishur had a large population. A large population meant more chaos, and she didn't want to be in a place too chaotic. The further she could stay away from disputes, the better. Hui nudged Luan and gently wagged its tail in front of her. "You're a horse, not a dog." Luan chuckled and began to feed Hui. After resting well, Luan started cooking again. There were indeed many ready-made meals. She could never finish them all by herself in this lifetime, but she just wanted to make something since she had nothing else to do. This time she was making marinated dishes: marinated duck neck, duck feet, duck intestines, and marinated lotus root. During the marinating process, she also made lemon chicken feet, ensuring to add plenty of chili, filling 30 or so food containers with the lemon chicken feet. For dinner, Luan gnawed on the purchased chicken feet accompanied by the marinated dishes she had prepared today and opened a bottle of red wine. She had no idea what was happening outside, as she was just living her own life. Hui quietly stayed beside her, its eyes fixed on the television with a serious expression, as if it could truly understand. In the evening, Luan started organizing the space. The items she had bought were simply too mixed and too many. It was impossible to organize everything in a short time. She still hadn't had the time to open the dozens of thousands of containers. After all, she had too many belongings, truly a sweet burden. The torrential rain poured for an entire day and night, and the first floor of Jiayuan Community was on the verge of being submerged. In the group chat, some began to seek help, while many lamented, especially the residents of the 1st and 2nd floors. Luan had just woken up and scrolled through her phone for a while only to discover that the heavy rain was about to submerge the first floor. She pondered, was the torrential rain in her past life ever this severe? She recalled that it was only 2 days later that people began to seek help. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Luan's expression changed slightly as she got up and walked to the window. It seemed as if the sky had been pierced by a great hole and the downpour intensified. The ground was transformed into a flowing river with water constantly moving and various pieces of trash floating indistinctly on the surface. Luan, feeling restless, rubbed her hair, unable to discern whether the rain had truly become heavier or not. She had an unsettling feeling that something had slipped from her grasp, a sensation that was both disquieting and uncomfortable. Breakfast consisted of a bowl of wontons, a boiled egg, and a glass of milk. After finishing her meal, Luan tidied up her space as usual and also took a tour of the territory she had built in her space, a sight she never grew tired of. She could only stay in the space for 10 minutes each day, and the time could not be accumulated, which was a minor drawback. However, one must be content, as she was already luckier than many others. After a good rest, she started her daily exercises, which included running, practicing punches, and honing her speed and evasion. 5 days passed, and the community chat for Jiayuan residential area began to stir. By now, the heavy rain had submerged up to the 3rd floor. In the 3 buildings aside from those who had evacuated early, there were still many remaining, and the property management had no choice but to arrange for people to move into unrenovated apartments. The moving was far from over. The rain kept pouring down, accompanied by strong winds. Those without windows were suffering terribly, and the group of people in the chat were crying out in distress. In addition, there were also those who were running low on supplies. The man who had previously said not to hoard supplies was now tagging the neighbors on the 15th floor in the group. Taking out the dumpling wrappers, she prepared the meat filling ready to wrap the dumplings. Melodious music echoed through the living room, and the noise outside could not disturb Luan. Hui wandered around the room, occasionally sniffing at things. While she wrapped over 300 dumplings, Luan heard a commotion coming from downstairs. Not wanting to pay attention, she noticed the noise growing louder, almost affecting her. With a frown, Luan stored the wrapped dumplings and opened the door to go outside. Hui wanted to follow, but Luan did not allow it. Upon reaching the 15th floor, Luan stood at a distance and observed. Room 2 on the 15th floor was being pounded on by several people. The leader wore a floral shirt, a gold necklace, and held a cigarette, looking rather nonchalant. Open the door or I'll take it down myself. The man in the floral shirt saw that no one in room 2 was responding and began to kick the door repeatedly. Several others stood behind the man in the floral shirt. Some were young, others older, all filled with righteous indignation, as if the residents of room 2 had committed some heinous crime. The door shook violently, and soon a young girl's sobbing voice came from inside. "Brother, we have nothing to eat. Please stop kicking my door." "Young girl, that's not right. A few days ago you showed off a bunch of food. How could you run out so quickly?" A woman in her 60s scolded sternly. The crying from inside grew louder, and Luan guessed the girl must be regretting revealing her stockpile. As the rain continued to pour, nobody could go out, and everyone knew how precious supplies were right now, so they surely dared not sell. If someone were to sell their supplies for that little money, they would have to be a fool, a complete and utter fool. Forget it, after all it's the girl's belongings, and you can't force her to sell. Some in the crowd, unable to bear it, spoke up for the girl in room 2, and many others nodded in agreement. While not at their limits, there were still quite a few good people around, but such good souls would soon disappear with the scarcity of food. "You dare say that again? I'll come find you at your home." The man in the floral shirt turned to glare at the few who had spoken up, his face a mask of menace. The ferocity of the man in the floral shirt silenced everyone, and no one dared to speak for the residents of room 2 anymore. The kicking of the door resumed, and the girl inside could not bear it any longer, opening the door with a pale face. "I can only sell you 1 bag of rice. I don't have any more." "That's not enough. I want a whole box of instant noodles," the man in the floral shirt said loudly, and the girl had no choice but to agree. Seeing her agree, the earlier moralizer rushed forward. "Girl, I have nothing to eat either. Can you sell?" The girl did not want to comply, but seeing the woman's expression, she scolded. "How can you not respect your elders? My family is almost starving, with so much food. Can't you spare a little for me?" The girl's face turned bright red, and with no other choice, she had to agree. Soon others began to speak up, and the girl, to avoid inciting public anger, sold a large amount of her stockpiled goods. Luan leaned against the wall and softly muttered, "Foolish." After saying that, she strode away, unwilling to watch any longer. She feared that if she continued to watch, she would truly be unable to restrain herself. Zhang Yan watched her departing figure and then looked at the girl at the door who was still crying, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it was foolish. On the 10th day of the heavy rain, the downpour had flooded up to the 5th floor and sorrowful cries echoed everywhere. Is it dawn? It's dawn. Does that mean the rain will soon stop? Great, we are about to be liberated. Luan had excellent hearing, and she could clearly hear the voices from above and below. Outside, the sky finally brightened, but unfortunately the rain showed no signs of stopping. It wouldn't be long before the electricity and water would be cut off one after another, and at that time it was uncertain how many people would be driven mad. Every day, Luan filled her time at home with exercise and cooking, ensuring she didn't feel too bored. On the 15th day of the heavy rain, she was still asleep when she heard desperate voices. The power is out. How can there be a power outage? How can we cook? This is going to drive us to death. Luan stretched, got up to wash up, and began a new day of eating, getting hot water, exercising, and making delicious food. Taking out the solar battery he had purchased abroad, it was already fully charged. At home, all he needed was to turn on a light and occasionally charge his phone when it ran out of power. The battery was more than sufficient. The group chat was bustling every day, and in just half a month many families had exhausted their supplies, causing a wave of panic among them. Manager Lu from the property management: Dear homeowners, we are powerless in this situation. If anyone has any surplus food, please share a little with those neighbors who are in need. Let us get through this difficult time together. As soon as the property manager finished speaking, the group chat fell into a sudden silence. Those with wisdom stepped forward to speak, and many expressed their agreement. Manager Lu from the property management: My phone is running low on battery. It's not easy to discuss in the group. Manager Lu of the property: The tables and chairs in the conference room have been moved to room 3 on the 11th floor of building 2. Owners who can come can gather at 1 p.m. After some discussion, the group fell silent as there was a power outage and many people had low battery on their phones, needing to conserve energy. Luan had not spoken in the group but had read every message. The rain continued to pour, making the house somewhat damp. Luan took out a dehumidifier from her space. There was a gentle knock on the door. Luan was taken aback, unsure who could be looking for her as she didn't know anyone here. She opened the second security door and approached the first one. Looking through the peephole, she was surprised to see her neighbor Zhang Yan from upstairs. After thinking for a moment, Luan first put her pet Hui, who was playing alone, back into her space before opening the door. Sorry to disturb you. Zhang Yan showed a hint of apology and spoke softly. Is there something you need? Luan inquired. I figured you might not have much food left at home. Manager Lu sent us to discuss what to do next. Do you want to go take a look together? Zhang Yan scratched his head, not really knowing why he had called Luan. As they reached the 16th floor, he thought of Luan's calm face. He felt that this seemingly fragile girl was not simple and instinctively knocked on the door. Luan carefully examined Zhang Yan and, seeing his sincere expression, nodded after some thought. It was necessary to go outside and understand the situation. They couldn't just stay indoors. The two walked down together and encountered a girl from room 2 on the 15th floor. Luan remembered she was a live streamer for food, having seen her online before. Her name seemed to be Lu Xian. No wonder her home had so much stock before the apocalypse. Lu Xian looked much more haggard than she had a while ago, her face almost devoid of color. A young man accompanied her, presumably her boyfriend. The man was about 23 or 24, handsome with very fair skin, but his gaze was somewhat lecherous. Upon seeing Luan, his eyes lit up. Luan's cold gaze swept over him, causing him to quickly avert his eyes, looking timid. With a cold snort, Luan looked down on such people. If she wasn't mistaken, this man had likely been hiding silently at home while his girlfriend was bullied by others. He appeared to be a lecherous and cowardly man living off a woman. Zhang Yan sneered at the boy. The boy seemed to understand the looks exchanged between Luan and Zhang Yan, his face turning red as he impatiently tugged at Lu Xin's hand, saying, "Hurry up." Lu Xian, not understanding why her boyfriend was angry, quietly asked, "What's wrong with you? What are you asking for? If it weren't for your need to show off, how would we have been robbed of so much? You're just useless. I don't know what I saw in you back then." The man, furious and embarrassed, vented all his anger on Lu Xian. Lu Xin's expression changed slightly, her face turning ghostly pale. "I'm sorry, Xiang." The two figures grew distant until they disappeared. Luan and Zhang Yan arrived at room 3 on the 11th floor. When they got there, they found that over 10 people were already waiting. Some of them were drenched to the bone from the heavy rain, huddling in a corner to shelter from the wind and shivering. The others appeared to be residents from this unit and were not wet. Lu Xian and her boyfriend stood silently aside. In just half a month, many people's appearances had changed drastically since before the apocalypse, with hardly any smiles on their faces, some having lost significant weight. The owner of room 3 had probably just started renovating with the windows already installed and wires being connected. The living room was filled with chairs from the property meeting room. Luan still stood in the corner treating herself like an invisible person, taking out a lollipop and unwrapping it to pop it into her mouth. A classic flavor lollipop with a rich milky aroma, delicious. Seeing Luan squint her eyes in satisfaction, Zhang Yan was once again amazed by her calmness, as if nothing could stir her emotions. Among the more than 10 people in the room, some were anxious, some angry, and some worried, but she was different. Standing next to her seemed to bring a sense of calm to Zhang Yan. What do you want to eat? Luan noticed Zhang Yan's gaze and opened her eyes to look at him. Zhang Yan decisively shook his head. No, I just think you're very calm. Luan smiled, holding the lollipop in one hand. What's wrong with being calm? Unlike them, who only add to their worries. Only she knew that this was still the most peaceful moment. In the future there would be no time to be so leisurely. Indeed, I should learn from you. Zhang Yan nodded, feeling much calmer. Gradually another 10 or so people entered room 3, filling the entire living room. Manager Lu of the property arrived late, apologizing a few times. The living room became noisy as everyone urged Manager Lu to solve the issues. Manager Lu, whether we find food or not is one thing, you should first arrange our accommodation. Our living place doesn't even have windows. The rain and wind have soaked our clothes and blankets. Yes, my wife has caught a cold. Several people surrounded Manager Lu, demanding an explanation. These individuals were residents from the flooded floors, and the heavy rain had inundated up to the 8th floor for the past half-month. The community consists of 2 staircases serving 4 households each, with nearly 100 units across 3 buildings below the 8th floor. Even considering those who have moved away or have yet to move in, there are still around 40 to 50 households. Managing this many households is no easy task, and Manager Lu with his round belly is feeling the pressure. Keep it down, shouted the man in the flowered shirt as he swaggered in from outside. Upon seeing him, Lu Xian instinctively shrank back while her boyfriend took refuge behind her. The moment the man in the flowered shirt arrived, he silenced everyone. Finding supplies is crucial. Do any of you want to starve? The man in the flowered shirt glared with fierce eyes, as if anyone who dared to speak would be ripped apart. Manager Lu played the peacemaker, saying, "Don't be angry, everyone is just anxious. We will find a solution. Let's first discuss the food situation." "Yes, let's talk about food. My family is running out. If we don't go out soon, people will die," said a male owner in his 40s. Another resident who had wanted to speak about housing remembered that they too had little food at home and quietly closed their mouth. "Food can be found, but the key is how to get out," a female owner said with a frown. Once her words were spoken, silence fell upon the crowd. Not only was there a torrential downpour outside, but there was also a massive flood. What would happen if someone got into trouble? The other 2 buildings had residents who could come here because they were close by and the water flow wasn't too strong. As long as they were careful with their floating supplies, they could reach the 3rd building. As for going outside, trying to find food with just some rudimentary floating tools was simply a pipe dream. "What are we going out for? I say those with food should share their supplies." A woman in her 30s glared at Luan with a sour and envious expression. Why was it that her family was running out of food while others still looked well-fed? Everyone followed the woman's gaze towards Luan, only then noticing her behind the crowd. Luan smiled, surprised that even in her low-key demeanor someone would notice her. "Exactly, it's so dangerous outside. We should have those with supplies donate some so we can all get through this disaster together," spoke the self-righteous elder Liang Huaying. From her 2 previous displays, it was clear she was someone who loved to take advantage of others. "This resident, what do you think?" Manager Lu was in a difficult position, not wanting to offend either side. A faint smile appeared on Luan's pure and beautiful face, but her eyes lacked any warmth. "You are just daydreaming." She didn't deny whether she had food or not. In Luan's heart, these people were just exchanging empty words. Even if they all banded together, they wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on her. After all, besides her personal combat skills, she had a whole arsenal of firearms. She doubted these people could withstand them. "You." The woman who spoke first glared angrily at Luan. "Little girl, your attitude is not conducive to our unity. Everyone has tough times. What's wrong with helping us a little?" Liang Huaying said discontentedly, starting her moral coercion again. This kind of person would stir up trouble as long as their interests weren't harmed. Luan raised an eyebrow, looking at the 2 who were getting animated. "Why not check at the elder's house first before coming to mine?" Liang Huaying was flustered and forced a smile. "What are you talking about, girl? There are too many people at the elder's house. There's hardly any food left. She didn't dare let anyone go to her home. Before the apocalypse, she had stockpiled quite a bit. If everyone went, wouldn't that expose her? No way. I saw the elder's family moving a lot of things back home not long ago. Zhang Yan chimed in, smiling. Liang Huaying's expression changed drastically. There's nothing. Just nothing. You old hag, if you have food at home and don't share it, believe it or not, I'll beat you up. The man in the flowered shirt grabbed Liang Huaying by the collar, raising his hand in threat. The woman who had just riled up the crowd quickly stepped back, fearing to be implicated. All right, everyone, let's put aside our grievances and first discuss the issue of finding food. Manager Lu began to mediate again, cheerfully pulling the man in the flowered shirt's hand. The man in the flowered shirt snorted and let go of Liang Huaying, who was now trembling in fear. Our biggest problem now is how to get out. Manager Lu looked at the crowd. I have a rubber boat, but it can only carry 4 people. A middle-aged man raised his hand. He was a resident from the adjacent building too, who loved fishing and had bought a rubber boat for that purpose. He never expected to find himself in this situation, but he was glad he had bought it. I also have one that can carry 5 people. I bought it when the government warned about the rain. A young girl raised her hand, excited to be of help. I have a rubber boat that can carry 5 to 6 people. Zhang Yan, who was standing next to Luan, spoke up. After the 3 spoke, Luan thought for a moment and said, I have a rubber boat that can carry 10 people. It wasn't that she wanted to help these people, but rather that if they could find food, they wouldn't disturb her. After all, it was just a rubber boat. She had hundreds in her space and wouldn't mind losing one. Great. With 4 rubber boats, we can carry over 20 people. Manager Lu rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit excited. But only over 20 can go out, and with so many households in our community, that's not enough to share. Some raised objections. If you want to share before even going out, you might as well eat shit. The man in the flowered shirt spat forcefully. Whoever goes out keeps what they find. Those who don't go can wait to die. Some agreed. After all, people are inherently selfish. No one wanted to share the hard-earned supplies they found with those who stayed back. Moreover, with a downpour uncertain to last, supplies would only dwindle. Who would gamble their lives? I agree. Zhang Yan was the first to echo, followed by others who voiced their agreement. The woman who had initially provoked Luan was reluctant. Her family didn't want to go out but sought to benefit. Liang Huaying also wanted to oppose, but intimidated by the man in the flowered shirt, obediently kept quiet. A few other men looking to take advantage saw the majority agreeing and dared not speak. We've agreed that only 25 people can go out and all must be able to swim. Those who want to go should sign up in the group and gather here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. After reaching an agreement, there were no objections and everyone dispersed. Luan and Liang Huaying were the first to rush out, fearing trouble from the man in the flowered shirt, followed by the couple Lu Xian and her boyfriend. Once everyone had left, Luan slowly made her way back to her floor. You seemed to have something to say earlier. Why didn't you say it in the end? Zhang Yan, walking behind Luan, asked curiously. Luan stood at her door and turned to look at Zhang Yan, pointing outside. You say the water has risen to the 8th floor. Do you think it's easy to find something out there? She refrained from speaking, not only to avoid stirring trouble, but also to keep from extinguishing the hopes within the hearts of others. Zhang Yan looked towards the small window in the corridor. Through the glass, he could see the city submerged outside. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Indeed, the torrential rain was not the worst part. The main issue was that this was just a small county, and apart from the high-rise buildings, all the shops were no higher than 6 floors. All the stores were flooded. Where could one find anything? He was a swimming coach and had a set of swimming equipment at home, but he couldn't guarantee he could find food in the murky water several meters deep. Everyone was so immersed in the excitement of going out to find food that they forgot the dire situation outside. Zhang Yan felt as if someone had hit him on the head with a hammer, and with great difficulty, he asked, so, what should we do? Instinctively, he felt that Luan had a solution. Despite being over a decade younger than him and looking like a young girl who had just come of age, he felt a sense of reliance on her. Quick, tell me where we can find food. Suddenly, a man in a floral shirt rushed out with a cigarette in his mouth, his flip-flops making a slapping sound as he walked. He had just taken a smoking break in the corridor on the 11th floor when he heard Luan's words, leaving him momentarily dazed. Luan stepped back, not allowing the man in the floral shirt to approach her. Listen to the girl, don't scare him. Zhang Yan blocked the man, his expression serious. The man extinguished his cigarette, unwilling to even throw away the half-burned butt. He anxiously said, girl, quickly tell me where I can find food. As long as you can find it, you're my sister. By the way, I'm Tan Tao. Tan Tao was filled with regret. Initially, he did not believe the news from the government, which led to his family only having instant noodles. After a few days without food, he had no choice but to threaten Luan, who had promised to help him. To survive, Tan Tao had to make himself a villain. He originally had a big appetite, and even if he saved some, he only had half a bag left, which wouldn't last long. He knew that capable people shouldn't be offended, especially the woman on the 16th floor. At first, he didn't think much of her, but after hearing the conversation between Zhang Yan and Gu Wan, he realized this woman was no ordinary person. Gu Wan felt a headache. She thought Tan Tao was a bad person, but it turned out he was just a fool. Rubbing her aching forehead, Gu Wan finally spoke. The only place we can find food is in the mountains. The small county they were in was surrounded by mountains. Although they were not very high, they definitely had not been submerged. In her past life, when she had nothing to eat, she had found food in the mountains, but at that time she had fallen ill from being caught in the rain. The mountains. Yes, you're so smart, girl. You are now my sister. What's your name? Tan Tao's demeanor was completely different from his usual fierce self. He looked like a cheerful dog beaming at Gu Wan. Gu Wan felt uncomfortable with someone being so enthusiastic, so she quickly introduced herself and shut the door. Back at home, Gu Wan let out her pet Hui and fed it dinner. Lying on the sofa, Gu Wan took out her phone. Many had signed up in the group, but there weren't many who could swim, and after some selection, she picked 25 people. Feeling hungry after being busy, Gu Wan started preparing dinner. After going out, she felt cold all over and decided to have hot pot tonight. Gu Wan walked into the kitchen, took out the hot pot base, and prepared her favorite ingredients: beef lamb rolls, tripe duck intestines, yellow throat hot pot noodles, and pea shoots from Chuan City. The spicy and aromatic hot pot was exhilarating, leaving a lingering taste all over her body. Walking into the bathroom, Gu Wan prepared to take a shower, but was greeted by a foul smell from the drain, likely caused by sewage backflow. Calculating the time, she figured that the water and gas would be cut off within a day or two, so Gu Wan simply took out sand and cement to block the drain. As usual, she filled the large water tank with hot water. After organizing the items she bought, Gu Wan started opening her container blind boxes. Finally, it was the most exciting moment: her big blind box. The first was a 40-foot container, approximately 50 cubic meters, filled with clothes, all high-end menswear. The second container revealed a box of women's athletic shoes. The third to the 10th contained industrial raw materials, including aluminum, steel, and synthetic plastics. The 11th to 30th were all food supplies. The 31st opened to reveal a box of medicines, followed by several containers full of vaccines stored in freezers. Next were several containers of cars, including supercars, compact cars, and SUVs. Most importantly, there was a super cool Paramount Predator. It was said that this car had a bulletproof level recognized by NATO, making it impervious to grenades and submachine guns. After pulling out this car, Gu Wan could not wait to enter her space. She drove the car around the space until she was kicked out, still feeling reluctant to leave. What a pity the time was too short. Next came more than a dozen seafood containers, most of which were high-end seafood. Then came several containers of beverages and juices. Gasoline and diesel also came from more than 30 containers. Miscellaneous food, drinks, clothes, and utensils were all in abundance. Finally, Gu Wan unexpectedly opened a box of adult products. Coughing, she quickly closed it. Before she knew it, Gu Wan fell asleep with Hui lying beside her, also falling asleep. When she woke up, dawn had just broken. Pulling back the curtains, she saw that the heavy rain was still falling, showing no signs of stopping. As she prepared to wash up, she found that the water had been cut off, and upon entering the kitchen, she discovered that the gas was also off. Prepared in advance, Gu Wan quickly switched to a liquefied gas tank. She also took out 2 buckets of water from her space, one for the kitchen and one for the bathroom. Heh. Hui, feeling hungry, approached Gu Wan looking pitiful. All right, I'll take care of you first. Gu Wan chuckled, not knowing if she was just creating more work for herself by having a horse. However, Gu Wan felt that with Hui's company, she wouldn't be lost in her thoughts all day. She took out some fodder and beans, and after pouring out a basin of well water, she finally had time to wash up. Since she was going out today, Gu Wan prepared a hearty breakfast. Honeycrisp bread, pumpkin cakes, a bowl of sweet soy milk, and a serving of rice noodles. After finishing its food, Hui quietly stayed by Gu Wan's side. Seeing her eat so deliciously, it also wanted to have a few bites. You can't eat these. Gu Wan firmly pushed Hui away, taking an apple out from her space to feed it. Hui no longer cared about Gu Wan's breakfast, happily munching on the apple in its mouth. Why does it feel like you've grown a lot? Gu Wan looked up and down at Hui, raising her brows. She remembered when she first met Hui, it had just been born and weighed only 100 pounds. A month had passed, and it seemed to have grown so much. She didn't raise horses and didn't know if Hui was at a normal height and weight. Forget it, as long as it was healthy, that was good. Gu Wan carried a backpack and held a rubber boat in her hands. As she opened the door, she saw Tan Tao leaning casually against the entrance. "I'll take the things," Tan Tao insisted as he took the rubber boat from Luan, resembling a sycophant. Luan was puzzled by Tan Tao's behavior, wondering how someone with such a fierce demeanor could act this way. Tan Tao cheerfully carried the rubber boat downstairs, and everyone looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Upon seeing a crowd gathered in the hallway on the 11th floor, Tan Tao wore a sullen face and asked, "What are you all doing here?" The crowd hurriedly parted, and Tan Tao casually tossed the rubber boat to someone, saying, "Go inflate it." The person who was ordered didn't dare to argue and took the rubber boat downstairs. "Sis, there's wind over there, hurry and come this way." Tan Tao leaned in close to Luan, speaking with great enthusiasm. The 20 or so people present widened their eyes, looking even more horrified than before. Manager Lu, who was round and portly, paused and glanced at Luan, pondering. Luan shot Tan Tao a glance of disdain and said lightly, "No need, I'm fine here." She wasn't used to socializing, and being alone was just fine. All right, whatever you say," Tan Tao replied cheerfully, standing beside Luan. No one understood why someone like Tan Tao was so enthusiastic towards a young girl, especially since they had seemed unfamiliar just yesterday. Tan Tao naturally wouldn't explain himself to others. He had never been fond of studying, and after growing up he began mingling in society. He lacked knowledge but had an uncanny ability to read people. At first, he hadn't paid much attention to Luan until he heard her speak. In such difficult circumstances, a girl could remain calm and even analyze problems that others had yet to realize. Wasn't that impressive? He also knew Zhang Yan, who was following Luan, so he felt compelled to join them. The more difficult the situation, the more one needed to stick with capable people to survive. He relied merely on his ruthless methods, while those with real capability relied on their wits. Once you offend such people, you wouldn't even know how you died. Most importantly, he had an inkling that Luan was more than just intelligent. Zhang Yan approached holding his own rubber boat. Before long, the fishing man from Building 2 and the last girl with a rubber boat came over. In total, there were 25 people. Including Manager Lu, the only women among them were Luan, the rubber boat girl, and the thick-skinned Luan, who almost caused a scene. They were the first group to go out, needing to find supplies and check the situation outside. As for the next group, they didn't need to worry. Those who were short on food would gradually head out. If anyone wanted to borrow a rubber boat to look for food, they had to pay 1/10 of the food to the boat's owner. The 25 stood on the 8th floor, looking out at the pouring rain with worried expressions. "Is it going to be dangerous?" the rubber boat girl asked, somewhat fearful. Her family still had some food, but she chose to go along today. "There will definitely be some danger," Luan said softly, her gaze still fixed outside. The misty sky made it nearly impossible to see the buildings through the heavy rain, and the water flowed rapidly. It seemed unsuitable to go out, yet waiting indoors was also a challenging choice. "You are so calm." The rubber boat girl approached Luan with admiration, saying, "I'm Baiwei, what's your name?" Luan. Luan, who had a decent impression of Baiwei, readily told her name. The 4 rubber boats were fully inflated, and everyone began to prepare. Luan donned a down jacket, then a life jacket, and finally a raincoat. Baiwei, the fishing man, and Zhang Yan all had life jackets. Those without life jackets either tied swimming rings from their children around their waists or strapped empty beverage bottles to themselves. Luan looked bewildered at the others, who were ready, and shouted, "What should I do if I don't have one?" Manager Liu's face looked grim. The group chat said clearly, "If you don't have one, go back." "I'm not going." Luan began to act stubbornly, looking around and finally turning to Luan. "Give me your life jacket and raincoat. You live alone, so you don't need to go out looking for food, unlike my family of 6. Luan didn't even glance at Luan. When Luan saw that Luan was ignoring her, she angrily rushed forward to try and snatch them. Luan sneered scornfully and kicked fiercely. Luan let out a piercing scream as her back hit the wall, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Luan's decisive action stunned everyone. Did she just kick a woman weighing over 100 pounds? Zhang Yan had an expression that confirmed his suspicions. It seemed he was right. Luan knew how to fight. Impressive. Tan Tao exclaimed, relieved that his sixth sense had served him well, preventing him from provoking Luan. Manager Lu swallowed hard, looking like someone not to be trifled with. Ahem, it's getting late, let's hurry up and set off. Manager Lu coughed lightly to disguise his embarrassment. The remaining people regained their composure, not daring to look at Luan. What a fierce girl. She looked easy to bully, yet appearances were deceiving. Manager Lu warned everyone of the dangers and to be cautious. As for the fallen Luan, everyone quickly forgot about her. The soft bully pretended to faint. 24 people boarded the 4 rubber boats. Due to the unknown distance, no one dared to waste the electric motor and had to row manually. Luan, Zhang Yan, Tan Tao, and Baiyu stayed on one rubber boat while the remaining 6 were assigned to others. Luan sat at the back of the boat enjoying a lollipop. Bayu looked at her curiously, and when Luan glanced over she quickly averted her gaze. The raindrops stung a bit as they hit her, but fortunately the wind wasn't strong today. Everyone carefully controlled the rubber boat, slowly leaving the community. The water flowed rapidly, making it difficult for the rowers who had to switch places periodically. Due to the heavy rain, their progress was not swift. Along the way, most of the buildings in the county town were submerged and not a single tree was visible. Everyone felt somewhat lost. Aside from a few still dry communities, they could not find anywhere else to go. How could they find food like this? Zhang Yan and Tan Tao were already aware of the situation, but hadn't spoken up at first. How could this happen? A man in his 40s murmured, his expression one of despair. Everything was submerged. Could they still find food? With no food, everyone was facing a dead end. What should we do? Bai Wei, as a girl, instantly shed tears, gritting her teeth. Let's go to the nearby mountain. Zhang Yan glanced at Luan, noticing her silence as she surveyed her surroundings before speaking up. Exactly, let's head to the mountain. Tan Tao shouted loudly, urging everyone to paddle in that direction. Manager Lu thought the suggestion was good and nodded in agreement. The others had no alternative but to agree as well. Luan ignored everyone, her deep gaze fixed on the submerged city. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the order was not too chaotic, which is why some agreed to go to the mountain. But when everyone is extremely hungry and realizes that peaceful life is no longer attainable, they will transform from victims into executioners. All Luan could do was strive not to become an executioner herself. Over 20 people cautiously paddled the boat, enduring the battering of the heavy rain while also being wary of the turbulent undercurrents. Following this path, we should be there soon. The fisherman was most familiar with this route because there was a reservoir in the nearby mountains where he liked to fish. Thus, despite the city being nearly submerged, he guided everyone to the mountains using the remaining buildings. I can see the mountain. Bayu happily pointed at the nearby mountain. Fortunately, due to the high terrain, only a small part of the mountain was submerged, with most of it still above water. What is that? Bayu suddenly exclaimed, trembling as she pointed at the water's surface. Upon getting a clearer look, Zhang Yan's expression changed slightly. It's a corpse. The corpse had been floating in the water for an unknown period. The entire body was bloated, resembling a giant, and maggots could vaguely be seen wriggling in the decaying flesh. The entire scene was disgusting and terrifying, a shocking impact. Ugh. Bayu turned aside and vomited into the water, unable to look any longer. Not just her, the rest, including Zhang Yan and Tan Tao, felt uncomfortable, while only Luan remained expressionless. Luan discarded the stick of her finished lollipop, expressionless, as she signaled for everyone to pass by. Aren't you afraid? Bayu, having finally calmed down, quietly asked Luan. Afraid? This is just the beginning. Sooner or later you will encounter something far more terrifying. Luan smiled faintly, her eyes filled with complexity that no one could comprehend, at least not at that moment. Bayu and Zhang Yan were taken aback, as was Tan Tao. What did that mean? Why did it seem like Luan had deeper meanings in her words? 20 minutes later, the 4 rubber boats stopped at the foot of the mountain. After departing from the community, it had taken them over 2 hours to reach this place with great difficulty, and each person wore an expression of exhaustion. Manager Lu led a group to hide the rubber boats in the water, and the group gathered to discuss their next steps. There are only a few households in the mountains. I know where there are fruits, some fish ponds, and vegetable fields, but they are probably all submerged, so we can only take a chance. The fisherman pointed in a direction and walked ahead. The others followed in his footsteps, struggling on. Sometimes they had to walk on muddy paths, causing everyone to slip and fall, getting covered in mud. Everyone's shoes were soaked except for Luan, who wore rain boots. After walking for about 10 minutes, the fisherman stood on a small slope, frowning as he looked at the submerged pond. There's no way here. Everyone's expressions were not good. It had not been an easy 10 minutes. After so much effort, they found nothing. Both the vegetable fields and fish ponds were submerged, so they could only check elsewhere. The fisherman walked up the mountain and spotted fruit hanging from trees in the distance, exclaiming, "Hurry, there are fruits." The previously exhausted group suddenly felt invigorated and rushed towards the fruit trees. There were 5 fruit trees, 1 pear tree, 1 plum tree, 2 orange trees, and 1 mulberry tree. Most of the mulberries had been knocked to the ground by the heavy rain, and the remaining ones were mostly unripe. No one spoke much, quickly picking the fruits from the trees. Luan also joined in picking 5 or 6 pears, over 10 oranges, and more than 20 plums, while leaving the rain-soaked unripe mulberries. The others divided the unripe mulberries, and Bayu did not spare even the ones on the ground. Only fruits won't suffice. Manager Lu looked worried, hugging the fruits tightly. No one knew how long the heavy rain would last, and those with stored grain could last a month or 2 at most. What if the heavy rain continued without stopping? Tantao, relying on his height and presence, had gathered the most fruit. He held the ripest pear and approached Luan. Sister, have a pear. What should we do next? Just tell me what to do. His tone was flattering and ingratiating. Zhang Yan and Bai Yu looked over, their eyes filled with anticipation. Manager Lu and the fisherman, along with the other more than 10 men, turned to look as well. They could see that Luan was a formidable woman, otherwise Tantao wouldn't treat her so well. Luan glanced at everyone, took the pear from Tantao's hand and bit into it. Stepping forward, she pointed at the ground. There are still plenty of wild vegetables in the mountains, and there should be mushrooms as well, and this. The dark green things on the ground caught everyone's attention. This is lichen. A man who recognized it exclaimed joyfully, looking around. A large area nearby was filled with lichen. This thing tastes good whether stir-fried or cold-tossed, and more importantly, it can be dried for preservation. Not only that, but there is also a bamboo grove over there. This season is the time when bamboo shoots begin to grow. Luan's words made everyone ecstatic. Look at me, I was just thinking about these things earlier and actually forgot about the bamboo shoots. The fisherman slapped his forehead, laughing in frustration. The previously dejected group instantly brightened in mood, quickly crouching down. Those digging for wild vegetables were digging for wild vegetables, while those looking for lichen were searching for lichen. As for the bamboo shoots, everyone planned to finish searching for the nearby wild vegetables first before going for them. Luan crouched down as well, as she was digging for wild vegetables, or more accurately, digging for herbs. This mountain had quite a few herbs. Although they were not valuable, they were indispensable medicinal materials. Many trees and plants would die in the extreme cold. Luan wanted to dig more to store in her space. It might come in handy later. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, there would be deadly plague viruses to avoid. Are you digging for herbs? Zhang Yan noticed what Luan was doing and asked in surprise. Yes, herbs are hard to find, and in case of illness these herbs can help us get by. Luan replied softly, her hands moving continuously as she placed the herbs she had dug into the large bag she had brought. Zhang Yan simply stopped looking for lichen and followed Luan to dig for herbs. Do you understand medicine? Not really, I can only say I know a little. In the second year of the apocalypse, Luan had met a woman who studied traditional Chinese medicine and learned some from her, but not much. During this time, she had been at home apart from exercising and cooking. She read books on traditional Chinese medicine to recognize those herbs, hoping to understand more. She had plenty of medicine, but she was afraid of not knowing what illness she would catch in the post-apocalyptic world. It's better to learn a little on your own than to rely on others, even if the knowledge is limited. After digging for a good while, Luan finally stopped, her hands too cold to continue. Even though the trees on the mountain provided some shelter, she still got drenched in the rain. She took out a thermos from her backpack and had a sip of ginger tea with brown sugar, instantly feeling warmer. Luan hated the cold. In the past, she would avoid going out in winter whenever possible. Later, when the extreme cold set in and her food ran out, she had to endure the cold and go outside. As a result, she returned home seriously ill with frostbite on her hands and feet. Her past life was truly miserable, as she had no idea how she survived for 5 years in the apocalypse. Let's go dig for bamboo shoots now, Manager Lu suggested, excitedly, having gathered a good amount of wild vegetables and seaweed. Everyone had dug up quite a bit, and the group headed towards the bamboo area. Soon they spotted a vast bamboo grove where many bamboo shoots were growing. There are bamboo shoots, our trip here wasn't in vain. Great. I thought we would return empty-handed, only able to bring back a few wild vegetables, several men exclaimed, excitedly working hard to gather as many bamboo shoots as possible, even peeling off the outer shells. Luan loved eating bamboo shoots and had stocked up on dried ones as well as purchased some fresh ones. The bamboo shoots from this area had a bitter taste once they were brought home and boiled for a while. They needed to be soaked in water for half a day to remove the bitterness. I absolutely hate eating bamboo shoots, especially the ones from our area, Tantao said with a face full of grievance. No matter how much he disliked them, he still understood that bamboo shoots were a precious resource that he could not afford to pass up. Bai Yu dug energetically and Zhang Yan was not to be outdone. The two of them worked swiftly, each more diligent than the other. In the end, everyone's bags were filled to the brim. Even if they still wanted to search for more items on the mountain, they had no choice but to leave and head back. Did you notice the rain has lessened a bit? A man remarked, looking up at the sky in surprise. It really seems to have eased up. Great. Is it about to stop? I've had enough of this dreadful weather. Several people chimed in, complaining about the weather. Let's go, Luan said, glancing up at the sky with a furrowed brow. The diminishing rain indicated that the extreme cold was approaching, which was not a good sign. Perhaps Luan's serious tone caused the previously cheerful group to fall silent. Zhang Yan looked at the sky, then at Luan, who seemed troubled, and his heart sank. The 24 people headed towards the location of the hidden rubber boat, but encountered 6 men wielding machetes along the way. Upon seeing them, the 6 men displayed joyful smiles. "Brother Sheng, they are here." The man who spotted Luan and the others burst into laughter. They were all from nearby communities, and there was only one rubber boat in the entire neighborhood. This morning they had seen 4 rubber boats heading up the mountain and had planned to rob this group after some discussion. "What do you want?" Manager Lu clutched his belongings tightly, his lips trembling as he spoke. "What do we want?" "Drop your things and hand over your rubber boat to us." The men looked at Manager Lu with disdain. What did it matter that there were more than 20 of them? None were armed, so they weren't afraid. "No way." Upon hearing the demand for their belongings, the fishing man shouted in anger, but hesitated to resist because the others had knives. "Refuse. Then you're asking for death." A man in his 40s sneered, coldly raising the machete in his hand, his gaze landing on Luan and Baiyue, his eyes suddenly lighting up. He was an old bachelor. Upon seeing women, especially beautiful ones, he couldn't control his inner excitement. Baiyue was disgusted by his gaze and shot him a fierce glare. The old bachelor smiled lewdly, stepping forward deliberately. Tantao set down his bag, blocking Luan and Baiyue, and warned, "If you take another step forward, I'll make you regret it." Tantao appeared formidable, but the 6 men were not afraid, knowing they had weapons in hand. "Make me regret it." "Huh. I want to see whether your fists are tougher or my knife is quicker." The old bachelor had been a troublemaker in his youth, raising his knife to threaten Tantao. "What do you want?" "This is a society governed by law. Do you dare to kill?" Manager Lu and the others were startled, unable to believe what they heard. "A society governed by law? The government doesn't even care about us. Where is this law coming from?" Brother Sheng among the 6 spat disdainfully and laughed coldly. "We only wanted your belongings and rubber boat, but now I also want these 2 women." Brother Sheng pointed at Luan and Baiyue. Manager Lu wanted to object, but saw the remaining 5 men surrounding them, and they were all trembling in fear, unable to move. You can't do this. The police won't let you get away with it," the fishing man protested softly. One of the robbers, seeing his lack of awareness, raised his knife and struck down. The fishing man didn't expect these people to actually attack. He was injured by the knife while trying to dodge. The brutality of these men terrified Manager Lu and the others, causing them to huddle together in fear. Tantao was fierce in fights, but didn't dare to face so many knives. Still daring to resist. "Just say the word if you want to die," Brother Sheng grinned, relishing this feeling, finding it far more enjoyable than peaceful times. Manager Lu and the others did not dare to resist, watching as Brother Sheng approached Luan and Baiyue. Zhang Yan and Tantao stood in front of Luan and Baiyue, throwing their belongings at Brother Sheng, saying, "You guys run, we'll hold them off here." Brother Sheng was thoroughly enraged, swinging his knife down fiercely. A crossbow bolt pierced through Zhang Yan and Tantao, directly impaling Brother Sheng's arm. Brother Sheng let out a scream, dropping the knife to the ground. Everyone stared in shock, only to see Luan holding a crossbow, her cold gaze fixed on the 6 men. Without further ado, Luan shot another bolt, and Brother Sheng lost his life, without even having a chance to scream. In his final moments, Brother Sheng's face remained contorted in pain, utterly unprepared for someone to kill him. At that moment, the chaos had not fully unraveled, and Brother Sheng and his crew only dared to act tough without the courage to kill. No one could have anticipated that they would encounter someone as daring as Luan today. The remaining 5 exchanged glances before swiftly scattering and fleeing. Without a word, Luan raised her crossbow, firing arrow after arrow, instantly killing another 3 men, leaving only 2 alive. Zhang Yan and Tantao exchanged glances, picked up the fallen machete, and chased after the remaining 2. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yan and Tantao returned holding the bloodied machetes, the rain quickly washing away the blood from the blades. Luan put the crossbow into her backpack and looked expressionlessly at Manager Lu and the others. Manager Lu and the others met her gaze and instinctively took several steps back. Luan actually dared to kill. A killer had emerged from their community. Weren't they afraid of getting caught? "Sister Gu, you're amazing." Baiyue, pale-faced, leaned in front of Luan, her eyes sparkling with admiration. To be honest, she was a bit scared when Luan killed. Thinking about what those people had just done, if Luan hadn't killed them, it would have been her in trouble. Fearful of being suppressed by her, she could only feel gratitude. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Luan smiled lightly, looking unexpectedly at Baiyue. "To be honest, I am a little scared, but I am more grateful to you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened," Baiyue said softly. Luan chuckled and didn't say anything more. Zhang Yan and Tantao walked over and Luan nodded to them, "Let's go back." Ignoring Manager Lu and the others, she strode down the mountain. Manager Lu and the group wanted to say something, but ultimately kept their mouths shut. After what had just happened, there was a barrier among the group. Luan and her 3 companions walked together, while the remaining 20 walked together. Just now Luan and Baiyu were almost bullied, and they were afraid of getting hurt, so they didn't dare to intervene. After Luan killed a few people, they became even more afraid. Ultimately, they were not on the same side and could not walk together. On the way back, Luan still sat at the back of the boat while Baiyu sat beside her lost in thought. Zhang Yan and Tan Tao were silent, not speaking. They were still a bit unaccustomed to killing for the first time. As for the other 6 in the same rubber boat, they kept their distance from the 4. When the rubber boat returned to the community, Baiyu stood on her boat and waved goodbye to Luan. Luan, with one hand carrying her filled bag, jumped off the boat with agility. Manager Lu had someone deflate Luan's rubber boat, and after tidying it up, handed it to her. Tan Tao stepped forward to take it, standing beside Luan with Zhang Yan. As the 3 reached the 9th floor, they encountered Luan and her family. Luan, with her husband, 2 children, and parents, blocked Luan in the corridor. "You shameless woman, are you looking for death?" Tan Tao, with both hands full, could only verbally threaten Luan. Luan was still somewhat afraid of Tan Tao, thinking of her family being there, fearing she couldn't handle Tan Tao and the others. "I'm not afraid of you. If you have the guts, kill me. She hit me this morning, and she must compensate me." For Luan, who hadn't yet realized the reality, killing is still a crime, and naturally Luan and the others would be seen as not daring to do anything to them. Manager Lu, who came up later with 3 or 4 other owners from Building 3, was shocked at the situation. Manager Lu stepped forward, pulling Luan aside and whispering a few words in her ear. After hearing this, Luan's body softened, and she nearly collapsed to the ground, not daring to look at Luan and the others. Luan smiled disinterestedly and walked straight past Luan and the others. "Sister, wait for me, your rubber boat is still in my hands." Zhang Yan and Tan Tao chased after her. "What's wrong with you? Don't you want compensation?" Luan's mother complained, while the 2 older children were also unhappy with their mother, thinking she was too cowardly just now. "Mom, just now. Manager Lu said that woman killed someone. She killed 4 people. "What?" A commotion arose on the 9th floor. Standing at her door, Luan took out her keys, preparing to unlock it. "Sister, we won't get in trouble for killing someone, right?" Tan Tao, who had put down the rubber boat, was anxious. When killing, he didn't think too much, mainly because Luan had killed first. At that moment, it felt like he was stimulated, and without thinking, he followed suit. Zhang Yan said nothing, his expression more serious than usual. Luan turned around and smiled lightly. "Weren't you afraid of getting in trouble when you killed?" Tan Tao awkwardly smiled. "I was just caught up in the heat of the moment." Zhang Yan laughed at this and turned his head away. "You have to believe that things will only get messier from here on out. You can only survive by being harsher than others, but make sure not to become a bad person." Seeing that these 2 were somewhat to her liking, Luan said this ambiguous sentence and picked up her belongings to Tan Tao anxiously licked his lips, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Zhang Yan. "Shall we chat for a bit?" Zhang Yan took it, and the 2 walked to the corridor window to look outside. Tan Tao lit the cigarette and took a deep drag. "What do you think? Maybe the apocalypse really has come." Zhang Yan's face was solemn, and his mood was not much better than Tan Tao's. "I believe in her. I feel like she's not simple." Tan Tao spoke his thoughts, and Zhang Yan nodded slightly. The 2 conversed in low voices, fearful that the world might truly have turned into an apocalypse, unsure of what to do. Luan tossed the rubber boat and large bag into her space, then went to the bathroom to take a hot shower. She didn't spare the bathwater in the bucket, as it would be useful for making ice or other things in the future. Lying on her bed, Luan closed her eyes to rest. On the 16th day of the apocalypse, she began to kill. As for whether she regretted killing those men who currently did not seem to be too evil, Luan only wanted to say she did not regret it. Such people dared to be so rampant at the onset of the apocalypse and would only become the first batch of demons when chaos ensued. Moreover, she recognized those men. In her past life, during the extreme cold, she had seen those men robbing and killing, their methods being cruel, thus they deserved to die. When she woke up, it was already dark outside, and Luan heard someone downstairs happily talking about something. The rain had lessened significantly, but the flood still submerged the 9th floor. Some in the group speculated whether the heavy rain would stop, while others discussed what to do without electricity or water, and many were still seeking help from the flooded floors. However, no one dared to mention their killings in the group, probably out of fear. This was also good, with some afraid of her. It was more comfortable without interruptions. In the next 2 days, Luan stayed home and did not go out. After exercising each day, she opened container blind boxes, occasionally obtaining good items, and continued to prepare food in the afternoons. She didn't make anything with strong smells, only simmered some preserved egg and lean meat porridge, a treasure porridge, tomato shrimp porridge, and vegetable chicken shreds porridge. After making 10 pots, she filled over 100 food boxes. Coupled with the porridge packed before the apocalypse, she didn't know how long it could last. On the 17th day of the apocalypse, someone knocked on Luan's door. Zhang Yan and Tan Tao were waiting outside, both holding a rubber boat and a set of diving equipment. "What are you guys planning to do?" "Sister, are we going out to find supplies? That little bit of stuff last time isn't enough to eat. The rain has lessened a lot now, let's hurry and take advantage of this time to go out." Tan Tao smiled as he spoke. Luan didn't want to go out much, but seeing their enthusiastic invitation, she felt she should disguise a bit, so she ultimately agreed to go out. "Where to?" Luan's gaze fell on the diving equipment in Zhang Yan's hands. "To the only supermarket located on the 5th floor in the county town." Zhang Yan replied to Luan, "As for the shops on the 1st floor, forget it. The unknown dangers under nearly 40 meters of water were too great, and the current was fast as Zhang Yan didn't dare risk his life." "Okay. I also have a set of diving equipment to wait for me for a bit." After saying that, Luan closed the door. "Great. Now we have 2 sets of diving equipment, we can gather a lot of things." Tan Tao was a bit excited ever since he learned that the apocalypse might come. He wished he could go out every day, but it was too dangerous to go out alone. Zhang Yan also only dared to invite Tan Tao and Luan after the rain had lessened. Luan had just finished packing and was about to head out when she received a message from Baiyue asking if she wanted to go out together to look for supplies. Luan consulted with Zhang Yan, and after receiving their agreement, she decided to bring Baiyue along. Baiyue was a nice person and had an inflatable boat. Having an extra boat meant a lot more supplies. Although Luan did not lack for supplies, who would ever complain about having more? The 4 gathered at the foot of the 3 buildings with Baiyue sitting on the inflatable boat happily greeting the others. Without wasting any time, they set off in 3 inflatable boats, leaving the community. Many people in the community looked on enviously. Ever since they learned that Luan and Zhang Yan were murderers, they dared not borrow anything from them. Only Baiyue's inflatable boat still had people brave enough to borrow from her. The 5-story supermarket in the small county was not far from Jiayuan community, and it did not take long for them to arrive. More than half a month into the apocalypse, there were already many people outside. Some were paddling inflatable boats, while others had made various watercraft. Seeing that the 4 had 3 inflatable boats, everyone looked on with envious eyes. "We have arrived." Baiyue checked the buildings and confirmed that the supermarket was directly below. Through the murky floodwater, only the faint outlines of the building could be seen. Luan and Zhang Yan began to don their diving gear and strapped on oxygen tanks. Both Luan and Zhang Yan carried 12-liter oxygen tanks. They could stay underwater for about 40 minutes at a depth of around 20 meters, but they had to come up to rest periodically. "Sister Gu, please be careful." "Sister Zhang Gu, pay attention." Baiyue and Tan Tao each tied ropes to the 2 just in case something unexpected happened. Luan and Zhang Yan exchanged a glance before jumping into the murky waters, swiftly swimming towards the supermarket under the beam of the searchlight. Upon reaching their destination, Zhang Yan took out a hammer and struck the glass of the supermarket forcefully. In no time, the glass shattered and Luan and Zhang Yan swam inside. All the items in the supermarket were floating on the water. Zhang Yan and Luan grabbed nets to search for packaged food. Luan found herself in the snack section, nimbly scooping up snacks from the water into her net. Zhang Yan swam over to the instant food section, where he found not only instant noodles, but also plenty of soy milk powder and sesame paste. After about 10 minutes, the 2 filled their nets and swam up to the surface. Seeing them emerge, Baiyue and Tan Tao hurriedly took the items and placed them aside. "Sister Gu, can you still hold on?" Baiyue asked, worriedly concerned that it was so cold underwater, and being a girl, Luan might not be able to bear it. Luan signaled an okay and once again dove back into the water with Zhang Yan. Although most of the items in the supermarket had been ruined by the water, Luan and Zhang Yan still managed to find a considerable amount of useful supplies. In addition to snacks, they found some vacuum-packed rice, cooking oil, soy sauce, vinegar. They did not let go of anything that was still usable. Luan also gathered the soaked rice and other salvageable items into her storage space. In a food shortage, soaked rice could still be eaten as long as it had not completely spoiled. On the second trip up, Baiyue shyly asked Luan to help her retrieve some feminine products, promising to trade food for them when they returned. The 3 inflatable boats were filled with the items recovered by Luan and Zhang Yan. With Baiyue and Tan Tao's help, they climbed onto the inflatable boat. "You found so many things, can you get lost? If you come any closer, I won't hesitate to use my knife." Tan Tao fiercely brandished the watermelon knife he had obtained from the mountain last time, threatening those who approached. "You are so heartless, everyone is short on food." What's wrong with sharing a bit with us? Yeah, don't you think about whether you can keep it safe or not? Luan, not wanting to hear any more nonsense, raised her crossbow and shot at the young man who was speaking the loudest. The young man's face changed dramatically. He tried to dodge, but it was too late and a large strip of flesh was scraped off his face by the crossbow bolt. Blood flowed down his cheek, and upon seeing so much blood he nearly fainted. Luan's first arrow served as a warning. If these people dared to rob her again, they would be dealt with severely. Clearly they still had some sense and did not dare to provoke Luan and her companions, allowing them to leave. Luan held her thermos and signaled Zhang Yan to take out his cup. Zhang Yan was taken aback and handed over his cup, which Luan filled with half a cup of ginger tea. Drink up, getting sick at this time is not good. Luan finished her ginger tea in one gulp and said softly. After all, Zhang Yan was her temporary teammate, and he was a good person. Giving him half a cup of ginger tea was no trouble at all. Zhang Yan thanked her in surprise and gulped down the ginger tea. The four of them quickly returned to the community, moving all the things up to the 10th floor of Building 3, then tidied up the inflatable boats. Residents from the 11th floor heard the commotion and peeked out. Upon seeing the supplies in front of Luan and the others, their eyes turned red with jealousy. They wanted to snatch it, but they didn't have the courage. The four quickly divided the items in the hallway. Bayu exchanged a small portion of her food for feminine products with Luan and left contentedly. This time out, Luan divided 6 bags of 10-kilogram vacuum-packed rice, 2 large bags of snacks, 6 bags of soy milk powder, 5 buckets of adult milk powder, as well as a considerable amount of corn flour, sesame paste, and other food items. She exchanged feminine products for several bags of corn paste with Bayu. They also divided over 10 packs of instant noodles, both bagged and bucket. Additionally, they split 27 bottles of drinks, 5 buckets of cooking oil, and a significant amount of spices and condiments. They also divided a lot of water-damaged toilet paper, skincare products, toothpaste, and shampoo. After tossing everything into the storage space, Luan took a hot bath. After a busy day, she was already quite hungry. Having not eaten instant noodles in a long time, Luan decided to boil a pack of instant noodles and took out a portion of crayfish while watching a comedic variety show. After finishing her meal, Luan took out the items she had brought back from the mountain last time. Hundreds of pounds of bamboo shoots were chopped and boiled for a while. After taking out the soaked bamboo shoots, she drained them and stored them in her space, ready to stir-fry when she felt like eating. As for the herbs she dug up, Luan found an empty container to store them in. The next day, Luan set out alone, driving the inflatable boat towards the mountains. With nothing else to do, she planned to go into the mountains to dig for herbs. There were many herbs, and soon Luan filled a small bag. However, her strength alone was quite limited, and she was not satisfied with her progress. Before the apocalypse, she had stockpiled a lot of Chinese medicinal materials from various pharmacies. However, these were frozen to death during the extreme cold, and she hoped to gather as much as she could now. Do you need these? A voice called out from behind Luan, cautious and probing. She turned to see a young woman in her 30s standing behind her with a boy about 10 years old. The two looked very thin, especially the young woman whose face bore several bruises. Noticing Luan's expression change as she looked over, the young woman instinctively raised her hand to cover her face. The boy stood protectively in front of the young woman, watching Luan warily as if he would explode if she did anything bad. Do you have any? Luan asked softly, her gaze returning to normal. I have quite a few, but I wonder if I can trade some for food. The young woman lowered her head, not daring to make eye contact with Luan. Although she was wary, fearing Luan might be a bad person, hunger compelled her to take a gamble. Seeing that Luan did not speak, the young woman anxiously said, just a little, even a pack of instant noodles would be fine. She trembled slightly, as if using all her strength to plead. The reason the young woman sought out Luan was that she perceived Luan's appearance to be far better than theirs, indicating that she was someone with resources. Where are the items? Luan's gaze rested on the young woman's eyes. Though she could not see into people's hearts, having lived for 5 years in the apocalypse allowed her to discern the eyes of the wicked from those of the good. The woman's eyes were clear and did not seem to harbor ill intentions. If she was mistaken, it could only mean that this young woman was quite impressive. Of course, Luan was not afraid of encountering any bad people. I'll take you there. The young woman revealed a joyful smile, gripping her son's hand as she stepped forward. Luan followed closely behind, soon spotting 2 woven bags lying beneath a tree. Just give me some food. The young woman appeared somewhat awkward, her smile shy. Luan averted her eyes, stepping forward to open the bag and examining the herbs inside. Confirming that they were indeed herbs without any wild grasses mixed in, Luan opened her backpack and pretended to take out 3 loaves of bread, which she actually retrieved from her spatial storage. The bread was salvaged from an underwater supermarket last time. The packaging was intact and had not taken on water. Thank you, thank you. The young woman's emaciated hand accepted the 3 loaves, her mouth continuously expressing gratitude to Luan. Luan said nothing further, stepping forward to pick up the 2 large woven bags. Xian, hurry and eat. Mom, you should eat too. You haven't had anything in a long time. Mom won't eat, you eat, finish it all. The young woman looked tenderly at her child, still refusing to eat despite her hunger. Luan tightened her grip on the bags, her footsteps pausing. Closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, she gritted her teeth and turned to face the mother and son. I still need to collect a lot of herbs. Luan did not really want to help this mother and son any further. She knew that in the harsh conditions of the apocalypse, such weak individuals were the first to perish. I can dig. My dad was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and I know these herbs. Hearing Luan's words, the young woman eagerly responded. But I don't have much food, so I can only give you a packet of instant noodles for 1 bag. Luan nodded quietly and turned to walk a short distance away. Once she was out of sight of the mother and son, Luan kicked a large tree, breaking it with a single kick. Damn this apocalypse. This is just the beginning. She couldn't save everyone, nor could she become a savior, as she could only take care of herself. For a mother and son like this, an equivalent exchange was acceptable, but she could never afford to give without receiving. As for why she only gave 1 packet of instant noodles per bag, it was because she did not want others to know that she was wealthy. She dared not gamble with people's hearts in the apocalypse. Perhaps this mother and son were kind now, but who could guarantee that they wouldn't turn from victims to murderers because of her resources? From behind, she could still faintly hear the joyful voices of the mother and son. With the instant noodles promised by Luan, the young woman finally consumed the bread her son insisted she eat. Luan continued to dig for herbs, uprooting small saplings and tossing them into her spatial storage. After a good part of the day, the mother and son had collected 5 bags of herbs, and Luan had given them 5 packets of instant noodles. As the 2 were leaving, the boy bowed to Luan. Miss, will you come back tomorrow? The young woman asked, cautiously clutching the instant noodles tightly in her hands. Yes, I will come. Luan nodded. I need a lot of herbs and saplings as well. Can I bring others with me? I have a daughter too. That's fine, I only care about the items. After Luan said this, the dull expressions on the young woman's and the boys' faces instantly brightened. After the 2 left happily, Luan threw all the large bags of herbs into her spatial container. Not leaving immediately, she walked to a withered tree and chopped it down with an axe, finally splitting it apart. Sister, what are you doing here? Zhang Yan and Tan Tao did not expect to encounter Luan here, each holding a fire axe as they strode toward her. Why did you come up the mountain? Luan tied the chopped wood with a rope, looking up at Zhang Yan. Our home has no electricity or water, so we had no choice but to come up the mountain to chop wood to bring back for burning. I came to find you, but you weren't home. Zhang Yan explained, and Luan nodded, then chop more. It looks like the weather is getting colder. She could only remind the 2 if they understood good. If not, then it was whatever. Sure, we will. I will head back first. After greeting them, Luan left with a large bundle of firewood. This firewood was merely to deceive others, what she truly used was still from her spatial storage. The next day, Luan traded with the mother and son, acquiring 12 bags of herbs, and continued to reap rewards every day. It was not until a month after the apocalypse arrived that Luan allowed the mother and son to stop, ultimately giving them 2 extra packets of instant noodles. Luan stood by the window, watching the torrential rain outside that had nearly ceased, with only a light drizzle falling from the sky. The flood had already submerged up to the 13th floor, with countless people crammed into abandoned houses, while others had no choice but to sleep in the corridors. Next, the rain would completely stop for a day, just as everyone thought the heavy rain had passed, and the flood would soon recede. A bitter cold would silently arrive. Of course, this was from her past life, or in this life, she had informed the authorities, who should notify everyone in advance. As night gradually descended, the lock on Luan's door was pried open. The sleeping gray in the room was startled awake, and as it attempted to alert Luan, she gently ruffled its head, signaling it to remain silent. Luan had already awakened when someone approached the front door. Her quick reaction was thanks to the good habits she had developed over 5 years of surviving in the apocalypse. Slowly getting up and putting on a coat, a tang knife appeared in her hand out of thin air. Carefully opening the second security door, Luan stood before the first security door, a cold smile curling at her lips. They truly are not afraid of death. Do they need to see blood to feel comfortable? In her last life, her door had never been pried open. Because those who were alive could see that she had become nothing but skin and bones, how could someone so emaciated possibly have food? In her last life, her door had never been pried open. Because those who were alive could see that she had become nothing but skin and bones. How could someone so— She has weapons. Once we get in and find her weapons, she will be at our mercy, said Luan fiercely outside the door. Behind her were not only her family, but also several homeowners whose homes had been flooded, including Lee. The person trying to pick the lock crouched down, struggling with the security door, not knowing whether it was due to a lack of skill, as they had been at it for quite some time without success. Luan could not wait any longer and simply opened the door, her slender figure standing in the darkness. The tang knife rested coldly against the neck of the lockpicker, sending a chill down their spine. Quite lively tonight, isn't it? Luan scoffed, one hand holding the knife and the other holding a flashlight. The beam of light illuminated everyone, finally landing on Luan. Luan swallowed hard, mustering her courage to say, "Why don't you share some of your food with us?" "Share. If you come up, I'll share with you." Luan smiled cheerfully, though the smile appeared quite eerie. "Take it out yourself. If you try any tricks, we won't be afraid of you with so many of us here." Luan, not one to be fooled, shouted from behind someone. Luan laughed heartily, her gaze sweeping over the group. Under her scrutiny, no one dared to meet her eyes directly. "Ha ha, do you even have the guts to come and rob us?" Luan smirked sarcastically. With a forceful strike of her dagger, fresh blood streamed from the neck of the person who had attempted to unlock the door. The man fainted in fright and Luan, bored, kicked him aside. "Little girl, why are you so selfish? We only want to borrow something from you. If you give it to us, this matter can just pass by, can't it?" Liang Huaying once again resorted to her moral coercion, but unfortunately, she had chosen the wrong person to try that on. "Enough of the nonsense, the stuff is in the room. Anyone who dares to come can give it a try." Luan didn't want to listen to any more nonsense, positioning her body at the doorway. Luan, furious, gritted her teeth and maliciously pushed the person in front of her towards Luan. "Everyone charge. Let's snatch the knife from her hand and we'll split the things in her room." Luan kicked away the person who lunged at her. The dagger fell mercilessly upon those who dared to snatch it from her. The blade pierced flesh with a sickening sound, and one by one they clutched their wounds, ultimately closing their eyes in pain and passing away. "Murder! Murder!" Someone screamed, causing the crowd to scatter in terror. Luan also wanted to run, but Luan gave her no chance. A sharp pain pierced her chest, and Luan lowered her head, watching the dagger that had gone through her body stained with her own blood. No. She never thought she would die. She had gathered so many people just to deal with Luan, hoping to snatch food from her. How did it end with her death instead? Liang Huaying was pinned beneath a corpse. In her fright, a foul stench wafted from beneath her, and without caring about anything else, she scrambled up and fled in disarray. Luan pulled out her dagger and gently wiped it with a handkerchief. Throughout it all, Luan maintained an expression of indifference on her delicate and pure face, as if she hadn't just taken lives. Lu Xian and her meal ticket boyfriend hid behind the stairway door, watching this scene with ashen faces. When Luan cast a glance in their direction, Lu Xian and her boyfriend hurriedly fled. "Sister, are you okay? Miss Gu, are you alright?" Zhang Yan and Tan Tao rushed down from upstairs after hearing the screams. They were awakened by the commotion, and upon arriving, they were met with a gruesome sight. 5 corpses lay on the ground. "It's nothing, just a bunch of clowns." Luan glanced coolly at the corpses on the ground, her expression unchanged. Zhang Yan and Tan Tao both breathed a sigh of relief. Tan Tao glanced at the corpses on the ground and cursed. They all deserved to die. If they had the guts, they should have gone out to find their own stuff instead of eyeing yours. Zhang Yan remained silent, but bent down to drag the corpses and throw them out the window. "Wait a minute." Just as they were about to leave, Luan called them back and walked into the room, emerging with 2 packs of cigarettes. "Sister, you truly are my sister." Seeing the cigarettes, Tan Tao was nearly overjoyed to the point of tears. After a month in the apocalypse, his stash had long been exhausted. Every day he craved cigarettes, even the butts he used to throw in the trash had been dug out to sniff. The two of them didn't bother with pleasantries, taking the cigarettes and bidding farewell as they walked upstairs. Returning home, Luan tossed aside her blood-stained clothes and lay back down on her bed. The events of the night had no impact on her, and she quickly fell into a deep sleep. She slept soundly, unaware that chaos had erupted in her 3 buildings. Many people learned of the events that transpired on the 16th floor, and most moved to the other 2 buildings, while the rest hid in their homes, afraid to go out. The next day, when Luan woke up, she received a message from Bayu. After learning about the events of the previous night, Bayu angrily scolded those people and remained on guard. After finishing breakfast, Luan began her daily exercise routine, with Hui Hui accompanying her, occasionally making sounds as if cheering her on. Still dripping with sweat, Luan stepped out of the gym and downed a large cup of well water. Her phone, which she had thrown onto the sofa, rang, and she slowly walked over to pick it up, finding an unfamiliar number. After thinking for a moment, Luan answered, "Hello. Is this Miss Gu?" "Yes, who are you?" The voice was young and unfamiliar, clear, yet tinged with fatigue. "My name is Winshuchi. I happened to see the post you made, and I was wondering if you still need that black stone." "You have it?" Luan exclaimed in surprise, gripping her phone tightly. "I have one piece. I need to see if it's the right one." "Alright, let's add each other as friends." After hanging up, Luan added Winshuchi as a WeChat friend and soon received a picture from him. She enlarged the image and examined it closely, confirming that it was the item she needed. Finally found it. This stone might upgrade her space. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of transformation it would bring. Not wanting to dwell on it, Luan immediately messaged Winshuchi, "What do you need?" She certainly didn't think Winshuchi wanted money. At this point, currency was useless. "Miss Gu, do you have the ability to help me?" Winshuchi sent a message, clearly not fully trusting Luan. When the call connected, he felt a bit disappointed. He could tell the girl on the other end was very young. Could someone so young really help him? But he had no choice but to ask what if there was a glimmer of hope. "Do you want food? If you bring me that stone, I can provide you with food." Luan couldn't afford to haggle anymore. The most important thing was to get the stone first. She believed that the person on the other end wouldn't be foolish enough to demand excessive compensation. After all, he should know which was more crucial, a stone or food. "I don't want food. I'm facing some troubles and hope someone can help me resolve them." Winshuchi's tone was dejected, tinged with despair. For an entire month, the city he lived in seemed to have turned into hell. At first things were fine, but in recent days, he had witnessed several instances of people killing and eating one another. He was terrified, afraid that he and his family would become prey for others. "Alright, aren't you going to ask what kind of trouble?" Winshuchi was taken aback, unable to believe that Luan had agreed so readily. "No need to ask, just tell me the address, and I will come as soon as possible." Whatever the trouble may be, Luan would handle it. She had to acquire that stone as it was crucial for her survival in the apocalypse. "I live in Bai City. The address is Building 12, Unit 2, 15th floor, Room 3 in the Xingshi and community." Winshuchi finished speaking and hung up the phone. Luan hadn't expected Winshuchi to be from Bai City. What a coincidence. Xingshi was a well-known affluent community in Bai City, and Luan had passed by it before. Just when she had finally left Bai City, she now had to return right before the extreme cold sets in. Fate really loves to play tricks on people. The rain had mostly stopped. If she remembered correctly, it would take another 2 days for the rain to cease, completely followed by a day of clear weather. Of course, this was assuming no unexpected events occurred. Luan would not underestimate natural disasters simply because she had a second chance at life. Nor would she assume that the apocalypse would unfold exactly as she envisioned. One must consider all possibilities. Having experienced natural disasters, Luan felt as though the heavens were punishing everyone. After despair, there would be a glimmer of hope, but that small hope would quickly be overshadowed by greater despair. It was now 3 in the afternoon. If she set off immediately, it would take at least 2 hours at the fastest speed, assuming nothing went wrong. Arriving in Bai City meant that with more people there would also be increased danger, and it would likely take even more time. But if she waited until tomorrow to depart, Luan was afraid that Winshuchi might encounter some mishap due to her delay. If something happened to him, it was no big deal. The main concern was that the black stone must not have any accidents. Luan, being rather impatient, decided to store all her belongings in her space. Hui watched the disappearing items, anxiously pacing back and forth. "They're not missing. I've stored them all away," Luan reassured, lightly patting Hui's head and smiling. After drinking well water for over a month, Hui had grown tall and strong with solid muscles. Its brown fur was glossy and shiny, and most importantly, Hui was quite intelligent, resembling a 5 or 6-year-old child. It could understand everything she said. Comforted by Luan, Hui made a sound and ran to its soft mat, pointing with its front hoof as if urging Luan to store it away. "Alright, I'll put it away for you." Luan chuckled, stepping forward and waving her hand to store the mat in her space. The boiler, which had been so painstakingly installed, was also stored away. She hadn't anticipated needing it here. Once everything was stored, Luan stood in the empty house, stroking her chin. It seemed unwise to move everything out. If someone came in and found everything missing, they would surely suspect her. The secret of her space absolutely must not be revealed. Thus, Luan decided to put the bed, wardrobe, sofa, and coffee table back. These pieces of furniture were old, and just to be safe, it would be better to keep them. Her space could hold the contents of an entire home. It contained all kinds of high-end and low-end furniture. There was no need to take the risk of being discovered for the sake of these old items. It was a pity she hadn't used the bulletproof glass she had installed. No, she couldn't let that go to waste. Luan took out the ordinary glass she had replaced initially and swapped it for the bulletproof glass, finally installing the ordinary glass. She also stored the second security door in her space. In the kitchen, she left behind a few broken bowls and old pots. Clapping her hands, Luan felt very satisfied, as she might be stingy, but who could blame her? We are moving to a new place now. After patting Luan stored it in her space and took a reluctant glance at the house she had lived in for a year. For her, it didn't matter where she survived ever since her parents passed away. She had no home. Several text messages popped up on her phone containing information about the extreme cold and the bases. With Luan's reminders in this life, the bases were completed earlier than in her previous life, and there was a large base in every province. The government advised citizens to evacuate to the bases. Those unwilling to go should be prepared for the cold. Luan carried her backpack with both hands holding a large travel bag. Someone peeked over, saw her, and quickly withdrew their head. Luan reached the 12th floor to inflate the rubber boat. "Miss Gu, where are you going?" A young man approached her, taking the initiative to greet. Luan halted her movements and looked up at the newcomer. It was actually Luan's boyfriend, that white face. This man's once handsome face had sunken in his cheekbones, protruding. It seemed he hadn't washed his hair in a while, and a greasy, sour odor lingered around him. As he got closer, a foul smell wafted towards Luan, who coldly scolded, "Don't come any closer." Luan's boyfriend had a stiff expression as he noticed Luan's disdain, his face turning red with shame. "Miss Gu, Wuqing, what are you doing here?" Luan's shrill voice rang out as she strode over and grabbed her boyfriend Wuqing's arm. Her eyes reddened. Wuqing tried to shake off Luan's hand, but she gripped him even tighter. He had long been fed up with this woman. After his things were forcefully sold, he had finished all his savings in just a month. If he didn't leave her now, would he starve and freeze? Luan could see through Wuqing's intentions and gritted her teeth in anger. She had been frugal, but what had it gotten her? How had she ever been blind enough to fall for him? Luan ignored the two, placing her things on the rubber boat. She sat on the rubber boat, quickly disappearing from sight. After the meal ticket left, Wuqing angrily slapped Luan, saying, "You're nothing but a shrew." He still harbored the idea of seducing Luan when she returned, unaware that in this life he would never see Luan again. She hadn't told Zhang Yan and the others that she was leaving. They were merely temporary teammates and not even friends. She wouldn't get sentimental and inform them of her departure. Everyone had their own paths to tread, as she sincerely hoped they could survive. Just as Luan left, others were stirring, eager to seize her supplies. Though they had seen Luan leave with 2 large bags, surely there were some supplies left behind. Hunger once again magnified the dark thoughts lurking deep within people's hearts. Someone really ran upstairs and after much effort finally managed to open Luan's security door. Upon seeing the door open, several people rushed in from the side. "Where are the supplies? Why is there nothing here? Just a few rags, not a morsel of food. Did she take everything?" The house was nearly empty. Could it be that she wouldn't return? The group stood in Luan's home, loudly cursing. Zhang Yan and Tan Tao held the supplies they had found in one hand and a large bundle of firewood in the other. Discovering that someone had broken into Luan's home, the two were furious and threw down their things as they charged inside. "Are you looking for death?" Tan Tao raised his fist and swung it fiercely at one of them. Having found no food and being beaten by Tan Tao, the group quickly fled. How could the house be like this? Did they take everything? Tan Tao immediately sensed something was off. No, it must have been her doing this. Zhang Yan looked around and concluded, "Where is she? Where is she going? Is she not coming back? It should be like that." Zhang Yan felt an indescribable sense of loss. "I even shamelessly called her sister. How come I can't even get a hug from her thigh? She leaves without saying a word." Though Tan Tao said this, he knew their relationship wasn't that close. They were not good friends. It was only natural for Luan to leave without telling them. How could she just leave while living so well? Where could she go? Doesn't she fear danger? Tan Tao's side of the situation outside these days was worlds apart from the previous period. In recent outings, both he and Zhang Yan had encountered individuals looking to rob them. If they hadn't been 2 strong men armed with knives, they would have surely encountered trouble long ago. Regardless of how powerful Luan was, she was still a woman. Wasn't she afraid of encountering danger? Instead of worrying about her, we should focus on us. Zhang Yan had never been concerned about whether Luan would encounter any mishap. From the moment she ruthlessly killed those few people, he knew she was no ordinary individual. He did wish to team up with her to navigate through the difficulties. However, he could see her cold and isolated nature, disinclined to interact with others. Thus, he tactfully refrained from disturbing her further. "What are you thinking?" Tan Tao was also a simple-minded person. He preferred to solve problems with brute force and rarely engaged his brain, so he had no idea what Zhang Yan was trying to say. Are we heading to the base? Zhang Yan glanced at Tan Tao, recalling the message he received that morning. What about you? I'll go, but I think I'll wait a bit longer. Recalling Gu Wan's words and observing the seemingly calm but actually perilous weather over the past 2 days, Zhang Yan opted to wait a while longer. He feared there might be trouble on the road. Then I'll wait too. Tan Tao agreed with Zhang Yan. He understood that teaming up with a clever person like Zhang Yan would lead to a longer survival. After leaving the residential area, Gu Wan found an uninhabited place to switch to a speedboat storing the rubber boat and its contents in her space. Dressed in a thick down jacket and life jacket, she carried a large backpack on her back. Gu Wan filled the speedboat with fuel, started it, and quickly departed. This time she chose a different route to the city of Bai, hoping to find supplies along the way. She opened the offline map she had downloaded on her phone and quickened her pace. Her speedboat reached the foot of the mountain, where she spotted a mother and her 2 children trading herbs in the distance. The woman was chopping firewood with her son and 12-year-old daughter. There were still many people nearby on the mountain, each keeping their distance, wary of being ambushed. The soil at the mountain top shifted quietly. In just a moment, unnoticed by everyone, it transformed into a mudslide rushing towards those searching for food or chopping firewood on the mountainside. Someone screamed in panic. They wanted to escape, but how could they outrun the forces of nature? In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people were buried. The trio of mother and children chopping wood on the hillside fled with pale faces, the mother tightly gripping the hands of her 2 children, falling to the ground in a flurry. Jiao jiao xuan xuan, run. Seeing the mudslide rushing towards them, the woman shouted to her children. She twisted her ankle, her body weakened from lack of food, unable to rise, only hoping her children could escape this disaster. Mom. The little girl held her brother's hand, trying to grab their mother's hand to run together. Run, don't worry about Mom. The woman's eyes were red, lying on the ground with a face full of sorrow and despair. Mom, let's run together. The 2 children crouched down, trying to help their mother. Run quick. The woman struggled in pain, unsure if maternal love granted her strength, but she somehow rose from the ground, clutching her 2 half-grown children and charging forward. In an instant, the mudslide buried the nearby hillside entirely, and the flood from the mountain burst forth, like a beast unleashed, sweeping across a large portion of the mountain. The woman placed her 2 children on a safe hillock, her dirt-streaked face revealing a joyful smile. But in the next moment, all her strength was drained, and she could no longer hold on her body, leaning back, directly pulled into the flood. In her final moment, her reluctant and longing gaze fell upon her 2 children. Mom. A heart-wrenching sound echoed through the sky as the 2 children watched helplessly as their mother was swept away by the flood. Gu Wan sat in the speedboat witnessing this scene. She was too far from the family to reach them, and even if she could, she wouldn't be able to save that woman. Natural disasters are merciless and can take countless lives in an instant. Having struggled through the apocalypse herself, she should have grown accustomed to such scenes, yet every time she saw one, she still felt a deep sense of sorrow. Just days ago, that woman had spoken to her, had been digging herbs for food, and had asked when they could trade herbs. Sister, we no longer have a mother. The 10-year-old boy clung to his sister, crying loudly. The 12-year-old girl's eyes were red. Despite her pain, she still softly comforted her brother in her arms. Don't cry, from now on I'll protect you. The girl could no longer hold back her tears, gazing blankly at the spot where her mother had vanished. A slender figure appeared before the 2 children. Jiao Jiao and Xian Xian looked up. Sister Gu. Jiao Jiao saw Gu Wan and her tears flowed even more than before. Sister Gu, I no longer have a mother, and my mother is dead. Xian Xian looked up at Gu Wan, crying in despair. Come, I'll take you back. Gu Wan did not comfort the 2, for in the apocalypse, comfort was the least valuable thing. She did not know if the 2 children who lost their mother would survive as she hoped they would, but she also knew how bleak that hope was. Perhaps in one moment they were still alive, and in the next they could starve to death or be targeted by predators. Despite her sympathy, Gu Wan could not keep them by her side. There were too many like them in this world, and she could not take care of them all. Being able to send them back was already her greatest help. Thank you, Sister Gu. Jiao Jiao bowed to Gu Wan while holding her brother. In that moment, she seemed to be growing up rapidly. Let's go. Gu Wan turned and strode towards her speedboat. After asking the children for the location of their residential area, Gu Wan quickly piloted the speedboat away. Jiao Jiao held her brother huddled to the side of the 2 children's stomachs, grumbled incessantly, and they shyly lowered their heads. Gu Wan glanced at the 2 children, seeing them dirty and disheveled, their frailness evident, and she silently sighed. She took out 2 compressed biscuits and a bottle of mineral water, handing them to them. Eat. Sister Gu, I'm not hungry. Jiao Jiao knew how precious food was now and dared not take them. Eat, don't make me say it a third time. Luan placed the items aside, turning away to avoid looking at them. After a while she finally heard some movement, her gaze fixed determinedly ahead. Upon arriving at Jiao Jiao's residential area, Luan parked the speedboat, glanced at the two children, and said, "Live well." Without waiting for their thanks, she quickly departed. "Sister, will we see Sister Gu again?" Xian Xian leaned against Jiao Jiao's embrace and asked softly. Jiao Jiao looked towards the direction Luan had left. "We will definitely." Luan navigated through the flood, carefully observing the water's surface to avoid colliding with any structures or hidden currents. The two children were already far behind her. What she needed to do now was rush to Bai City to obtain the black. Luan sat in the speedboat munching on a puff pastry while holding a thermos in her left hand, occasionally glancing at the offline map. Along the way she spotted several groups of soldiers advancing toward the county town in the distance. To avoid being disturbed, Luan decided to take a longer route. The path she was traveling now revealed no signs of any buildings ahead. This used to be a wide road leading straight to Baishar with very few houses on either side, and those that existed were small 3-story buildings. These houses had long been submerged in floodwaters. About 50 kilometers away from Baishar, Luan discovered a house standing amidst the flood. According to the map, this used to be a farmhouse. Perhaps due to its elevated location, most of the farmhouse had not been submerged, with only the first and second floors underwater. Luan steered the speedboat toward the farmhouse, hoping to find some supplies. Inside the farmhouse, the trees still exposed their upper branches. To her surprise, Luan saw dozens of fruit trees laden with fruit. Because their trunks were submerged, she could easily reach out and pick them. Encountering so many fruit-bearing trees upon entering, Luan excitedly maneuvered the speedboat closer. Not immediately picking the fruit, Luan planned to check if there were any people still in the farmhouse. If someone was around, her use of space would be exposed. Most of the farmhouse was submerged, with only a few trees and some small buildings that had not been completely flooded. Luan started her search from the nearest small building. The small building revealed part of its structure, and Luan keenly noticed several red creatures crawling along the walls. They were little crayfish. So many crayfish. As she moved closer, Luan smiled at the little crayfish hiding in the house. She bent down to grab one, playfully tapping its claws and watching it wave them about chaotically. Collecting all the crayfish that were scurrying around the house, she gathered about 50 pounds. As for why there were so many crayfish here, it was likely due to a crayfish pond at the farmhouse. The heavy rain had caused the crayfish pond to overflow, leading to the influx of crayfish into the house. After finishing with the crayfish, Luan began searching the house. The 3-story building was filled with private rooms, all equipped with tables and chairs, and several sets of tableware were placed on the tables. Finding nothing else, Luan stored all the tables and chairs in her space. Finally, Luan found a utility room on the 3rd floor. Inside were more than 20 packs of toilet paper, along with mops, brooms, disinfectant, and toilet cleaner. Having found nothing else, Luan left this small building and drove the speedboat to another one. The floor of the house still had plenty of crayfish, which she also stored in her space. This time the house was a guest room for customers. The 3rd floor, which had not been flooded, contained 7 or 8 rooms. Luan opened each door and took all the beds along with their bedding and disposable utensils. As she approached the last building, Luan surprisingly heard the sounds of ducks. This building had no crayfish. They were likely eaten by the ducks. Entering the 3rd floor, the first room was filled with quacking ducks. A rough glance revealed over 200 of them. Besides the adult ducks, there were dozens of ducklings that had just hatched and over 1,000 duck eggs scattered on the ground. Seeing more than 100 ducks, Luan frowned as they squawked loudly, flapping their wings in an attempt to fly away. She scrunched her brow and stored the noisy ducks and their eggs into her space. The cacophony of over 200 ducks was unbearable, especially since Luan's hearing was sharper than average. Leaving that room, Luan walked toward another one. The door was closed and she kicked it open with force. Before her eyes lay numerous bags of rice and flour, probably over 100 bags in total, indicating that this farmhouse was quite successful. There were more than 30 barrels of oil, 3 boxes of noodles, 8 boxes of rice noodles, and 5 boxes of vermicelli. Altogether, there were over 100 boxes of beverages and beers, as well as several large boxes of seasonings. Luan stored everything in her space and proceeded to the 3rd room, which contained more than 10 canisters of liquefied gas and over 20 barrels of mineral water. The last room appeared to be where the owner lived, but it was empty. The entire farmhouse was deserted, likely due to some unexpected incident or a sudden departure, leaving it uninhabited during the torrential rain. After collecting everything, Luan felt a bit tired. She took out a box of 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish for herself and a bottle of cola. After resting for a while, Luan then steered the speedboat toward the 20 or so fruit trees. 6 lychee trees were laden with bright red lychees along with a few mango trees, cherry trees, and pear trees. Luan first picked from the nearest pear tree. 3 pear trees were heavy with yellow snow pears and many rotten pears were floating in the water. As Luan picked and tossed them into her space, she confirmed that no one was in the farmhouse, so she no longer had to worry about being discovered. The 3 pear trees had an estimated 500 pounds of snow pears, followed by over 2,000 pounds of mangoes, 300 pounds of cherries, and finally 700 to 800 pounds of lychees. While picking and eating, the cherries were crisp and sweet, and the lychees were refreshing and sweet, both being her favorites. She was busy until nightfall, finally putting all the fruits into her space. She was grateful that the heavy rain had submerged the tree trunks, allowing her to simply reach out and pick the fruits, otherwise she wouldn't have finished so quickly. So absorbed in collecting fruits, she completely forgot about her journey. Luan slapped her forehead, realizing that the thrill of zero-cost shopping could be addictive, making her lose track of time. It was not suitable to travel in the dark, especially in an apocalyptic world where everything was submerged by heavy rain. Luan had no choice but to find a room to rest. She took out the luxurious bed she had collected from Lin Huai's warehouse, tossed his sheets and comforter into her space, and laid down a new sheet. She let her pet Hui Hui out to feed it and played with it for a while. After catching so many crayfish during the day, Luan found herself craving crayfish at night. She placed a takeout box of 3 pounds of spicy crayfish on the table along with a cup of mango sago milk tea and began to enjoy a television drama. The crayfish were fragrant and spicy, and Luan became increasingly addicted as she ate, enjoying the crayfish while listening to the sound of the wind outside and watching the drama. Silently reflecting, it hardly felt like the end of the world. After eating and drinking her fill and completing her hygiene routine, Luan lay on the big bed and playfully rolled around. It was indeed a soft bed, just like those of the wealthy. Before long, Luan fell asleep, even forgetting to open her daily blind box. Hui Hui lay on the ground and fell asleep as well. Early in the morning, Luan noticed the temperature had dropped. It was over 10 degrees yesterday, but today it seemed to be only 7 or 8 degrees. Quickly, she stored all her belongings in her space, fed Hui Hui breakfast, and simply ate a few buns and a cup of soy milk. Leaving the farmhouse, Luan sped toward Baishur. At 10 in the morning, Luan arrived in Baishur. Baishur was similarly submerged in water, with countless skyscrapers standing amidst the flood. As soon as she entered Baishur, she could see numerous inflatable boats and speedboats darting through the water. Luan didn't stop to look around, driving the speedboat towards the direction of Xingshi Jiangnan. Along the way, many people's gazes fell upon her, most filled with curiosity and surprise, while a few were filled with malice. Without needing to turn back, Luan could sense several speedboats following her. A flash of disgust and murderous intent crossed her eyes, and she snorted coldly. Halfway through, when Luan passed through a sparsely populated area, the speedboats behind her accelerated to surround her. Luan stopped and glanced around at the people encircling her, her face betraying no hint of panic or fear. There were a total of 5 speedboats. Each speedboat had 5 people aboard, although one had only 4. Among them was a woman with a charming appearance. Good, just look at her, she must have plenty of supplies. The charming woman leaned softly against a burly man, looking at Luan with jealousy. Why should she be forced to rely on men while this woman lived so well? Regardless of whether she knew her or not, if she could turn others into someone like her, it would bring her a sense of vengeful satisfaction. Beautiful lady, why not hand over your supplies? Perhaps Jogo will overlook the fact that you're pretty. From the right, a man holding a stick laughed loudly. When he laughed, the others joined in. The charming woman laughed along, convinced that Luan would surely be dealt with by Jogo today. The burly man, embracing the charming woman, stared fixedly at Luan, his eyes filled with wickedness. It had been a long time since he had seen such a cleanly dressed woman with such a rosy complexion. Most importantly, she looked easy to bully. He couldn't wait to see how she would beg for mercy in bed. He wanted the supplies, and he wanted the woman as well. Luan, without saying a word, opened the backpack in front of her chest and pulled out a handgun. The moment they saw the handgun, the expressions of the group changed drastically. It must be fake, everyone, don't be fooled. The charming woman quickly shouted as she saw everyone getting scared. Luan aimed the gun at her and fired. Bang! The charming woman was shot in the forehead, her face still showing fear as she fell backward. Damn it, we've run into a tough opponent. Let's get out of here. Jogo tossed the charming woman into the water, shouting for everyone to leave quickly. He thought the woman who came out alone would be easy to handle, but instead she turned out to be formidable. Today was a disaster. He could only hope to leave here safely. Luan would not let these people go as she aimed her gun at Jogo and shot without hesitation. Zhou was shot in the chest, regret visible in his eyes. Zhou is dead, let's hurry. The remaining people were terrified and scrambled to escape. Luan held the gun with both hands, taking one shot per person, and in no time over 20 individuals lay dead. She placed the gun into her space, drove the speedboat over, and tied their speedboats to hers. Out of the 5 speedboats, only 4 were intact as one had been rendered useless due to gunfire. Luan didn't mind and took it anyway. She could repair it when needed since she had the tools. All 5 speedboats were filled with supplies including cigarettes, alcohol, and some prepared food and jewelry. It was obvious that these supplies had been looted. After Luan left, many who had been hiding from the gunfire slowly emerged, watching in trepidation in the direction Luan had departed. A young woman actually had a gun. The notorious bad guys in the area had all been dealt with by her. What was happening in this society? It was terrifying. Luan steered to a secluded spot to store the 5 speedboats before heading towards Shenzhen. Shenzhen, a very famous affluent area in Baishar, originally had 10 villas and 16 apartment buildings. In room 3 of Unit 2 on the 15th floor of Building 12. A young woman with a large belly sat nervously on the sofa. Next to her was a man around 30 years old, comforting her. Hurry and eat something or your body won't handle it. An elderly man in his 50s emerged from the kitchen holding a bowl of corn porridge. Mom, you eat first, we're not hungry yet, Wen Shuqing said, looking at her haggard mother with some resentment towards his own helplessness. Mom's not hungry. You and your wife eat first. This is food I hid with great difficulty. If we don't eat it soon, that group will definitely take it away. Wen's mother, with sadness in her eyes, stuffed the bowl of corn porridge into Wen Shuqing's hands. If you don't eat, Xiuya needs to eat too. She's still pregnant. Wen Shuqing's eyes turned red and he suppressed his pain, handing the bowl to his wife. Quick, eat. Xiuya was indeed very hungry. The child in her belly had been rolling around from hunger. But she didn't want to eat, as this might be the last food at home. What would happen to the others if she ate? Honey, I'm not eating. Xiaoya, be good, Wen Shuqing said, taking a spoon to feed Xiuya. Xiuya gently touched her belly, tears in her eyes as she ate the corn porridge spoon by spoon. Mom, I can't eat anymore, you all eat. Xiuya turned her head despite still being very hungry, stopping her mouth. Xiuya. Mom, Shuqing, if you don't eat, how will your bodies hold up? What about Dad? He's injured and must eat something. Xiuya looked at Wen's mother and Wen Shuqing with determination in her eyes. Wen's mother wiped away her tears and could only agree. How could this damn world have turned out like this? In the end, Wen Shuqing ate a few bites of the half bowl of corn porridge. The last small half bowl was taken by Wen's mother into the room to share with the injured Wen's father. Xiaoya, I'm sorry, Wen Shuqing said as he held his wife, expressing his apologies. Xiuya leaned against Wen Shuqing's embrace, gently shaking her head. You have nothing to be sorry for. As long as our family is together, I'm content. Wen Shuqing tightened his arms, holding Xiuya, suppressing his discomfort. Nobody expected that the originally peaceful world would drastically change in just 1 month of heavy rain. The people who used to greet you with a smile before the apocalypse could, after the apocalypse, break into your home with cold faces and take everything away. In this month, Wen Shuqing witnessed the darkness of human nature. In the beginning, during the heavy rain, everything was still orderly as every family had food. Gradually, as the food ran low, some people began to have ulterior motives. In Building 12, an owner named Wang Chao proposed that each family donate a bit of food. At that time, many people opposed it, and as a result, Wang Chao and his men beat those individuals. Initially, it was thought that donating a bit of food from each household would suffice. Later, as food ran out, Wang Chao proposed to pool everyone's food together and distribute it later. That wasn't the end. In the middle of the night, Wang Chao and his men broke into the houses of those who opposed him. A few days ago, they had directly killed a family of 3 on the 16th floor. The 16th floor was right above Wen Shuqing's home, and that night he was awakened by the sound of screams. He wanted to go out to save them, but was held back by his wife and mother, who cried and wouldn't let him go. That night, Wen Shuqing spent the entire evening awake, enduring an agony of self-reproach. Wang Chao gathered several tall men, realizing he couldn't save anyone alone. Going up would lead only. Since that night, his wife had been in a state of mental collapse, fearing that Wang Chao and his men would break down their door at any moment. In his desperation, Wen Shuqing unintentionally came across a post seeking a type of black stone. Upon closer inspection, he discovered he had one. He had found this stone during a trip, having brought it back simply because it looked nice, and it had been sitting in his home ever. When the voice of a young girl came through on the phone, Wen Shuqing felt despair again. He, a grown man, was struggling to survive in this world. Surely a young girl would find it even harder to. Until the girl on the other end replied calmly, Wen Shuqing felt a flicker of hope rise within him. He didn't know which city the girl was in nor how she would arrive. He just hoped she was truly the one who could save his family. Before the person arrived, someone surprisingly attempted to pry open his front door last night. Though his father drove the intruder away, he was injured in the process. Had it not been for the medicine cabinet they kept stocked at home, when Shuchi dared not imagine the consequences for his father. When Shuchi couldn't understand how a mere rainstorm could lead to such devastation. Shuchi, can the person you contacted last time be trusted? Sia whispered, realizing that she too saw Luan as a glimmer of hope. Even though she knew this hope was slim, it was enough to sustain her will to live. This past month she had been startled awake countless times, losing clumps of hair, and often crying. She didn't want to be like the family on the 16th floor. She feared not being able to survive, feared that something would happen to anyone in her family. She is definitely reliable. When Shuchi spoke these words with great weight, the girl who promised him might not be trustworthy, but he knew this was the motivation that kept his family. He was certain the country would send someone to save them. As an important researcher, he would surely be rescued by the state. The reason no one had come yet must be due to various obstacles, so he had to wait patiently. As long as someone came to save him and protect his family for a time, they could survive and live. Holding his wife's emaciated hand, when Shuchi felt a deep pain in his heart. His wife, who should have been gaining weight during her pregnancy, had lost a lot of weight this month, and his elderly parents looked even more frail. Knock, knock, knock. Sia was startled by the loud knocking, trembling with fear. It's them. What do they want? When Shuchi quickly reassured his wife, telling her to go into the room while he would handle it. Sia grasped when Shuki's hand, shaking her head with tears in her eyes. Don't worry, I won't be in danger. When Shuchi forced a smile and withdrew his hand. Wen's mother rushed out of the room, panic written all over her face. Are they really trying to kill us? Mom, it's fine, it will definitely be fine. When Shuchi comforted his wife and quickly reassured his mom. He wasn't sure if saying it would actually comfort them or if it was merely a way to reassure himself. Ilgo, Wen's father, pale-faced, stepped out from the room, his right arm wrapped in a bandage. Old man, Wen's mother grabbed his left hand, preventing him from going. When Shuchi took a kitchen knife from the kitchen and moved to the door, yelling loudly, we have no food left. When Shuchi, someone reported that your family still has plenty of food, don't be unreasonable, hand it all over. Wang Chaos' arrogant voice came through, followed by several threatening voices behind him. Do you intend to bully this family? Luan did not answer Wang Chao's question, but calmly retorted instead. She had not forgotten when Shuchi's mention of trouble. Apparently this was it. Having promised to resolve when Shuchi's predicament, she would not hold back. Bully. I suppose you could call it that. After all, isn't it only natural for the weak to be oppressed? Wang Chao's leering, lascivious gaze slid down to Luan's chest. Disgustingly, he flicked his tongue across his lips. Luan let out a cold laugh and with one swift motion struck him hard across the face. With her bare hand alone possessing several hundred gene of force, Wang Chao was hurled headlong to the ground, collapsing flat on his belly like a stricken dog. Every bone in his body seemed shattered. He struggled to rise, only to collapse again, instantly sprawled helplessly once more. You're right, Luan said coolly. The weak are meant to be oppressed. She glanced at her faintly reddened palm and frowned. Next time she'd use a club, not her bare hand. Her own knuckles ached. She'd been careless. Wang Chao staggered upright, his face twisted in grotesque fury. His jaw hung crooked, his mouth askew. Several teeth slick with blood tumbled from his lips as he spat. The other four men stood frozen, still gaping in disbelief. Had they truly just witnessed that? What are you waiting for? Grab her. I'll kill her myself. All lingering desire had vanished from Wang Chao's mind, replaced solely by seething rage and venomous hatred. He had never suffered such utter humiliation, not before his own underlings, not at the hands of a woman who struck him down with a single slap. Luan gave a quiet laugh and raised her hand. Clutched within it was a pistol, its barrel gleaming with an icy lethal sheen that froze even the bravest breath. The four men paled instantly, instinctively raising their hands high while their knees buckled beneath them. Wang Chao felt the cold steel press hard against his forehead. His pupils contracted in raw terror, fine beads of sweat broke out across his brow and his whole body trembled. Wang Chao collected firearms. He knew without doubt that the weapon in Luan's hand was no toy, but a real functional gun. Where then had a young woman like her acquired such a thing? Who, or what was she? A flood of chilling possibilities crashed through his mind and darkness swam at the edges of his vision. Tell me, do the weak truly deserve to be oppressed? Luan whispered, her eyes glacial. Wang Chao gasped, raggedly, utterly paralyzed. He was nothing but bluster, a petty thug whose entire domain barely extended beyond Building 12. He dared not even glance at a loaded firearm. No, absolutely not. Terrified the gun might discharge, Wang Chao prayed silently for his life. Behind him the apartment door creaked open, just a slit. When Shuqi peered through the gap, and his eyes widened in stunned disbelief. What? How is this possible? Guan turned her head slightly, her gaze locking onto Wen Shuqi. You're Wen Shuqi. He froze, bewildered that a stranger would know his name. I'm Guan, the one who agreed to retrieve the stone. At the sound of her name, Wen Shuqi stood rooted to the floor. She had actually come, and in less than a day. Watching her aim the pistol at Wang Chao, he trembled with exhilaration, speechless. He'd assumed the person he'd contacted possessed little skill. Instead, she was terrifyingly formidable. Wen Shuqi felt profound relief that he'd clung to a sliver of hope and reached out to Guan. Otherwise, his entire family would have perished in their own home today. Wen Shuqi opened the front door fully, his limbs trembling slightly. Hello, I'm Wen Shuqi. And what shall we do with him? Guan nodded curtly, the pistol tilting almost imperceptibly as she asked. Wang Chao's face strained of color. He looked desperately to Wen Shuqi, pleading for mercy. Shuqi, it's all a misunderstanding. Please, let me go. His 4 companions longed to flee, but they knew they could never outrun a bullet. All they could do was pray she wouldn't turn her wrath upon them. Wen Shuqi glared at the 5 men with visceral disgust, especially Wang Chao, wishing with every fiber of his being that the man would simply vanish. He's a demon. He's murdered countless people and defiled countless women. His voice was laced with frost, no longer that of the absent-minded scholar lost in research. He understood now the world had changed. To survive, one had to grow ruthless. If he spared Wang Chao today, out of pity tomorrow he and his family would lie dead. As Wen Shuqi finished speaking, 5 sharp reports cracked through the air. Guan holstered her pistol without glancing at the 5 corpses sprawled upon the floor. Where is it? She turned to Wen Shuqi and asked. The stone is inside my home, would you like to come in? Wen Shuqi stepped aside, gesturing her in. Guan nodded once and strode into the Wen residence. Suya stood in the living room, one hand supporting her swollen abdomen, her expression tense, fearful. What she'd just witnessed had left her shaken. This young woman, barely past 20, had executed 5 grown men without flinching, her expression utterly serene. The fact that she hadn't so much as blinked told Suya this was certainly not her first killing. Hello. Suya's voice was soft, her face pale. Wen's mother retreated into the kitchen to boil water for their guest. There was nothing in the house, not even clean water, only rainwater collected weeks earlier. The firewood came from the family's former dining table. Guan's gaze softened ever so slightly as it fell upon Suya's rounded belly. Hello. Suya exhaled, relieved. She'd feared Guan might be a deranged killer, understandable given how many horrors she'd endured lately. Wen Shuqi closed the front door and invited Guan to sit on the sofa. Please have some water. His mother placed a cup on the coffee table and stood awkwardly beside it. Guan knew she'd frightened them and said nothing more, simply taking her seat on the sofa. Miss Gu, here is the stone you requested. Wen Shuqi emerged from the study holding out a sapphire blue box. No sooner had Guan taken it than she felt a subtle vibration ripple through space itself. So, the object inside was indeed what she sought. She slipped the box into her backpack, though in truth she banished it directly into her spatial realm, then turned her gaze back to Wen Shuqi. Before her stood Wen Shuqi, refined, scholarly, bespectacled, yet gaunt, his face shadowed by deep, weary circles. Clearly he had known little rest and far too much fear of late. His wife Suya and his parents were no better off. Yet remarkably, despite their dire circumstances, the entire family remained immaculately groomed, evidence of ingrained dignity and discipline. Their home, too, was spotless, suggesting a household that cherished order and grace. State your terms, Guan said evenly. Wen Shuqi clasped his hands tightly, voice trembling with nervous hope. Miss Gu, I ask for nothing else, only that you protect me and my family for a time. Luan held his gaze, unblinking, unhesitating. Agreed. Relief bloomed across Wen Shuqi's face. Miss Gu, you may stay in the apartment next door. He led her, their key in hand, and unlocked the door. This unit had originally belonged to his parents. When chaos erupted in Building 12, he and his wife had moved his parents into their own residence, leaving this one vacant. Guan swept her eyes across the space, roughly 100 square meters. A 3-bedroom, 1-living-room layout, its sitting area barren and echoing. Only a sofa and a coffee table remained. Every other wooden furnishing had vanished. Sorry, after the gas and power went out we had no choice but to burn all the wooden furniture at home, Wen Shuqi said, awkwardly standing beside Guan. It was deeply improper to host a guest in a home stripped bare. It's fine, this is more than enough. The master bedroom has both a bed and a wardrobe. Let me know if anything's missing. I'll bring it over right away. When Shuchi, fearing Guwan's dissatisfaction, hastily added, "No need, I have everything I require, it's just stored elsewhere. I'll retrieve it shortly." Guwan declined politely. Very well, when Shuchi replied, then withdrew without further intrusion, returning to his own apartment. Guwan stepped outside, preparing to make a quick trip to gather her belongings. In the corridor, the corpses of Wang Chao and his accomplices had vanished and the blood-stained floor had been meticulously cleaned. Guwan knew the Wen family had done it. So far, this family had proven themselves decent trustworthy, and Guwan found their cooperation thoroughly satisfactory. Setting aside extraneous thoughts, she sped off aboard her assault boat for a swift circuit. She returned to Xingshi and carrying 2 heavy luggage bags. After several round trips, she had brought back a considerable amount of supplies. A soft knock sounded at her door. Guwan walked over and opened it. Madame Wen stood at the threshold holding a thermal food container, her smile gentle and warm. "Young lady, it's time to eat." Guwan looked up at her. "Auntie, there's no need to prepare for me. It's already prepared, please at least try it." "We've little else to offer, I hope you won't think poorly of it," Madame Wen replied with quiet apology, her eyes dimmed by sorrow. In times past, such modest fare would have been unworthy of presentation, but this wretched world had changed everything. Guwan could not refuse as she accepted the container. "Once you're finished, I'll come back for the container." Seeing Guwan accept it, Madame Wen smiled with quiet joy before turning to return home. Guwan closed the door, and from next door, muffled voices drifted through the wall. "Mom, I can't eat this pancake, you have it." "Eat it all. We made shredded potato today, shall ya eat more?" "Mom, do we still have any food left?" The voices ceased. Guwan glanced down at the insulated container in her hands. She twisted open the lid. Atop lay a serving of cold shredded potato, beneath which rested 2 plain wheat buns lightly brushed with oil. Guwan paused in silence, picked up 1 bun, and took a small deliberate bite. After finishing her meal, she washed the container thoroughly, then opened the door again. Just then, when Shuchi appeared before her carrying a bucket of water, his face softened into a warm, composed smile. "Miss Gu, my mother said you'd likely have no water yet, so I brought you a bucket." Guwan felt a faint pang of discomfort. She'd assumed their arrangement was purely transactional, yet the Wen's kindness felt excessive. First food, now water, she struggled to find her footing. Having long lived alone, she bore an instinctive weight when others treated her with unexpected warmth, uncertain how to reciprocate, wary of inadvertently offending them. When Shuchi offered no chance to refuse, he set the bucket at her doorway and took the clean container from her hands. Then turning, he began walking home. Guwan called after him, "Wait." He turned puzzled. "Is there something else? Where does Wang Chao live?" When Shuchi's eyes widened, panic flickering across his face. "Miss Gu, what do you intend to do?" "He stole your supplies. Don't you wish to reclaim them?" Guwan arched a brow, her voice low and calm. When Shuchi's heart lurched violently, he did want them back. Those provisions were all that remained to his family hard-won, fiercely hoarded sustenance. "Be here in half an hour." With that, Guwan closed the door. When Shuchi wandered home dazed, Suya approached, noticing his pallor, and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "Miss Gu asked where Wang Chao lives. She intends to help us retrieve what he stole." Suya gasped in disbelief. "Truly?" When Shuchi nodded firmly. Though silent, Madam and Master Wen exchanged glances, astonishment and fragile hope shimmering in their eyes. "Shuchi, I'm truly grateful you reached out to Miss Gu." Suya placed a hand on her belly, tears glistening. That humble stone had saved their entire family, and now she was risking herself to recover their food. She didn't know how to thank her enough. "So am I," when Shuchi murmured, clasping Suya's trembling hand, his taut frame relaxing just slightly in that instant. Guwan paid no mind to the Wen family's quiet admiration. Inside her room, she methodically organized her possessions, the liquefied petroleum gas cylinder installed in the kitchen, a bedding neatly laid upon the mattress. The domestic boiler was fitted into the secondary bedroom, pipes were drilled through to the master suite, and radiators mounted precisely. Fortunately, she'd observed the installer closely years ago. Without that knowledge, today's work would have been impossible. As for heating the living room, she made no provision. Should anyone visit and sense unnatural warmth, suspicion, or worse, might follow. Better to avoid trouble altogether. The great deep freeze was due in roughly 3 days. Guwan placed a thermometer in the bedroom, ready to monitor the plummeting temperature. Precisely 30 minutes later, when Shuchi knocked at Guwan's door, she opened it, stepped out, and followed him upstairs. Wang Chao lived on the 20th floor. His wife remains there alone. "What manner of woman is she?" Guwan asked coolly. When Shuchi hesitated for over 10 seconds before answering, she knew full well what Wang Chao did. Once he brought a girl home, and she killed her with her own hands. When Shuqi spoke tersely yet Luan understood perfectly. Wang Chao's wife was no innocent. Blood stained her hands, not in self-defense, but in cold complicity. Such a soul held no claim to mercy. Outside apartment 2001, Luan watched as when Shuqi knocked. Through the peephole Wang Chao's wife glimpsed him, and her face paled instantly. She flung the door open. "How are you unharmed? Where's my husband?" When Shuqi's expression hardened. "You knew of your husband's crimes, and still aided him." She scoffed, utterly indifferent. "Your family hoarded food. Sharing with neighbors was only fair, wasn't it?" When Shuqi flushed crimson with fury. A man of refined upbringing and scholarly distinction, he'd never imagined confronting such brazen lawless arrogance. "I asked, where is my husband?" She demanded, voice sharp with menace. She couldn't fathom his demise. This building had been her husband's dominion, absolute and unchallenged. The gunshots heard earlier that afternoon had barely registered in her mind. She assumed merely another skirmish erupting somewhere nearby. Chaos had become commonplace, gunfire and ambient murmur. "If you seek your husband, look for him in hell." A flash of cold steel, then a crimson arc erupted from her throat. Wang Chaos' wife clutched her bleeding neck, her eyes revealing a mix of terror and regret. She gasped, wanting to say something, but alas, she would never have the chance. In her final moments, Wang Chaos' wife reflected on her past self. She had once been kind, but ever since marrying the lecherous Wang Chao, she had transformed into a shrew. Later on, this cannibalistic world arrived. She completely went mad after Wang Chao brought back the first girl. She knew full well that the girl was forced by Wang Chao. She was innocent. In the end, she could only vent her anger on the girl. After the girl died, Wang Chaos' wife realized she could never go back, thus she too became a demon. If given another chance, she didn't even know if she would still become like this. Perhaps deep down she was never a good person. When Shuqi averted his gaze until Wang Chaos' wife died, then he dared to look at her. Even though it wasn't the first time he saw Luan kill, when Shuqi still felt extremely uncomfortable and nauseous. Squatting down when Shuqi dragged the deceased Wang Chaos' wife and threw her into a room, wishing to keep his sight clean. "The stuff is here." Luan opened a door, her gaze falling inside. The room of over 10 square meters was piled high with supplies. Wang Chao really didn't hold back in stealing things. When Shuqi rushed over and upon seeing the supplies in the room, he excitedly ran in. "There's food." He held a pack of instant noodles, struggling to speak. He never expected that one day he would be so thrilled over a pack of instant noodles. He wouldn't have even glanced at such things before. "Find the key and come back later to move it," Luan said, turning to walk outside. When Shuqi understood her meaning, grabbed the key from the coffee table and followed her out. The two walked downstairs, one in front and the other behind. As they reached the 18th floor, they heard a man and a woman talking. "Xiaoxiu, don't you love me? Just accompany Brother Ma for one night and we can get 2 loaves of bread." The man lowered his voice, coaxing the woman. "Sure, why Brother Ma is a pervert, I don't want to go." The woman feigned a spoiled tone, unaware of how greasy and disheveled she appeared, making the man uninterested. "Xiao, I don't want this either, but only Brother Ma is willing. For us, I'm putting you through this." "Sure, why I? Xiao, once the world gets better, I promise to marry you immediately. You must know you are my most beloved woman." At the stairwell of the 18th floor, Luan felt nauseous. The voices of these two were somewhat familiar. When Shuqi, with a black line on his forehead, recognized who they were. A day before the storm arrived, the woman named Sun Xiaoxia bought a bunch of vegetables and came here. It seemed she was preparing to celebrate the birthday of the man named Guo Shihui on the 18th floor. At that time, he hadn't paid attention to the two. Until the early days of the apocalypse, they were still flaunting their affection in the building. He had thought they were true love. It was only the first month of the apocalypse, and that man was already sending the woman out to sell herself. "Really?" Sun Xiaoxia smiled, pulling on Guo Shui's sleeve. Guo Shui suppressed the urge to shake off Sun Xiaoxiao, turning his gaze away, not wanting to look at her. He didn't understand how he was so blinded back then to have slept with Sun Xiaoxiao. It wasn't his fault, how could he resist meat delivered to his door? Speaking of which, he was grateful to Sun Xiaoxiao. If it weren't for the things she brought, he would have starved to death long ago. This woman was also a fool. As long as he showed a hint of weakness, she would give him the little food she had left. She would rather starve herself, truly foolish, to death. A couple of days ago, Brother Ma approached him, hinting at wanting to sleep with Sun Xiaoxiao. Guo Shihui immediately had an idea. "Of course it's true, you. Luan." Guo Shihui was just about to say something sweet when he saw Luan standing not far away. Luan was somewhat puzzled as to how someone here recognized her. Looking closely, it seemed to be someone she actually knew. Luan. Sun Xiaoxiao's expression turned sour upon seeing her. She thought she would never see Luan again in this life, yet here she was. It was truly the most unfortunate thing. Luan surely didn't overhear her conversation with Shuhui, right? Thinking of Luan hearing their conversation, Sun Xiaoxiao felt both angry and ashamed. Sun Xiaoxiao. Luan's gaze turned cold. She recalled Sun Xiaoxiao speaking ill of her in the group. Who would have thought she would meet Guo Shuhui and Sun Xiaoxiao here? Was this heaven giving her a chance, wanting her to teach them a lesson? Luan felt a bit reluctant of the two were just too disgusting. Their clothes were filthy and disheveled, and their hair and faces looked like they hadn't been washed in ages. It had only been a little over a month since the apocalypse began. Even if there was a water shortage, there were still many floods outside. How could they let themselves fall to such a state? Especially Sun Xiaoxiao, she looked even dirtier than a beggar. In just 1 month, she had lost so much weight that her previous beautiful and youthful appearance was unrecognizable. Under Luan's gaze, Sun Xiaoxiao felt self-conscious, but also furious. Luan, how could you be here? Why had she become like this while Luan looked the same as before the apocalypse? Guo Shuhui stared at Luan with a foolish expression, his eyes filled with infatuation. In this world where everyone was starving and emaciated, Luan was still so beautiful. No, she was even more beautiful than before. Luan, that's wonderful. I never thought I could see you again. Guo Shuhui displayed a self-proclaimed handsome smile as he walked towards Luan. Shuhui. Sun Xiaoxiao screeched sharply, grabbing Guo Shuhui's hand, preventing him from getting closer to Luan. Luan, Shuhui only loves me, you can't steal him from me. Sun Xiaoxiao tightly clung to Guo Shuhui's arm, looking provocatively at Luan. Luan couldn't bear to look anymore. She was too disgusted to even consider Guo Shuhui. When Shuchi thought that the woman named Sun Xiaoxiao was sick, and quite severely at that. She didn't even realize how trashy Guo Shuhui was. How could Luan possibly like him? Though he wasn't familiar with Luan, he knew that a scumbag like Guo Shuhui was definitely not her type. I wish you both a miserable fate. Finding it repulsive even to glance at them, Luan turned to walk downstairs. Luan, stop right there. Sun Xiao shouted angrily, ignored by Luan. Unfortunately, she was too hungry to speak with any strength. Luan, don't go. Guo Shuhui, seeing Luan leaving, anxiously tried to catch up. Sun Xiaoxiao refused to let go. Shuhui, do you still care about her? What am I then? Guo Shuhui was infuriated, wanting to shout you are nothing. But he couldn't. He still needed Sun Xiaoxiao to survive and couldn't afford to anger her right now. Xiaoxiao, I only love you. But you see, Luan is living better than us. If we can get close to her, we can definitely obtain good things. You're right, but I don't want you getting close to her. Be good, you haven't eaten for 2 days. I feel sorry for you. In the corridor of the 15th floor, Luan frowned in disgust. Returning to the 15th floor, Luan and Wen Shuchi each went home. Luan immediately closed the door, eager to check on the status of her space upgrade. The entire space seemed to be divided by a transparent glass. One side was a still space filled with countless resources she had collected. On the other side, the previously vague mountains and waters had started to become visible. Luan stood in front of a small villa, which was not very large, only 2 stories high. Inside, it was completely empty with no water or electricity. Though a bit disappointed, Luan, being a person who found contentment easily, was already very satisfied. Entering the kitchen, she placed some pots and pans on the counter. She took out the liquefied gas tank and connected it to the stove, finally placing a bucket of water aside. On the first floor, she set up a gym and a study. The largest room on the second floor was furnished with Lin Huai's large bed, and a wardrobe and dressing table were also arranged. The bathroom and toilet also needed to be tidied up properly. She really did not like using the toilet outside. It always felt a bit awkward to use cat litter. After arranging the villa, Luan walked outside, her gaze drifting into the distance. In her line of sight, she saw a piece of black land roughly an acre in size. A 1-meter-wide stream flowed, and on the other side was a 1-acre pasture. As for the other mountains and the sea, they remained in a hazy state. Clearly an upgrade was still needed for them to materialize. Wasn't this just the dream space described in novels? Although it hadn't fully upgraded, yet she was already overwhelmed with joy, unsure of what to say. Luan had never been this happy before, filled with indescribable excitement and exhilaration. After much effort, she managed to calm herself down. Squatting down in front of the blackland, Luan picked up some of the soil. Such fertile land could definitely grow things, and they would certainly thrive. Unfortunately, she didn't know how to farm, as she would have to watch some planting videos after going out. This way she could have endless vegetables and grains and also grow fruits. On the other side of the pasture, the ground was covered with lush grass. In the still space, Luan caught a hen and placed it in the pasture. The hen still retained the appearance it had when entering the space, suddenly appearing in a strange place looking around cautiously for a while. After not finding any danger, it began to cluck and run around the grass. Confirming that she could raise animals, Luan was so happy that she almost jumped on the spot. Such a wonderful space. Was she sure she wasn't dreaming? An acre of pasture was quite large. Luan released 3 more hens and 1 rooster. She also added a few ducks and geese, finally placing Hui Hui in the pasture. Hui Hui appeared in the center of the pasture, instinctively looking for Luan. Seeing her standing by the pasture, Hui Hui happily ran over. Hui Hui, you can live here from now on. Are you happy? Luan patted Hui Hui's soft fur, pointing at the pasture. It might be small, but there was still room for growth, right? If she could find more stones, Hui would surely be able to run freely in the pasture. Perhaps in the future she could also live in this space, avoiding those natural disasters. Thinking of this, Luan genuinely wished for the space to upgrade immediately. Hui Hui looked back, making a human-like whine. Soon Hui Hui ran into the pasture, burying its head in the grass to eat. Luan wanted to see more, but she was abruptly ejected from the space. Glancing at the phone on the sofa, she realized she had been inside for an hour this time. From 10 minutes to an hour, and she had acquired so many things. This was incredibly exciting. The door was knocked on, and Luan, in a good mood, walked over to open it. Outside stood Wen Shuqi and his mother. Several bags of rice and flour along with some other items were placed in front of them. Miss Gu, these are your things, Wen Shuqi urged Luan to quickly take them inside to avoid being seen. Luan's gaze fell on Wen Shuqi, noticing the sincerity in his eyes, and she smiled. She hadn't expected Wen Shuqi to actually give her these things. Didn't I give them to you? Miss Gu, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to retrieve these items at all. Wen Shuqi understood that with Luan's capabilities, she didn't need these, but he couldn't refuse to give. I only need 2 bags of rice and some instant food that can be stored. The rest is all for you. Wen Shuqi dared not be greedy. This was out of gratitude towards Luan as well as a means to curry favor. Luan stepped aside, and Wen Shuqi immediately carried the rice and flour inside. There are still items left to move. I will bring them over later. All right. More than an hour later, Luan's living room was piled up with quite a lot of things. In total, there were over 2,000 pounds of assorted items. After Wen's mother and Wen Shuqi left, Luan stored everything in the space. That evening, she only ate 2 steamed buns and a small portion of shredded potatoes, and her stomach felt a bit hungry. Luan took out a steaming bowl of rice noodles from the space, eating it heartily. Perhaps due to the adjustment to the new house, she actually suffered from insomnia that night, only getting up around noon. Someone was talking next door, but Luan didn't pay much attention, getting up to wash up. Habitually glancing at the thermometer, she noted it had dropped a degree. Though not obvious, this was already a sign of the extreme cold to come. The door was knocked on, and the just-awoken Luan felt a bit grumpy, walking to the door with a frown. Outside, Guo was tidying up his somewhat messy clothes, running his hand through his hair. He had gotten up early to prepare himself. Wearing the only relatively clean outfit, he had come to find Luan. When the door opened, Luan's fresh and beautiful face appeared before Guo. Luan, good morning. Guo greeted with a smile, but Luan didn't give him much of a chance to speak, kicking towards him. Guo rolled on the ground a few times, ending up sprawled on the floor, his head spinning. Luan stepped forward, standing on Guo back, coldly gazing at him. What did I say last time? How dare you spread rumors that I seduced you? Such audacity. Guo recalled what he had done before the apocalypse and trembled slightly. How had he forgotten this matter, only focusing on coming to find Luan? At that time, he had thought he would never see Luan again in this lifetime, which was why he dared to babble nonsense. Luan, I was wrong before. Please let me off this time. After all, I did like you. Guo looked pitiful. Seeing that Luan wouldn't let him go, he cried out dramatically. The Wen family peeked through the door, watching quietly. On the other side, 2 other homeowners also came out to watch the spectacle. Luan, I mean no harm. Given that we know each other, could you give me something to eat? As long as you give me food, I will do anything you ask. Guo extended his hand, wanting to hug Luan's leg, but was kicked again. Guo rolled again until blocked by a pair of long legs, finally stopping. Looking up, he met a pair of indifferent eyes. The person blocking him was tall, handsome, with brows like distant mountains and eyes like stars. Coupled with the fitted military uniform, it exuded an indescribable charm that inspired both admiration and fear. Jiang Xian took a large step back, showing disgust on his face. Behind him stood 2 soldiers who, upon seeing Guo appearance, also revealed expressions of disdain. They had clearly witnessed the earlier scene. A grown man asking a woman for food was simply disgusting, bringing shame to all men. Jiang Xian's gaze turned to Luan, his eyes shifting slightly. When Guan looked up and saw Jiang Xian, she froze in place. In their mutual gaze, both of them thought the same thing. It's him. It's her. Guan had not expected to encounter Jiang Xian here, nor had she anticipated he would still remember her. The first time she saw him, she thought to herself, he must look striking in a military uniform. And indeed, he was a soldier. A spark of light flickered in Jiang Xian's eyes as he remained silent, simply gazing at Guan. He had not been assigned to the Bi-City rescue mission, yet he had personally requested deployment there. Only because he had once glimpsed her license plate bearing the Bi-City designation. Bi-City was vast, the odds of their meeting again were infinitesimal, and Jiang Xian knew it all too well. Yet against all reason, he had found her. She looked exactly as she had before the apocalypse, and judging by her bearing, she was faring remarkably well. Unconsciously, he exhaled in quiet relief, his gaze still unwavering. Guan, acutely aware of his fixed stare, instinctively turned her head aside. His gaze felt almost scorching, too intense to meet directly. Yet within his eyes lingered a gentle warmth. Perhaps fate had woven a thread between them, else how else could they have crossed paths again? Seeing her so spirited, even playfully assertive, filled Jiang Xian with unspoken joy. Knowing she was not as easily subdued as she appeared, he found that deeply reassuring. In this world, mercy was survival's luxury, ruthlessness its necessity. He only wished for her to live, truly live, unharmed and unoppressed. He sensed something amiss within himself, especially in that very moment of seeing her again. A soft, unfamiliar warmth bloomed deep in his chest. This sensation was strange, alien, yet he welcomed it without resistance, accepting it as naturally as breath. An orphan raised in a state-run children's home, he had known only indifference and scorn. His heart had long grown cold and distant, until she entered his life. In that instant, something shifted irrevocably. He realized for the first time that there existed someone in this world he wished fiercely to protect. Yet they were still strangers, and he feared frightening her. From their very first meeting, he had sensed it. Her temperament mirrored his own. Outwardly approachable, inwardly reserved, she kept others at arm's length, as if behind an invisible wall. Guan turned and stepped into her house, closing the door firmly behind her. Jiang Xian reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Guan. Guo Huai sprinted toward her front gate, only to be seized by the back of his collar and flung backward by Jiang Xian, once again discarded like refuse. Enraged, Guo Huai erupted, "You soldiers think you can bully civilians. Just wait, I'll file a formal complaint." A dry chuckle escaped Jiang Xian's lips, echoed by the two soldiers standing behind him. Such threats had become commonplace lately. Jiang Xian's expression hardened as he glared at Guo Huai. Every thought of the man's harassment of Guan ignited a fierce, visceral urge to strike. Suppressing his fury with effort, Jiang Xian ignored Guo Huai entirely and instead approached Professor Wen Shuqi, snapping off a crisp salute. "Professor Wen, we've been dispatched by command to escort you and your family." Wen Shuqi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. At last, the day they had waited for had arrived. Their nation had not abandoned them. "Please wait just a moment. We'll gather our essentials and depart with you immediately." No sooner had he spoken than Wen Shuqi hurried indoors with his elated family to pack clothes and rations. Jiang Xian instructed his teammates to assist, then turned his attention once more toward Guwan's door. After a brief hesitation, he strode purposefully to her front gate, his footsteps deliberately soft. Guwan, already standing just behind the door, heard his measured approach. Seconds later, a quiet knock sounded. Her hand rested on the doorknob. After a moment's pause, she opened the door. There stood Jiang Xian, tall, poised, his deep-set gaze settling upon her with quiet intensity. "Is there something you need?" Guwan asked coolly, her gaze drifting elsewhere. A faint warm smile lifted Jiang Xian's lips. "A base has been established in Guang City. Would you like me to escort you there?" Their eyes met. His were striking, like stardust night skies, profound and boundless. When he looked at someone intently, it felt as though he could pierce straight to the soul. Guwan gently averted her gaze. "No thank you, I prefer not to go to a base. It's dangerous outside you." Jiang Xian had an expected refusal and paused, searching for words. "Thank you." She offered a soft, genuine smile, a sincere acknowledgement of his goodwill, though her resolve remained unshaken. In her past life, she had visited several bases, all chaotic, overcrowded, and suffocating. Dozens crammed into cramped quarters, the air thick with a nauseating, indescribable stench. Some perished silently inside those rooms, their bodies left undiscovered until decay betrayed their presence. Each day brought endless labor, exhausting, relentless, yet yielded only meager rations. She understood it wasn't neglect, food scarcity was absolute. Had she lacked her spatial artifact and self-sufficiency, a base might have been her sole lifeline. But now with her space and abundant supplies, why subject herself to such hardship? This world teemed with intellect, and bases above all swarmed with it. One misstep, just one glance from the wrong person, and her secret would unravel. And exposure would invite catastrophe. She harbored no illusions of invincibility. Not even with advanced weaponry and a spatial domain could she guarantee safe passage. Refusing Jiang Xian therefore was her wisest choice. I understand. Jiang Xian made no attempt to persuade her. He held no authority to decide for her, not yet. Even should bonds deepen between them, he would honor her autonomy without reservation. Then I'll close the door. An awkward hush settled between them. Without waiting for his reply, Luan shut the door swiftly, then irritably ran her fingers through her hair, unsettled by the unfamiliar flutter in her chest. Something, subtle, insistent, was slipping beyond her control. Drawing a slow, steadying breath, she recalled Jiang Xian's words, so this time the base would rise in Guang City. Guang City was truly exceptional, not merely a Tier 3 municipality, but geographically elevated, rendering it immune to floodwaters. Moreover, it boasted resource-rich mountains and the sprawling Minhe Lake, spanning the entire province. Mountains, water, and flood resilience, rarely found in one place. As for other natural calamities, even the most fortified city could not escape destiny's wrath. Last time the disaster struck without warning, catching both state and citizenry utterly unprepared. Thus not every province hosted official bases. In her home province of Xi, only scattered private enclaves existed. Setting all such thoughts aside, another knock sounded at Luan's door. This time it was when Shuqi. Miss Gu, my family is departing for the base. You live alone, would you consider joining us? No thank you. Luan's refusal surprised him not at all. Those truly capable rarely sought subjugation under base administration. He had no choice. He bore dependents, possessed no combatability, and survival demanded the structure only a base could provide. Miss Gu, here are the keys to my home. With our departure, the house will serve no further purpose. Feel free to use whatever remains inside, furniture, timber, anything you require. When Shuqi extended a keychain, Luan accepted it, then gestured for him to wait while she fetched a bag of prenatal formula from within. Here, it's for you. Miss Gu, this is far too precious. When Shuqi waved his hands, refusing to take it. Consider it compensation for protecting Shurtu and rent for staying in your home. Luan abhorred debts. Beyond eliminating Wang Chao and his men, she'd done little. To her, Shurtu's life outweighed any formula. Besides, she had saved his life and received in return a fully furnished residence and over 1,000 kilograms of provisions. That balance to her was more than fair. When Shuqi could not refuse, not when his wife, 7 months pregnant and alarmingly frail, desperately needed proper nutrition to ensure safe delivery. Thank you, Miss Gu. May our paths cross again. He accepted the formula with quiet reverence, his voice thick with emotion. These past 2 days had felt like a dream, born from one small spontaneous act that had against all odds saved his entire family. The Win family left. Xia took the time to thank her as she departed. Jiang Xian gazed at her for a long moment before turning away, seemingly wanting to say something yet ultimately remaining silent. Luan stood at the door, her heart devoid of any fluctuations. This world was rife with separations, and she did not possess the emotional capacity to lament the passing of seasons. As she prepared to close the door and enter the house, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Jiang Xian's back. Her pupils constricted, and she instinctively called out, "Wait a moment." Jiang Xian halted, his tall figure turning around. How could it be such a coincidence? Even if she calculated it, how could she prove it? He had not been reborn like her, how would he know? Perhaps it was her own obsession. Her eyes lingered on Jiang Xian as if trying to discern something. Perhaps she had gone mad to think that Jiang Xian was the person she encountered in her past life. How could it be such a coincidence? Even if she calculated it, how could she prove it? He had not been reborn like her, how would he know? Perhaps it was her own obsession, the rare warmth from her previous life that... What was she even thinking? Even if she could grasp it, would he even regard her? Luan gave a self-deprecating smile and entered the space to check on Hui while also pondering how to farm. Thinking too much was not as good as focusing on farming. Having resources in hand would bring a sense of security. What could possibly go wrong? Upon seeing Luan enter, Hui immediately complained about her indifference. All right, I came in to see you, didn't I? Luan said with a helpless smile. Watching Hui grow increasingly childlike brought her joy. After playing with Hui for a while, Luan approached the black soil. She stared at it, seemingly contemplating how to plan it out. After a moment's thought, she took out a packet of watermelon seeds and a packet of strawberry seeds. She scattered them randomly in the black soil. As for the other seeds, it was best not to waste them. She would plant them after watching vegetable planting videos. Exiting the space, Luan reclined on the sofa scrolling through vegetable planting videos on her phone. Tilling the soil, digging holes, planting seeds, watering. It didn't seem that complicated. It should be easy to grow. Suddenly a text message arrived on her phone and Luan clicked to open it. It was an official notification that an extreme cold was approaching, urging everyone to prepare. After reading the message, Luan returned to watch the video only to find there was no internet. In this life, the internet had lasted a month. Unlike her previous life, where it had gone down in half a month. She had watched vegetable planting videos all morning. Only when her eyes felt gritty did Luan put down her phone. With nothing to do in the afternoon, she took out several glass jars to prepare pickles. Pickles from Province C were famous for their deliciousness. Luan's grandmother had remarkable skills in making pickles, and she had learned quite a bit while helping her. She washed the glass jars clean and drained them, then sterilized them with white wine. Next, she prepared her favorite vegetables: young ginger, cowpeas, carrots, and small chili peppers. Then she poured boiled water into the glass jars. She added an appropriate amount of salt, white wine, Sichuan peppercorns, garlic, and yellow rock sugar, mixing them evenly. Afterwards, she placed the cleaned and chopped vegetables into the jars. She sealed the jars and added a bit of water around the rim to prevent air from entering, ensuring the pickled vegetables would not spoil. The 5 jars of pickles were enough for Luan to eat for a long time. Whenever she lacked an appetite, a bit of these would definitely be refreshing and crunchy. Especially during the scorching hot weather, they would surely encourage her to eat more bowls of rice. She placed the jars of pickles in the space filler, waiting for them to sit for 2 days before placing them in the still space. The pickles at that time would taste the best. In the evening, Luan took out a bowl of spicy hot pot and a box of rice. She finished everything ungracefully, burping. It was her first time taking a hot shower in the space, and after changing into her pajamas, she lay on the bed lost in thought. As she drifted off to sleep, she unexpectedly dreamt of Jiangxian. When she woke up, it was because she was cold. A glance at the indoor temperature revealed it was -10 degrees. Luan's complexion changed drastically. Without a moment to think, she quickly changed into her thermal suit, cashmere sweater, and down jacket. Once dressed, she hurried to the boiler room next door. The boiler she installed was of the kind that burned charcoal and wood from below and could boil water or cook on top. She added water behind the boiler, waiting for it to flow through the hose into the radiator. After bleeding the radiator, it would heat up entirely, serving its purpose of warmth. She placed coal in the boiler and lit it, then boiled a kettle of water on top. Although she had plenty of boiled water in the space, she couldn't waste coal. Before long, the water in the boiler came to a boil. Luan entered the room to bleed the radiator. Soon the room's temperature rose. She walked to the bed, changing into an electric blanket and a wool blanket, then adding a warm cotton quilt. After finishing these, Luan walked to the window and gazed outside. In the darkness, snowflakes fell, blanketing the entire city in white. The temperature outside continued to drop, and Luan furrowed her brow, her expression slightly anxious. Her head ached. The aftermath of her rebirth was that whenever she felt uneasy, she would get a headache. She knew this was a psychological issue, but there was no way to resolve it for now. In her previous life, the extreme cold would not arrive for another day. Why was it coming a day early now? Luan paced restlessly, certain that she had not misremembered. If she was not mistaken, then it was this world that was wrong. If it was no longer the apocalyptic world of her memories, Luan dared not guarantee what sudden changes might occur next. Long before this life, when the rainstorms were more severe than in her previous life, she should have sensed something amiss. However, at that time she had relied on her previous experience and did not take it seriously. If the apocalyptic world in her memory was no longer the current one, what was she to do? Was it possible that she was not reliving a life, but rather existing in some parallel world? As for the apocalyptic world in her memories, perhaps it was merely another version of herself from a different world who had experienced it. She did not even know what she was rambling about. It seemed absurd, yet it also felt like it should be that way. Regardless, she found herself in an apocalyptic world. No matter how deep the abyss ahead, she had to face it. Luan stepped out of her room to check the thermometer in the living room. The visible temperature dropped from over -10 degrees to 30 degrees. Finally, it stopped at -50 degrees. In a short time, it had changed from a few degrees above zero to a few degrees below zero, and then to -50 degrees. It almost gave no one a chance to react. That night, it was unknown how many people would die in their sleep. She could only hope everyone had prepared in advance. Luan returned to her room, took out a humidifier and air purifier, and set them aside. Back in bed, Luan fell asleep again. At dawn, she heard countless wails from upstairs and downstairs. She did not get up lying in bed without wanting to move with only her eyes exposed. The wails gradually faded by noon. Luan turned over but still did not want to get up. Outside the snowflakes fell, and the flood that had submerged the floors had already turned into solid ice. The wind howled occasionally slapping against the glass. Luan ignored everything and chose to be lazy in the house. She did not like winter, especially in such a cold winter. After changing out of her pajamas and into her thermal clothes, she had to admit that the high-tech gear she had purchased for a hefty price was indeed impressive. The person who sold it to her had claimed it could keep her body temperature stable in temperatures as low as -30 or 40 degrees. As night fell, Luan reluctantly got out of bed. The temperature in the living room had dropped again, plunging to -60 degrees Celsius, while outside it was surely several degrees colder. Heaven is unfair, damn it. Luan was hungry and craved roasted meat today. Having stayed in the room for too long, she felt a bit stifled, unable to bear it any longer. Luan took out a silent generator and placed it in a guest room, setting a 6-sided heater in the living room. She retrieved aluminum foil beef tendons, Christian carp, enoki mushrooms, duck liver, and chives from her space. Finally, she prepared a barbecue sauce. As she was getting ready to grill, Luan caught a whiff of a tantalizing roasted meat aroma. She looked down at what was before her and sniffed again, her expression subtly changing. It smells so good. Who is barbecuing? Damn it, I have nothing to eat yet. Some son of a gun is grilling. Should we go see who it is? On the 18th floor, Guo Shihui was huddled under his blanket, shivering. Cold and hungry, he caught a whiff of roasted meat, craving it to the point where he wished he could swallow it all. Shihui, there's still a loaf of bread at home. Hurry up and eat. Sun Xiaoxiao, wrapped tightly in layers, trembled as she approached Guo Shihui. Her hands were frozen red and already starting to get frostbite cold and itchy. Guo Shihui sat up, wrapped in his blanket, snatched the bread from Sun Xiaoxiao's hands, and wolfed it down. This little bit was simply not enough, and he could still smell that enticing roasted meat aroma. Guo Shihui imagined the bread was roasted meat. Sun Xiaoxiao's stomach kept growling. She struggled to swallow, her eyes fixated on the bread in Guo Shihui's hands. Seeing that Guo Shihui was not leaving her any, Sun Xiaoxiao hurriedly reached out, trying to snatch back the remaining bread. Guo Shihui saw through her intentions and finished the bread in one bite, not leaving a crumb for Sun Xiaoxiao. Her hand froze in midair. Shihui, are you really not going to leave me any? Is this man really that cold-hearted? Xiaoxiao, I'm sorry, I couldn't help it because I was too hungry. I promise to save some for you next time. Guo Shihui revealed a gentle smile, promising as he always did. Sun Xiaoxiao felt a chill throughout her body, as if she had plunged into an ice cellar, unable to feel any warmth. She wasn't a fool. How could she not know that Guo Shihui was deceiving her? Yet she was unwilling and had nowhere else to go. Perhaps Sun Xiaoxiao still hoped for a future, dreaming that after the apocalypse she could marry Guo Shihui and become a wealthy lady. But what Sun Xiaoxiao didn't know was that even without the apocalypse, Guo Shihui would never marry her and provide her with a good life. Although he appeared wealthy and glamorous, he never dared to tell anyone that he was merely the illegitimate son of the Guo family's head. There were plenty of illegitimate children like him in the Guo family, and they were not valued at all. It was precisely because of this that when the apocalypse struck, Guo Shihui could only hide in his apartment, completely disregarded. Except for the actively pursuing Guo Xiaoxiao. One must admit, having a sycophant is a good thing. Xiaoxiao, have you not eaten yet? Should we go check on Luan? No. I would rather starve than go find her. Sun Xiaoxiao vehemently opposed. She refused to show weakness in front of a rival, otherwise all her past boasting would become a joke. She hated how the heavens were blind, allowing Luan to live so well. All right, we won't go. It seems someone in our building is barbecuing. How about you go see? Guo Shihui wrapped his arms around Sun Xiaoxiao, whispering in her ear. Then I'll go take a look. Sun Xiaoxiao's saliva was about to uncontrollably spill out. She had long sensed the smell of roasted meat and knew it was Brother Ma upstairs grilling. Early in the morning, she heard Brother Ma chopping something. He was surely cutting meat. Sun Xiaoxiao's thoughts began to race. After she left, Guo Shihui hurriedly took out his down jacket from the wardrobe and put it on. He wanted to find Luan, determined to catch up with her so he could eat his fill and stay warm. Then he wouldn't have to be with that disgusting woman Sun Xiaoxiao anymore. He was not the only one with similar thoughts. In room 3 across from Luan lived a family of 4. The couple had initially been ordinary people, but after their home was demolished, they received over 10 million in compensation. With that money, the couple bought a house in Xingshi, Jiangnan, and spent the remaining funds recklessly. Before the apocalypse arrived, the wife had managed to grab a lot of supplies from the supermarket. However, after being exploited by Wang Chao and a month of careless spending on food, their family was nearly out of resources by the time the extreme cold hit. If they hadn't woken up in time, they would have surely faced disaster. In the smallest guest room, the family of 4 huddled around the firewood. Even so, they were still shivering uncontrollably. "Honey, do you think we should go borrow some food from room 2? Feng Shu asked her husband Qinjing, who was wrapped tightly beside her. "Are you crazy? Didn't you see what happened the day before yesterday? That woman has a gun, and she killed Wang Chao and the others. I heard Wang Chaos' wife was also killed that night. It must have been her doing." Qinjing was afraid to provoke the female devil, even though he also wanted something good to eat. "Are you stupid? We won't go let the kids go." "I don't believe she wouldn't feel sorry for our kids." Feng Shu shot a glare at her husband. Qinjing found it reasonable and, after a moment of thought, agreed with his wife's idea. Feng Shu eagerly grabbed the 2 children around 7 or 8 years old and carefully instructed them on what to do. As they were leaving, Feng Shu took off one of the children's sweaters. The 2 kids were shivering, calling out to Feng Shu that they were cold. She comforted them, telling them to act pitiful at Guwan's door to get something to eat. Upon hearing about food, the 2 children stopped complaining about the cold. Feng Shu patted her son and daughter's heads. She deliberately took off their sweaters, believing that the more pitiful the children appeared, the more sympathy Gu Wan would feel for them. At that time, she was certain Gu Wan would give her children plenty of food. With those supplies, their family of 4 would be able to last for a while. The 2 children held hands and walked out of the house. As soon as they stepped outside, the cold wind blew, making them shiver instantly. "Mom, I'm cold." The girl turned back to sneak a peek at Feng Shu, who was watching them. "Don't be afraid, we'll come back to warm up soon." Feng Shu made a cheering gesture and waved for the children to hurry along. The 2 children reached Gu Wan's door and knocked with all their might. Gu Wan was sitting on a small stool. The heater was set to maximum, and she was grilling beef and enoki mushrooms on aluminum foil. With a bite of beef and a bite of enoki mushroom, Gu Wan washed it down with a sip of ice cola. This feeling was truly delightful. Who understands the sensation of drinking ice cola at home in -60 degrees? After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Gu Wan tidied up. There were still 2 grilled fish left, but she couldn't eat any more and tossed them directly into her space. Once she finished eating, the roasted meat smell dissipated in her home, yet the air still carried the lingering scent of meat. In her past life, Gu Wan had smelled this more than once, almost being tricked into eating it. That was not ordinary meat, it was human meat. Who was roasting human meat to eat? Where did the human meat come from? Could it be from the people who froze to death last night? Who would react so quickly to drag the freshly dead back home? A knock echoed from outside the door, but Gu Wan did not go to open it. "Sister Nyo is very hungry. Please open the door. Fan hasn't eaten for several days. I beg you to give us something to eat." The innocent voices of the children rang out at Gu Wan's door, their plea tugging at one's heartstrings. Gu Wan took out her phone and played the downloaded music, completely ignoring the pitiful cries of the 2 children. She had compassion but would never misuse it. The melodious music played on, drowning out the sounds from outside. Gu Wan took out dozens of boxes of drinks from her space and placed them in a corner of the living room. She let the natural refrigerator freeze them well so they could be taken out during the extreme heat. However, this alone was not enough, it was too conspicuous. If you suddenly pulled out a bottle of frozen drink without electricity, wouldn't it clearly indicate that you had a problem? Since that was the case, she needed to think of another way and simply make some ice cubes that could be swallowed in one. Just ice cubes were too monotonous, as she could make fruit ice cubes. Gu Wan excitedly took out 200 watermelons from her space. She set the others aside to freeze for a while, only taking one to make juice, which she then poured into molds to freeze. More than 10 pounds of watermelon yielded over 100 small ice cubes. After freezing the watermelon ice cubes, Gu Wan began making strawberry ice cubes, mango ice cubes, kiwi ice cubes, passion fruit ice cubes. In total, she made 1,500 ice cubes. In the meantime, hundreds of boxes of drinks had frozen, along with 1,000 frozen watermelons. She also froze lychees, strawberries, and pears. In the living room, Gu Wan was busy as a bee. Outside, the voices of the 2 children grew fainter, nearly freezing into unconsciousness. Feng Shu had been stomping her feet at the door, and only when the 2 children could no longer hold on did she dash out. She grabbed the children's arms and, wanting to kick Gu Wan's door with her right foot, thought better of it and didn't dare. She left with the 2 children, who were freezing and looking dejected. As soon as Feng Shu returned home, she erupted in a torrent of curses, keeping her voice down. She feared that if Gu Wan heard her cursing, she might take a gun and shoot her. Guo Shihui shrank back, hiding to the side. He had seen everything the 2 children had done just moments ago. Guo Shihui did not expect Gu Wan to be so heartless, allowing the 2 children to cry for so long without any response. He knew that if he were in the same position, wanting Gu Wan to give him something to eat, he would now have to return empty-handed. Before going out, Sun Xiaoxiao had put on some makeup. When she came to Guo Shuiwei's house, she wore just a dress. Now leaving, she could only wear Guo Shuiwei's down jacket, making her appear awkward. Upon reaching the 19th floor, Sun Xiaoxiao caught the scent of meat and struggled to control her saliva. She gently knocked on the door, her voice pretending to be sweet. "Ma Gu, are you there?" A burly man with an ugly appearance opened the door. Upon seeing the made-up Sun Xiaoxiao, a flicker of something crossed his eyes. "Sister, how come you're out on such a cold day?" "Ma Gu, we have no water at home. Do you have any?" As a beautiful woman, Sun Xiaoxiao naturally knew how to charm. Unfortunately, she was now extremely thin, and her previously alluring and charming expression looked ridiculous. Ma Gu didn't mind. He was one of the happiest people when the apocalypse struck. After all, he was a villain who enjoyed tormenting women who ventured out to sell themselves. He vented his anger on those good women who looked down on him. Before the apocalypse, there were laws, and he didn't dare to do anything. But after the apocalypse, it was different. He could do whatever he wanted without anyone watching. Sun Xiaoxiao could see the glimmer in Ma Gu's eyes. She didn't know what it was, but it made her uncomfortable. Ma Gu was simply too ugly. In the past, she would have simply hated him and told him to go away. Now, for the sake of her hunger, she had to endure. "Come in." Ma Gu smiled and stepped aside, allowing Sun Xiaoxiao to enter the house, the aroma becoming even more enticing. She saw that a bonfire was burning in the living room with skewers of grilled meat set up on sticks. The color of the meat was excessively red, even if it was half-dried from roasting. Sun Xiaoxiao looked over, puzzled about what kind of meat it was. It didn't look like pork nor beef or mutton. "Ma Gu, you are so impressive. Others can't even fill their stomachs, yet you can eat grilled meat." Sun Xiaoxiao flattered Ma Gu, her eyes filled with admiration. Ma Gu seemed to be in a good mood as he picked up a piece of already grilled meat and handed it to Sun Xiaoxiao. Sun Xiaoxiao no longer held back, taking the grilled meat and eating heartily. The meat was only seasoned with some salt, but was exceptionally delicious with no fishy taste at all. "What kind of meat is this?" "Ma Gu, where did you get this meat?" "It's really good." After finishing a piece of grilled meat, Sun Xiaoxiao felt much better in her stomach. Ma Gu smiled wickedly, leaning in to caress Sun Xiaoxiao's cheek. "Isn't it good? If you want to know what kind of meat it is, come with me." Ma Gu turned around and Sun Xiaoxiao suppressed the urge to wipe her cheek where he had touched and followed him. As Ma Gu opened the door, Sun Xiaoxiao curiously looked inside. The next moment, she covered her mouth in terror and began to vomit profusely. "What are you afraid of? It's just human flesh. Isn't it normal to eat human flesh in this world?" Ma Gu laughed heartily, waiting for Sun Xiaoxiao to finish vomiting before he moved in to embrace her. "Let go of me." Sun Xiaoxiao struggled fiercely, trying to break free, but she was no match for Ma Gu. Guo Shuiwei stood at the stairway of the 18th floor, hearing Sun Xiaoxiao's terrified voice coming from the 19th floor. He didn't dare to approach, retreating back to his own home. He didn't know how long it had been when Sun Xiaoxiao walked in, dazed and disheveled. She was covered in bruises, her hair was a mess, and her clothes were torn. "Xiaoxiao, what happened to you?" Seeing Sun Xiaoxiao looking as if she had been ravaged, Guo Shuiwei feigned concern. His gaze was actually fixed on the bag in Sun Xiaoxiao's hand. It must contain food. He could already smell the aroma. Guo Shuiwei stepped forward to take the bag and opened it, finding over a pound of grilled meat inside. Eagerly, he pulled out a piece and bit down. Sun Xiaoxiao stared at Guo Shuiwei and laughed. "Do you know what kind of meat this is?" "What meat?" "Pork. Beef." Guo Shuiwei, who only cared about eating and drinking, had no idea what kind of meat it was. "Haha, it's human flesh, dead human flesh." Sun Xiaoxiao stared intently at Guo Shuiwei and, not missing the fear in his eyes, bursting into laughter. The piece of meat in Guo Shuiwei's hand fell to the ground as he covered his mouth and vomited. He had actually eaten human flesh. No wonder the texture of the meat was unlike any he had ever tasted. "Guo Shuiwei, you are just like me now. In this lifetime we are both in hell, and neither of us can escape from each other." Haha. Sun Xiaoxiao laughed maniacally, tears streaming down her face. How could she have fallen for a man like Guo Shuiwei? She even competed with Luan for him, ending up in such a state. She had been tormented by Ma Gu for a whole hour while this man lay at home without a care for her. Luan heard the sounds from the 19th floor. She paid no mind to it, as it was of no concern to her, as such noises were abundant in the apocalypse. That night, Luan lay down early in bed. She curled up in the quilt, holding a medical book that contained various introductions to herbs. When she woke up, the heavy snow outside was still falling, showing no signs of stopping. After much persuasion, Luan finally got out of bed, washed up, had breakfast, and began her new day's training tasks. As noon approached, Luan entered the space to prepare for a bath. The temperature in the space felt like a warm spring. As soon as Luan entered, she sensed something was off. Had it only been a day or two? The watermelon and strawberry seeds she had casually scattered on the black soil had actually sprouted. This indicated something. Her space was amazing. Squatting in front of the watermelon seeds, Luan curiously reached out to touch the two tender sprouts. It was her first time planting something, and watching it sprout was exhilarating. Hui neighed from the other side of the river, rearing up, calling out to Luan, who had been ignoring it. Unable to ignore it any longer, Luan had to go comfort this little ancestor and feed it. In the pasture, more than 10 chickens, ducks, and geese were eating, and in one corner over 20 eggs had been laid. Luan walked over with a basket and bent down to pick them up. A rooster displeased pecked at Luan, preventing her from taking them. "Are you flipping the world upside down? You should know I am your master, don't push your luck." Luan grabbed the rooster by the neck, pretending to threaten it. The rooster seemed to realize it had done something wrong and stopped resisting. Luan released it and tossed it onto the ground. Seeing its appearance, she decided to leave a few eggs for it. What if they hatched? Then she would have little chicks and ducklings. How adorable. After being released by Luan, the rooster quickly flapped its wings and ran away. Hui chased after it, one hoof striking, as if it were unhappy with the rooster bullying Luan. Luan held the basket and smiled at the scene. Hui seemed to have grown quite a bit, feeling not much different from a fully grown horse. How long had it been? It had grown so much already. Could it be that the well water was really that magical? I wonder if Hui would also mutate when animals did. If it mutated, would it still recognize her? After placing the collected eggs in the still space, Luan busied herself again in the black soil. She took out seeds for chili peppers, cabbage, scallions, ginger, garlic, and planted them one by one. Finally, she planted a few grape seedlings, such as grapes and sunshine roses, at the edge. After an hour, Luan was forced to leave the space. Looking at her hands covered in dirt, she obediently entered the kitchen to wash them. After coming out of the kitchen, Luan heard faint footsteps outside the door. It seemed someone was standing outside her door. Could it be someone wanting to deal with her again? Is this never-ending? Do they think she is easy to bully? Luan walked over and peered through the peephole, only to see an unexpected person. Jiang Xian was standing tall in a down jacket. He did not knock but stood quietly outside the door. As if sensing something, Jiang Xian looked up at the peephole, seemingly making eye contact with her behind it. Luan's heart skipped a beat. After considering for a few seconds, she opened the door. "It's so cold, why? Didn't you knock?" Her tone was somewhat unnatural, a feeling she couldn't quite express, and a bit irritable. She had never felt such a strange sensation towards anyone. She could feel his affection, perhaps it wasn't love, but she was afraid it might turn into that. At that moment, she didn't know how to respond. He hadn't expressed his feelings, she couldn't just reject him out of self-importance. What if he only felt pity for her? Jiang Xian handed her what he was holding. "Here, take this. It can protect you in case of danger." Luan's body stiffened slightly, feeling somewhat at a loss. "No need, I can protect myself." Jiang Xian did not take it back, his gaze intense. "The world is becoming increasingly chaotic. You will have a hard time alone. I don't want anything to happen to you." Luan didn't dare to meet his gaze. Upon hearing his last words, she could no longer deceive herself. He truly had different feelings for her. What should she do? Should she reject him like those other men? Rejecting him seemed easy, but when she saw his eyes, the words just wouldn't come out. "If you don't like me, I will try to appear less in front of you." Jiang Xian seemed to see her predicament, his voice becoming deeper, filled with disappointment and melancholy. His feelings seemed to trouble her. Luan didn't know what to say. Should she agree with him? "I'm used to being alone, so I understand." Jiang Xian's handsome face no longer held a smile. The bright eyes that resembled stars lost their luster the moment she rejected him. Her heart felt heavy and Luan began to feel a headache again. "Are you feeling unwell?" Sensing her discomfort, Jiang Xian's eyes held worry as he stepped forward to grasp Luan's arms. Luan looked up again into Jiang Xian's eyes. "I'm fine." She took a step back, unsure of what to say. It seemed like it had been ages since anyone had cared for her like this. His concern was so obvious, without any impurities. "Don't worry, I won't do anything you don't like. If you don't like me appearing in front of you, I will try my best not. You must take this. If you do, I will leave immediately." Jiang Xian smiled bitterly. It was tough to like someone only to be rejected. That feeling was especially painful. He didn't take it back, so Luan had no choice but to accept it. Not caring what was inside the bag, her gaze fell on Jiang Xian's frostbitten hands. To bring her something, he had braved the -70-degree temperature and wind and snow. It must have been. "You're great, but perhaps you don't believe me, but the first time I saw you, I noticed you. Out of so many people, I only saw you." Jiang Xian said seriously, his voice low and gentle. At first, he didn't know what that feeling was, but later he realized that truly love at first sight existed. That feeling was sweet and sour, filling him with strength. At that decisive moment, Jiang Xian didn't sleep all night just to come see her earlier. Please don't feel troubled. Jiang Xian smiled, but that smile was too forced. His feelings had barely begun, but had already come to an abrupt end. It was so hard to bear. You filthy bitch. If it weren't for you not opening the door, how would my child have gotten into trouble? The ambiguous atmosphere between them was suddenly shattered by a sharp, piercing voice. A figure rushed out of the house holding a kitchen knife, charging crazily towards Luan. Fengshu's face was twisted, her eyes red and swollen, filled with hatred. Jiang Xian immediately stood in front of Luan, his solid and broad body blocking her completely. Luan looked up at his back, her expression bewildered. Some say that when a man places himself in front of you without hesitation in the face of danger, he must love you deeply. Yet they had only met for the third time. He must be doing this solely out of a soldier's duty. What was she thinking just now? Fengshu rushed forward, desperately aiming to stab Luan a few times while she was distracted. Jiang Xian stepped forward, grasping Fengshu's hand that held the knife, then executed a shoulder throw. Fengshu fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Jiang Xian bent down and swiftly snatched the knife from her hand, his face cold. Fengshu realized she had failed and shouted at Luan, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, Nyo and Fan wouldn't be in trouble. Why didn't you open the door? You heartless woman." Luan looked at Fengshu coldly, remaining silent. "I only wanted something from you. Why didn't you open the door?" Fengshu repeated these words frantically, as if she had gone mad. Near noon, she and her husband had just woken up only to find that their 2 children had already succumbed to the cold. No matter how she called out, it was futile. Moments later, she watched helplessly as her children lost their lives. In disbelief, she rushed to the kitchen, picked up the kitchen knife to exact her vengeance. "My children are dead. I want you to pay with your life." Fengshu got up and charged forward to snatch the knife from Jiang Xian's hands. Jiang Xian did not give her a chance, raising one hand high while pushing Fengshu away with the other. "It was not me who killed your children, but you and your husband," Luan said, coldly standing behind Jiang Xian. She would not bear any responsibility for the children's deaths. They should blame themselves for having such profit-driven parents. Knowing the weather was so cold, they still allowed their 2 children to stand outside in the freezing air. Children's bodies are inherently fragile. If they had any conscience, they would have taken the children back after knowing she wouldn't open the door. How could such a tragedy occur? Fengshu knew she should blame herself, but she was unwilling to admit it. Tears streamed down her face, freezing instantly. Fengshu seemed to lose all awareness, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Jinjing hid behind the door, too cowardly to come out, fearing Luan would shoot him. "Take your wife home. If you dare to cause trouble in front of me again, none of you will live." Luan called out to Jinjing, threatening him sharply. Jinjing dared not resist, fearfully grabbing Fengshu's hand and pulling her back home. Once the 2 disappeared, Luan sighed, feeling pity for the 2 children. As if remembering something, Luan looked at Jiang Xian, meeting his smiling eyes. "What are you laughing at? I was worried someone would bully you, but now I can finally relax." Jiang Xian was very happy, glad that Luan had the ability to protect herself and was not as weak as he had imagined. "It's already good that I don't bully others who would dare to bully me." On this point, Luan felt quite proud. "Yes, you are very impressive." Jiang Xian generously praised Luan. Luan's face flushed slightly. It was the first time someone had complimented her so straightforwardly, making her feel a bit shy. She pretended to cough, surprised at her own boldness in front of Jiang Xian. She was a person with a poor sense of security, always wearing a mask in front of others. Today, it seemed she had removed that mask in front of Jiang Xian, making her feel uncomfortable. "I should go now." Reluctantly, she spoke, hoping Jiang Xian would say something to make her stay. "Then be careful on your way." Luan didn't know what to say and finally managed to utter this. Jiang Xian turned around but was called back by Luan. Jiang Xian stopped, a joyful expression on his face. Luan turned to enter the house, and while Jiang Xian was not paying attention, she took out some ginger tea from her space. Jiang Xian waited quietly outside as Luan handed him the thermos. "This is for you." Jiang Xian raised his hand to take it, but after a moment, seeing Luan had nothing else to say, he turned away disappointed. Reaching the stairway, Jiang Xian turned back, speaking softly, "Luan, my name is Jiang Xian." Luan was taken aback, and by the time she regained her senses, Jiang Xian had already vanished. This man really is. It turns out his name is Jiang Xian, a very nice name. Luan closed the door and spent the next 10 days cooped up at home. Occasionally, she glanced at medical books, froze some watermelons, drinks, and made fruit ice cubes. The watermelon seedlings she planted in her space had already spread all over the ground. She also divided the strawberry seedlings, taking up a portion of the land. Other vegetables like chili seedlings and cabbage seedlings had all been planted as well. After about 10 days, they had grown quite a bit. Even the grapes she had planted had grown many leaves. Luan specifically found some steel pipes to create a frame for the grapevines to climb. On this day, it had been extremely cold for half a month. Outside cheers were heard as the military arrived with supplies to distribute. Someone knocked on Luan's door. Outside stood a young couple, probably in their late 20s. The woman was petite, standing beside a man around 175 centimeters tall. Both were quite thin, but their complexions were good. Luan opened the door and glanced at them, saying lightly, "Is there something you need?" "Hello, I'm Yu Yao, the owner of the 17th floor, and this is my husband Song Boyang." Yu Yao smiled gently, looking like a lovely girl, quietly introducing herself and her husband to Luan. Though she did not know Luan, she was aware that Luan was a capable person. After all, a woman had killed Wang Chao and his gang, a significant event that everyone in the building was aware of. A capable person naturally commanded respect and goodwill from many. Yu Yao and Song Boyang had been looking for an opportunity. This time, taking advantage of the military distributing supplies, they hoped to get to know Luan. "My name is Luan." Luan noticed the couple's intention to be friendly. As long as they did not harbor any ill intentions, she did not mind responding a few words. "There are soldiers downstairs distributing supplies. Would you like to come down with us?" Yu Yao said with a smile, inviting Luan. Luan did not refuse and asked Yu Yao to wait a moment. Returning to her room, Luan put on a hat and scarf, fully armed, before stepping out. The three of them walked down together, encountering a resident carrying supplies back upstairs. Upon seeing the three, that person suspiciously hugged the supplies to their chest and hurriedly passed them. Yu Yao's expression was complex. In the past, everyone would greet each other when going out, but now, not finishing her sentence, Luan understood her meaning. People now viewed everyone as a potential threat. In just over a month, the world had changed so drastically. Everyone knew that the world was no longer the warm and familiar place it once was. The heavy snow of the past half month has buried the 13th floor, but fortunately the snowfall has gradually lessened since yesterday. The residents of the 13th floor had already packed their belongings and left on the very first day of the heavy snow. They went to a nearby shelter. The corridor on the 14th floor was already filled with the residents of Building 12. The glass windows had long been broken, leaving a passageway. A large truck was parked by the window with 3 staff members dressed in winter gear, registering and distributing rescue supplies. To prevent any disturbance, the military had specially dispatched 10 soldiers armed with guns to guard the area. Luan stood behind Yu Yao, waiting leisurely. Luan, the snow has buried the 13th floor, and the residents of the 14th floor have moved away. You live on the 15th floor. Should you move upstairs? No need. Luan shook her head. She had no intention of moving. If the snow truly buried the 15th floor, she would simply leave this place and find somewhere else to live. To her, any place could be home, and nowhere could be home. No matter where she lived, it was all the same. After Luan's refusal, Yu Yao said nothing more and discreetly closed her mouth. Bored while waiting, Luan popped a piece of fruit candy into her mouth, squinting her eyes at the sweetness. A few meters behind her, Sun Xiaoxiao stood next to the ugly Ma Good. Standing behind her was Guo Shihui. In just half a month, he had become so thin that he looked like nothing but a skeleton easily blown away by a gust of wind. Guo Shihui was wrapped in a cotton coat, his head hung low. He resembled a servant beside Sun Xiaoxiao, subject to her casual reprimands and disdain. Guo Shihui harbored hatred both towards his own pitiful state and towards Sun Xiaoxiao's ruthlessness. Since that day, Sun Xiaoxiao had been visiting Ma Gue's home every day. When she returned, she would reward him with a piece of jerky or a small loaf of bread weighing only a few dozen grams. Taking advantage of her hold over him, Sun Xiaoxiao had also seized all his warm clothing, leaving him only a tattered, wind-blown cotton coat that had been worn for who knows how many years. Guo Shihui gritted his teeth in hatred, yet found no way to resolve his predicament. He lacked the ability to venture out for food, fearing he might not return once he left, and could only rely on Sun Xiaoxiao to survive. He vowed that once the apocalypse was over and the world returned to how it was, he would make Sun Xiaoxiao suffer greatly. Accidentally glancing up, Guo Shihui caught sight of Luan, who was waiting in line ahead. Seeing her still exude that alluring demeanor, his thoughts stirred again. What's this? Are you still hung up on her? It's a pity she's not interested in you. Sun Xiaoxiao noticed Guo Shihui's gaze and mocked him with a smile. Currently, she had completely fallen into despair in this apocalypse. How could that be? I've always liked you, Guo Shihui replied, but when he met Ma Gue's cold gaze, he quickly lowered his head in fear. Sun Xiaoxiao laughed with delight. She entwined her arm with Ma Ge's and acted coyly towards the person she had once looked down upon. Ma Ge, what do you think of that woman in front of us? Leaning close to Ma Ge's ear, Sun Xiaoxiao whispered. Ma Ge cast a glance in Gu Wan's direction and firmly pinched Sun Xiaoxiao's chin. Do you want me dead? Though he was vicious, he was not a fool. Everyone in Building 12 knew who Gu Wan was since her first day here. Ma Ge, you jest. You're my man and I still rely on you. How could I wish you dead? Sun Xiaoxiao forced a smile, striving to please Ma Ge. She didn't understand why Gu Wan had become so formidable that even the man-eating Ma Ge didn't dare provoke her. To survive, she couldn't afford to act recklessly anymore. Once Ma Ge released her, Sun Xiaoxiao finally relaxed her body. She glanced back at Gu Wan only to meet her gaze, which was both smiling and mocking. Sun Xiaoxiao was startled and immediately averted her eyes, not daring to look again. Did Gu Wan hear what she just said? Would she come to trouble her? Gu Wan indeed heard Sun Xiaoxiao's words. She believed that before Ma Ge had any thoughts, she could resolve the situation herself. She had no intention of dealing with Sun Xiaoxiao. After all, Sun Xiaoxiao had already fallen into hell, and her fate awaited her was far more terrifying than death. When she glanced over earlier, she had noticed the crimson in Sun Xiaoxiao's and her companion's eyes. That was the sign of having consumed human flesh. The man called Ma Ge had an even deeper shade of red in his eyes than the other two. It seemed that the scent of meat she smelled was indeed coming from him. While human flesh could satiate hunger, the accompanying visceral virus would closely follow. They would eventually encounter trouble because of this. Unbeknownst to her, the line had reached Gu Wan. As she signed for her supplies and prepared to leave the line, her gaze fell on a tall man standing to the side with a gun. Jiang Xian was fully armed, even wearing goggles, yet Gu Wan recognized him at a glance. Jiang Xian stood straight, his gaze fixed on Gu Wan, not saying a word. As Gu Wan turned around with her supplies, she wondered if he was cold standing in the snow. Once she realized she was actually concerned about Jiang Xian, Gu Wan quickly shook her head, dispelling the errant thoughts. Gu Wan. The couple Yu Yao and her husband approached and walked upstairs with Gu Wan. A gaze lightly fell on Gu Wan from behind, only retracting once she ascended the stairs. Gu Wan, can you wait a moment? My husband wants to discuss something with you. Yu Yao called to Gu Wan, who was preparing to return to her room. Gu Wan halted, turning back to look at the two, her gaze resting on Song Boying. Song Boying handed the supplies in his hands to his wife. Yu Yao took the supplies upstairs, leaving space for the two. Miss Gu, I would like to propose a deal with you. Song Boying spoke directly without beating around the bush. Gu Wan raised an eyebrow. A deal? What kind of deal? My friend knows of a pig farm in the suburbs. I want Miss Gu to come with us. Why involve me? Gu Wan did not believe things would be that simple. If it were that easy, they could monopolize it. Oh, why would they need her? Miss Gu, you are a smart person. To be frank, the pig farm is currently occupied by a group of people with the leader armed. We cannot act recklessly. Song Boying explained the reasons. Are you sure there are still pigs inside? Gu Wan did not want to make a trip for nothing. She actually did not want to go out, as she was not lacking in supplies. Especially now that she could plant in her space, she had even less need for things. But staying at home had become too boring lately. Eating and sleeping made her feel like she was turning into a pig. It would be better to get some exercise outside. She wanted to understand the situation outside, as staying at home was not a solution. I'm sure this group only recently occupied it, so there are still many pigs. In such a heavy snow and after a month of rain, are those pigs still alive? These are wild mountain pigs. They haven't been trapped in pens, so they should all be alive. Song Boying said with certainty. His friend had gone to check when the snow lessened. He found that the pig farm had already been occupied and had no choice but to return to inform him of the situation. Song Boying said with certainty. His friend had gone to check when the snow lessened. He found that the pig farm had already been occupied and had no choice. Just when he was at his wits' end, his wife mentioned Gu Wan, and he remembered her. Gu Wan had a gun and was willing to kill Wang Chao and others for the sake of the Wen family, making her a worthy partner in cooperation. I agree. How shall we distribute what we obtain? It's a crucial matter that Gu Wan would not forget. At that time we will split it 50-50. Miss Gu only needs to deal with those armed with guns, and the rest will be handled by us. Song Boying expressed his utmost sincerity, knowing how dangerous Gu Wan's adversaries were. Only with genuine sincerity could he persuade Gu Wan to agree, even if it meant they would take a loss. Taking 5 shares by herself was the result of their discussion among the 6 of them. Gu Wan was quite satisfied with Song Boying's sincerity, saying, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Song Boying revealed a joyful smile, saying, we plan to leave tomorrow at 8. I wonder if that suits you. That works. Having agreed on a time, Song Boying prepared to leave. At that moment, the door of Feng Shu's house was opened. Three unfamiliar men stumbled out cursing and were startled upon seeing Luan and Songboying. We were just looking for some supplies. We did not kill anyone. Those two children being eaten is not our doing, it was their parents. The three trembled as they recounted their story, fearing trouble from Luan and Songboying. Songboying was quite capable. Even when Wang Chao was dominant, he had never found an advantage over Songboying. As for the later Luan, they knew she was formidable as well. Seeing that the two showed no reaction, the three hurriedly stumbled away. Songboying reached the entrance of Feng Shu's house, and upon glancing inside, his expression changed drastically. Luan stood behind him, her eyes peering inside. On the sofa lay two individuals with ashen faces. Nearby in a corner, two skeletal remains were discarded. Are they still human? Songboying cursed in anger. He knew Chen Jing and had shared a few meals with him. He had always thought Chen Jing was a decent person, never expecting he would resort to cannibalism. In any case, he has already received his retribution. During this time, she had not left her house and had not been aware of Feng Shu's situation. Although she had excellent hearing, she would not intentionally eavesdrop on her neighbors. She often blocked out sounds from above and below, and when it got too noisy, she would wear ear protection. Never had she imagined this couple to be so ruthless that they wouldn't even spare the bodies of the two children. It reminded her of half a month ago when Feng Shu had made a scene at her doorstep for her children. Ultimately, in the face of hunger, they could not resist temptation. Songboying shook his head, closed the door, and turned to go upstairs. Luan also returned home. Before long, she heard the door of Feng Shu's house being opened. The footsteps leaving were heavy, indicating that something was being carried away. It could be a corpse or some furniture. Ignoring that, Luan opened the supplies distributed today. 2 kilograms of rice, a small bottle of oil, 3 boxes of self-heating rice, 3 packets of instant noodles, 2 candles, and a lighter. Finally, there were 2 kilograms of frozen potatoes. Though it looked like a lot, she had no idea how long this would last. Whether there would be any supplies for the next distribution was a question mark. In her previous life, the country was caught off guard by natural disasters, and a large portion of supplies could not be rescued. As a result, there had only been one distribution of supplies after the disaster struck. In this life, with her reminders, it should be much better. Throwing the supplies into her space, Luan recalled the things Jiang Xian had given her last time. She hadn't looked at it back then, and had just tossed it into the space, not knowing what he had given her. Taking out that pouch, Luan gently opened it. Inside were 1 kilogram of rice, 5 boxes of self-heating rice, 2 kilograms of compressed biscuits, 3 bottles of mineral water, and 2 kilograms of potatoes. It wasn't much, but Luan believed this was the most food Jiang Xian could manage to gather. Is this person foolish? He gives her this without worrying about his own food. This must be food he has saved. How did she accept it back then? She should have firmly rejected him. After examining the food, Luan discovered a box at the very bottom. Upon opening it, she was astonished to find a handgun fully loaded with bullets. She had no idea where he found the gun, but it couldn't have been easy. Just liking her, could he have gone this far? Familiar footsteps echoed outside. Luan quickly tossed the pouch into her space and walked to the door to open it. Jiang Xian was holding a pouch, intending to place it on the ground and leave quietly. Luan watched him bend down to set the pouch down, unable to hold back any longer. Jiang Xian, what about the food for me? What will you eat? Jiang Xian stood up, regretting having disturbed Luan. Hearing her question, he quickly explained, I have food. The government won't let us go hungry. Liar. Luan said sharply, losing her temper for the first time. Jiang Xian felt somewhat at a loss. As he watched Luan's eyes redden, he wanted to raise his hand to wipe her tears, but suddenly realized he had no right to do so. Really, am not lying to you. Jiang Xian wanted to swear to assure her, but when he met her clear eyes, his right hand wouldn't lift. Do you know how precious food is right now? You are a soldier. If you give me the supplies and you're not full, how can you protect the people? What if you encounter bad people and lack the strength? What then? Luan had lost her mind, pointing fingers at Jiang Xian. She didn't want him to be so good to her. Couldn't he be a little selfish? Clearly she had rejected him, so why was he still treating her so well? Food equals life. Was he not concerned for his own life? Are you worried about me? Jiang Xian didn't catch the accusation. He only heard the concern in Luan's words and smiled like a fool. Luan was choked for words, unsure how he could sense her concern for him. Take the stuff back. I don't want it. Not only did Luan refuse his current offering, but she also took out everything from the last time and tossed it all to Jiang Xian. Luan, I just want to be good to you. I have no other intentions. Jiang Xian felt somewhat hurt. It was fine that she didn't accept him, but why wouldn't she accept the supplies? I don't want your kindness. Take good care of yourself, okay? Luan was so angry, she wanted to stomp her feet, feeling helpless against Jiang Xian. This man stubbornly insisted on being good to her. He didn't understand that she didn't lack these things, that he only wanted to give her his best. Fool, idiot, big fool. If you're well, then I'll be well. Jiang Xian looked earnestly at Luan, setting down the pouch and preparing to leave. Stop. Luan called out to Jiang Xian, but he did not halt, striding towards the stairs. Luan was infuriated, gritting her teeth, and rushed forward to grab Jiang Xian's hand, only to find that his large hand was incredibly cold. No wonder she had noticed his hand trembling slightly when he carried the pouch. Anyone standing for hours in the freezing cold would not withstand it. With Luan grabbing his hand, Jiang Xian finally stopped, his gaze falling upon their clasped hands. Her hand was long and delicate, completely different from his rough one. For a moment, Jiang Xian even feared that Luan would dislike his hand. Fortunately, he was wearing gloves, as she shouldn't be able to see how rough his hands were, right? Come inside with me, Luan said with a tinge of irritation. Upon touching their hands, he immediately let go and turned to go back inside. Jiang Xian revealed a gentle smile and followed Luan back into the house. Jiang Xian entered the living room, feeling the temperature and slightly furrowing his brow. The living room contained only a sofa, a coffee table, and a single heater. At temperatures of -60 or 70 degrees, one heater was far from sufficient. He naturally did not know that this was intentionally done by Luan, who was solely focused on how to warm the room. Luan walked out of the kitchen holding a cup of ginger tea. Drink this. Jiang Xian took it and gulped it down. Seeing him obediently drink it, Luan felt satisfied. She walked towards the bedroom and soon returned with a down jacket, tossing it directly to Jiang Xian. Upon seeing the men's down jacket in his hands, Jiang Xian's expression turned slightly sour. It belongs to Wen Shuqi, don't think too much about it. The man's expression was too obvious. Luan didn't even know why she felt the need to explain. Of course, she wouldn't mention that it was taken from her space. How could a single woman possibly have a man's down jacket? She had no choice but to pull Wen Shuqi into the conversation. Upon hearing it was Wen Shuqi and not some random man, Jiang Xian's expression immediately shifted from gloomy to sunny, a change so swift. Hurry and put it on, your clothes are all wet, Luan said awkwardly. Jiang Xian raised a radiant smile, promptly took off his own down jacket and put on the one Luan had given him. While he changed, Luan turned around and pretended to look around. All set. Jiang Xian spoke in a low voice behind her, his tone tinged with happiness. Luan turned back to look. Although she knew this man was handsome and well-built, she hadn't expected him to look so good even in a down jacket. Isn't he just a walking clothes hanger? Do I look good? Seeing her seemingly mesmerized, Jiang Xian felt for the first time that his appearance was quite decent. Average, Luan replied stubbornly. Your place is too cold. I'll bring some firewood over another day, don't skimp on it. You're a girl, you can't be cold. No need, I'm not afraid of the cold. Luan had plenty of firewood in her space, having bought a large quantity in Bear Country that she could never burn through. How can you not be afraid of the cold? Really, my home is very warm. Seeing that Jiang Xian didn't believe her, Luan directly opened her room and a wave of warm air rushed out. It was Jiang Xian's first time seeing a girl's room, and his face couldn't help but flush slightly. Not daring to look too closely, he glanced at the heating unit in Luan's room and felt the warmth finally putting his mind at ease. I've turned on the boiler, the room is very warm, so you don't need to worry. Then I'll still bring some firewood, otherwise the firewood in your boiler must be insufficient. Luan was speechless. Why was this person so stubborn? Just accept the things, I should get going. Jiang Xian felt a bit reluctant, but knew he had to leave. I don't lack food. Unable to do anything else, Luan walked towards another vacant small bedroom. Taking advantage of Jiang Xian's inattention, she pulled out a pile of food from her space and piled it in the room. Look, isn't there a lot? Luan stepped aside, allowing Jiang Xian to see clearly. Jiang Xian took a casual glance, then looked at Luan and was instantly at a loss for words. So the clown was actually him. Jiang Xian, thank you. Luan looked at Jiang Xian and sincerely expressed her gratitude. No matter what, she had to thank him, even though she didn't really need these. Jiang Xian felt a bit dejected and shook his head. No need to thank me. What excuse could he find to approach her in the future? He actually had supplies too. On the eve of the apocalypse, he sensed something was off. He spent all his money to buy a batch of supplies and hid them in a concealed place. However, the supplies were not in the White City, so he couldn't give them to her. As Jiang Xian turned to leave, Luan suddenly called out to him, Jiang Xian, did you bring the thermos? Jiang Xian turned back, thinking she wanted that thermos back. Can you give me the thermos? He didn't lack thermoses, but this one was given to him by her, so it held different significance. So he shamelessly asked this question. What are you thinking? I just want to put some ginger tea in it for you. If you're too cold, you can drink some. Guwan laughed, picking up on the meaning behind Jiang Xian's words. This person was both silly and amusing. Jiang Xian's expression immediately relaxed as he took out the thermos she had given him from his backpack. Guwan took it, finding it completely empty, not even a drop of hot water. Resigned, she walked into the kitchen. Guwan tossed the cup into her space and pulled out an identical one filled with ginger tea. Fortunately, when she bought the thermoses, she had bought plenty of identical ones. Otherwise, with him around, it would have been challenging to take out ginger tea from her space and pour it into the cup. Jiang Xian took the cup and stood at the door for a while before leaving. Guwan closed the door and patted her slightly flushed face. It must be because the boiler is too hot. The next day at 7, Guwan got up, putting on her down jacket and thick cotton pants. She donned a hat and scarf and put on wool socks and snow boots. After finishing breakfast, the front door was knocked upon. Outside the door, Song Boing was bundled up just as thickly. He wore goggles on his face to protect his eyes from the snow for too long. Let's go, they are already waiting downstairs. Okay. The two of them walked downstairs together. In the corridor on the 14th floor stood 5 men, beside them several simple wooden sleds. It seemed they had made them themselves, and their craftsmanship was impressive. Let me introduce them to you. The oldest is named Yudong. Next to him are the twin brothers Zhang Meng and Zheng Yao. Zhang Meng is the older brother and Zheng Yao is the younger brother. Standing next to Zhang Yao is He Rong, and beside He Rong is my best friend Lu Tianyu, who also informed us about the pig farm. This is Guwan. Song Boing introduced everyone. Except for Lu Tianyu, who lived in building 12, the others were all residents from different buildings. Due to the apocalypse, the 6 of them had come to know each other. They had gone out together to search for supplies several times, and their character was good, so they continued to work together. The 5 men nodded to Guwan with smiles. They did not underestimate her because she was a woman. On the contrary, they seemed slightly wary of her. It must be because Song Boing had mentioned her exploits. Perhaps they were also afraid that these men would look down on her, leading to unnecessary disputes. The 5 proactively greeted her, and Guwan naturally did not act aloof, smiling in response. She looked over and committed the faces and shapes of a few people to memory to avoid recognizing them incorrectly. Yudong appeared to be in his 40s, looking honest and sincere. Zhang Meng and his brother were in their 30s, and the 2 of them looked exactly alike with handsome features. He Rong was the shortest among them, barely reaching 1.70 meters, yet he appeared to be the strongest among the 6. As for Lu Tianyu and Song Boing, they were about the same age, around 27 or 28, with ordinary looks. Guwan, later we will take the sleds to the outskirts. I have a 2-seater, can you row with me? Song Boing explained to Guwan, handing her a pair of ice skates. Guwan had no objections and accepted the skates from Song Boing. For ice skates swiftly glided across the snowy ground. The distance from Xingshi Jiangnan to the suburban pig farm takes about an hour. The temperature outside is around -70 degrees. After half an hour of skating, the other 6 could no longer endure the cold and had to seek refuge in an abandoned house. The group entered, dismounting from the ice skates and setting them aside. This building, now reduced to 3 floors, used to be a tall structure with the upper 3 floors once belonging to a large company. He Rong stepped into the house, stomping his feet vigorously. This cursed weather is too cold. Yudong removed his damp gloves and breathed on his frozen hands. It's truly painful to go out in -70 degrees. Zhang Meng hugged his arms, complaining. I really miss the old days, but it's a pity we can't go back. He turned to Guwan beside him. Can you handle this, Guwan? He truly admired Guwan. As a woman, she hadn't complained once since entering, while they as men were all shivering from the cold. It's all right. In truth, Guwan wasn't very cold, as she wore thermal clothing that was more resistant to the cold than the others. Plus, she felt her physique had improved significantly after drinking well water. Compared to her cold hands and feet in her past life, she was not afraid of the cold this time. We should hurry and find some wood to make a fire, otherwise we won't be able to endure it. Song Boing shivered and spoke to the others. They all agreed and began searching for wood in the house. Guwan did not rest and followed suit. If they were lucky, they might find something useful. The company had been thoroughly searched. After half a month of snow, most of the wooden furniture had been taken. Guwan wasn't too disappointed, as she had long anticipated this. Although she had no hopes, she still searched earnestly. Documents were strewn across the floor in the company, and there were hardly any wooden furniture to be found. Guwan discovered an abandoned vacuum cleaner in a corner and stored it in her space. Next to a printer was a large pile of A4 paper, which she also took along with the printer into her space. She then made her way to the boss office. Guwan unexpectedly discovered a cabinet embedded in the wall which concealed a small room. She entered the small room, which was about 60 to 70 square meters. Inside there was a bed and a wine cabinet filled with numerous expensive wines. Luan took the large bed along with the bedside table into her space, and also stored the wine cabinet and its contents. She did not hesitate to take the wardrobe as well, including the clothes that had been worn inside. It might come in handy for trading in the future. Besides these, she also collected valuable cigarettes and tea. She even spared no effort in taking the collectibles from the display shelf. What with the blue and white porcelain and precious calligraphy, she didn't understand them, but that didn't prevent her from taking them into her infinite space. As she circled the room, she discovered a small kitchen of over 20 square meters. On the countertop were frying pans, soup pots, an oven, and a coffee machine alongside neatly arranged seasonings and cooking oil, as well as a bag of rice and a bag of flour. The rice was of the NG variety, said to sell for 4,000 a pound. Opening the cupboard revealed plenty of coffee beans and snacks, even some prepared food products. Wait, do these rich people really eat instant food? The large refrigerator in the kitchen was filled with food surprisingly still intact. It seemed this house had a backup power supply. Even during a power outage caused by heavy rain, it remained functional. Later, when the power ran out and the cold intensified, the contents inside were preserved. The refrigerator held plenty of good items, including drinks and beer, lamb chops, notebooks, beef, caviar, ham, and salmon. All excellent goods to gather. This domineering CEO probably also enjoys good food, otherwise who would build a kitchen in a lounge? After collecting everything from the small kitchen, Luan felt a little satisfied. She initially held no expectations, but ended up with unexpected surprises. It felt like casually buying a lottery ticket and suddenly hitting the jackpot. Such a feeling was truly delightful. After searching the boss office, Luan did not find anything else of value. Later, in a storage room, she found a few wooden benches. Luan carried the benches back to where the others were resting. Yudong and the others had also found some wooden furniture. Zhang Yao had the best luck. He actually stumbled upon several bags of snacks in a corner of the tea room, including a bag of instant noodles. Zhang Yao, you're really lucky. We searched for ages and barely found a few broken pieces of wood yet. The five of them enviously stared at the food in Zhang Yao's hands. Haha, just lucky. Zhang Yao was in good spirits as he placed the food beside him. The five of them didn't shamelessly ask Zhang Yao to share. After all, this wasn't the end of the world. Luan approached carrying 2 benches. Song Boing stepped forward to take them. Luan, you're quite lucky too. I only found a few pots of wilted plants. Luan smiled, but said nothing, allowing Song Boing to take the items. The fire was quickly lit, and the 7 of them gathered around it. Once warmed up, they took out the food they had prepared at home. The food for 6 of them mostly consisted of instant meals. Yudong and Hirong were eating self-heating rice, which had been distributed last time. Zhang Yao and Zhang Meng were consuming compressed biscuits. Lu Tianyu was having mashed potatoes. Song Boing fared a bit better, enjoying pancakes made in Yuyao. With others present, Luan did not take out her good food. Instead, she simply pulled out the rice balls she made a few days ago, eating them with hot water from her thermos. Rice balls were suitable for such occasions, as she had only made a few dozen last time, so she planned to make more when she returned. The group quickly finished their lunch and rested for a while before boarding the ice skates to head towards the suburbs. Though the mountains in the suburbs were not particularly high, at least they hadn't been flooded. According to Lu Tianyu, the farm raised over 300 wild boars and some chickens, all free range. The 7 of them hid their ice skates well before slowly heading towards the farm. Luan, as far as we know, there are about a dozen people at the farm. The boss has a handgun and several others have knives and sticks, so they won't be easy to deal with. Song Boing's expression was grave as he informed Luan of what he knew. Luan listened intently without saying a word. The 7 of them quietly approached the farm, standing on a high point concealed by snow piles, peering at the situation in the farm. In the center of the farm stood a house on the ice. Perhaps it was too cold as there were hardly any people outside, just a man smoking and keeping watch. Luan took the binoculars handed over by Song Boing and looked through them. As she spotted the man smoking, her brows furrowed. The man was filled with hostility. Standing in the snow, he cursed the dreadful weather, his coat stained. Inside the house, voices were raised, and the faint sounds of a woman's pain could be heard. How is it? Song Boing asked Luan in a low voice. There shouldn't be much of a problem. Only one person had a gun, making it easy for Luan to handle. The 7 quickly discussed strategies, determined to achieve a swift kill. Lu Tianyu had informed them that on the day he secretly came over, he saw a group of people heading up the mountain. They had captured several women. Since this group of people were villains, Luan would not show them mercy. The first to deal with was the man guarding outside. Among the 7, Song Boing and Luan were the most skilled. To avoid alerting the others, they decided that only the two of them would take care of it first. Luan had no objections. After all, taking 5 shares of supplies required some display of skill. Song Boing stood in the icy snow, momentarily stunned. How could someone be so fast? They had walked together, and in the blink of an eye she had already surpassed him. Before he could even respond, the man was already dead. Song Boing fell silent, as it seemed he had underestimated Luan. He had thought she was only formidable because of the gun in her hand. Now he realized that she relied not just on the gun but on herself. Not only Song Boing was astonished, the 5 not far away were also left dumbfounded. Having dealt with the first person, Luan waved for the others to come over. Laughter came from inside the house and no one noticed anything amiss. The 7 stood outside, gauging the situation and listening for a while before deciding to act. Luan's main task was to deal with the armed man. The others were responsible for the rest. Luan signaled to a few people and Song Boing along with Yirong kicked open the front door. The 10 or so people inside reacted quickly. Each one grabbed the weapons before them, glaring fiercely at the intruding Luan and her companions. The leader was originally playing with a dagger. Upon seeing Luan and the others burst in, he quickly drew his gun ready to shoot without wasting any words. The leader reacted swiftly, but Luan was faster as she raised her gun and fired directly. Before he could even pull the trigger, the bullet struck his forehead, leading to a death that felt unjust. The boss is dead. With the leader gone, the remaining people seemed to lose their anchor, immediately falling into chaos. Song Boing and the others were overjoyed, boldly brandishing their knives to engage in combat. The sounds of violence echoed everywhere. Luan stopped fighting and stood aside, surveying the entire battlefield. The others were fine, but Yudong was surrounded by 2 burly men. He momentarily found himself in a passive position, nearly getting struck in the back. Luan raised her gun to assist, and Yudong, still shaken, turned back to look at her gratefully. The battle quickly subsided. Song Boing and the others were covered in blood, panting heavily. To take on 10 or so people with just a few of them showcased their boldness. Their teamwork was surprisingly good. No wonder they dared to be so bold. We did it. Zhang Ming's brother wiped the blood splattered on his face, grinning widely with excitement. They were all prepared for injuries, but the situation turned out unexpectedly smooth. Yirong noticed a few striped garments tossed aside and picked them up, saying, "They are actually fugitives, and no wonder they were so ruthless." "Looks like we didn't kill the wrong people," Yudong remarked with emotion. After speaking, everyone excitedly dispersed to search for supplies. Luan did not follow them to look for supplies. She heard a sound and walked straight to a slightly ajar door. She forcefully pushed the door open, and the scene inside was horrifying and appalling. Song Boing stood behind Luan and looked in, but the next moment his face turned pale as he turned away. Luan's expression shifted slightly as she slowly walked in. Inside the room there were 2 wooden beds, each 1.5 meters wide, placed side by side. 2 girls lay completely naked, their bodies covered in bruises. One of the girls had a gray complexion, her eyes wide open, already dead. It seemed she had been tortured before her death, her hollow eyes reflecting pain, unwillingness, and despair. The girl on the other bed was barely clinging to life, filthy and injured, all over her face and body marred. Upon hearing someone enter, she instinctively trembled. "Don't be afraid, and no one will dare to bully you again," Luan spoke softly, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Killing that group of beasts so easily felt like too little punishment for them. She should have made them taste pain and returned it tenfold. Hearing Luan's voice, the girl weakly opened. She could no longer speak, hanging on to her last breath, pleading with Luan, "Kill me." Luan did not move, her eyes filled with struggle and reluctance. "Please, kill me," the girl pleaded again, having reached the end of her life, not wanting to suffer any longer in this chaotic world. Luan walked forward with difficulty, holding a dagger in her hand. Her hand trembled as she gripped the knife, unable to let the tip fall. Under the girl's encouraging gaze, Luan closed her eyes and plunged the dagger into the girl's chest. "Thank you. Mom and Dad, I'm coming to find you." In her final moment, the girl smiled sweetly, her face radiating relief. It seemed she saw something slowly closing her eyes. "Rest assured, that group of beasts has been killed by us," Luan whispered softly. She bent down to pick up a blanket from the side and covered the 2 girls' bodies, allowing them to leave with dignity. "This damned apocalypse. Why are the ones who suffer always the good people? Boing, why are you standing at the door?" Lu Tianyu excitedly walked over. He patted Song Boing on the shoulder, but upon seeing the scene his excited expression faded. The others, having finished searching for supplies, also walked over. Seeing this scene, everyone wore a complex expression. Beasts. Yudong could not bear to look at the plight of the two girls. Recalling his daughter at home, he angrily picked up a knife and stabbed the group of men a few more times. Luan walked out silently, approaching a dozen corpses and kicking them hard. The corpse was directly kicked away by her landing in the snow outside. Song Boying and the others were stunned by her actions, the discomfort from before replaced by shock. Can you imagine a delicate girl kicking away the bodies of several tall men? Those corpses weighed over 100 pounds, and they believed they could not do it. At that moment, all 6 of them thought they absolutely could not provoke Luan. No wonder she always maintained a calm demeanor, as if she feared nothing. With such skills and strength, who wouldn't be calm? After venting her inner anger, Luan transformed back into her calm self. Song Boying approached Luan and informed her about the supplies available at the farm. Luan, the farm currently has 120 pigs and 53 chickens, all kept in pens. Song Boying led Luan toward the nearby pig pen and chicken coop. This group of people captured all the wild boars they could catch and raised them. The chickens were also caught and raised by them. To prevent the pigs and chickens from dying, they even lit a fire inside the house to maintain the temperature. In addition to these, there are 530 gene of coarse grain, but rice and flour were not found. There are 350 eggs and 2 bags of potatoes. There are quite a few sweet potatoes, totaling 13 bags, each weighing 100 gene. The kitchen also has some scattered grains, but not much, and there is basically no oil or seasoning. However, there is a box with 16 bags of table salt left. Outside, Zhang Yao found half a pig in the ice, which should have been killed by this group and specially frozen. Everything else has likely been consumed by this group. The remaining items are just a few bags of pig feed. They promised not to feed the wild boars, but it turns out they are nothing but liars. Lu Tianyu gritted his teeth upon seeing the pig feed. He learned about this farm through a friend who claimed it was a free-range farm where the wild boars were fed only vegetables and fruits with no pig feed at all. At that time, he even bought 50 gene to try. The price was twice that of regular pork, but the taste was indeed better than ordinary pork. He had thought his friend had made a good introduction and planned to buy more, but then the apocalypse struck. Haha, stop complaining, it's time for us to divide the supplies. Song Boying chuckled, finally getting to the point. This distribution had been agreed upon before their arrival, so no one had any objections. Luan received half of the supplies. In total, there were 120 live pigs and half a pig carcass. Luan took 60 wild boars, and she did not want the half pig carcass. Out of 53 live chickens, Luan got 27. The extra one was given to her by a few people, as the half pig carcass was worth much more than chicken. 1 bag of potatoes, 6.5 bags of sweet potatoes, 175 eggs, 8 bags of salt, and she did not take the other scattered items. Out of 530 gene of coarse grains, Luan received 265 gene. With so many supplies, how do we take them back? Zhang Ming felt both joy and worry. Having too much material also brings trouble. The distance to their community was considerable. Although it was icy and snowy outside, there would still be many people around. If they saw so many supplies, it would definitely cause trouble. Luan remained silent. She had space and was not worried about this. Let's not talk about how to move the supplies back. What do we do with so many live pigs? After thinking for a moment, Song Boying said, we 6 people have divided 60 live pigs. Each pig has probably been hungry for quite a while, weighing around 200 gene. We won't be able to eat all this pork. 60 live pigs weigh about 12,000 gene. That's a lot of meat, but given their current situation, they can't keep eating meat forever. What they lack the most now is grain. Even coarse grain would be good. This harvest is indeed quite good, but they haven't seen any rice or flour to fill their stomachs. The staple foods are just potatoes and sweet potatoes with coarse grains, including corn kernels and a few types of beans. It looks like a lot, but divided among 5 people, it is not much. Everyone understood Song Boying's implication and began thinking of solutions. There's a trading market near Mingguang Building where people exchange goods. They must have grain. Should we trade pork? Yudong had been to Mingguang Building once, so he was aware of this. I know what you're talking about. Song Boying shook his head. With more than 10,000 gene of meat, if we trade like this, we will definitely attract unwanted attention. Zhang Ming suggested a slow trade, but Herong disagreed. More than 10,000 gene of pork at market price would be equivalent to more than 10,000 gene of grain. Do you think anyone can provide that much grain for trade? Herong is right. Even if we trade slowly, we face risks. That is indeed the case. Trading slowly and hiding the pork is also a big problem, but if we don't kill and hide it properly, it could lead to trouble if we are discovered here. The farm is not unknown. Just because no one has come looking for it now doesn't mean no one will in the future. If someone comes looking for it during this time, they will also have trouble. Everyone began to feel anxious. Having too many supplies can indeed bring worry. Luan, do you have any ideas or suggestions? Song Boing suddenly asked Luan, who had been silent at the side. He felt that someone as capable as Luan should be able to solve it. This was an instinct. The other 5 turned to her, all looking at her expectantly. Luan tilted her head and thought for a moment. I have a friend who is also collecting these things. If you are willing, I can have my friend come collect them, ensuring safety and absolutely not exposing you. Really? That would be great. The few of them showed joyful smiles, their worries dissipating. Luan, can your friend handle all that pork? Song Boing was somewhat curious about who Luan's friend was. More than 10,000 gene of grain is not something an ordinary person can take out. As far as he knew, the person collecting goods at the trading market was not that powerful. He heard that the person behind them was a former big boss of a certain group. They wouldn't dare take out so many goods at once. How could someone Luan knows manage to do that? No problem, rest assured. Luan nodded. She could handle even 100 times that amount. She was not lacking in pork or grain, and since these few people were nice, she was willing to help them out with their little troubles. Moreover, she wouldn't lose anything by doing this. Luan, luckily we have you. Thank you, Luan. The 6 of them sincerely thanked her. You don't have to thank me. Although I know the goods must still be priced according to market value. I won't let my friend give you any discounts. She made her stance clear in advance, as she didn't want to do a good deed and attract trouble. That is natural. The 6 nodded with smiles. 60 live pigs weigh a total of 12,000 gene, and the pork is 1 gene of meat for 1 gene of grain. But these are live pigs, and there are also pig blood and internal organs. Calculating the internal organs and blood are about 60 gene. So for each pig we will count it as 140 gene of pork. But these are live pigs, and there are also pig blood and internal organs. Calculating the internal organs and blood are about 60 gene. So for each live pig equates to about 158 gene of grain. If you are willing, then we can trade. If not, I won't force you. In business dealings, Luan would not make concessions just because she knew them. After Luan finished speaking, everyone finally realized their earlier calculation mistakes. Indeed, as Luan said, live pigs and pure pork are not priced the same. If the internal organs and pig blood were traded at a 1-to-1 rate, the trader would definitely suffer a loss. After all, cleaning the internal organs takes a lot of time, and pig blood is practically worthless. The 6 of them agreed to the transaction after discussing for about a minute. In the end, they traded all 60 live pigs for 9,480 pounds of grain. Luan, grateful for their goodwill, gave them 9,500 pounds. As for the remaining half a pig and 26 chickens, they decided not to trade these, saving them for their families to recuperate. All in all, Luan made a great profit this time. None of them voiced any complaints, as Luan had indeed put in a lot of effort. They were all smart people, and even a small loss was better than losing a life. Everyone was quite satisfied with this cooperation. Next, they needed to discuss how to take the remaining items. If you trust me, I can have a friend bring your things back tonight. Luan took the initiative to say this, willing to help out a little after gaining quite a bit. It was just a simple After Luan's words, everyone expressed their gratitude once again. Luan felt a bit embarrassed by their thanks. To be honest, after spending 5 years in the apocalypse, she had seen plenty of people scheming over food. This was the first time she encountered people like Song Boing and the others. Although she had received the most supplies, these few were completely unjealous. Saying she would help out a little made them shower her with thanks, leaving her feeling somewhat shy. Seeing that it was still early, she decided to take out 2 chickens from her portion of supplies. She also brought out 5 pounds of sweet potatoes and 5 pounds of potatoes for everyone to eat. Initially, Song Boing and the others vigorously refused. After all, food was too precious at this time, and they didn't dare to casually eat someone else's provisions. In the end, under Luan's determined gaze, they happily went to kill the chickens. When Yudong caught a chicken, he discovered a hen laying eggs in the nest and hurriedly went in to collect them. It was too cold, and out of 40 hens in the coop, they only collected 10 eggs. However, Yudong was quite satisfied. If it weren't for the situation, he would have suggested raising these hens so they could have eggs every day. Thus, lunch included a dish of dried chili fried eggs. With limited ingredients, the kitchen had only found dried chili. At 2 in the afternoon, the 7 of them sat together. 2 large pots of potato stew with chicken, a large plate of dried chili fried eggs, steamed sweet potatoes, and some miscellaneous grains that were made into flatbreads. Looking at this food, several big men actually felt teary-eyed, recalling recent events. Who would have thought that one day even 2 chickens could make people cry with excitement? Who would have thought that for a bit of food they would need to kill and risk their lives for it? I haven't eaten so lavishly in a long time. Isn't that right? Who would have thought we would have this day, eh? Guan looked at the emotional few, feeling both amused and helpless. If we don't eat soon, it will get cold. Guan smiled as she reminded them. These people were quite nice, and she felt very relaxed around them. They joked and laughed together, picking up their chopsticks to eat. After eating their fill, the group contentedly held their bellies. After resting, they would go into the mountains to chop firewood. Song Boing walked up to Guan and took out a pistol. Guan, this is for you. After some discussion, they decided to give the only pistol to Guan even though she already had one. Guan pushed it back, saying, "You should keep it, it will be safer when going out later." As things grew increasingly dangerous outside, having a gun would provide more safety, at the very least to deter some ill-intentioned people. Song Boing understood this principle and after Guan's persuasion finally accepted it. At 4 in the afternoon, Song Boing and the others had to leave. Each of them chopped a large bundle of firewood, which wouldn't last many days, and they would need to come back to chop more. Guan did not leave with them this time. She told them she had to find her friends for a transaction and would return after finishing her business. Song Boing and the others were very reassured about her but still reminded her to be careful outside. After they left, Guan walked to the pig pen and stored the 120 pigs in her still space. To her surprise, there were 3 pregnant sows inside. When the pasture expands in the future, she would release them back into the pasture. After collecting the wild boars, she gathered 51 chickens. Finally, she stored potatoes, sweet potatoes, coarse grain salt, and more into her space. There were also a few bags of unwanted pig feed and chicken feed that Guan included in her space. After collecting all this, Guan still had to wait a bit longer before returning. After all, she needed to find her friends. With nothing to do, Guan decided to try releasing Huihui to see if it could survive at -70 degrees. When Huihui came out of the space, it was still a bit dazed and confused. The frigid temperature made it whinny loudly, but fortunately it adapted after a while. Happily running a large circle, only then did Huihui come to Guan, rubbing against her. "Aren't you cold?" She had originally just wanted to give it a try. Unexpectedly, Huihui could actually handle such cold weather, only initially struggling to adapt. She knew horses could live in temperatures of -10 to 20 degrees, but -70 was definitely pushing it. Huihui being able to do this was probably related to the well water, which had changed its constitution. After showing some affection, Huihui ran towards the mountains. Guan called after it several times, but it did not look back. With no other choice, Guan could only follow. Fortunately, her skills were decent, and although she couldn't keep pace with Huihui, she was able to stay behind it. Before long, Guan saw Huihui stop. She didn't know what it had seen as it kept digging at something beneath the ice with its front hooves. "What are you doing, Huihui?" Guan walked over and glanced at the slightly raised ice, which revealed a pig's hoof sticking out. "Is this a wild boar that froze to death?" "There are actually wild boars here." That's right, Song Boing had mentioned that there were originally over 300 pigs in the breeding farm. Those people only captured over 100, so there should still be 100 or 200 pigs in these mountains. Guan rubbed her palms together in excitement. Although she didn't lack for pork, who wouldn't like free things? Huihui, hurry and help me find this thing." Guan wasn't sure if Huihui could find it, patting its head. Huihui whinnied and ran off to one side. Guan did not follow this time. She took out a shovel prepared to break the ice and dig out the wild boar buried beneath the ground, storing it in her space. Fortunately, the ice on the ground wasn't very hard, and most of it was still in a snowy state. Plus, Guan was incredibly strong, easily digging out the wild boar buried several dozen centimeters below. Not far away, Huihui called out, seemingly urging Guan to hurry over. Guan responded and ran over immediately. This time, Huihui found 3 wild boars. A few pigs had died together, and Guan unreservedly collected them all. Fortunately, they all died during the extreme cold, otherwise, if the meat had spoiled, it would have been a great pity. Ultimately, Guan spent over 2 hours in the mountains, finding a total of 130 wild mountain pigs. Out of these, 105 were completely dead, buried in ice. The remaining 25 survived because they hid in a small cave. However, they were quite thin due to Guan did not disdain them and collected them all into her space. Not only that, she also discovered a dozen frozen rabbits and 3 frozen wild chickens in the mountains. Tisk, picking up leftovers turned out to yield more than her arduous task of killing. Guan rewarded Huihui with an apple. The sky had begun to darken and the temperature dropped another 2 or 3 degrees. After being outside for over 2 hours, Guan felt a bit cold and quickly stuck on more than 20 heating pads. Just as she was about to store Huihui in her space, Huihui suddenly bent down on its front hooves, signaling Guan to sit on its back. "Let me sit." Guan smiled and patted Huihui's back. "You're still a little one. Wait until you grow a bit bigger, then I will ride you." Huihui had already been outside for quite a while, and she couldn't bear to let this little one suffer from the cold. What if it got sick? Ignoring Wehua's objections, Luan directly stored it in her space. After descending the mountain, Luan took out her snowmobile and headed towards Shijiangnan. To Luan's surprise, 3 hours later, she encountered Songboying and his group, who should have been home by now. Strangely, they were walking back rather than riding their ice scooters. She saw them from a distance. After storing the snowmobile in her space, she ran towards them on foot. Luan! Songboying exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Luan. Why are you still here? Luan asked them in confusion. Don't ask, we encountered a disgusting woman. Zhang Yao, the youngest, was filled with anger thinking about what had just happened. As Luan looked closely, she noticed bruises on Zhang Meng and Zhang Yao's faces, and her expression darkened. What happened? Song Boying urged Luan to speak as they walked, as stopping for even a moment would be unbearably cold. They had already been walking in the snow for over an hour. They had also spent quite a bit of time resting along the way, which delayed their encounter with Luan. Here's how it happened. After separating from Luan, the 6 of them quickly headed back towards Shijiangnan, pulling the firewood they had chopped on their ice scooters. Just 10 minutes after setting off, they unexpectedly encountered a broken-down SUV stuck in the snow. The people in the vehicle raised their guns and ordered them to stop. 4 big men had guns, and among them was a beautiful woman in her early 20s. She wore fur and sunglasses, looking glamorous. She showed no signs of having been battered by the apocalypse, exuding an arrogant demeanor. After getting out of the car, she unapologetically demanded that they hand over their ice scooters. Song Boying could tell they were not easy to deal with and dared not refuse. Zhang Yao only protested slightly and was beaten up by the young lattice men. Zhang Meng was also beaten to protect his brother. The young lady did not have them killed. Perhaps she thought killing them would waste bullets, or perhaps she didn't yet have the concept of killing at will. In any case, Zhang Meng and his brother were left with their lives. The young lady looked disdainfully at Zhang Meng and his brother, begging for mercy, and only then did she let them go, taking 4 ice scooters away. Upon leaving, they even disdainfully tossed away the bundles of firewood. Without the ice scooters, Song Boying and the others could only walk through the icy wilderness. Feeling unbearably cold, they found a house to start a fire and warm themselves. By the time Luan saw them, everyone was frozen, with their hats, eyelashes, and clothes covered in frost. That woman claimed to be a daughter of the Xia family group. Those damned rich people are still bullying others even after the apocalypse. Zhang Yao grimaced in pain. The Xia family group is a well-known enterprise in our Baishur. Hirong had some knowledge of the Xia family group, but not much. He didn't expect that before the apocalypse they were controlled by these capitalists. After the apocalypse, these capitalists were still living better than they were. While we are still quite lucky, at least we have preserved our lives. Song Boying still felt grateful to that young lady for sparing them. Otherwise, in such a chaotic order during the apocalypse, they could have lost their lives at any time. Fortunately, we didn't bring any supplies when we returned, otherwise that would have been a huge loss. Lu Tianyu, still feeling scared, thanked Luan once more. Upon hearing this, the other 5 felt relieved and also expressed gratitude to Luan. Luan, who was unexpectedly being thanked, felt both amused and exasperated. She didn't know whether to say Song Boying and the others were lucky or unlucky. However, being able to preserve their lives was indeed a good outcome. Luan knew a bit about the Xia family daughter, though it was all from what she had learned online. The head of the Xia family is named Xia Heng, the chairman of the Xia family group. His wife passed away early, leaving behind a daughter named Xia Shanshan. This Xia Shanshan had done many outrageous things, relying on her family's wealth. Luan remembered she had even made headlines back then, which was how she came to know about Xia Shanshan. Half an hour later, Luan suddenly stopped, looking solemnly at a nearby residential area. Why did you stop? Song Boying asked, puzzled. Yudong and the others also halted their steps, looking in the direction Luan was gazing, not understanding what she was looking at. Don't you think something is off? What's off about it? It's just a building, right? Zhang Meng shook his head in confusion. Song Boying observed closely, his expression slightly changing. Should we go take a look? It's too quiet, eerily quiet. The sky has completely darkened now. Normally, even if a whole residential area has no electricity, there should still be some light from fires. However, the residential area ahead was strange. Not only was there no light, but there was also no sound. In the nearly 2 months since the apocalypse, even in heavy rain and extreme cold, it wouldn't lead to the death of everyone in an entire neighborhood. Surely there should be some survivors left. That if there were people, there should be light and voices. Luan nodded and took the lead towards the tall building 20 meters ahead. Song Boying followed closely behind. Yudong and Hirong exchanged glances and also moved forward. Although Lu Tianyu and the Zhang brothers didn't quite understand Luan's intentions, they decided to follow and check it out. The residential area was called Kanghua Community, consisting of about 8 buildings. Aside from the 10 floors above the ice, several stories remained above the ice surface. As soon as they entered the community, Luan caught the scent of blood. To smell blood from so far away in the dead of winter was no simple matter. It wasn't just a case of 1 or 2 people dying. Luan halted her steps, and the 6 of them also stopped. You all need to be mentally prepared. What kind of mental preparation? Zhang Ming asked, instinctively puzzled. Song Boying felt a bit breathless as he looked into the darkness ahead. Perhaps there are no living people left in this whole community. How is this possible? Zhang Yao's expression changed dramatically, unable to believe what Song Boying had said. Luan took out a flashlight from her backpack and headed directly towards the nearest building. It's better to see it for oneself than to say too much, as she only hoped it wouldn't frighten them. Luan was not a curious person. But an entire community devoid of people was still not far from Xingshi Jiangnan. She feared something bad might happen, which was why she had come to check. The 6 of them, led by Song Boying, silently followed behind Luan. As Luan entered through the shattered window, the smell of blood became even more intense. This time all 6 of them smelled it, and their faces turned pale. There were 6 units on the first floor, and the doors of each unit had been left open. Luan casually stepped into one. In the living room lay the corpse of a man, and the blood on the floor had already frozen into blood ice in the cold weather. In the room there were 2 more corpses, one large and one small. The 2 had died in bed as if they had been killed while sleeping. Leaving this unit, they would check the other houses on this floor. Every house had corpses with not a single living person. All the scenes were shocking, as some of these people had faces twisted in terror and despair, while others had been killed in their dreams. Regardless of the circumstances, the one undeniable fact was that they all had been killed, and in a brutal manner. How could this happen? Yudong struggled to bear it. Even though he knew the world had become cruel and terrifying, he still could not accept such a thing. Zhang Ming and his brother ran upstairs. In no time the 2 came down, dazed and disheartened. They're all dead, not a single survivor. Just thinking of that scene made the brothers lean against the wall and gag. Who could be so cruel? Why kill so many innocent people? Song Boying's eyes reddened slightly. Although these people had no relation to him, he felt an overwhelming sense of anger and sorrow. Survival was already difficult, and yet there were people who were crazed enough to kill so many. There was no need to check other buildings. It was certain that the others had met the same fate, all having been brutally murdered. Damn it, they're nothing but beasts. Yudong and the others were furious. Unable to find a place to vent their anger, they could only kick the nearby wall hard. Luan's face was cold, her fists clenched, a murderous intent flashing in her eyes. For the first time, she truly wished for someone's death, but unfortunately she did not know who was responsible. We need to be cautious, Luan said in a deep voice, prompting Song Boying and the others to look up at her. This place is not far from Xingshi Jiangnan. To kill so many people at once means there must be quite a few of them. Who knows, one day they might quietly come to our community to kill people. Luan's explanation sent chills down everyone's spines. Why are they killing so many people? Zhang Yao looked at Luan, somewhat puzzled. It must be for supplies, Song Boying said in a serious tone. He had just taken a careful look, and there was nothing left in anyone's homes. Everything had been thoroughly looted. To kill so many people for just a bit of supplies. Lu Tianyu couldn't understand. If they were robbing supplies, why did they have to kill everyone in the community? Beasts act without reason, or perhaps they find pleasure in killing. Luan said, faintly pursing her lips. No matter the reason, these people were nothing but a group of crazed demons. They deserve to die. We should hurry back. I'm a bit worried about my family, Yudong said, anxiously wanting to return home quickly after witnessing this scene. Song Boying and the others said nothing and quickly left the lifeless community. Luan turned back in the darkness, gazing at the quiet Kanghua community. It must have been very lively here before. The elderly would go out for morning exercises and then head to the market to buy groceries. Children with their backpacks would go to school, and young people hurried off to work. All the beautiful things had disappeared after the apocalypse. Everyone was struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Why wouldn't they even grant them a final avenue of life? Luan kept her head down as she hurried along, venting all her emotions through her legs. She quickened her pace, leaving Song Boying and the others far behind. They didn't call out to her, thinking Luan just wanted to return home sooner. In the darkness, a tall figure waited in the ice and snow. He stood still like a statue, his gaze fixed ahead, not daring to move an inch. Jiang Xian did not know how long he had waited. He only knew that after learning Luan had left early in the morning and had not returned by dark, anxiety, fear, and despair flooded over him. He had searched high and low but could not find her. He could only wait outside the community. Even if his body stiffened from the cold, he did not leave. In the distance, a figure seemed to be approaching quickly. Upon seeing that figure, Jiang Xian's heart finally settled. He wanted to smile only to realize his face was frozen stiff, making it impossible to smile. As if sensing something, Luan looked over. In the darkness, she clearly saw that figure reflected in the ice and snow. She rushed over, and before Luan could say anything, Jiang Xian had already tightly embraced her. Feeling his cold body temperature, Luan surprisingly did not struggle. "You finally came back." Jiang Xian trembled as he spoke, his body shaking uncontrollably. Luan didn't know what to say. Her heart seemed to stop beating at that moment. "Jiang Xian." After a long while, Luan finally called out, "Are you foolish? Why wait for me in this freezing cold?" No one had ever cared for her like this aside from her parents. A silly man willing to freeze himself into an ice block just to wait for her. Clearly she had so resolutely rejected him. Why couldn't he stop caring for her? "Because this way I can see you first when you return," Jiang Xian said softly, his voice trembling. Luan stepped out of his embrace, took his hand, and led him into the house. First she turned on the heater and pushed Jiang Xian in front of it. Then she went to the room, took out a set of warm clothes, and handed them to him to change into. The temperature in the room gradually rose. Jiang Xian changed his clothes and obediently sat in front of the heater. Luan said nothing, her face serious as she watched him. Jiang Xian cleared his throat. "I was just worried about you." Luan took a deep breath, handed him a thermos filled with ginger tea, and said, "Drink this." Jiang Xian immediately drank it, his deep-set eyes fixed on Luan. "Jiang Xian, that's your body. Do you know how cold it is outside? Are you trying to throw your life away?" Luan was furious, very angry beyond words. She had never been this angry before. Even when she had encountered the massacre in Kanghua community, she had not been this angry. She was only enraged at those who killed, but those who had been killed were unrelated to her. Even if she truly wanted to kill, it would certainly not be for their revenge. It was simply because she wanted to destroy the inhumane demons. Unlike her anger towards Jiang Xian, she was furious that he risked his life waiting for her, and also angry at why this person treated her so well. This kind of anger was because she regarded Jiang Xian as her own, so these two types of anger were different. "Are you concerned about me?" Jiang Xiang's eyes sparkled as if they were glowing. The warm light from the heater illuminated his face, softening his handsome features. "Who cares about you?" Luan stood up from the sofa and walked straight to the kitchen. Without turning on the kitchen lights, she lit a candle she had placed nearby. At night, she wouldn't turn on the main lights in the house to avoid unnecessary trouble, especially since society had changed. Once you turn on the lights late at night, it's easy to attract unwanted attention. Thus her generator only needed to power the heater in the living room and a small lamp in her room. Though she wasn't afraid of bad people, she didn't want to invite trouble, so it was better to be cautious. She definitely had to find a place to live that was unoccupied in the future. This kind of life was too stifling, as she couldn't dare to use good things freely. After lighting the candle, Luan began to boil water and took out a bundle of noodles from the cupboard. Ever since she met Jiang Xian, she would keep some food in the kitchen to avoid revealing her secret in front of him. "Do you like spicy food?" she asked, unaware of when Jiang Xian had stood at the kitchen door. Jiang Xian's eyes were gentle. "Do I also get some?" He rolled his eyes at her, feeling that he was being a bit pushy. "If we're eating, I can have more spice." Jiang Xian flashed a charming smile, gazing at Luan. Luan felt uncomfortable under his stare and urged him to sit on the sofa and stop looking at her. Jiang Xian agreed, but still stood at the kitchen door. Luan gave up trying to talk to him and began to prepare the sauce while waiting for the water to boil. She served 2 large bowls of noodles, and Jiang Xian's bowl was clearly much fuller. "It's hot, let me handle it." Jiang Xian stepped forward to take the noodles from the counter as Luan was about to pick them up. There was no dining table in Luan's house, so they could only eat at the coffee table. Watching Jiang Xian squatting on the floor eating noodles, Luan paused in her action of picking up noodles and chuckled. Jiang Xian looked up at her, realizing what she was laughing about. He had no intention of moving. As long as she was happy, that was enough. The plain noodles tasted better than when she ate alone before. Her gaze unconsciously shifted to Jiang Xian, who was still eating, and she felt his noodles seemed more delicious than hers. Jiang Xian devoured the noodles with big bites, his actions somewhat rough, but not crude. Indeed, a good-looking person, even when eating quickly, still looked good. With a smile in his eyes, Jiang Xian felt the gaze Luan had on him, and his mood lifted. He hadn't felt such warmth for a long time, and wanted to hold on to it forever. The noodles were delicious, even with a larger portion than usual. He finished everything. Seeing Jiang Xian finish the broth, Luan picked up her own and finished it as well. "I usually can't eat that much. It's because you cook so well that I finished everything, Jiang Xian quickly explained, worried Gu Wan would think he ate too much. I still have plenty of supplies that can sustain both of us. Just take care of yourself. Gu Wan replied irritably, as she didn't need him to take care of her. She had enough supplies to feed 1,000 of him. Moreover, she still had hundreds of thousands of containers yet to be unpacked. She wouldn't run out no matter how many lifetimes passed. I want to give you everything. Jiang Xian said this earnestly to Gu Wan. Just as she was about to respond, a knock sounded from outside the door. It was Song Boying's voice, and Gu Wan went to open the door. Upon seeing Jiang Xian standing behind Gu Wan, Song Boying was slightly surprised and nodded in greeting. Jiang Xian returned a faint smile. Gu Wan, regarding the situation at Kenghua community tonight, I've notified everyone to hold a meeting. Let's discuss how to respond together. You should come to the 18th floor shortly. Song Boying didn't want to meddle in their affairs, but this issue was of great importance. If everyone didn't unite, they could easily be wiped out. Okay, I'll be there soon. Gu Wan didn't refuse. This matter indeed needed resolution. She lived on the 15th floor, and if those evildoers came her home, would likely be the first target. After notifying Gu Wan, Song Boying quickly left, as he had several others to inform. Once he was gone, Jiang Xian asked in a serious tone what happened at Kenghua community. Not long ago, Jiang Xian had been at Kenghua community for a rescue mission, knowing it wasn't far from Xingshi Jiangnan. Gu Wan didn't hide anything. On our way back, we found that everyone at Kenghua community had been killed. Jiang Xian's expression changed slightly. What? A chill emanated from him. Gu Wan knew that as a soldier, he would be very angry upon hearing this news. Those people will target Xingshi Jiangnan. This statement wasn't a question, but a certainty. Just thinking about that possibility made Jiang Xian lose control. He couldn't imagine what he would do if something happened to Gu Wan. I will never let anyone harm you. Jiang Xian's deep, boundless gaze fixed on Gu Wan, serious and resolute. Gu Wan smiled lightly. It's not that easy to harm me. You don't need to worry. Jiang Xian frowned. How could he not worry? After hearing this, he wished he could stay by Gu Wan's side at all times, fearing she might encounter trouble. I'll go to the 18th floor. How will you get back so late? Gu Wan glanced at the sky outside, unsure how Jiang Xian would return to his place. Jiang Xian looked sorrowful. Do you want me to leave that much? Jiang Xian. Gu Wan felt a bit of a headache, not knowing how to respond. When they first met, she thought this man was somewhat aloof. The more they interacted, the more she felt he was a rogue. I'll accompany you to check it out. Jiang Xian didn't mention leaving, following Gu Wan as they headed up to the 18th floor. The two ran into Guo Hui and Sun Xiaoxiao as they were leaving. The redness in Sun Xiaoxiao's eyes became increasingly evident. Guo Hui looked thinner, his expression dispirited, as if he had no energy at all. Feeling as if he couldn't catch his breath, he thought he might ascend to heaven. Upon seeing Jiang Xian, who stood out with his extraordinary demeanor and handsome looks behind Gu Wan, Sun Xiaoxiao felt an indescribable jealousy. From that moment on, Sun Xiaoxiao felt she had completely lost. Guo Hui, whom Gu Wan looked down upon, was a treasure in her eyes. She had thought Gu Wan was just playing hard to get, but it turned out she genuinely looked down on him. She had even found a man in the apocalypse who was many times more outstanding than Guo Hui. Thinking of all she had given, Sun Xiaoxiao turned back and slapped Guo Hui directly. Guo Hui shrank back, not saying a word. Sun Xiaoxiao blew off some steam and didn't greet Gu Wan as she walked towards room 1. Guo Hui followed her, his steps light as a feather. Ever since Sun Xiaoxiao got food from Maga, Guo Hui had become someone who relied on her to eat every day. He had thought about resisting, but doing so would mean finding food, and he didn't dare to go out. He was afraid of dying. He just wanted to survive. Survive until the apocalypse was over, then take revenge on Sun Xiaoxiao and Gu Wan, who looked down on him. Xingshi Jiangnan is a well-known residential community in Baishe. Each building has 28 floors with 14 submerged and 14 remaining above, containing 5 households per floor. Excluding those who perished in extreme cold or had not resided here since the heavy rainfall, 47 households attended, each sending a representative totaling over 50 people. Room 1 was overcrowded with anxious expressions and hushed whispers. The property management had fled during the peak of the storm, leaving the residents to fend for themselves. Song Boying was considered the most capable in Building 12, thus he commanded considerable respect. That evening he informed everyone of an important meeting, urging each household to send someone. Some were reluctant to venture out in the cold, but Song Boying insisted it was a matter of life and death. This frightened them into braving the chill to reach the 18th floor. Gu Wan and Jiang Xian arrived late, standing together in a corner, not mingling with the others. Sun Xiaoxiao spotted Ma Ge and immediately clung to him. The two paid little attention to the surroundings, quietly flirting, which irked some of the residents. Yu Yao approached Gu Wan and greeted her saying Gu Wan. Gu Wan smiled back at Yu Yao. Yu Yao curiously eyed Jiang Xian, finding him somewhat familiar, but hesitating to ask anything. She had always thought Gu Wan was single, not realizing she had such a handsome boyfriend. Upon seeing the man's strikingly handsome demeanor, it was evident he was someone of capability. Indeed, capable individuals even had capable partners. Everyone please be quiet. Once most had gathered, Song Boying instructed them to stop talking. Song Boying, what is so urgent that you had us come out in sub-zero temperatures? I might freeze to death just standing here. A group of people grumbled, bundled up heavily, making them appear Most people were pale and emaciated, with only a few appearing somewhat healthy. With resources in the city becoming increasingly scarce, they didn't know what to do next. They wanted to morally pressure those who had food but dared not. There were a few tough individuals in this building, especially with the arrival of that woman, which thoroughly discouraged everyone. If you don't want to stay, you can leave right now and no one is forcing you. But if something happens later, don't come looking for me. Song Boying cast a cold glance at the dissatisfied individuals. Seeing Song Boying angry, the complaining few shrank back into the crowd. If it weren't for you all, Song Ge wouldn't. Lu Tianyu stepped out from the crowd, glaring at the few complainers. There always had to be a few troublemakers. They couldn't be dealt with physically, so words had to suffice. This silenced the crowd completely, and Song Boying spoke again. Last night, we discovered that everyone in Kanghua community was killed, with not a single survivor left. What does it matter to us that people in Kanghua community were killed? A man muttered from the crowd. He expected someone to agree with him, but instead everyone stared at him, leaving him feeling uneasy. Qinli, do you dare to speak out? Lu Tianyu stepped forward, grabbing Qinli by the collar and dragging him out. I was wrong, I'll never speak carelessly again. Qinli had no other hobbies but to run his mouth. Lu Tianyu snorted and then let him go. After hearing this, does anyone have any thoughts? Song Boying, you can't mean that our community might be targeted as well. A wise person in the crowd turned pale upon hearing Song Boying's words. What? That can't be true. Heavens, are they leaving us no way to survive? The expressions of the homeowners turned grim. Some, upon hearing this news, nearly fainted. Initially, when they heard that everyone in Kanghua community was killed, they thought the outside world was too terrifying. Now hearing that Shijiang and might also be targeted, they could no longer sit still. Sun Xiaoxiao, after hearing this news, struggled to breathe, clinging to Ma Ge's arm. Ma Ge, you have to protect me. Ma Ge pinched her chin. Of course you are my woman. Sun Xiaoxiao sighed in relief, deciding to move in with Ma. The reason for gathering everyone is to discuss what we should do. Song Boying's tone was solemn. Since we all live on the same floor, we should protect each other, otherwise we will be the ones to suffer. Song Boying wasn't sure if those people would come, but it was undoubtedly wise to prepare for the worst. If they did nothing and waited for those people to come and kill, it would be too late. Song Ge, just tell us what to do. Zhang Yang was the first to speak. Having parents at home, he knew he had to step. Yes, what should we do? Song Ge, you must save us. We are relying on you. A group of people regarded Song Boying as their lifeline. Someone wanted to talk to Gu Wan but shrank back, recalling how she had killed so many people upon her arrival. Military brother, you must save us. A young woman squeezed in next to Jiang Xian, leaning towards him and attempting to grab his arm. From the first glance, she recognized who Jiang Xian was. She had noticed him during the last distribution of supplies. After all, even when fully armed, he was still the most handsome one around. Gu Wan watched Jiang Xian with a smirk, curious how he would handle the situation. Jiang Xian quickly sidestepped, looking coldly at the woman. He's a soldier. You need to send someone to rescue us. When will supplies be distributed again? We're running low at home. Jiang Xian was nearly surrounded and the situation was about to spiral out of control. Everyone. He attempted to say something but was drowned out by the crowd's voices. Each person chimed in, not giving Jiang Xian a chance to speak. Shut up. A cold voice filled with authority rang out. In that moment, it silenced everyone encroaching. Jiang Xian coldly surveyed the crowd. The military is short-staffed right now, so they cannot send anyone. I can only promise to stay here to guard. What are you saying? You won't help us? Can you handle so many villains by yourself? None of them listened, only knowing that the military not sending people meant they were shirking responsibility. Gu Wan could not tolerate the light-hearted remarks from the crowd. She stepped forward, grabbing one person by the collar and throwing them back. The person she threw instinctively wanted to curse, but stopped short upon seeing it was Gu Wan. She cleared the surrounding crowd until no one remained near Jiang Xian. The woman who recognized Jiang Xian earlier had already hidden back in the crowd, frightened of the female force. Jiang Xian's eyes held a gentle smile. Gu Wan glared at him irritably. You should have done this from the start, as some people can't be reasoned with. Yet deep down, Gu Wan understood. As long as Jiang Xian wore his military uniform, he as a soldier could not recklessly resort. Yes, I understand. Jiang Xian stood beside Luan, responding readily. Luan felt that if Jiang Xian had a tail, it would surely be wagging incessantly. I knew you cared about me. Jiang Xian said softly, leaning closer to Luan with a gentle smile. Rolling her eyes at him, Luan then began to attend to serious matters. Taking a step forward, she coldly surveyed everyone present. Are we calm now? Those who had been dismissed by her instinctively nodded. Indeed, Luan and Jiang Xian's imposing presence was quite intimidating. Since we are calm, let's discuss how to respond. After saying this, Luan considered herself invisible, handing all matters back to Song Boying. With no other option, Song Boying took over. Regardless of whether those people come or not, we must be prepared. Brother Song, do you have any suggestions? You say what we should do. Yes, we don't want to die. Song Boying raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Currently, there is only one solution: to patrol in shifts. Whether during the day or at night, several people needed to be on guard. Especially at night, where ambushes were most likely. Excluding the elderly, children, and women, there were 108 people available for patrol. Song Boyang arranged everyone and decided to keep watch from room 3 on the 15th floor at Feng Shu's home. Room 3 had a clear view of the area outside the community, making it easier to notify everyone in case of any commotion. Among the crowd, there were those who out of laziness were unwilling to patrol. Song Boying silenced them with a single remark, and they dared not speak again. With the patrols arranged, Song Boying informed everyone to go back and rest. Brother Song, now that we've discussed the patrols, can we talk about food? The speaker was Brother Ma, who had remained silent throughout the discussion. Brother Ma was nearly 40 years old, yet he naturally referred to Song Boying as brother without any awkwardness. Song Boying disliked the gloomy and sly Brother Ma. Solve your own food issues, consulting me is pointless. But if you don't resolve this, how can we patrol without strength? Brother Ma replied, helplessly refusing to work without food. His own rations were dwindling, and he felt he should get some benefits from Song Boying and the others. Song Boying's face darkened, clearly disgusted by people like Brother Ma. Military brother, my family is running out of food. Shouldn't the country provide more? Brother Ma said, pitifully gesturing for Sun Xiaoxiao to speak. Sun Xiaoxiao pretended to be weak. Soldier, we really can't go on like this. You're a soldier, you must save us. Luan chuckled softly, can't go on. No food? Why not go out and find some? Do you think we don't want to? We need to find it first. Brother Ma was somewhat wary of Luan. Thinking that with so many people around, she surely wouldn't dare to kill, he immediately raised his voice. Really? Luan coldly looked at Brother Ma and the others, not going out to look for food and instead hiding at home to survive on human flesh. Jiang Xian's icy gaze fell on Brother Ma and his companions. Upon seeing them for the first time, Jiang Xian had already noticed, but had refrained from taking action for the time being. If they dared to eat live flesh, they could only be killed. Such people did not deserve to live in this world. What? Human flesh. Brother Ma actually eats human flesh. No wonder I've been smelling meat lately. Turns out it's roasted human flesh. Heavens, Brother Ma is a cannibal. We actually live with a cannibal, how terrifying. Get him out, he must be expelled. Brother Ma, seeing that his cannibalism had incited public outrage, flashed a look of panic. Sun Xiaoxiao fearfully hid behind Brother Ma. Guo Hui, even more timid, shrank his head and hid behind Sun Xiaoxiao. How could I possibly eat human flesh? She's just spouting nonsense. Brother Ma would never admit to eating human flesh. He gritted his teeth in hatred, but had no way to deal with Luan. This foul woman, how did she know he ate human flesh? No. Where have the dead from Building 12 gone? Luan chuckled coldly, her gaze icy as she fixed on Brother Ma. How would I know where they went? Just because you can't stand me, you accuse me. I could say the deceased were eaten by you. Do you see you have lost weight? Brother Ma began to argue, his expression becoming somewhat deranged due to overexcitement. Seeing his unusual demeanor, Jiang Xian stepped forward, blocking Luan. If Brother Ma dared to act recklessly, he would capture him. People who eat human flesh will contract prion disease. This disease has a fatality rate of 100%. Haven't you noticed something off about yourself? Jiang Xian said coldly. Brother Ma's expression changed dramatically, his hands hanging at his sides, slightly trembling. He indeed felt something was off lately. His body had become stiff, and he occasionally lost control of his emotions. Could he have contracted prion disease? No, that's impossible. Sun Xiaoxiao was filled with terror. Am I going to die? I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Guo Hui was so scared he fainted directly. The expressions and actions of the three completely revealed that they had eaten human flesh, requiring no further proof. That's disgusting, they actually eat human flesh. Will they infect us? They must be expelled, they cannot be kept here. After confirming that Brother Ma and his companions had eaten human flesh, everyone was outraged and cursed loudly. Brother Ma glared at everyone in anger, his eyes terrifyingly bloodshot. Under his gaze, many people were frightened and retreated. What's wrong with me eating human flesh? Those people were already dead. If I want to live, can't I eat them? Brother Ma shouted, his expression more deranged than before, turning to look at Luan. It's you, foul woman. If I can't have a good time, I won't let you have it either. Brother Ma pulled out a small knife from his pocket and raised his hand to stab at Luan. Jiang Xian sidestepped and then reached out to grab Brother Ma's hand. He forcefully twisted it while simultaneously delivering a harsh kick to Brother Ma's abdomen. Brother Ma let out a painful wail, collapsing to the ground and unable to move. Sun Xiaoxiao secretly tried to escape, but was caught by a middle-aged woman by the hair. Eating people, why don't you just die? Let go of me, let go of me. Sun Xiaoxiao struggled painfully. Luan, for the sake of our being classmates, please help me. I don't want to eat, but I'm so hungry. Luan ignored Sun Xiaoxiao. Seeing this, Sun Xiaoxiao cursed, Luan, you're too heartless. A group of people seized Brother Ma, Sun Xiaoxiao, and the fleeing Guo Huai and brought them outside. They tossed them all onto the icy ground, forbidding them from staying in Shijiangman. Living with these three, they feared that one day they would be eaten. Brother Ma spat at Building 12, swaying as he walked towards Kanghua Community. After all, he didn't want to stay in Shijiang, and he could find food in Kanghua Community. Sun Xiaoxiao stood in place, bewildered and helpless. She couldn't understand how she had fallen to such a state. After complaining, Sun Xiaoxiao had no choice but to follow Brother Ma. Guo Huai shrank into himself, silent, and also left. The residents of Building 12 dispersed, leaving only those on duty tonight, including Song Boyang. Luan and Jiang Xian returned to the 15th floor. Song Boyang led the other on-duty personnel towards Room 3. Luan lived in Room 2, while next door in Room 1 resided the Wen family. It's so late, how are you going back? I'm staying. Since learning about the events at Kanghua Community, Jiang Xian had no intention of leaving. He was afraid that if he left, something would go wrong here. Jiang Xian, you don't have to get involved. Luan truly didn't know what to do. She was used to being alone and bore a significant secret, so she dared not casually accept Jiang Xian's affection. She admitted to having feelings for him. If it were before the apocalypse, she might have agreed to see how things went between them. But now it was different. She dared not gamble, for she was unlike anyone else. I will protect myself and am not as weak as you think. I know you're strong, and that doesn't conflict with my desire to protect you. Jiang Xian looked directly at Luan. If you leave, I won't feel at ease. Unable to argue with him, Luan simply gave up. As she returned to her room, Jiang Xian stood in place without leaving. After a moment, Luan opened the door again and said irritably, come in. Jiang Xian smiled as he walked into the living room, obediently standing behind Luan. There are wool blankets and two thick comforters, you can take them next door. Luan pointed at the items on the sofa. As for heating, the next door had no electricity and could only use the most primitive methods. Entering the next room while Jiang Xian wasn't paying attention, Luan took out a charcoal heater from her space. She also grabbed a bundle of firewood and some coal, enough for Jiang Xian to use for the night. Jiang Xian smiled as he hugged the comforter and walked towards the next room. Luan thought it still wasn't enough, so she took out dozens of hand warmers and 3 hot water bags. Boiling water to fill the hot water bags, Luan walked towards the next room. Jiang Xian had already laid out the comforter and wool blanket, and Luan handed him the items in her hands. As Jiang Xian took them, his face was filled with a gentle smile. His eyes sparkled and Luan averted her gaze. Hurry back, your hands are too cold. Upon touching Luan's hands, Jiang Xian frowned and said, Luan said nothing more and turned back home. After staying outside for a while, it was indeed a bit cold, and Luan hurriedly walked towards her room. Locking the door behind her, she entered her space and drank a large cup of hot tea. Taking out potatoes and sweet potatoes, Luan prepared to plant them. Both the potatoes and sweet potatoes were from the breeding farm. Perhaps due to being exposed to the air for a long time, they had already sprouted. Potatoes were convenient. They could simply be cut into pieces for planting. Sweet potatoes were different. They required seedling growth. Therefore, they had to be planted first, and once the sweet potato vines grew, they could be cut and replanted. There was still more than 70% of the land left in the space unaffected by the seasons, with the same temperature every day. Vegetables from different seasons could be planted simultaneously. This was the result of her planting a few varieties of vegetables. Everything was good, but the only downside was that she had to personally harvest them. Thus, Luan only planted a little over 2/3 of the land. Perhaps it was the events at Kanghua community today that stimulated her, making her want to fill all the land with crops. This seemed to enhance her sense of security. For a bit of supplies, those people had gone mad. If possible, she would definitely make them pay the price. After an hour of busy work, Luan was once again kicked out of her space. After washing up, Luan was about to lie down to rest. Suddenly she remembered that she forgot to give supplies to Song Boying and the others. Opening her door, Luan walked outside room 3 again. To her surprise, it was Jiang Xian, who should have gone to rest, who opened the door. "Why aren't you resting?" "I'm not at ease, I'll keep watch for a while," Jiang Xian softly asked. "Why are you out again?" "I forgot something, I'm looking for Song Boyang." Luan peeked in to see Song Boying warming himself by the fire. Song Boying stood up from the stool and walked over. "Luan, is there something you need?" Luan gestured to him and walked aside. Song Boying understood and followed her. Knowing that Luan wasn't looking for him, Jiang Xian felt somewhat disappointed. He also noticed that Luan was looking for Song Boying, and the two appeared somewhat mysterious. Jiang Xian felt a sense of discomfort in his heart. The two walked to a secluded spot, and Luan inquired about when they would go to get the supplies. Song Boying was busy tonight and could only go tomorrow night when he wasn't on duty. At that time, he would call Lu Tianyu and the others. After confirming the time, Luan prepared to return to her room. However, she saw Jiang Xian leaning against the door, his eyes fixed on her. For some reason, she saw sorrow and sadness in his gaze. Luan felt a bit of a headache, ignored Jiang Xian, and walked into her own home. A strong wind howled and 3 figures walked alone on the icy ground, trembling all over. "Don't give me a chance to turn things around, I will definitely kill them," Ma Biao said, his face turning red from the cold, making his speech slurred. Sun Xiaoxiao leaned closer to Ma Biao, attempting to borrow some warmth, but it was useless. "Brother Ma, how much longer until we arrive?" Sun Xiaoxiao felt she could barely hold on as her teeth chattered. "Damn woman, who told you to speak? Are you laughing at me in your heart?" Ma Biao slapped Sun Xiaoxiao hard, venting his anger on her. Sun Xiaoxiao's eyes brimmed with resentment as she covered her face, not daring to speak. Guo Shihui crossed his arms and remained silent. Several off-road vehicles drove by, followed by a large truck. Seeing the vehicles, Sun Xiaoxiao revealed a joyful smile. "Help. Help us." The vehicle quickly stopped in front of Sun Xiaoxiao, and several muscular men with a menacing aura stepped down. Each of them had a knife at their waist stained with blood. They were covered in dried bloodstains, and one could faintly smell the metallic scent of blood. Sun Xiao showed a weak smile. "Big brother, are you soldiers? Can you save us?" Ma Biao's heart sank as he saw these people, sensing impending doom. "Haha, soldiers. We are no soldiers," a scarred man mocked with a sneer. "Soldiers work hard, suffering without proper food or warmth. Unlike them, who live comfortably and only need to kill a few people. You guys." Sun Xiaoxiao belatedly realized something was off and wanted to run. But how could these people give them a chance to escape? Without offering them a chance to plead for mercy, they instantly killed the nearest Sun Xiaoxiao. Sun Xiaoxiao fell to the ground, filled with regret in her last moments before death. As for what she regretted, no one knew. Guo Shihui was terrified, kneeling on the ground to plead for mercy, but a knife slashed down at him. Ma Biao's face turned pale with fear, trembling all over. He wanted to run, but how could he escape from these people? Guo Shihui was unwilling. He hadn't survived until the end of the apocalypse, so how could he die now? "I am the owner of Xingshi Jiang, and don't kill me. We have food at our place. I can take you to rob them." Ma Biao suddenly realized who these people were. With a face full of murderous intent and clothes stained with blood, they were likely the demons who wiped out Kanghua community. Xingshi Jiang, and one person said, coldly signaling for his men to take away Ma Biao. They would definitely go to Xingshi Jiangnan, but not tonight. A sleepless night. Luan woke up to find Jiang Xian had already left. After all, being a soldier, he had many responsibilities during the day and couldn't remain at the community all the time. In the morning, Luan had a bowl of steaming rice noodles and a cup of soybean milk. After an hour of exercise, she began making rice balls in the kitchen, producing 200 in total throughout the morning. There were rice balls made of purple sweet potato and yam black rice and seaweed and cheese. After finishing the rice balls, Luan started to prepare frozen drinks, fruit ice cubes, and frozen fruits. In the afternoon, Luan put on warm clothes and went out to meet Song Boying and others at the community entrance. She informed them that the supplies were in the neighboring community of Xingshi Jiangnan. That community was almost deserted, unlike theirs, which was crowded. If any vehicles entered, they would be noticed immediately. Luan led several people into the neighboring community. Under the wall of the community 50 meters away was a large truck. The truck was already filled with their supplies, just waiting for them to take it back. "Why is there no one guarding it?" Zhang Ming noticed the absence of guards and curiously looked around. They left for something else, you should check the supplies. Luan opened the truck door facing the group. In truth, there was no need to check, the contents were obvious. Besides nearly 100 bags of 100 pounds of rice, there were only some potatoes, sweet potatoes, and eggs. There were also more than 20 live chickens bound by their feet and mouths. The chickens were already frozen and barely alive, yet the group looked quite pleased. After all, it was extremely cold weather, so even if they froze to death it didn't matter. Luan had already handed over the supplies to them, how they chose to distribute them was their own concern. Luan, there's a trading market nearby, would you like to check it out? Song Boying invited her. With the supplies secured, he wanted to see if there was anything he needed at the market. Luan thought for a moment and also wanted to see what was happening at the market. Lu Tianyu decided to join them in exploring. Song Boying and the others took their backpacks to gather some supplies. This way, if they found something they needed at the trading market, they could also buy it. The remaining people stayed behind to transport the supplies to a designated room in the community. When Song Boying and the others returned, they would discuss how to transport everything back. The truck belonged to someone else and needed to be cleared out. The three walked on a thick layer of ice. Occasionally, they could see things beneath the ice, either trash or a corpse that had been frozen for who knows how long. The group, accustomed to such sights, remained unfazed. Having long been used to the harshness of this apocalyptic world, they did not shy away from the frozen corpses beneath the ice walking directly past them. Aren't these the two people we drove out, Sun Xiaoxiao and Gua Shihui? Lu Tianyu paused in his tracks. His gaze fell upon two bodies several meters away, frozen stiff. Through their features he could vaguely recognize who they were. Luan glanced over and confirmed it was indeed them, surprised that they had died last night. Perhaps they had been killed just after leaving the community. There's no sign of Ma Biao's body. Could it be that he killed them and escaped? Lu Tianyu frowned and said, "It has nothing to do with us, let's move on." With just one glance, Song Boying withdrew his gaze, tightened his clothing, and walked ahead. The trading market was just 100 meters from the shelter in a spacious building. This was a temporary setup by the military. Inside the market there were quite a few people, perhaps it was warmer due to the crowd. Many vendors stood or squatted on both sides, selling a variety of items, though food was particularly scarce. Song Boying and the others decided to split up to buy what they needed. When they left, everyone carried a backpack. Only they knew what was inside. Luan wandered around the market. She didn't have much to buy, just wanting to take a look. Most people here were gaunt, wrapped in thick clothing. Upon closer inspection, they were wearing an assortment of clothing from spring, summer, autumn, and winter all at once. There was even a person wearing only a thick cotton coat, shivering from the cold. They were all just hoping to sell their goods quickly to bring back some food for their families. Everyone's eyes were dull and vacant, with not a single smile on their faces. Only when facing customers did they manage to muster a faint frozen smile. Despite the large crowd, the atmosphere was oppressively grim. Luan felt very uncomfortable, finding it hard to breathe. After wandering for a while, she bought about 10 water-soaked candles and some dehydrated vegetables. Just as she was about to leave, she saw a man in his 60s squatting by a fishing net for sale. No one stopped. For people now, a fishing net was a useless item. The old man tightly held a little girl just over 6 years old in his arms. The little girl wore ill-fitting cotton clothing. The old man had only one cotton coat, worn and tattered over many years. They once had warm clothing, but all of it had been traded for food to fill their stomachs and survive. "Please take a look, dear customer." The old man had long been too frozen to speak. The little girl stayed obediently in her grandfather's arms, hoping that passers-by would buy the fishing net. Luan paused in front of them. The old man looked up with hopeful eyes as the little girl's tender voice rang out. "Sister, would you like to buy a fishing net? This fishing net was woven by my grandfather. It's very sturdy and can catch many fish." Perhaps the sadness in the little girl's eyes was too overwhelming. Luan looked at the fishing net in front of them and asked, "How much is it?" "Miss, just 2 pounds of rice soaked in water is fine." The old man, fearing Luan wouldn't buy it, hurriedly replied, a weathered smile on his face filled with desperation. Such a cheap transaction required the old man to speak hoarsely before there was even a slight chance of success. At the moment, the most common trade in the market was for water-soaked food. Even these items were fiercely contested. "Your craftsmanship is impressive, but did you fish often before?" Luan picked up the fishing net, not revealing whether she intended to buy it. "Yes, in our village there's a river with plenty of fish. Unfortunately, the ice is too thick to catch any now otherwise." The old man choked up as he spoke. If he could catch fish, his wife and son, along with his daughter-in-law, wouldn't have starved to death. To survive, he had once knelt down to plead with the military for a way to take him and his granddaughter to the shelter. Even though life in the shelter remained difficult, at least it guaranteed that he and his granddaughter could live on. I'll buy the fishing net. Here are 2 pounds of soaked rice. Luan took out a bag from her backpack. Inside was the soaked rice she had salvaged from the county supermarket. The water was not too soaked, but the rice grains had already turned yellow. She had dried the rice in her space, and although it didn't taste good, it was still edible. When she and Zhang Yan had gone into the water, they had smuggled quite a bit of soaked food which she had thrown into her space all at once. In the end, she picked through it and only kept what was edible. Thank you, thank you. The old man sincerely accepted the bag, quickly placing it against his chest, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Luan put the fishing net into her backpack, actually tossing it into her space, preparing to leave. Sister, thank you. Now my grandpa and I can live on. The little girl smiled happily, turned around, and hugged the old man, saying, Grandpa, I will protect you. All right, all right. The old man joyfully embraced his granddaughter. After Luan left, he found a secluded spot and secretly checked the food that Luan had given him. The food was surprisingly good, with only a few grains turning yellow but not moldy. After inspecting the rice, the old man also discovered 2 compressed biscuits in the soaked rice. This. Grandpa, is this what sister gave us? The little girl, though young, noticed that there was something extra in the rice, but she didn't know what it was. That sister is a good person, a good person. The old man's eyes turned red. In the 2 months of the apocalypse, he had witnessed countless evils, but had rarely seen goodness. It turned out that there were still people who maintained their kindness. The future was worth looking forward to. He must take his granddaughter and survive until the end of the apocalypse. Luan walked to the innermost part of the market, and from a distance, she heard the sound of a slap. It is an honor for you that this young lady has taken a liking to this skincare product. How dare you ask for something from me? A young woman dressed in fur raised her hand and slapped the girl across from her fiercely. Behind her stood 2 men with fierce appearances. The girl who was slapped covered her face, not daring to retaliate, her head hanging low. I just dislike girls like you looking pitiful while actually trying to seduce other men. Xia Shanshan pinched the girl's chin, unable to bear it, and slapped her again. I didn't. The girl had no idea how she had provoked Xia Shanshan. She had worked hard to find a complete set of skincare products outside. She originally intended to try her luck at the trading market to see if she could sell them. Instead, she encountered Xia Shanshan, who forcibly snatched the skincare products. She thought that would be the end of it, but unexpectedly Xia Shanshan slapped her a few times for no reason. No. You say no with your mouth, but your heart thinks otherwise. Xia Shanshan despised those innocent-looking girls who were actually white lotuses. Her previous boyfriend was taken away by such a woman. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and Xia Shanshan raised her hand again, preparing to slap the girl hard. Not far away, a crossbow bolt had already locked onto Xia Shanshan's raised right hand. As she was about to bring it down, it shot out quickly. The crossbow bolt struck Xia Shanshan's palm, blood instantly gushing out and freezing within moments. The pain made Xia Shanshan scream, and the people behind her rushed to stop the bleeding and provide aid. Another person searched in the direction from which the crossbow bolt had come. Taking advantage of Xia Shanshan's moment of pain, the girl squeezed into the crowd and escaped. Xia Shanshan's face twisted in rage as she shouted that they must find the archer. At this moment, Luan had already left the previous direction and met up with Song Boying and Lu Tianyu. What happened? The 2 only knew that there had been a quarrel in the trading market, but had no idea of the specifics. It seems that the arrogant young lady from the Xia family was shot by a crossbow bolt by someone unknown. Lu Tianyu became increasingly cheerful as he spoke, recalling how Xia Shanshan had bullied him yesterday. He did not expect that today this young lady would get her comeuppance, which was truly a delight. Karma. Who is so bold? Song Boying was stunned, turning to look back at the already distant trading market, unsure of how chaotic it had become inside. Luan touched her nose and remained silent. Upon returning to the neighborhood, Luan and Song Boying first went to the neighboring district. Song Boying and Lu Tianyu went upstairs to check on supplies while Luan drove the truck away. Taking advantage of no one seeing her, Luan stored the truck into her space. Then she headed alone towards the prosperous Jiangnan. Just as she reached her front door, the gate next door was opened by someone. Jiang Xian's tall figure stood behind her. Look what I brought you. Jiang Xian raised a bag in his hand and handed it to Luan. Luan did not refuse as before and casually accepted it, asking, what is it? A pear. The pear was frozen hard and black. Luan seriously doubted if it could be eaten. I found it on the mountain this morning. I tasted one and it was edible and quite delicious. Jiang Xian was the first to discover that pear tree. The pear tree had already died from the frost, hanging with 7 or 8 pears. Under the tree, about 10 more had fallen, covered in snow. He took 4 worried they might be inedible and tasted one. Alright, I trust you. Luan smiled faintly, seeing the way he eagerly presented the gift made her want to laugh. Luan, are you laughing at me? Jiang Xian leaned in, suddenly getting close to Luan, his deep eyes fixed on her. Cough cough, no. Luan felt uncomfortable under his gaze. Turning her head, she finally reacted to what he called her. Call me Luan. Calling you Luan feels too unfamiliar. Luan sounds much nicer. Jiang Xian had his own motives. Calling her Luan felt too strange, while calling her Luan felt too ambiguous. Luan was just right, uniquely his. He could sense some changes in Luan towards him. Though these changes were still small, he would work very hard to earn her recognition. I made dinner, would you like to come over? Jiang Xian had spent the day either working or moving things next door to Luan. Looking at the anticipation in his eyes, Luan couldn't bring herself to say the word refuse. It seemed that her feelings towards him were becoming increasingly different. She felt conflicted and troubled by this side of herself. If possible, she also wanted to have a relationship with Jiang Xian, a love without any reservations. As Jiang Xian entered next door, Luan felt the warmth inside the house. She noticed that Jiang Xian had also set up a diesel generator at home, and there was no shortage of firewood or charcoal. In just half a day, he had accomplished so much. His skills were quite impressive. Although she did not know his military rank, judging from the attitude of the other 2 soldiers towards him that day, his rank should not be low. On the dining table, 2 dishes and a soup had already been set. Spicy rabbit meat sour and spicy shredded potatoes and seaweed egg drop soup. So lavish. Luan looked up at Jiang Xian astonished. Today was especially fortunate. While on a mission in the mountains, I not only found pears, but also discovered a wild rabbit that had frozen to death, and the seaweed and eggs were traded. Jiang Xian pulled out a stool for Luan sitting opposite her and personally served her a bowl of rice. Luan accepted the bowl of rice filled to the brim with white rice. I can't eat that much, you eat more. Luan used her chopsticks to push half into Jiang Xian's bowl. Was this person feeding her like a pig? A bowl of rice still required some effort to press down to be enough. Jiang Xian looked at her with a smile. Luan is really good to me. Snorting softly, Luan wanted to say he was overthinking it. In the end, she said nothing and focused on eating. After finishing dinner, Jiang Xian voluntarily ran to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Luan felt quite at ease. After all, she did not like washing dishes either. Such a man easily adds points and makes one's heart flutter. Upon returning home, Luan went to the space to take a shower and then checked the vegetables she had planted. In just under a month, the vegetables were nearing maturity. It seemed a bountiful harvest was imminent. Filled with happiness, Luan gathered some chicken, duck, and goose eggs from the space before leaving. Thinking that Jiang Xian might have to stand guard at night, Luan headed towards the kitchen again. She took out fresh milk, black tea, and sugar cubes, starting to prepare milk tea while continuing to make ginger tea on the side. The extreme cold from her past life lasted for about a year. She did not know how long this life would last, but it was always wise to prepare some warm milk tea and ginger tea. Even if she could not finish it this time during the cold, there would be next time. The milk tea bought from the shop in the space could not be enjoyed by others, so she would drink it herself. As for Jiang Xian, he would get the freshly made one, which was a bit of luck for him. Once the items were cooked, Luan tapped her head. Recently, she had been increasingly concerned about Jiang Xian, always thinking of him. She truly feared that one day she would lose control of her feelings. In fact, she was already a bit out of control now. Knowing that she shouldn't be this way as it might expose herself, she still couldn't help it. Could it be that she was lacking love? Wanting to find someone to care for and love her. Shaking her head to dismiss those thoughts, Luan earnestly focused on her tasks. She placed the ginger tea and milk tea aside to cool for a while. Taking the recently used thermos that she hadn't washed yet, Luan cleaned it thoroughly. In the end, she prepared 30 cups of ginger tea and 30 cups of milk tea. Holding a cup of milk tea, Luan stepped out of the house and glanced toward the next door. The door next door was tightly shut. She was unsure if anyone was home. Just as Luan was about to listen closely, the door was opened right at that moment. Jiang Xian's tall figure walked out, and upon seeing Luan, he walked straight toward her. It's very cold tonight. Why are you out? For you. Luan said nothing and handed the thermos in her hand to Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian's lips curled up slightly as he caught the thermos, daringly pulling Luan into his embrace. His warm breath brushed against Luan's ear. Luan, thank you. Jiang Xian gently called Luan's name, filled with tenderness. Luan's heart raced, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. Jiang Xian, you're not allowed to call me that. The sound, the gentleness was simply irresistible. He knew how to attract girls. Go back and rest. Don't go out if there's nothing going on. Pushing Gu Wan back into the house, Jiang Xian closed the door and took the thermos to room number 3. Tonight Lu Tianyu and Xing Yang would be on duty during the first half of the night, and others would take over later. Jiang Xian was not from the prosperous Jiangnan, so he was not assigned to guard duty. For Gu Wan's sake, Jiang Xian chose to keep watch during the first half of the night. During the second half of the night, he would also check on the outside situation from time to time. Brother Jiang, come and warm up by the fire. Lu Tianyu had just arrived not long ago. He had just brought the food home with Yirong and was feeling quite happy. His gaze fell on the red thermos in Jiang Xian's hand, and he joked, "Brother Jiang, why is your thermos red?" Although Lu Tianyu had only met Jiang Xian a few times, he admired him as a soldier, and his tone naturally carried a sense of familiarity. Jiang Xian seemed cold on the outside, but he was actually very easy to get along with. That's why Lu Tianyu dared to ask him like that. This is from Luan. Speaking of Gu Wan, Jiang Xian's brows and eyes softened, making him look approachable. Xing Yang and Lu Tianyu exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Brother Jiang and Sister Gu are truly a match. Lu Tianyu and Xing Yang were both older than Gu Wan and Jiang Xian, yet both willingly addressed them as brother and sister. After all, both of them were capable individuals. In this apocalyptic world, capable people are the big brothers and sisters. Their words clearly pleased Jiang Xian. Sitting opposite them, the flames cast a warm glow. What has Sister Gu prepared for Brother Jiang? Lu Tianyu asked curiously. Jiang Xian wasn't sure what it was, perhaps wanting to show off a little. He opened the thermos. A faint aroma of milk wafted through the air. Besides the milky scent, there were also hints of black tea and sugar. The two were instantly tempted, taking deep breaths. Jiang Xian tightened the thermos lid, no longer giving them a chance to sniff. His Luan was just stubborn. She clearly worried about him getting cold, yet prepared such good things for him. He had to drink it slowly and not finish it all at once. As for others being tempted, that had nothing to do with him. Lu Tianyu and Xing Yang looked at Jiang Xian's actions with some resentment. Was it really necessary to be so guarded against them? They never intended to be shameless and drink. Couldn't they even have a sniff? Song Boying pushed the door in, and upon seeing the strange atmosphere in the room, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Lu Tianyu said sourly, "Sister Gu prepared something good for Brother Jiang. He too wanted a girlfriend who loved and cared for him. Unfortunately, this damned apocalypse hadn't given him the chance to meet a girlfriend." Song Boying chuckled and sat beside the three. "That's because Sister Gu cares for him. Your jealousy is useless." Xing Yang stifled a laugh, while Lu Tianyu glared at him so angry that he fell silent. "Brother Song, why are you here?" Today was not supposed to be Song Boying's duty, and they didn't know why he was here. "I couldn't sleep. My left eyelid has been twitching all night." Song Boying extended his hand toward the fire, expressing his unease. There had been trouble in the Kinghua community. He seemed to have heard earlier that another community nearby had also encountered issues. He was afraid something would happen to their community as well. The deeper the night grew, the more fearful he became, not daring to sleep soundly. "Brother Song, we've made preparations and nothing will go wrong." Lu Tianyu was also worried, but worrying was futile. They could only pray that the prosperous Jiang man would be safe. The four of them fell silent, quietly warming themselves by the fire. Every so often they would take turns looking outside with binoculars to prevent any surprises. As it approached 11 p.m., the time for the shift change, Jiang Xian paused his action of drinking the milk tea. He quickly tightened the lid of the thermos and walked to the window. Song Boying and Xing Yang watched his movements, their expressions changing as they walked behind him. In the icy, snowy landscape, 4 or 5 off-road vehicles and 2 large trucks approached from a distance. The vehicles stopped not far from the prosperous Jiangnan. From one of the large trucks, 20 people got out and 20 people also emerged from the 5 off-road vehicles. 40 people stood in the snow with one person standing at the forefront. He was about 2 meters tall, slightly taller than the others. In the night, one could vaguely sense the ominous aura emanating from the man. Everyone standing behind him also exuded a considerable amount of menace. It was clear that those who had arrived at the prosperous Jiang and were not good people. Their intentions were far from friendly. "They've come, after all." Song Boying's voice trembled faintly as his gaze locked onto the approaching figures. Lu Tianyu and Xing Yang paled slightly, struggling to rein in their rising anxiety. They had clung to hope, desperate hope, that Xingshi Jiang'an would be spared. Yet that hope had shattered utterly. Were these people truly determined to slaughter every soul nearby before they would cease? "I'll alert the others," Lu Tianyu said, and both he and Xing Yang dashed out the door. Song Boying and Gu Wan stood by the window motionless for now. The main gate swung open and Gu Wan entered, her expression grave. Her hearing surpassed all others as she had been the first to detect their arrival. Though they had long prepared for this moment, the sight of them still sent ripples of dread through the group. Luan felt no fear, only a cold, urgent resolve to eliminate these deranged killers without delay. "Why are you here?" Jiang Xian stepped forward, brow furrowed. "Return to your room and lock the door. This is our fight to bear." Song Boing opened his mouth then closed it again, saying nothing. Did Comrade Jiang misunderstand something entirely? Luan alone was more formidable than all of them combined. Before she could speak, a crowd burst in from outside. Their faces were etched with panic as some hadn't even pulled on proper clothing. "Remain calm. Arm yourselves, women and children, barricade your doors. Men capable of fighting stand guard here." Song Boing, once a leader in the pre-apocalyptic world, calmed the chaos with just a few steady words. Luan and Jiang Xian stood side by side at the window. Behind them stood Song Boing, Lu Tianyu, and several others. Further back, over a dozen male residents from Building 12 gripped kitchen knives, iron rods, and makeshift clubs. All had chosen to stay, knowing full well that retreat today meant annihilation tomorrow. Luan's eyes scanned the intruders, then fixed upon one leering figure. "Ma Biao is among them." Jiang Xian turned to her, startled. Beneath the moonlit gloom, he could barely make out their numbers. How then could Luan discern individual faces? "What? Could you be mistaken?" Murmurs of doubt rippled through the group. After all, the night was profoundly dark. Even the faint glimmer reflected off snow offered only meager illumination. Surely Luan couldn't possibly distinguish their features. Was Ma Biao captured by them? Song Boing believed her. He knew her character well enough to trust her word, for she never indulged in idle jests. Jiang Xian believed her too, unquestioningly, without rationale. If it truly is him, then Xingshi Jiangnan's defenses have already been compromised. Those people will be vigilant and prepared. Jiang Xian's calm analysis was met with a chorus of curses from behind. "We should have killed him when we had the chance." Lu Tianyu roared, fury blazing in his eyes. By last night's account, Ma Biao had resorted only to consuming corpses, not harming the living. They could not bring themselves to execute 3 men so brutally. A humanity still lingered within them. Who could have foreseen that Ma Biao, the moment he stepped beyond the compound gates, would betray them outright? Song Boing and the others regretted their mercy, but Luan felt no such remorse. Regret changed nothing now. Even if Ma Biao spoke, he could at most have drawn more of them here. This day was inevitable. Whether they came in dozens or scores made little difference. "They're moving." Luan watched silently from the window. "They're heading toward Building 1 first." Song Boing's gaze hardened, fixed on the direction of Building 1. Building 1 lay closest to the intruders, thus it bore the brunt of their assault. Yudong is in Building 1. Song Boing clenched his jaw, paralyzed by indecision. Logically, they should fortify Building 12. But could they truly stand idle while Building 1 was overrun, while every life there was extinguished, only to face the same fate themselves moments later? Song Boing turned to Luan and Jiang Xian, awaiting their verdict. Luan tilted her head toward Jiang Xian, whose expression remained unreadable. "Do you have any thoughts?" "We strike first. We cannot afford passivity." Jiang Xian's voice was quiet yet edged with frost. "Agreed." Luan nodded. Her resolve mirrored his exactly. If they ignored Building 1, their own turn would inevitably follow. Better to launch a flanking assault, perhaps catching the enemy unawares. Perhaps the invaders grew arrogant, assuming the residents would merely cower and defend. Or perhaps they simply did not fear a counterattack. Either way, initiative remained the sole viable path. "I'll notify Heirong and the others," Song Boing said, then strode toward neighboring buildings. "Go rest, you leave this to us." Jiang Xian grasped Luan's arm, refusing to let her step into peril. 60 armed intruders daring to storm a densely populated compound. Their capabilities were far from trivial. Their arsenal surely extended beyond crude blades and clubs. Firearms were almost certain. He knew Luan possessed formidable martial skill, but he would not risk even a sliver of danger to her. "Jiang Xian, we go together." Without granting him time to protest further, Luan turned and walked away. He hurried after her. "It's dangerous. I fear for your safety. Will you protect me?" She glanced back, her eyes clear, unwavering. "I will. I intend to protect you for all my days." His vow was absolute. A gentle smile touched her lips. "Then what is there to fear?" Jiang Xian fell silent and yielded. Luan returned to her apartment. When she re-emerged, she carried a tank-style sword and a handgun. Jiang Xian bore a handgun and a dagger. The others followed closely behind, their small band poised to exit Building 12. Suddenly Luan halted them. "Wait, they're coming here." Of the group that had initially advanced toward Building 1/20 had broken away, marching straight toward Building 12 without hesitation. Ma Biao walked among them. Jiang Xian's face darkened, a lethal intent flickered in his eyes. He turned to those behind him and ordered them home, to shield their families at all costs. Song Boying burst back in, having just set out to summon Herong when he sensed the shift in threat. So, it seems Building 12 has been marked. Guwan's laugh was sharp, devoid of warmth. Those who kill must be ready to die. What do we do, eh? Song Boying stood beside them. Behind him stood Lu Tianyu, Xingyang, and Liang He, a man from another unit on the 15th floor. Liang He was a man of few words, reserved and taciturn. Yet to protect his family, he had seized the kitchen knife from his own home, ready to fight to the end. The 15th floor is the most vulnerable. We must rely solely on ourselves. Guwan surveyed them, calm and incisive. Liang He gave a single nod and retreated to his apartment. After a swift consultation, Song Boying, Lu Tianyu, and Xingyang moved to Unit 3. Jiang Xian led Guwan to the residence of Wen Shuqi's family. Guwan's own apartment stood empty. Jiang Xian had insisted on sparing her home from bloodshed. Luan, stay safe above all else. You too, keep yourself whole. Their eyes held a silent vow passing between them, just as footsteps echoed down the corridor. A group of 20 people arrived on the 15th floor. Ma Biao's voice was very soft, as if afraid of being discovered. In the darkness, Guwan's eyes were filled with coldness, having already marked Ma Biao as a target for elimination. The door was easily pried open from the outside and 3 figures appeared at the entrance. 2 of them carried guns while one held a knife. Perhaps having never faced failure, these 3 had not even considered that they would be ambushed after opening the door. At the moment they opened the door, Guwan and Jiang Xian had already taken action. Like phantoms, their figures swept through, with the 2 armed men being the first to fall. Before they could even assess the situation in the living room, they felt a sharp cut across their necks. The 2 men clutched their bleeding wounds, their faces filled with terror as they gasped for breath. The 3rd person had barely caught a glimpse of a shadow when Jiang Xian struck again. The man instinctively swung his knife, but it was too late, as the dagger plunged brutally into his chest. The 3rd person lowered his head, dropping the watermelon knife and flashlight he held onto the ground, dying with unblinking eyes. Guwan stood beside Jiang Xian, holding 2 flashlights and 2 pistols that they had seized. Jiang Xian held a watermelon knife and a flashlight in his hands. Guwan tossed him a gun, which Jiang Xian caught and tucked into his pocket. The 2 exchanged no words, moving out with tacit understanding. There were people in the other rooms on the 15th floor. In room 3, where Song Boying and Lu Tianyu were, someone had already barged in, and the sounds of murder echoed from within. Outside Liang He's door, someone was banging on it. Damn it, they've actually blocked the door with something. The person banging cursed softly, completely unaware of the approaching figures behind him. Only feeling the pain in his body did he realize he had been stabbed. Luan expressionlessly killed him, blood dripping from the tang knife onto the ground. She arrived at the entrance of room 3, where Jiang Xian was also finishing off the attackers inside. Guwan's room had also been breached, and upon seeing it was empty, the intruder began searching for food. The person was so focused on searching that Jiang Xian covered his mouth from behind and stabbed a knife into his chest. Jiang Xian did not allow any blood to be shed in Guwan's home. Dragging the body out of Guwan's home, he finally pulled the knife from the man, blood spraying everywhere. There are a total of 7 people on the 15th floor and 13 have gone upstairs. Song Boying, covered in blood, spoke, and then the group rushed straight to the 16th floor. There were 6 people on the 16th floor, and inside, amidst the sounds of fighting, gunshots rang out. Guwan and Jiang Xian charged towards the room where the gunfire was coming from. Song Boying, Lu Tianyu, Xingyang, and Liang He rushed towards the other rooms. In room 1, a homeowner was shot and fell to the ground. Others were hiding in the bedrooms, not daring to open the door. A man held a gun, preparing to shoot the fallen person again. Jiang Xian aimed at him from behind, and the man reacted too late, unable to dodge before Jiang Xian shot him down. Inside the room, another person was smashing the door. At the same moment, Guwan took the tang knife and stabbed it into the man's back. As she withdrew the knife, she slashed at an angle until the man died. Jiang Xian crouched down, pressing his hand against the injury of the wounded person. Fortunately, he was only injured in the shoulder, so it wasn't too serious. I have medicine here, you can decide what to do. Guwan looked at the injured person on the ground and handed Jiang Xian some hemostatic and anti-inflammatory medicine. Thank you, the man, pale and lying on the ground, weakly expressed his gratitude to Guwan. He clearly understood how precious medicine was now. Guwan had no ties to him, yet she took out medicine to help him, causing him to tear up with gratitude. Because this meant he might not die. The man's family heard the commotion outside and rushed out of the bedroom, tears streaming as they hugged him tightly. Jiang Xian handed the medicine to them, instructing them to stop the bleeding first. After she and Jiang Xian dealt with the group, they would come back to help him. The man's family kept thanking the two. Luan and Jiang Xian had no time to listen to their gratitude as they rushed out of room 1. In room 2, Song Boying and the others burst out. The villains in the other 2 rooms sensed something was off and ran out. When the flashlight shone on Luan and Jiang Xian, the two had already closed in on them. "Help!" one man gasped. A knife slashed fiercely across one person's neck, and Luan coldly retorted, "What qualifications do you have to cry for help?" Song Boying shot the last person with a gun in his hand. Lu Tian, using Yang and Liang, he worked together to kill the last unarmed man. After killing 6 people, the 3 rushed to the 17th floor again. Surprisingly, there were still 7 people left. These 7 continued to bang on the door while Ma Biao hid in a corner, too scared to make a sound. Luan spotted him hiding at first glance and quickly charged over. Ma Biao felt a chill on his back, and by the time he turned around, his head was already severed from his body. Luan coldly looked at Ma Biao, not giving him the chance to alert anyone. Such a person deserved to die 1,000 times. There are people. The group's expressions changed, and without a word they raised their guns and started shooting at Luan and Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian pulled Luan to take cover behind the wall while Song Boying and the others hid on the other side. The group realized that Jiang Xian and the others showing up here meant something had gone wrong with their own people. With their eyes reddened, the 7 desperately pulled the triggers, shooting as they approached the direction where Jiang Xian and Luan were hiding. Counting the gunshots silently in their hearts, Luan and Jiang Xian exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. 1 person fell, 2 fell, 3 fell. The remaining 4 panicked, realizing they didn't have many bullets left in their guns. They couldn't understand why a task that had been so simple and completed so well in the past had failed today. Was it because these people were now vigilant? Luan and Jiang Xian coordinated seamlessly while Song Boying also provided cover fire. Although his marksmanship wasn't as good as the 2, it was enough to intimidate them. The last 4 attempted to retreat but were blocked by Luan and Jiang Xian at the exit. With no choice left, the 4 desperately shot, hoping to break through. Luan and Jiang Xian did not engage them, hidden retreating while shooting. Until the 4 ran out of bullets, Luan and Jiang Xian stepped forward and quickly eliminated them. The 20 people in Building 12 were dealt with by just a few in a matter of minutes. "Are you hurt?" Jiang Xian held the flashlight, checking Luan from head to toe. Luan shook her head, indicating she was fine. "I was shot. Am I going to die?" Lu Tianyu covered his left arm, panicking and unsure of what to do. Jiang Xian stepped forward to check. "Fortunately, it's just a graze and you weren't hit directly." Lu Tianyu let out a huge sigh of relief. Song Boying laughed and scolded, "Don't worry, you won't die easily, you pest." Lu Tianyu spat in annoyance, and the pain from his wound made him howl. "I left some medicine in room 1 on the 16th floor. Hurry and go treat it." Luan urged Lu Tianyu to attend to his injury. "At -70 degrees, the wound can't be exposed for long." "Thank you, Sister Gu." Lu Tianyu expressed his immense gratitude, his eyes sparkling. "I knew you cared about me." Jiang Xian said softly, leaning closer to Luan with a gentle smile. Rolling her eyes at him, Luan, "I'll go check that building, you stay here." Jiang Xian checked the remaining bullets in his gun and filled it up before speaking to Luan. "Let's go check it out with Jiang Xian." Song Boying had 3 guns in total. He distributed 2 of them, keeping 1 with 4 bullets for himself, which should be sufficient. This time Luan did not object to avoid Jiang Xian saying anything again. She wasn't planning to go back. Instead, she focused on the truck outside, eyeing the people who hadn't gotten out yet, preparing to handle it herself. "Be careful." Luan reminded Jiang Xian, who lightly placed his hand on her hat with a smile. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." After saying that, Jiang Xian and Song Boying ran outside. Lu Tianyu was injured and unsuitable to help, so he stayed back. Luan quietly left, taking the opportunity, while Jiang Xian and the others entered a building to turn and get closer to the truck parked outside. There was no one in the SUV, just a man left on the large truck. The man shivered, cursing as he pulled out half a cigarette to smoke. A faint sound came from outside the vehicle. The man, alert, tossed away the cigarette, and picked up his handgun to scan the surroundings. Not noticing anything amiss, he opened the car door. As soon as he stepped out of the vehicle, Luan, hiding beside the large truck, swung her knife at him. With one swift stroke, she easily dispatched the man, picked up the gun that had fallen to the ground, and tossed it into her space. Confirming that there was only 1 person guarding, Luan walked to the back of the truck and opened the door. Upon seeing it was completely empty, she spat, "Poverty-stricken fool." I thought there would be some loot, but there's nothing at all. She walked to the back of another large truck. There were some items inside, but most of it was just parts. There were only 2 or 3 bags of ice containing some snacks. Luan frowned and stored them all in her space. She decided not to take the SUV or the large truck. The vehicles had already been seen by others, and taking them into her space would definitely raise suspicion. She had plenty of vehicles anyway, not worth it. Having dealt with this side, Luan decided to go to another building. The situation there was much more severe. She ran up 2 floors where there were already dead bodies, and in the outside corridor, several corpses of bad guys. Striding over the bodies, Luan ran up the stairs. On the 18th floor, the gunfire was fierce, with Song Boying having been shot in the thigh, supported by Xingyang to a side for rest. Zhang Meng and Herong had somehow managed to gather together, each holding a gun. In the face of danger, Jiang Xian remained calm, dodging while shooting. Luan's figure quietly appeared behind Jiang Xian, shooting one person. Alwan. I was worried. Jiang Xian said nothing more, silently sighing. What was he supposed to do about her? At that moment, Yudong, accompanied by several men, stealthily approached and came behind the group of bad guys, taking advantage of their focus on Jiang Xian to attack in the darkness. Kill them. Yudong shouted loudly, holding a thick steel plate to protect himself. The men behind him also carried similar steel plates. 4 or 5 individuals were struck and turned back viciously. Seeing the opportunity, Luan and Jiang Xian did not miss it, intensifying their firepower. Damn it. The leader of the group, a man towering at 2 meters tall, roared to the sky. They were doomed. To actually fall at the hands of these people was a great humiliation. Their excessive arrogance and carelessness would not allow them to return alive. Watching his men fall one by one to the ground, he shouted in rage, I want you all dead. The gunfire grew denser, forcing Luan, Jiang Xian, Yudong, and the others to take cover temporarily. Jiang Xian had someone cover him, and not knowing where he found a stool, he hurled it fiercely at the tall man. It rolled over, already closing in on the tall man. Luan held her guns with both hands and, amid the tall man's anger, began shooting at him. The tall man dodged Luan's bullets. Just as he was about to counterattack, Jiang Xian had already reached in front of him. The tall man widened his eyes, almost unable to react. Jiang Xian swiftly grasped his gun-wielding hand. Bang, bang, bang. In the darkness, gunshots rang out continuously. The ground was littered with flashlights illuminating the entire corridor. Everyone was taken care of, and Yudong and the others cheered with joy. You cleaned this up. Luan walked up to Yudong, who patted his chest in assurance. Jiang Xian approached Luan. Alwan. You should go check on Song Boying and the others first. Fearful of what he might say, Luan immediately ran off. Jiang Xian shook his head behind her, smiling helplessly. The first building had suffered heavy casualties, with almost everyone on the 18th floor killed, leaving only a couple of survivors. In Building 12, thanks to Jiang Xian and the others aside from the male homeowner on the 16th floor, who was injured in the arm, Song Boying was shot in the thigh, and Lu Tianyu had a bullet graze him. Overall, no one had died. This could be considered the best outcome. Jiang Xian helped the 2 extract the bullets and applied medicine. After reminding them to take care of their families, he left with Luan. As soon as Luan saw Jiang Xian's expression was off, she ran towards her home. She didn't even know what she was afraid of regarding Jiang Xian. Alwan. Jiang Xian stood at Luan's door, looking at the tightly shut door. I didn't intend to blame you, I just wanted to see if you were hurt. Luan opened the door. I'm not hurt. Jiang Xian sighed, raising his hand to rest on Luan's cheek. Are you tired? Luan gently swatted his hand away. He was becoming increasingly audacious. Jiang Xian self-consciously withdrew his hand for having touched her face. His eyes were filled with tenderness. Confirming she was completely fine, he finally felt completely at ease. Zhang Meng and Yudong approached with flashlights. The person on the truck was killed by someone we dealt with those in the first building. Yudong was prepared to take people to deal with the person on the large truck. However, he found that the man had already been killed. Luan averted her eyes, but met Jiang Xian's knowing gaze, feeling helpless yet fond. There's something else. One of these people was someone close to the young lady of the Xia family. Zhang Ming said with a serious expression. Thinking of that arrogant young lady of the Xia family, he gritted his teeth in hatred. His brother's injury had not yet healed. Were these people sent by the Xia family? Luan sneered coldly. They deserve to die. The Xia family cannot be underestimated in Baisha. If we kill so many of their people now, will we face their retaliation? Yudong pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat worried. There will definitely be retaliation. These people are ruthless. What should we do now? Herong's face showed panic, not knowing what to do. 40 people had already given them a headache. If even more came, what should they do? Leave it to me, I won't let them deal with you. Jiang Xian said calmly. Since there was evidence proving the Xia family's heinous deeds, he had to report it. The military would naturally send people to resolve it. The collapse of order does not mean that people can slaughter innocent civilians at will. The Xia family must be dealt with. The next day, Jiang Xian departed. Before leaving, he specifically sought out Luan to inform her. He would be very busy recently and asked her to pay attention to the situation outside. Feeling a twinge of reluctance, Luan only urged Jiang Xian to take care of himself, watching his tall figure disappear. After having 3 large steamed buns and a cup of hot milk for breakfast, Luan bundled herself up tightly and left the house. As she stepped outside, she encountered many residents with luggage preparing to leave. Xingyang, who was also getting ready to go, approached Luan to greet her. What are they doing? Sister Gu, these people are afraid of retaliation and want to hide in a refuge. Luan nodded in understanding. This situation was quite normal. After all, everyone fears for their safety. Especially after last night's events, there were so many guns and knives. The blades and firearms confiscated were evenly distributed among Luan and the others. She didn't even look at what she received as she simply tossed it into her space. The martial power of their community was not to be underestimated. Downstairs, many people were struggling to break the ice. With the water supply cut off, this was the only way to obtain water. The ice was too hard, it took all their strength just to chip off a small piece. Luan pulled her scarf up and approached an off-road vehicle. She lifted the cotton cover on top and tossed it into the trunk. After confiscating several off-road vehicles last night, Luan kept one and distributed the others to others. As for the large truck, it was available for everyone to use. However, since it had no fuel, it was not very useful. Luan did not lack fuel and wouldn't conserve it like everyone else. After the vehicle started, Luan pressed the accelerator and drove away. She needed to find someone to inquire about the current whereabouts of the Xia family and then eliminate them. Luan pondered who to ask to find out where the Xia family lived. Perhaps it was just her good fortune. She seemed to have spotted someone related to Xia Heng, the leader of the Xia family. While she couldn't be certain, the aura of this group of people was strikingly similar to that of the ones they had killed. Thus Luan was 80% sure that these people were also under Xia Heng. From a distance, Luan stopped the vehicle, her gaze fixed not far away. About 20 meters away, a group of people was using a cutting machine to slice the ice. Next to them, many chunks of ice were already piled up. What were they doing? Luan observed carefully for a while. It was then she noticed that beneath the ice, people were pulling up bags of supplies. Luan took out her phone to check the offline map. The location of that group was likely the 12th floor of a pharmaceutical company. This meant they were probably cutting the ice to access the pharmaceutical company and retrieve usable medication inside. In addition to medicine, they could find many useful items inside. For example, some medical instruments. In this apocalyptic world, food was essential, and so were medicines. The unpredictable disasters could easily lead to illness. Right now, a single pill was worth at least several kilograms of rice. Luan quietly waited in the vehicle for the group to finish. In the meantime, she had a few rice balls and drank a large cup of milk tea. An hour later, the group all came back up, loading their things into the truck and driving away. Luan followed from a distance, initially thinking they were heading back, but they stopped again at another location. There were large cutting machines and chainsaws. In short, 2 hours later, the group brought up a large pile of clothes and food. Luan raised her eyebrows, feeling admiration for these people. Currently, all the food that had been left outside had been mostly scavenged. To find anything useful again, one could only search beneath the ice. However, ordinary people could hardly search, only capable and organized teams like this could do so. Finally, as night approached, the group began to head home, and Luan slowly followed. After about half an hour of driving, the vehicle stopped on a hillside. Luan sat in the car peering out. 5 villas stood on the hillside. One of the villas was fully lit. The other 4 had only faint lights. Indeed, the wealthy lived well, even in the apocalypse. Luan stored the vehicle in her space and cautiously approached the villa. There were people patrolling outside, making it difficult to get close. After observing for a long time, Luan finally dared to act. Hiding outside the brightly lit villa, Luan heard the arrogant voice of Xia Shanshan. Confirming she hadn't made a mistake, she smirked coldly. Besides Xia Shanshan's voice, there seemed to be voices of 2 middle-aged men. The people sent out last night haven't returned yet. A commanding voice echoed from within the villa. There must have been an incident. I will take people to check the situation. Another sinister voice responded in a deep tone. Uncle Gu, how could anything have happened? Can the people from that community hurt your men? I say it must be your people slacking off. Xia Shanshan scoffed, clearly very dissatisfied. Shanshan quickly apologized to your Uncle Ge and stopped speaking nonsense. Dad. Guwan lost patience and didn't want to listen further. She roughly understood that the attackers must be this subordinate called Uncle Ge. No matter who this Uncle Ge was, he was colluding with the Xia family and must die. Guwan vanished into the darkness, moving like the wind without drawing anyone's attention. At the corner of the villa, she buried quite a bit of explosives. Then she silently approached another villa. Guwan found that only 2 people were guarding it. After easily shooting them with her silenced pistol, Guwan infiltrated the villa. She casually opened a room and was pleasantly surprised to find it filled with supplies. Opening another room, it was again filled with supplies. Guwan almost laughed out loud, internally grateful to the Xia family. She unapologetically stored everything in her space. A villa packed full of supplies was not to be underestimated, especially since Guwan discovered that the spacious basement was also filled with resources. She couldn't stop smiling. Next, in another villa, it was similarly stocked with supplies. Gather, it all must be collected. Rice flour, coarse grain seasonings, cooking oil, snacks, instant food. Mechanical parts, medical instruments, medicines. RVs, off-road vehicles, SUVs, trucks, and various cargo trucks. After collecting these, Guwan found no firearms. There were only a few scattered handguns. This could equip quite a few people with guns. The Xia family and that person called Uncle Ge surely had more firearms. She wondered where they might be stored. After some thought, Guwan's gaze fell on the brightly lit villa. The greatest possibility was that it was the villa where Xia Heng resided. But how to get in? Guwan pondered and her eyes brightened. She stored the other explosives and left only 1 explosives pack. Taking out the remote control, she pressed the button. Initially, she thought about blowing this group of people up outright, but then realized that the firearms were likely in this villa. There was no other choice. Guwan had to change her original plan. Boom! A violent explosion tore a gaping hole through the villa's wall. Inside, Xia Heng, Ge Shu, and Xia Shanshan, along with over a dozen subordinates, rushed out in unison. What's happening? Xia Heng was a refined, scholarly-looking middle-aged man. Yet such a man had ordered the slaughter of countless lives, a stark reminder that appearances deceive. Uncle Ge was short and stocky, his hair streaked with gray. Though he appeared to be in his 60s, he was in fact only in his early 50s. Over 100 men swiftly converged before Xia Heng and Uncle Ge, forming a tight protective cordon. After they fled the villa, Guwan slipped through the blast-ravaged breach into the interior. As she planted explosives, she simultaneously gathered every object inside the rooms into her spatial realm. Fortunately, her ability to retrieve items remotely greatly accelerated the process. The villa's supplies were abundant: food, clothing, tools, so much so that Guwan worked with quiet, focused delight. Once the upper floors were emptied, she routinely searched for the basement. Thankfully, the villa stood eerily hollow, making the hidden entrance easy to locate. Beneath Xia Heng's villa lay a sprawling underground complex partitioned into multiple chambers. Beyond standard provisions, it housed a refrigerated vault brimming with seafood, freshwater fish, and cuts of meat. In addition, a dedicated pharmaceutical storeroom held rows upon rows of medical supplies. Finally, she found the armory she'd hoped for. Though Xia Heng's arsenal paled beside Lin Huai's, it remained formidable, and Guwan intended to leave not a single item behind. Outside the villa, Uncle Ge directed his men to scour the surrounding area for the attacker, but no trace could be found. Damn it. A low curse escaped Xia Heng's lips, uncharacteristically restrained yet seething with fury. He had never imagined anyone daring to defy him so brazenly on his own territory. Was this a warning? Or a declaration of war? Daddy, you must make that person pay. Xia Shanshan stepped forward, slipping her arm through Xia Heng's with spoiled, petulant affection. Mister. Xia, Miss Xia, do you like your gift? A voice, neither distinctly male nor female, echoed from within the villa. Xia Heng and Uncle Ge locked eyes, their faces blanched. Had someone actually dared to infiltrate their stronghold? Without hesitation, Xia Heng and Uncle Ge ordered their men to storm back inside. Mr. Xia, Uncle Ge, the villa contains only a single black voice recorder. One subordinate rushed out, clutching the device in trembling hands. Uncle Ge, terrible news. Everything inside the villa has vanished. Another burst forth, his face twisted with shock and disbelief. In mere moments, the entire villa had been stripped bare. How is such a thing possible? Impossible. Xia Shanshan shrieked and dashed toward the villa's entrance. Xia Heng and Uncle Ge moved to follow, when suddenly messengers arrived from 3 other villas reporting identical losses. Xia Heng and Uncle Ge turned ashen, especially Xia Heng, whose rage surged so violently he nearly collapsed. His entire fortune, his power base, his authority, all resided in those villas. Now all was gone. How could he possibly survive in Bai City? Without supplies or weapons who would obey his commands. I refuse to believe it. Xia Heng roared, his body convulsing with fury, limbs trembling, breath ragged, control slipping entirely. Who dared do this? Uncle Ge had ruled Bai City's underworld for decades. Never before had he suffered such humiliation. His face contorted into something monstrous. Luan crouched in the shadows nearby, concealed by nightfall, and drew a high-precision sniper rifle. She had originally planned to lure them all back inside, then detonate the entire compound. Unexpectedly, they remained outside. From the darkness, Luan sighted a subordinate standing close to Xia Heng and pulled the trigger. Thwip. A bullet pierced the man's temple, sending shockwaves through the group. Instinctively, Xia Heng and the others recoiled into the villa, followed closely by the rest. A few stragglers still raised their weapons in defense, so Luan fired again and again. Only when every last figure had vanished inside did she withdraw a remote detonator and press the button. Dad. Kaboom, bum. A cascade of explosions reduced the grand villa to rubble. Explosives had been planted across both the courtyard and the structure itself. Even if a handful had somehow survived the blast, Luan would ensure they met their end without mercy. After a brief pause, she retracted the sniper rifle into her spatial realm and strode forward, lightfoot, unhurried. Inside, the villa lay in ruins, shattered beams, collapsed ceilings, its former opulence utterly erased. Mangled limbs littered the ground, occasional groans rose from the wreckage. Luan unsheathed her tang sword and granted each a swift, merciful end. Xia Heng and Uncle Ge were already lifeless. Nearby, Xia Shanshan, against all odds, still clung to half a breath. Luan knelt beside her, silent, watching. Why, kill us? Seeing only a lone woman, Xia Shanshan gasped in disbelief, mustering her final strength to speak. You slaughtered so many, did you truly believe you'd never face retribution? Luan's voice was ice-cold, her gaze placid as still water, utterly unmoved. Xia Shanshan's eyes widened with dawning horror. Was this vengeance? Had this woman come to avenge all those they'd murdered? Then live virtuously in your next life, especially your father and Uncle Ge. Otherwise you'll die without ever knowing how or why. Luan drew her tang sword across Xia Shanshan's throat in one clean, decisive motion. Crimson blood welled, instantly spilling thick and warm. Xia Shanshan had no time to plead, her life ended before the sound left her lips. Luan wiped the blade clean, discarded the blood-stained tissue onto the ash-strewn earth, and walked away without looking back. Just beyond the villa gates, Luan caught a faint rhythmic sound. Had her hearing not sharpened in the nocturnal hush, she would have missed it entirely. Someone was ascending the mountain, footsteps precise, synchronized. A trained unit. Luan veered sharply to the side, vanishing into the deeper woods to evade them. She couldn't be certain whether Jiang Xian was among them, and under no circumstances could she be discovered. In the darkness, Jiang Xian urged his team forward at full speed. They arrived just as the first thunderous detonation shook the night. Far ahead, fire roared skyward, the villa obliterated in a single apocalyptic blaze. Who had struck before him? Jiang Xian's gaze snapped left, where for an instant a slender silhouette flickered at the edge of vision. Darkness blurred the details, yet something about that shape stirred a deep, unsettling familiarity. Luan pressed herself behind a broad trunk, certain Jiang Xian's eyes had swept directly toward her hiding place. Had he seen her? She'd meant to flee immediately, yet then she glimpsed him unmistakably among the advancing figures. Luan pressed herself behind a broad trunk, certain Jiang Xian's eyes had swept directly toward her hiding place. Had he seen her? She'd meant to flee immediately, yet Jiang Xian withdrew his gaze and led his team sprinting toward the villa compound. The largest residence lay in utter ruin, and the remaining 4 stood intact, but utterly empty, stripped bare of every possession. Captain, all of them are dead. One of Jiang Xian's operatives returned after a swift, grim inspection. No survivors, no signs of struggle, only silence and ash. Jiang Xian instructed his men to investigate everywhere, and he did not stop either. All the villas were completely ransacked, leaving not even a piece of wood behind. Who could be so ruthless, accomplishing their task so thoroughly? Jiang Xian stood inside one of the villas, his expression ambiguous, lost in thought. After a thorough inspection, the 20 men Jiang Xian brought reported back in unison. There wasn't a single survivor in the villa, and everything was gone. Who did this? We were only a little late, and yet all 5 villas have been stripped bare. A thin man in a thick camouflage outfit in the team asked in confusion. There must have been quite a few of them. We arrived late, but fortunately this group of people has been dealt with. They think that just because the apocalypse has arrived they can kill at will. It's simply despicable. A few soldiers were discussing the events of the night while Jiang Xian held a flashlight examining the traces on the ground. After a while, a glint of realization flashed in his eyes. He discovered something amiss. The footprints on the ground were indeed numerous and could easily be misinterpreted. There were many people dealing with Xiaheng. However, Jiang Xian found something that others had overlooked. His flashlight illuminated a size 36 shoe print, and he followed the trail with the beam of light. Ultimately, Jiang Xian concluded that the one who blew up the villa killed so many people and looted everything was just one person. No doubt about it, only one person, not the many that others spoke of. That person probably didn't expect him to notice this small detail. There were indeed many footprints near the villa, but only this size 36 print had moved around the explosives. There were also departing footprints, and only this size 36 print was present. All signs indicated that it was just one person. Moreover, that person was a woman. Jiang Xian's gaze involuntarily shifted towards the direction he had sensed something was off earlier. Luan was humming a tune driving home in a good mood. The supplies from the 5 villas had yielded a huge profit tonight. At 10 o'clock at night, Luan returned home. After spending the whole day outside, she felt cold all over and couldn't help but shiver. After soaking in a hot bath for 20 minutes in her space, she warmed up. Luan then enjoyed a cup of milk tea, feeling comfortable as she checked her black land. The sweet potato vines had already sprouted. Taking advantage of the remaining half-hour, Luan cut the sweet potato vines and replanted them in the ground. The potatoes had already sprouted many leaves and were growing very well. The tomatoes, peppers, and other vegetables planted earlier would be ready for harvest in just a few days. Compared to the outside, vegetables in her space could mature in just a month. It significantly reduced the planting time. It truly deserved the praise it received in novels. After a trip outside, Luan had no energy left to cook dinner. She took out a serving of sweet and sour pork, fish-flavored shredded pork, stir-fried bok choy, and a bowl of mixed grain rice from her space. After dinner, Luan lay on the warm big bed and took out her tablet to watch a movie. For the next period, Luan did not go out again, choosing to rest at home. During her free time, she either exercised or prepared food. She steamed, boiled, and fried everything. She also made many snacks, including candied hawthorn, roasted sweet potatoes, and various desserts. A few days later, the vegetables planted in her space matured. Luan spent an hour each day on harvesting. After picking, she planted more vegetables. Beans, cauliflower, lettuce. Over 2 acres, she planted more than 10 varieties of vegetables. Luan washed a ripe tomato from her space to eat. Perhaps due to not using pesticides and maturing naturally, the tomato was soft and sweet, exceptionally delicious. Other vegetables like cabbage were also crisper and sweeter than those outside. The vegetables produced in her space were not as exaggeratedly delicious as described in novels. They were just a bit tastier than those ripened with pesticides. Luan was already very satisfied and planned to use only ingredients produced in her space for cooking in the future. Not only were they safe, but they also tasted good. After a month and a half of extreme cold, Jiang Xian returned to Xingshi Jiangnan covered in frost. Luan opened the door and saw him drenched from head to toe, quickly inviting him in. "Have you eaten?" After not seeing each other for half a month, Jiang Xian looked a bit thinner, which made Luan frown, not quite satisfied. "Not yet." Jiang Xian wanted to step forward and hug Luan, but thinking about how cold he was all over, he held back. He missed her very much after not seeing her for half a month. He wished he could rush to her side as quickly as possible. During this half-month, he had not been in the White City area, but had traveled to various nearby counties. The daily hustle left him utterly exhausted. When he finally managed to rest, Jiang Xian hurried back to Xingshi Jiangnan. Luan turned to the kitchen and boiled a bowl of noodles. She had already eaten, so she didn't prepare any for herself. Jiang Xian took the noodles still sitting in front of the coffee table on a small stool and buried himself in eating. Luan quietly watched him. Her gaze unintentionally fell on Jiang Xian's large hands, which had several frostbite sores. "How's it outside?" Luan walked to the room, took out the frostbite ointment, and casually asked. Jiang Xian quickly finished a large bowl of noodles and replied, "Not so good." As soon as the topic of the outside situation came up, Jiang Xian's brows remained furrowed. The situation in White City was manageable. Those small counties were originally not very well off, and most resources were still buried under the ice. Besides the freezing weather that could kill people, they also faced terrifying issues like food shortages and bullying by villains. In short, living in the apocalypse would be extremely difficult without sufficient strength. In those small counties, corpses were everywhere, possibly in some house or in some corner. Most of the corpses would be devoured by those driven to the brink of starvation. No one blamed those who resorted to cannibalism, as everyone wanted to survive. For a moment Jiang Xian felt lost. He didn't know how he could save this world. Everywhere he went, countless people were in despair. No matter how he saved people, there were always more suffering waiting for rescue. Luan listened quietly to Jiang Xian, sensing the pain hidden in his words. She had plenty of supplies, but she couldn't become a savior. There was no way to save everyone, she could only take care of herself. Luan, will this world ever be okay? Jiang Xian asked softly. Luan looked up at him. Yes, it will definitely get better. She didn't know if it would improve, but at least having hope was better than despair. Apply some frostbite ointment on your hands or it will only get worse. Luan handed the frostbite ointment to Jiang Xian, asking him to apply it himself. Jiang Xian raised his hands to her, his eyes gentle. Luan, can you help me? Luan shot him an annoyed look. Seeing that his complexion was much worse than half a month ago, her heart softened again. She opened the lid and squeezed some ointment onto his hands, gently spreading it. With her head lowered and her eyes serious, her fingertips were gentle. Jiang Xian did not look away, his gaze fixed on her with utmost seriousness. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Luan raised her head and glared at him, signaling him to tone it down. Jiang Xian chuckled softly, not feeling that there was anything wrong with staring at his beloved. All right. Luan retracted her hand, tightened the cap of the frostbite ointment, and placed it in Jiang Xian's palm. Jiang Xian smiled and put it in his pocket. Why did you bring so many things again? Luan washed her hands and walked towards the items Jiang Xian had brought. Several foam boxes of various sizes sat there, and she wondered what they contained. Jiang Xian walked behind Luan and opened the foam box. This time, I brought back some seeds. Luan leaned in to take a look. There were several small packets of vegetable seeds and some soil inside. Let's try to plant them. If successful, you'll have vegetables to eat in the future. Jiang Xian poured the soil into the foam box. All 4 foam boxes were filled halfway, and he then moved them to the boiler room. The boiler room was warm, suitable for several types of seeds to germinate. Luan watched him. Jiang Xian's profile was handsome as he worked diligently, his features perfectly proportioned. What kind of seeds do you have? Bok choy, radish, lettuce, celery. There were only 4 types of seeds, all vegetables that grew well in the warm temperature of the boiler room. Luan remained silent, staring at the foam boxes. Outside, the extreme cold weather would surely prevent any poorly preserved seeds from germinating. Where did Jiang Xian get such good seeds? As he watered the seeds, Luan observed him. The 4 foam boxes were neatly placed in the corner, and the soil that had fallen on the ground was also tidied up by Jiang Xian, causing her no worry. She didn't lack for vegetables, but this person thought of everything for her, making her heart flutter. Feeling that something was off again, Luan sought a topic. How's everything with the Xia family? It had been half a month since the matter with the Xia family, and Jiang Xian hadn't had the time to tell her. Although she knew the outcome, she still pretended to ask. I was just about to tell you. By the time we arrived, the Xia family had already been dealt with. Jiang Xian's gaze fell on Luan's back, his brow furrowing slightly, his expression inscrutable. Oh, really? Who is so capable to have taken care of the Xia family before you? Luan feigned surprise. That's indeed impressive. Jiang Xian nodded. That person took care of the Xia family alone and even emptied the villa. How do you think she managed that? Luan's pupils constricted, her heart racing. How did Jiang Xian know that the villa was emptied by just one person? Where had she shown a flaw? She had been so careful. How could that be possible? Are you mistaken? How could one person take down so many people and empty a villa? Luan tried hard to recall any flaws she might have exposed. She had killed everyone. She could guarantee that no one had seen what she had done. So how did Jiang Xian know? Yes, how could one person accomplish so much? Jiang Xian also felt puzzled, especially with his doubts directed at her. How did you find out it was one person? Luan tightened her fists slightly, asking naturally. Footprints. Jiang Xian did not hide the truth, his gaze settling on Luan's face. Luan's heart skipped a beat. That was where the flaw lay. She couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed, realizing she had been careless. She had thought that the many people at the villa and the complicated footprints would go unnoticed, but she hadn't expected Jiang Xian to know. Indeed, one should not underestimate a sharp-minded soldier. Nor should one underestimate anyone. She needed to be more careful in her actions in the future. Want some snacks? Not wanting to continue this topic, Luan hurriedly changed the subject, afraid Jiang Xian would discover something. She took a pile of snacks from the room and placed them in front of Jiang Xian. She took a tablet and pretended to watch a movie. Jiang Xian shook his head with a smile as if he understood something and said nothing more. Looking at the pile of snacks on the coffee table, he picked up a bag of almonds and opened it. His long fingers began to peel the almonds, placing them in Luan's palm. Luan instinctively grasped them, staring at the peeled nuts in her hand, then her gaze returned to Jiang Xian. He slightly lowered his head, seriously helping her peel the almonds, not eating a single one himself. Don't just take care of me. Luan picked one up and offered it to Jiang Xian's mouth, signaling him to eat. Jiang Xian naturally opened his mouth and swallowed the almond in one bite. Luan's face felt a bit warm as she realized this gesture was a bit ambiguous. Purely an instinctive action, she hadn't thought it through, her mind surely must have been muddled. Jiang Xian chuckled softly, his smile deep and rich. Luan turned away from Jiang Xian, feeling a bit angry, thinking he must be laughing at her. The frostbite ointment we just applied is gone. After peeling the almonds, Jiang Xian raised his large hand in front of Luan as if seeking her sympathy. After planting the vegetable seeds, his hands were covered in dirt. After washing his hands, all the frostbite ointment had been washed off, and it was time to apply it again. The ointment is with you, apply it yourself. Luan said irately, you just applied it, why did you go off to plant vegetables? If I had planted them earlier, you would have vegetables to eat now. These seeds were exchanged by Jiang Xian using points. He knew she needed vegetables, so he specifically exchanged them for her. Jiang Xian looked at Luan's cute little puffed-up face, wishing he could pinch her. He feared scaring her, so he decided against it. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. It's getting late, I should head back. Jiang Xian stood up, reluctantly leaving. At the door, he paused for a moment before speaking, this time, I will be away for quite a while. The rescue operation in Baishur was basically concluded. The shelter had too many people and resources were lacking. They had to slowly transfer people out. In the extreme cold weather, bringing people to the base was not easy. But there was no choice. They had to do this or trouble would arise sooner or later. Okay, understood. Luan's voice was muffled, her gaze unfocused, a bit lost in thought. Hearing that he would be leaving for a while, she felt unexpectedly reluctant. Luan, can you tell me the answer when I come back? Jiang Xian asked softly, his deep eyes locking onto Luan's nails dug into the door panel, seemingly responding with a soft but it was unclear if she had spoken. During this time, neither of them had brought up the question of being together. Their interaction was not much different from that of a couple, they just hadn't said it out loud. Luan did not reject Jiang Xian's closeness, but she feared that his proximity would disturb her heart. She was not being difficult or refusing a just as she had said before. If she had no secrets, perhaps she would have agreed to give their relationship a try when she felt differently about Jiang Xian. The issue was that she had too many secrets, making her hesitate and struggle. Not only was there her rebirth, but also the big secret of her space that could not be exposed. She was somewhat reluctant to gamble on a man's heart. Perhaps he likes her very much now, but who can guarantee that he would always like her? What if after her secrets were revealed, he betrayed her for his own interests? At that time, Luan wondered what kind of person she would become. Perhaps after Jiang Xian left, she would be able to think more clearly. Thinking carefully about how they should be together. I have left a lot of food next door, so don't be shy about eating. Jiang Xian was chattering away. In the end, he somehow found a sturdy security door and installed it in Luan's house. After that, he replaced all the glass with bulletproof glass. Luan quietly watched him work, occasionally handing him tools. When he finished, Luan personally cooked a sumptuous meal, spicy stir-fried bacon beef stew with potato sour and spicy lotus root radish soup and rice. Although she hadn't done anything too outrageous, these dishes were indeed extraordinary given the current circumstances. It could also be seen as a small test from her to him. Yet this person was too composed, so much so that it made her feel as if he knew everything. They still ate at the coffee table. Jiang Xian's tall frame didn't quite match the coffee table, but he never commented on it, instead growing accustomed to it. After the meal, Jiang Xian didn't let Luan wash the dishes, he tidied everything up himself before leaving. Standing at the door, Luan watched his retreating figure until he vanished from sight. The day after Jiang Xian left, supplies were delivered to the community again. This time the supplies were a third less than the last, causing quite a few complaints. Ladies and gentlemen, our soldiers will escort a group of people to the base soon. If anyone is willing to leave for the base, they can join us at 7:30 tomorrow morning. The staff announced with a loudspeaker. The residents who came to collect supplies upon hearing this huddled together to discuss. Now the supplies in Baishur have nearly been exhausted. Except for what's buried under the ice, there isn't much left, and sooner or later there will be no food. Moreover, the situation outside is more chaotic, and going out easily leads to robbery, which makes many people yearn for the base. Luan carried her supplies back. Yu Yao and Song Boying approached her, inviting her to their home for dinner. Luan politely refused. Yu Yao simply waited for Guan to set down her supplies before forcefully taking her back to her house. In the Song family besides Song Boying and his wife there was also his mother and his 5-year-old child. Song Boying's child was a very cute little girl holding an old doll. When she saw Guan she shyly hid behind her grandmother peeking at her. Although Guan wasn't very fond of children, she couldn't resist the charms of this adorable little girl. Guan took a few milk candies from her pocket asking what's your name. Seeing the candy the little girl was very tempted but didn't dare to step forward looking at her mother with a cute expression. Yu Yao gently patted her daughter's little head saying go on thank Aunt Gu. With her mother's approval the little girl shyly walked up to Guan saying Aunt Gu my name is Yaya. Guan placed the milk candies in Yaya's small pocket saying hello Yaya. Yaya happily covered her small pocket her bright eyes sparkling as she stared at Guan. Guan smiled faintly clearly noticing that Song Boying and his wife had protected their daughter while not allowing her to encounter the cruelty of the outside world. She wasn't sure if this was good or bad. After all this is not a peaceful era and a little girl not being exposed to the harsh world outside is concerning. What if an accident occurs? She wouldn't have the ability to protect herself. It's time to eat. Yu Yao and her mother-in-law placed the food on the table. Although the room was heated by firewood it was still not very warm. This is also the norm relying solely on burning wood cannot raise the temperature significantly in -60 to 70 degrees. To host Guan Yu Yao did her best to prepare several dishes including chicken potatoes and sweet potato glutinous rice cakes. Guan please don't be polite eat more. Yu Yao was very enthusiastic and used serving chopsticks to place a large chicken leg into Guan's bowl. After thanking her Guan quietly ate. Guan I'm very grateful for the medicine you provided last time otherwise I don't know what would have happened to my husband. Recalling what happened last time Yu Yao appeared apprehensive. Song Boying was shot in the thigh and bled a lot. If it weren't for Guan and Jiang Xian, she didn't know if Song Boying would still be alive. It was also lucky that we had some medicine in our home medicine cabinet. Guan replied softly. After that day the 16th floor gave her some dried vegetables. Lu Tianyu's mother also gave her a few eggs. Now Yu Yao was inviting her to dinner again for that incident. These were just small matters Guan didn't take them to heart. The fact that they remembered her contributions made Guan feel that those medicines were not given in vain. After the meal Song Boying brought out the good tea from his home to warmly treat Guan. Guan what do you think about what the staff said today? Song Boying asked Guan from the other side of the sofa. Guan paused her hand holding the teacup about going to the base. Do you want to go? If we can we wouldn't want to go. Yu Yao sighed looking at her mother-in-law and daughter who had returned to their room to rest. The situation outside is very chaotic now her husband has some skills making it easier for him to survive. But that's not enough as food becomes harder to find people are becoming increasingly frantic. She and her husband feared they wouldn't be able to protect their family. So they decided to leave here and live at the base. Life at the base might not be free and there could be many other reasons. At least it could guarantee their safety. What about you? Do you want to go to the base with us? Guan smiled and shook her head I don't like going to the base. Yu Yao felt a bit disappointed. She liked Guan a lot especially because Guan had such great skills. She really wanted to live at the base with Guan so they could look out for each other. In that case you must be careful. It's too chaotic outside now. If you ever come to the base you must come and find us. Okay. Guan nodded and stayed for a while before getting up to leave. The next day around 5 in the morning Guan heard a lot of noise from people moving supplies. Whether it was building 12 or other floors 80% of the people chose to leave. Song Boying's family and Lu Tianyu's group decided to leave with their families. Song Boying and Lu Tianyu also came to Guan's house to discuss taking a large truck. They had too much food and luggage. Without a large truck they couldn't carry so much. As for the remaining large truck, everyone left it for Guan. Guan had no objections considering their large group. She also gave them the all-terrain vehicle she had been allocated. Others were generous to her and Guan was not stingy. She had plenty of such things. Besides what she got from Lin Huai and the Xia family, she had also bought quite a bit. There were also the zero-cost purchase containers from which she had opened many. The last time she opened a container, she got 10 container trucks. She didn't lack this. When they left, they didn't come to say goodbye to Guan. It was probably too early, and they didn't want to disturb her or perhaps they didn't want to make the farewell too emotional. By the time Guan woke up, the entire building 12 was already empty. In the other buildings it seemed there were still a few households left. Those willing to stay in Baishur were of several types. The first type was the elderly who could not move, they had already prepared for death. The second type was the wicked, truly despicable individuals. They feared that going to the base would mean losing their freedom, and they could be punished for any small mistakes. The third type consisted of capable individuals who did not wish to be bound like Luan. The fourth type was those who carried hope. They believed this was merely nature playing a joke on them. Perhaps soon the extreme cold would end and everything would return to normal. There were various other reasons. In any case, the number of people remaining in Baishur was not many. The entire Baishur seemed to have turned into a ghost town. Usually one could still hear voices, but today Luan heard no sounds nearby. She should have been accustomed to such solitude after all she had lived alone for many years in her past life. At most there were 6 months when she had not seen a single person. In this life, perhaps due to Jiang Xian's company, she found it hard to adjust to this emptiness. At 8:30 in the morning, Luan heard a large group of people approaching from afar. She carried her backpack out of the house and stood in the snow to watch. A procession of about a few thousand people appeared in Luan's view. Leading the way were several military jeeps. On both sides of the crowd there were soldiers protecting them. Everyone walked together through the icy and snowy terrain. In the middle of the procession, over 20 trucks carrying supplies were moving. Besides the supply trucks, there were also a few military trucks carrying the sick. At the back of the procession were a group of people voluntarily following to the base. These individuals were either riding motorcycles, bicycles, or walking. In short, everyone was on the move, not daring to waste a moment. Luan watched as the procession passed not far from her, with some people glancing her way. Seeing a young girl like her not leaving sparked curiosity and confusion. Luan, with her slender figure, stood in the snow watching individuals depart. They trudged forward with heavy steps. Almost no one spoke. Everyone understood that they might never return in this lifetime, or they might die on the road before reaching the base. "Comrade, would you like to leave with us?" A young soldier ran up to Luan, saluted her, and softly, "No, thank you." Luan smiled and shook her head. The young soldier looked a bit disappointed, glanced at her a few more times, and then left with a flushed face. In the crowd, Luan spotted Song Boying and his group. They also saw her standing on the ice waving at her. Luan raised her hand in return, silently wishing them well. A tall, familiar figure emerged from the back of the procession, striding towards her. Upon seeing him, Luan instinctively took a few steps forward with a slight smile on her lips. "Why are you out here?" Jiang Xian lowered his goggles. Despite wearing thick clothing, his face was still pale from the cold. It seemed he felt nothing but concern for Luan. "I came to see you off." She originally intended to say she just wanted to take a look outside. Seeing the expectation in Jiang Xian's eyes, Luan decided to align with his thoughts. Indeed, when Jiang Xian heard that Luan had come specifically to see him off, his face flushed with joy. "I know Luan cares about me, but it's too cold outside. You should hurry back." "Jiang Xian." Luan took off the backpack on her back and handed it to him. Inside were the food and medicine she had packed, along with a cup of warm well water. Initially, she had been conflicted about whether to give Jiang Xian the well water, because she knew that once she gave it to him, he would easily notice something. Later, Luan made up her mind to take a gamble. She hoped that even if he knew, he wouldn't tell anyone. Perhaps this way she could let down her guard and be with him without reservation. "You prepared so much for me." Jiang Xian received the backpack, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. "The water in the thermos in the backpack, remember, never let anyone else drink it." Luan spoke very seriously, afraid Jiang Xian would mistake the water for ordinary warm water and give it to someone else. Jiang Xian's smile faded as he replied, "Okay." At that moment, he was still unaware of what Luan's serious expression truly represented. He found it somewhat strange, but obediently agreed to her request. To be honest, he was unwilling to give what Luan had given him to anyone. Jiang Xian handed Luan the 2 thermoses she had given him earlier, which he was reluctant to return. He was worried that in the extreme cold weather, Luan would lack a thermos to hold water. Receiving the 2 thermoses, Luan couldn't help but laugh and cry. Didn't he say he was unwilling to return them? "I should go." Someone behind called Jiang Xian's name. He was reluctant, but had to leave. "And them safe travels." Luan nodded gently, watching Jiang Xian slowly turn around, then look back at her. Jiang Xian's deep eyes sparkled. "Luan, wait for me to come back. You must wait for me." He had already decided to submit his discharge report upon returning. If the country and Luan had to be chosen between, he would choose Luan. In this lifetime, he was determined to have one person, and he did not want to lose her. He may be called selfish, but he didn't care. He only cared about Luan. Luan was unwilling to live at the base, and if he chose the country, it would mean they would have to be apart for a long time. Natural disasters are merciless, and he feared that one day, after being apart, he would no longer be able to find her, so he had to make a choice. Luan smiled and waved, her eyes slightly red, silently saying a good word. Jiang Xian returned to his team. He sat in the vehicle, yet his gaze remained fixed on Luan in the snowy ground. It was not until she was out of sight that he finally withdrew his gaze. "Captain, is that your sister-in-law?" A soldier in the driver's seat asked curiously. He had never seen Jiang Xian be so attentive to anyone or anything before. Jiang Xian was usually a taciturn and indifferent person in front of others, even towards his teammates. "Isn't sister-in-law leaving with us?" "No, she will wait for me to return." "Captain, you." The soldier did not understand the mission here was over, and it could almost be said that they would not return to Baishur. How could the captain say such a thing? Jiang Xian fell silent and said no more. After walking for a while, some people could not hold on any longer and sought a place to rest. Jiang Xian carried the backpack Luan had given him, and after settling the crowd walked aside to rest. Due to the large number of people and scarce supplies, everyone could only eat a half-filled meal. Most people huddled together for warmth. Occasionally someone would speak softly, while more chose to conserve their energy and remained silent. Jiang Xian drank a bowl of noodle dumplings and then opened the backpack Luan had given him. Inside were 5 boxes of self-heating rice, 10 bags of compressed biscuits. There were instant oats that could be eaten simply by adding water, about 10 cold steamed buns, and 10 packets of pickled vegetables. A thermos full of hot water. The table was filled with food, all prepared by her for him, and Jiang Xian's heart instantly warmed. Whether in action or in words, he could tell that she treated him differently. Her demeanor appeared approachable, but only he understood. She was emotionally indifferent, showing no particular interest in anything, as if nothing could captivate her. Knowing her nature, Jiang Xian had long been prepared for the long haul, grateful that his Luan was tough on the outside, but soft-hearted. He needed to complete his mission quickly and apply for retirement. Then, as fast as possible, return to her side. No matter what happened in the future, he wanted to face it with her. They must never part. Jiang Xian took out a thermos, unscrewed the lid, and a faint fragrance wafted out. His eyes darkened, slightly puzzled. How could ordinary warm water have such a refreshing aroma? The scent was subtle, yet in this poorly ventilated environment it heightened his sensitivity. Without further thought, Jiang Xian drank nearly half a cup of well water. The taste was sweet, indescribably refreshing, making one want to sip more. Soon Jiang Xian felt a unique warmth spreading throughout his body. His cold body warmed up in an instant. His eyes became sharp, and Jiang Xian capped the thermos, feeling a tumult of emotions. This water was extraordinary, very extraordinary. Not only did it warm his body, but at that moment Jiang Xian felt an endless surge of strength coursing through him. Not far away, 2 people began to argue fiercely for an unknown reason. Jiang Xian could not afford to think of anything else. He stood up and strode over, sharply reprimanding the 2. The 2 pretended not to hear and began to get physical. Jiang Xian stood between them, grabbing one with one hand. Without applying much force, he had already made them howl in pain. "Comrade soldier, let go quickly. My hand is going to break, quickly let go of me." Jiang Xian expressionlessly withdrew his hand, but his heart surged like a tempest. He had initially thought it was an illusion. Now he was certain that his strength had truly increased. At least it was more than double what it once was. What kind of water is this? How can it be so miraculous? He had only just drunk the water and his body had changed so quickly. Who is his Luan? His heart raced fiercely, and Jiang Xian wished he could immediately return to Luan's side. It wasn't that he wanted to question her, he was afraid that Luan would suddenly disappear. He suddenly recalled their first meeting when Luan had jokingly said, maybe the end of the world is really coming. At that time he had dismissed it as a joke. It wasn't long before the country took action, and then the apocalypse arrived. So, his Luan must not be an ordinary person. Her eyes were often filled with compassion and helplessness, as if she knew everything but could do nothing. Jiang Xian stood up and walked to the window, looking towards the prosperous Jiangnan. "Achoo, could it be that I'm catching a cold?" Luan sneezed several times, not feeling anything wrong. After some thought, she decided to take a packet of cold medicine. Ever since drinking the well water, her physical condition had improved dramatically. If she had stayed outside for a long time in her past life, she would have definitely caught a cold by now. During the extreme cold of the past 2 months, she hadn't caught a cold even once, which shows the miraculous properties of the well water. Having taken the cold medicine, Luan burrowed into her bed, picking up a medical book to read. After her eyes felt uncomfortable, she used her mind to open a container blind box. In the afternoon, Luan began her training, and in the evening, she cooked a hot pot. Because there were not many people nearby, she didn't have to worry about cooking strong-smelling food being discovered. This time, she wanted to eat more. After filling her stomach to the brim, Luan finally put down her chopsticks. Her gaze inadvertently fell on the opposite side of the coffee table where Jiang Xian usually sat. Though they had not spent much time together, Luan felt a sense of eternity. Having been reborn, it really has become inexplicable. Luan lightly slapped herself to stop her wild thoughts. Night gradually fell, and the wind outside. Luan turned off the desk lamp, looking out at the dark window with no light. After a silent sigh, she closed her eyes to rest. Luan had a dream in which she returned to her past life. Heavy rain poured down, and Luan hid helplessly under the eaves. The cold wind blew, causing her to tremble with cold. Thirst compelled her to cup her hands to catch the water dripping from the eaves. Her once slender and fair fingers were now marked by the scars left after chilblains healed. Whenever the temperature dropped over the years, the chilblains would recur. Not only were they itchy, but they would also fester and crack. When pus and blood flowed out, Luan could only wipe them with dirty clothes. Besides the marks from chilblains, her hands were dirty, no longer resembling their once beautiful appearance. Luan looked despairingly at the world under the night sky, pulling her tattered clothes tighter. In the darkness, a tall and slender figure approached her. The person held food in their hand and bent slightly to offer it to her. "Eat, if it's not enough, there's more." The deep voice overlapped with Jiang Xian's voice from reality. Luan accepted the food, and when she looked up again, that person had already turned to leave their back broad and sturdy. In the dim light, she saw him turn around. That hazy outline became clear at that moment. A familiar handsome face, an expression devoid of emotion. Clad in military uniform, he appeared righteous. The person in the dream was Jiang Xian. Luan opened her eyes, still dazed and shocked. The temperature in the room was somewhat high. Luan's forehead was beaded with sweat as she lay on the bed staring at the white ceiling in a daze. Could it be that the person who left a mark in her heart in her past life was truly Jiang Xian? Luan felt a mix of excitement and confusion, unsure of what to do. In her past life, she indeed had not liked anyone. That person had given her hope to live when she was at her most desperate. This made Luan unable to help but keep him in her heart. It wasn't love, but a kind of admiration and faith. Later, she tried to find him, wanting to thank him in person. However, she never saw him again. In this life, could it be that her obsession was too deep? Thus the heavens compensated her with a space, allowing her to meet Jiang Xian at the very beginning of the apocalypse. No wonder when they met for the second time, she felt Jiang Xian was familiar. Not only his voice, but also that silhouette. "Jiang Xian, you must come back early." Luan muttered softly, her face adorned with an unmistakable smile. In the following half-month, Luan stayed at home, living like a salted fish. Aside from exercising, she prepared food. She wanted to make a lot of food, waiting for Jiang Xian to return to eat. She hoped Jiang Xian would live a good life with her filled and warmly clothed. In the evenings, Luan began to care for her somewhat dry skin. She had to keep herself in the best condition. Jiang Xian had been gone for 20 days. After harvesting a batch of vegetables as well as potatoes and sweet potatoes in her space, Luan finally stepped out. Dressed in a thick winter coat and warm pants with a heat pack attached and a hat and scarf on, Luan was preparing to go outside. It had been 20 days since she last stepped out. As she opened the door, she felt a bit unaccustomed to the icy cold. Indeed, one cannot indulge too much, especially during such a harsh natural disaster. Luan did not leave Building 12, instead taking out a universal key and heading to Liang He's home. She planned to collect everything that the residents of Building 12 had left behind into her space. After all, it might be useful in the future. There wasn't much left in Liang He's home. Aside from 2 beds, everything else had been chopped up and burned as firewood. The leather sofa and the glass coffee table were still there, and she took them all. In the kitchen, there was a frying pan, 2 soup pots, and over a dozen bowls. In the wardrobe, there were still a few pieces of summer clothing for both men and women. This time, Luan did not disdainfully reject anything as she had in the past. She accepted it all. After a moment's thought, she decided to take the shoes she had worn as well. In the future, when resources are scarce, even shoes can be traded and nothing should be wasted. After finishing with Liang He's home, Luan went to Room 3. Room 3 belonged to Feng Shu. Inside, aside from a few pieces of unburned firewood, there was nothing left. Even mosquito meat is still meat and should not be wasted, so she collected it. Taking out the key that Jiang Xian had returned to her, Luan entered Jiang Xian's house. Inside, except for Jiang Xian's clothes and shoes, everything else was present. Especially in one of the secondary bedrooms, where a large portion of the room was filled with food. All of these items were neatly arranged on a rusty iron shelf. In addition to rice, there were vacuum-packed cured meats, smoked rabbit, smoked chicken, and smoked duck. There was even quite a bit of jerky along with strips of wild boar meat. Moreover, there were several dozen pounds of beef and lamb, all frozen into blocks. There was also cooking oil and seasonings. One could only wonder where Jiang Xian found all this and how much effort it took to gather so much. Perhaps knowing she was about to leave, he had sought out so many items fearing she would go hungry. Fool! Guwan couldn't help but smile and scold as she raised her hand to a bag of rice. With a thought, she collected all the supplies in the room into her space. After visiting other rooms to gather more items, Guwan closed the door. The 16th floor, 17th floor, 18th floor. No matter what, each household would leave behind something, with beds being the most common. Besides that, there were pots, bowls, and plates that could not be taken. There were also some spring and summer clothes and shoes that would not be worn. Upon reaching the rooftop, Guwan took out a chainsaw and cut open the rooftop door. She then cut the ice on the roof into pieces and placed them into her space. Although there were quite a few blocks of ice spot before the apocalypse in her space, Guwan still wanted to collect some. It was uncertain how long the apocalypse would last. This type of extreme heat disaster could happen numerous times. Since there was an opportunity to collect ice, why not? Ice not only cools, but also melts into water for use. When drought strikes, it would be even more useful. After finishing collecting the clean blocks of ice from the rooftop of Building 12, Guwan returned home. After a morning of hard work, Guwan took out a serving of spicy hot pot, a bowl of rice, and a cup of milk tea from her space. Eating something spicy in the dead of winter was a refreshing experience. The numbing and spicy hot pot paired with rice allowed her to eat 2 large bowls. After cleaning up the dishes, Guwan went to another building to collect more items. She did not spare the ice on the rooftops either. After collecting several buildings, there wasn't a single person in sight. Guwan began to doubt if she was the only one left in the entire prosperous Jiangnan. She moved through the area like a scavenger. It was not until Guwan reached the 23rd floor of Building 18 that she heard 2 voices coming from within, weak yet warm. Old man, drink some hot water. Old woman, why do you stay behind to take care of this useless old man? You should leave with the troops. Having married you for most of my life, do you expect me to watch you die here? We would only burden others like this, so we might as well wait to die slowly. Old woman, being able to marry you in this life is my greatest fortune. Being able to marry you is my greatest blessing as well. Is there any food left at home? I lie in bed every day and don't feel hungry. You should eat more, no need to save for me. What nonsense are you saying? There isn't much food, but we all need to eat. Even if we have to leave this world, we cannot become starving ghosts. All right. Guwan quietly stood outside the door, listening to the warm words within. This was a couple who supported each other and loved each other into old age. If the apocalypse had not come, perhaps they could have lived out their days peacefully. But the apocalypse is indeed cruel. Feeling a bit upset, Guwan took out 5 pounds of rice and 5 pounds of sweet potatoes from her space. She also took out a small bag of salt and a bundle of firewood to place at the front door. After knocking on the door, Guwan quickly walked upstairs. Before long, the door was cautiously opened by an elderly man with a head full of white hair. Looking around, he did not see anyone. Just as he was about to close the door, he noticed the food placed at the doorstep and was taken aback. Thank you, thank you. The old man's eyes turned red as he kept thanking the unseen benefactor. After moving the food back inside, he closed the door, saying, "Old man, a kind-hearted person, sent us a lot of food." Guwan knew she had softened her heart again. This was a taboo in the apocalypse, yet she still did it. Perhaps she was moved by the feelings of the elderly couple, or perhaps she wanted to preserve some kindness in the apocalypse. Guwan considered for a moment and still decided to give them some food. Logically, such elderly people should not survive for long and she shouldn't waste food. But Guwan did not want to think about the consequences, as she was willing to do so why constrain herself? The apocalypse requires not only indifference, but also a touch of kindness. Otherwise, what future could this world possibly hold? After finishing her collections in Building 18, Guwan did not gather the ice from the rooftop this time. The noise from the chainsaw was too loud. She feared disturbing the 2 elderly people and worried they might discover something. Over the course of 3 days, Guwan collected everything from the buildings in prosperous Jiangnan. In the following 10 days, Guwan went nearby to collect more items. She did not finish collecting everything as she discovered signs of other people still living nearby. Woof woof woof. The tragic howls of a large dog reached Guwan's ears. At this moment, she had just finished collecting supplies from a nearby apartment complex and was leisurely walking out. The dog's voice was accompanied by a female voice, "Lai Fu, hurry and run, don't get caught by them." A bony golden retriever, nothing but skin and bones, was running through the snow. Hearing its owner's voice, the golden retriever let out a sorrowful howl. "Stupid woman, how dare you block us? You're just asking for death. It's been a long time since we've eaten meat. Today we must have that dog meat. People can barely survive, yet you still keep a dog. Are you out of your mind?" 3 arrogant voices rang out, followed by the sounds of a girl being beaten. Upon hearing its owner being beaten, the golden retriever, which had already started to run away, turned back instantly. With all its might, it leaped up and bit the villain who was hitting its owner. I will kill you, stinking dog." The man bitten down on wildly flailed his arms, trying to get his companions to save him from the golden retriever that had latched onto him. One of the companions raised a club fiercely and swung it down at the golden retriever. "Don't. Lai Fu." The girl lay on the ground, her eyes bloodshot. She watched helplessly as her beloved Lai Fu was struck down. Lai Fu glanced back at his owner with affection, tears mingling with blood. With a final howl, he closed his eyes. The 3 men felt disgruntled, being bullied by a dog. Even after Lai Fu was dead, they continued to swing their clubs. "My life, you beasts." The girl struggled to get up from the ground, wielding a tattered fruit knife, charging toward. Unfortunately, the girl was too weak. Having long been underfed, she was no match for the 3 large men. One of the big men sneered disdainfully, not taking the girl seriously, and lightly raised his club to strike down hard. Blood gushed from the girl's head, her gaze becoming vacant as she collapsed to the ground. She painfully looked in the direction where Lai Fu had died. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes as she murmured his name. "Oh, Lai Fu, why did these people have to kill him?" At the moment of death, the girl's hand still reached out. "TCH, overestimating yourselves." The man who killed the girl spat on the ground, glaring viciously at her lifeless body. There was not a trace of regret in his eyes. On the contrary, having taken a life made him appear exhilarated. "This woman is also meat, let's take her back too." After the military notified everyone to head to the base, Bai City was nearly deserted. For these villains, finding something to eat was not easy. Today was a stroke of luck, encountering both a dog and a person. Luan stood not far away, removing her goggles, her eyes cold as a flicker of killing intent flashed. "Brother, there's another woman." One of the men, catching sight of Luan by chance, excitedly poked the man. The man who had just killed turned to follow, his gaze breaking into a radiant smile. "What a big fat sheep, today's luck must be favorable for going out." Not far away, Luan wore a black cold-resistant outfit. Even though she was bundled up tightly, these men still keenly noticed that she was in excellent spirits. Unlike them, who were starved and gaunt. A person like her must have plenty of food at home. And her clothes must be warm. They had to have her. "Didn't the fortune tell you that you all are going to die?" Luan slowly walked in front of the 3 men. Her gaze swept over the dead girl on the ground and the golden retriever. The girl looked very thin and seemed somewhat familiar. And that golden retriever, Lai Fu, who died protecting his owner. Luan suddenly recalled the girl she had met at the wholesale market before the apocalypse. Upon closer comparison, it really was her. In stark contrast to her vibrant and lively self before the apocalypse, now the girl's pupils were vacant. Even in death, her eyes were filled with unwillingness toward this world. "Ha ha ha, beauty, do you even know what nonsense you're talking?" The 3 men circled around Luan, their lecherous and depraved gazes appraising her from head to toe. Originally, it was a pity to kill a woman and not be able to take her back to vent. Now another one comes and she's delivered right to their door. Luan smiled coldly. "Before you die, let me teach you a lesson about surviving in the apocalypse. Never underestimate a woman who dares to venture out alone." As soon as the words fell, Luan's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the spot. When she reappeared, she was already standing in front of one man. A dagger slipped from her sleeve. The sharp dagger sliced across the man's neck mercilessly. Blood sprayed out and the man's eyes widened in terror. In the next moment, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The other 2 men stepped back in fright. They hadn't even caught a glimpse of Luan's movements, yet she had already closed in on their companion and killed him. Where did this ruthless person come from? "Spare us." Knowing they couldn't handle Luan, the 2 simply admitted defeat and begged for mercy. Luan did not miss the hatred in their eyes and smiled coldly in her heart. With a slight push off her toes, she charged again toward another man. The man, realizing that Luan would not let him go, raised the iron rod in his hand and struck down at Luan. Luan did not evade. Instead, she raised her gloved left hand to grasp the iron rod. The rod buckled slightly under her grip. The man, seeing this, immediately let go of the iron rod in fright. "Monster, you're a monster." Luan sneered again, plunging the dagger into the man's chest. The dagger pierced through his heart, taking his life. The other man was so scared that his legs turned to jelly, and he swiftly turned to flee. Luan withdrew her dagger and hurled the iron rod hard toward the direction the man was escaping. The man was struck in the back by the iron rod. Unable to bear it, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body uncontrollably lurching forward. As he tried to get up, someone had already stepped on his back. The strength pressing down on him felt like a great mountain crushing him. "Do you enjoy killing?" Luan looked down at the man who was sprawled helplessly on the ground. Such a person might have been good once, but the apocalypse turned them into demons. In the future there will be more demons, or perhaps they were forced, or perhaps they inherently were. Please spare me. I don't want to kill. I was forced into it. The man lay on the ground, cold seeping into his body, freezing him to the point of immobility. Unfortunately, you've killed someone, so you must die. Luan bent down, the dagger poised at the man's neck. Under his terrified gaze, she slashed it across his throat. Blood gushed out, staining the icy surface red. The man clutched at his torn throat, his pupils dilating, unable to utter a single word. In his final moments, the man thought of many things, filled with immense regret. It had only been 4 months since the apocalypse began. How had he become like this? He felt like a different person from his former self. Once he had a happy family, a beautiful and virtuous wife, and a lovely son. He worked hard for his family, wanting to provide them with a good life. Until the apocalypse suddenly struck and his wife and child were killed. Later, to survive, he began killing. Eventually, perhaps out of a desire for revenge against this world. He started teaming up with evildoers, becoming an even greater demon. The man slowly closed his eyes, his body no longer moving. He did not know if he would be recognized in hell by his wife and child, or if they would scold him for not being human. Luan released her foot, standing in place without looking back at the dead man. No matter if these people regretted it at the moment of death. Since they had killed innocent people, they deserved to die. Luan walked to the girl and Laifu. She picked up the bodies of both and headed toward a nearby building. Placing the bodies of the girl and the dog inside the house, Luan did not linger and turned to leave. When she exited, the bodies of the 3 men outside had already vanished without a trace, and Luan returned home without stopping. For an entire month, she had not waited for Jiang Xian to return. She did not know what had happened to him. After waiting at home for over 10 days, Luan prepared to leave once more. After leaving a note, she stored most of her belongings in her space before departing. In the car, Luan took out her tablet and opened the offline map of Baishar. There were hardly any places worth visiting in the city, and her gaze fell upon the suburbs. She had already been to the south. The north was lower in elevation and likely submerged, making it unsuitable for exploration. The west was the route she had taken here, which was also not an option. Now the only direction left was east, which she decided to check out. Luan examined the conditions of the northern suburbs on the offline map, spending quite a bit of time before finalizing her destination. That location was remote and devoid of human presence. Surrounded by tall mountains, the Minjiang Lake traversed through it. Over 10 kilometers away from where Luan intended to go, there was a high-end sanatorium. The sanatorium was built quietly on the mountainside and should not have been submerged yet, so she wanted to take a look. Besides the high-end sanatorium, Luan also discovered a medium-sized canned fruit factory in the opposite direction. She wondered if she could still find anything. In addition to these two, there were several factories nearby, most of which were construction material factories. At 11 in the morning, Luan arrived at her destination. The surroundings were blanketed in white, trees were covered in frost, and there was not a single green leaf. The entire world seemed to be frozen. Luan was currently on the icy surface of the Minjiang Lake. This section of the lake was about 50 meters wide. On both sides of the lake were mountains, many trees buried under the ice and snow. Luan looked around and was satisfied to find no one within 100 meters. She found an open area and began to level the uneven ice surface with a shovel. Finally, she took out a 5-meter-long RV. The RV had been acquired for free from the Xia family villa, and while it wasn't new, it wasn't particularly eye-catching. The interior was quite spacious, with solar panels installed on the roof. Although the solar panels were not needed now, they would be useful in the future. The RV had a built-in 15 degrees of electricity, which was enough for simple electrical appliances. However, in this extreme cold weather, it was still insufficient for heating. Luan took out a small portable wind turbine from her space and installed it on the RV. The installation was not complicated. Luan carefully read the manual and managed to set it up successfully. Watching the wind turbine operate, she got into the RV and turned on the air conditioning and heater. The temperature inside the RV was significantly lower than at home, but wearing more clothes was sufficient. At noon, Luan cooked a package of instant noodles, adding 2 sausage sticks and frying an egg. The aroma of the noodles filled the RV. Sitting on the sofa, Luan enjoyed her noodles while gazing at the snowy landscape outside. If it weren't for the apocalypse, this would be the kind of life most people long for. There was no work and no worries. After washing the dishes and tidying up the kitchen counter, Luan took out her electric blanket and bed sheets to spread on the bed. She then laid a thick wool blanket on top, followed by 2 cotton quilts. After turning on the electric blanket and waiting for it to warm up the bed, Luan took off her outerwear and lay down on the 1.8-meter bed. The cold wind outside hit the RV, creating a slight noise. Luan paid it no mind and took out a medical book to continue reading. Before long, the book slipped from her hands and fell to the ground. She had already closed her eyes and drifted into deep sleep. This sleep lasted for over 10 hours and Luan finally woke up. Perhaps having slept too long, she felt a bit groggy upon waking. Sighing, she thought being idle is also uncomfortable. This life of eating and sleeping was fine for a short time, but it became unbearable over the long term. She still needed to work. Wasn't she supposed to enjoy a life of luxury? After freshening up, she took out a marinated egg, a cup of soy milk, and a meat sandwich from her space. She happily enjoyed her breakfast. Luan glanced outside, opened the RV door, and stepped out. Stretching, she slowly walked on the surface of Minjiang Lake. She stomped her right foot on the lake surface. Luan smiled, saying it's quite solid. After walking a large circle around the lake, she stopped about 10 meters from the RV. After confirming there was no one around, she took out the large cutting machine she had acquired from her space. After fueling the cutting machine, Luan pushed it across the ice surface. The high-speed rotating blade easily cut through the hard ice layer. After cutting a patch in various directions, Luan took out ice picks, hammer, shovels, and all the tools needed for breaking the ice. Luan used the shovel to scoop up some broken ice and toss it aside. After working for over an hour, the ice surface she was on was now several dozen centimeters lower than the surrounding area. Luan leaped up from the hole. Pushing the cutting machine, she began to cut rectangular gaps in the nearby ice surface. Then, using a chainsaw, she cut out chunks of ice. One block weighing about 40 pounds was placed aside by Luan. She then proceeded to cut a second block. Alone, cutting and moving, her speed seemed to have slowed down a bit. 500 meters away, 5 newly built wooden houses stood amidst the ice and snow. Inside one of the small wooden houses, a woman's harsh coughing could be heard. Wife, drink some hot water and feel better after drinking it. Liang Heng held a bowl and walked towards the simple wooden bed. On the wooden bed lay a woman about 30 years old. She was covered with a quilt, looking extremely emaciated. Her cheeks were flushed with an abnormal hue, and she occasionally coughed into her hand. Husband, I can't be saved. Don't waste your energy anymore. Su Hui weakly shook her head. She had been feverish for quite some time, and without medicine, she likely wouldn't last much longer. Liang Heng placed the hot water in his wife's hands, saying, don't talk nonsense. Your illness will get better soon. Su Hui took a sip of hot water and started coughing again. The high fever left her feeling groggy all day. After seeing his wife fall asleep, Liang Heng tossed a few pieces of wood into the iron pot and walked out of the wooden house, his face full of sorrow. Several men and women emerged from the other wooden houses surrounding Liang Heng when they saw him come out. Heng, has Hui Hu's condition improved? The speaker was a woman in her 60s. Beside her stood her simple-minded young son. Her husband and eldest son's family had all perished in the extreme cold. If her young son hadn't rescued her in time, she might have died too. Thinking of this, the old woman held her simple son's hand tightly. The simple son grinned, saying, Mom, Mom. Liang Heng shook his head, saying nothing. She will get better. Asujia will definitely pull through. A young man around 25 patted Liang Heng on the shoulder, offering encouragement. Behind the man there was a girl around 20 years old who was the young man's sister. Besides the two siblings, a middle-aged couple and their 9-year-old daughter and 5-year-old son lived in the adjacent wooden house. The last wooden house was home to an elderly couple skilled in woodworking. They were about the same age as the old woman, also in their 60s. The 5 families living on the mountain are not from Baishur but from Fushur. They originally lived in the same neighborhood. They had to escape because the area around the neighborhood was too chaotic. Initially, they had no intention of settling on this mountain. This was merely a temporary shelter until their food ran out, at which point they would relocate again. Eventually, they discovered that they could find food among the nearby mountains. Moreover, due to the sparse population, there were no bad people here. This allowed them to live without the constant fear that plagued them every day. In the end, everyone unanimously decided to settle on this mountain. An elderly couple skilled in carpentry taught them how to build wooden houses. After 2 days of hard work, 5 modest wooden houses were built. They were fortunate to have initially discovered some small animals that had frozen to death. They also found some wild taro and sweet potatoes in the mountains to stave off their hunger. However, food was becoming increasingly difficult to find, and they feared that one day they would run out of supplies and have to leave again. They wondered when this kind of life would come to an end. Mom, do we still have to go chop wood today? A 9-year-old girl quietly asked, holding her mother's hand. Yes, we will go soon, her mother replied, affectionately patting her daughter's head. Then Chi-Chi will help. The little girl nodded obediently. She was too small to chop wood, so she could only stack the cut pieces into a bundle. Jiojio will help Dad and Mom. The 5-year-old boy Jiojio was also very sensible. Their innocent chatter made several people around. In the wooden house, Zhou Ling walked towards the young man Zhou, who with a machete in hand. Master Xia the carpenter stepped out holding a hatchet. He was pushing a small cart he had made in front of him. It's getting late, we should hurry up, Master Xia softly suggested, glancing up at the sky. His old partner would not accompany him to chop wood today, as she needed to stay home to look after the 5 wooden houses and care for the sick Su Hui. The group was preparing to head up the mountain. Their tasks for the day included not only chopping wood but also searching for food. These 2 tasks were essential parts of their daily lives. Suddenly Zhou Hu stopped in his tracks and looked back. Brother, what's wrong? Zhou Ling turned to look but saw nothing unusual. Why did her brother stop suddenly? Could it be that he spotted a small animal? If so, that would be wonderful. The others also paused as Liang Heng seemed to have heard something. The sound was faint and seemed to be some distance away. I think I heard something, Zhou Hu signaled for everyone to listen closely. The husband of the middle-aged couple Jia Rui nodded. Indeed, there is a sound. It seems to be from a cutting machine. Could there be someone nearby? Wu Xiao, the wife of the middle-aged couple, widened her eyes. They had thoroughly searched the area within a kilometer and found no one and no buildings. How could there be someone here today? Just the thought of someone coming made everyone tense. They were somewhat afraid of encountering outsiders, having witnessed many cruel events since the apocalypse began. Scared, they dared only to hide in the uninhabited mountains. I'll go take a look, Zhou Hu decided to investigate personally, feeling uneasy without checking. I'll go with you, Liang Heng said without hesitation, prepared to follow Zhou Hu. They had finally settled down and did not want anyone to disrupt their peace. Brother, Zhou Ling worriedly grasped Zhou Hu's hand, fearing for his safety. Don't worry, I'll be careful, Zhou Hu gently reassured Zhou Ling, encouraging her to join the others in chopping wood. With that, Zhou Hu and Liang Heng headed down the mountain. The others stood at the spot watching their figures disappear. After more than 10 minutes, the 2 hid behind a tree at the foot of the mountain, peering toward the direction of the sound. It seems to be a woman. Zhou Hu raised his eyebrows in surprise, unable to believe that a young woman would dare to venture out alone. Could there be others lurking in the shadows? She should be a young girl, Liang Heng observed closely and found no sign of anyone else nearby, letting out a sigh of relief. With just one girl, there was probably no reason to worry too much. Let's go back. Zhou Hu called Liang Heng to prepare to return. Liang Heng kept staring in the direction of Luan, unsure of what he was thinking. Brother Liang, what are you thinking about? Who do you think that girl has any medicine? Liang Heng spotted Luan's RV parked nearby. A girl who could drive such a nice RV and dressed well should have some medicine, right? Brother Liang, medicine is so precious now, even if she has some. Zhou Hu hesitated to finish his sentence, knowing Liang Heng understood his meaning all too well. Even if he begged, he might not get any medicine. Liang Heng felt dizzy. Trembling slightly, he pulled a fruit knife out of his pocket. After a moment of conflicted thinking, he steadied his gaze. I must try a we can't wait any longer. Liang Heng's eyes turned red, and without giving Zhou Hu a chance to react, he ran towards Luan. Zhou Hu reached out his hand, but unfortunately, he couldn't catch up with Liang Heng. With no other option, he could only grit his teeth and follow after him. Luan was focused on cutting ice. So far, she had cut over 30 pieces of ice. Although it was slow, she felt some sense of achievement. Hearing noise from behind, Luan turned off the cutting machine and looked back. 2 men under 30 rushed out towards her. Robbery. Liang Heng gripped the fruit knife tightly, his entire body trembling with anxiety. Brother Liang, Zhou Hu grabbed his clothes, wanting to say something. Luan looked at the 2 with indifference. She could tell at a glance that Liang Heng was not cut out for this. How could a robber be more nervous and scared than the person being robbed? Hand over the medicine. Now, Liang Heng managed to say, looking at Luan, who remained still. Unable to hold back any longer, he suddenly dropped to his knees, begging. Please give me 1 pill. Just 1 pill is enough. Tears welled up in Liang Heng's eyes, and he seemed lost in some sad memories. Brother Liang, don't do this. Zhou Hu anxiously tried to pull Liang Heng up. Please, miss, my wife is sick. She's about to die. I don't want to rob you. I just need a fever reducer. Liang Heng trembled as he bowed his head. Even if his knees were frozen, he was unwilling to get up. You want a fever reducer? Finally, Luan spoke, her voice crisp. Liang Heng nodded quickly. If you give me 1 pill, I'm willing to do anything. I can do it too. Please, miss, give us a life-saving pill. Throughout the journey, Zhou Hu had witnessed the bond between Liang Heng and his wife, which had touched him. If you want medicine, you must help me with some work. Luan decided to let him help her temporarily, considering that Liang Heng was merely misguided and not truly a bad person, especially since she needed help. Luan resolved to let him assist her for the time being. If he performed well, she could overlook what had just happened. Work. Sure, I can work. Liang Heng nodded eagerly without hesitation. In other words, you must work for me for 5 days for 1 pill. Luan said expressionlessly. Nowadays medicine is even more precious than gold. After all, having medicine is like having an extra life. Though this statement may sound exaggerated, only those who are ill know how difficult it is to find a remedy. Even at 2 jin of grain per day, there are people eager to do the work even if it's just soaking grain. However, the price of 1 pill for 10 jin of grain is based on black market rates. After all, Liang Heng had been so rude earlier, attempting to rob her. If he was unwilling, she wouldn't force him. No problem. Liang Heng eagerly agreed. Luan glanced at the two of them, confirming their clear eyes, and instructed them to follow her. She walked towards the camper and opened the door. Zhou, who stood in front of the camper, feeling the warmth inside and envying it. People with skills are truly impressive. Unlike them who can do nothing, merely surviving is already a feat. Luan took out a box of fever-reducing medicine from her space, cut out 1 pill, and casually placed the rest on the kitchen counter. She stepped down from the camper and handed the fever-reducing pill to Liang Heng. Liang Heng cautiously accepted it, tightly gripping the fever-reducing pill. Who please take this back to Hui for me. Thinking of his wife's impending recovery, Liang Heng could hardly contain his joy. Zhou, who took the fever-reducing pill, nodded at Luan, then turned to leave. Luan watched him run off, but said nothing. It seems these two live nearby on the mountain. She had no idea how many people were up there, but as long as they didn't disturb her, she wouldn't take any action. Miss, what do I need to do? Liang Heng followed Luan, his tone much lighter than before. My surname is Gu, and your job is to fetch ice. Luan pointed to the spot where she had been working earlier. Liang Heng stopped talking and quickly went over to begin his tasks. Luan took a coconut candy and popped it into her mouth. She watched Liang Heng work diligently, nodding in satisfaction. That's right, 1 fever-reducing pill can hire a person for 5 days of work. She must be crazy to be laboring alone, exhausting herself. Thinking of the supplies hoarded in her space, Luan smiled and silently thanked her rebirth. She no longer needed to endure the hardships of her past life and could dictate the fates of many even though she didn't require it. Liang Heng, fearing rejection from Luan, worked exceptionally hard. One person cuts while another carries the ice blocks, moving them back and forth without daring to slack off. Zhou, who ran up the mountain with the medicine, knocking on the wooden door of Su Hu's house. Inside, Su Hu's weak voice came. Cough. Who is it? Sister Su, I am Zhou, who I brought you medicine. Zhou, who pushed the door open after getting Su Hu's consent. Su Hui thought she had misheard and struggled to get up. Sister Su, this is the fever-reducing medicine Brother Liang earned. You should take it quickly. Zhou, who quickly boiled water to dissolve the fever-reducing medicine and handed it to Su Hui. Su Hui covered her mouth to cough. Where did this medicine come from? I met a good person today with Brother Liang. We just need to help her with work to get the medicine. Zhou, who poured the warm water into a bowl and handed it to Su Hui. Su Hui hurriedly drank the water and took the medicine. Is what you said true? She was still a bit skeptical, fearing for her husband's safety. This place is so remote, how could anyone come to find them for work? Of course it's true, Brother Liang has already started working for her. You can ask him again when he comes back tonight. Alright. Su Hui took the medicine and wanted to sleep again. Zhou, who didn't stay long, stepping out to close the door to prevent the cold wind from blowing in. Little Hui looked flustered when you ran back. Did something happen? An old woman stepped out of the adjacent wooden house. She was Granny Xia, the wife of Master Xia. Granny Xia, Brother Liang asked me to bring medicine back for Sister Su to take. Zhou, who said with a smile, softly informing Granny Xia. Medicine. Where did the medicine come from? Granny Xia was shocked to hear that it was medicine. Granny Xia, do you hear any sounds coming from the mountain? That's someone fetching ice. Brother Liang is helping that person fetch ice and got a pill. Zhou, who explained without mentioning that the medicine was a bit pricey. That's great. Granny Xia's eyes reddened as she quickly wiped them. She couldn't let the tears fall lest her face get cold. Granny Xia, it's cold outside. You should head back. Please keep an eye on Sister Su's condition. I still need to go chop firewood on the mountain. Zhou, who asked Granny Xia. Don't worry, I'll take care of it here. Granny Xia smiled kindly and waved Zhou, who off to work. This group of people had escaped from the ruins together. They had suffered a lot along the way, deepening their bonds. After Zhou, who left, Granny Xia walked towards Liang Heng's house. Although Su Hui on the bed was still feverish, a thin sheen of sweat was starting to show. Granny Xia happily boiled water, preparing to help Su Hui wipe her sweat. Zhou, who had originally planned to chop firewood on the mountain, but couldn't help but think of what had just happened. After some hesitation, he turned and ran down the mountain. He wanted to try and see if that girl might be willing to hire him. 2 gene of grain a day is not a small amount, he and his sister could save some. Not only would they have enough to eat, but there would also be leftovers. Luan sat on the sofa holding a medical book with a radio on the table in front of her. The radio was broadcasting notifications from various bases. Aside from rescue news, it also announced the benefits of the bases. Luan listened while reading, occasionally humming a tune. The door was gently knocked on and Luan put down her medical book, stood up, and went to open the door. Standing outside was Zhou, who had returned. Luan looked at him and asked, "Is there something you need?" Zhou, who feeling awkward, didn't know how to start and feared being rejected by Luan. "Hello, may I ask if you still need to hire someone? I am quite capable and will definitely not slack off." He stood outside the door for quite a while before summoning the courage to knock. He had no idea if he would. Luan sized Zhou, who up for a few seconds, then said, "All right, 2 gene of grain a day. Today is already half over, so if you want to work it will only count as half a day's work." "No problem, no problem." Zhou, who was so excited he nearly jumped up, bowing to thank Luan. "I don't know what I need to do." Luan raised her hand and pointed to where Liang Heng was working. "It's still fetching ice. The ice blocks should be neatly placed aside and someone will come to collect them at night." "Okay, I will work hard," Zhou, who said, and hurriedly ran towards Liang Heng. Luan smiled slightly, finding another worker was quite nice. Liang Heng picked up a block of ice weighing around 40 gene, preparing to set it aside. Suddenly a pair of large hands reached over and took the ice block from him. Why are you here?" "Brother Liang, I will also work here from now on, 2 gene of grain a day."